Even after the demon king Akisa tore out his heart, Zhang Hao inexplicably woke up on a street 3 years in the past. Summer had Longwa in its scorching grip, heat waves shimmering over the asphalt. Just as the pavement seemed ready to melt, a shout broke from the crowd. Somebody call an ambulance. The delivery guy just collapsed. Half conscious, Zhang Hao blinked at the faces hovering above him, strangers that felt oddly familiar. Panic surged through him. Where am I? Isn't this my homeland? He jerked upright, pressed a trembling hand to his chest, and felt a powerful heartbeat. Disbelief flooded his eyes. Akisa ripped out my heart. How am I still alive? He fumbled for his phone. The date stunned him, then sent him soaring with joy. I've jumped back 3 years. It must be Baelish used the forbidden time reversal spell. The elation evaporated. He knew the price of that spell was the caster's life. Memories crashed in. His parents had died in a car accident, leaving him and his sister, Zhang Qiao, to live under their uncle's roof, suffering daily disdain. Born with a congenital heart defect, had lived on medication and a doctor's merciless verdict. Zhang Hao won't see 25 without a transplant. The surgery cost a fortune his uncle refused to pay. Only after Zhang Qiao begged did the family relent, but on cruel terms she had to marry into the Song family as a lucky bride and sign a waiver in exchange for her brother's operation. Naive and kind, she agreed, unaware she was stepping into hell. Zhang Hao awoke from surgery to news of his sister's death by abuse. In the morgue, her scarred body shattered him. He swore that if he ever got another chance, he'd rewrite their fate. Now he had that chance. This time Zhang Qiao would never walk into that nightmare. Thinking of her innocent smile sent fire through him. He would seize his destiny and protect those he loved at all costs. Only an hour remained before the launch of Xinjia, a global full-immersion VR game that linked a player's consciousness to a world as real as their own. The realm actually existed, created by the goddess who guarded Blue Star to train humanity for the coming demon invasion. Last time, Zhang Hao had collapsed from heatstroke while delivering food and missed the crucial launch window. A year later, Akisa tore open a dimensional rift, led his hordes to Blue Star, and humanity lost a brutal war. He clenched his fists. This time, I won't repeat a single mistake. Ignoring the crowd's protests, he hopped on his scooter and sped to the nearest headset shop. While weaving through traffic, he called his best friend, Gao Pengfei. Bro, wire me 10 grand right now, I'll repay you in 3 days. On the other end, Gao was drowning in client revisions. He grumbled, do I look like an ATM? But transferred the money anyway. 3 days. I'm serious. Warmth spread through Zhang Hao. In the previous timeline, Gao had been just as broke yet unfailingly generous, dragging Zhang Hao out for a decent meal every payday. Pingfei, quit that lousy job and game with me. You won't regret it. Games don't pay the bills. A steady job does. Gao shot back. Zhang Hao laughed. Wanna bet? He'll make 100,000 in 3 days just playing. Deal. You win, I quit. You lose, you owe me dinner. Call ended. Zhang Hao reached the store to find a line curling down the block. By the time he secured a headset, only 15 minutes remained before launch. He tore home, burst through the door, and strapped the device on without even kicking off his shoes. Please enter your identification verification complete. Create your character and choose a nickname. He reused his old build and the name Quanta Madman. You have been assigned to Novice Village 119120. Entering Xinjia. The game will begin shortly. The countdown hit 0. A vast universe unfolded. A planet resembling Blue Star came into focus, the view plunging through clouds to sprawling continents. A gentle but solemn female voice spoke. 1,000 years ago, Longting continent was ravaged by the demon king Akisa. 6 heroes rose to save it. Now the demon has returned. Warrior from another realm. Help me defeat him and earn rich rewards and everlasting glory. Zhang Hao knew the cinematic by heart and sprinted toward the goddess statue in the novice village. Each player started with a random talent that shaped their future. Last life, his was mediocre, had clawed his way up through sheer grit. Now he just wanted to finish the ritual and start leveling. He knelt and prayed. A dark gold orb floated from the statue, shot into his forehead, and the goddess' voice echoed in his mind. Hero, thank you for the sacrifices you made for Blue Star in your past life. Accept my gift. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine talent experience frenzy. The goddess knows I've been reborn, and she's even granted me a divine talent. Zhang Hao froze. Heart-hammering experience frenzy? Had never heard of such a gift in his previous life. He instantly pulled up his status panel, golden letters flashing before his eyes. Experience Frenzy Divine Gift 1 star. Effect 1. Experience Drain passive. Gain 1 extra experience point every time a basic attack lands. Effect 2. Experience Burst active. Consume 10 of your current experience to deal the same amount of true damage to a single target, ignoring defense. Free experience with every swing. Zhang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. 1 point at a time seemed trivial, but with enough attack speed it became an endless buffet of experience. The second effect was even more terrifying. Hoard 1,000 experience, and he could unleash 100 true damage instantly. Bank 10,000, and that became 1,000. In the late game, When millions of experience points were common, he could vaporize a boss with a single tap. No cooldown, ignores defense utterly broken. Excitement erupted inside him like a volcano. He scrapped every plan had made. Quests he once deemed impossible were now fair game. Monsters had thought unkillable were added to his hunting list. Within a year he would gather the Holy War set and settle old scores with the demon Lord Axathat was his true endgame. Steadying his breath, he opened his character sheet. Nickname, Madman. Level, 10100. Title, None. HP, 110. Stamina, 60. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Attack, 9. Defense, 4. Attack speed, 1 hit sec. Movement, 3 millisecond. Evasion, 1. Critical chance, 1. Luck, 10. Talent, Divine Gift Experience Frenzy 1 star. In the Divine Realm, players start without a class. They must reach level 10, carry the village elder's letter to the capital, and apprentice under a class mentor before they can specialize. Until then, everyone levels up with nothing but basic attacks. Luckily, the elder hands out a set of novice gear to lighten the early grind. My stats are ordinary, but this divine gift alone lets me crush anyone at my level, Zhang Hao murmured, a grin tugging at his lips. Seeing more newcomers pour in, he strode toward the elder's house. Time was fate, and he had none to waste. He pushed open the wooden door, inhaling a mix of cooking smoke and herbal fragrance. The white-haired village elder set down his pipe and greeted him with a kindly smile. Young adventurer, welcome to my village. Take this gear and begin your heroic journey. A prompt appeared above his head. Quest, speak with every villager. Reward, 10 XP, 10 copper. Fresh from collecting the quest and starter gear from the elder, the newcomers jam-packed the chief's tiny hut. Zhang Hao had to squeeze sideways through the doorway and silently thanked his quick reflexes. He inspected his starter bundle, a set of cloth armor shirt, pants, shusa weapon of choice, and a 6-slot pouch. In his previous life, he had been a top-tier archer, so he picked the beginner's longbow without hesitation and persuaded the village blacksmith to throw in 300 arrows. Beginner's longbow 1. Requirement, level 1. Stats, ATK 1, ASPD 0.1. Durability, 100,100. Fully equipped, he went door to door, scooping up every quest he could find 10 in total. Stories from former comrades had already filled him in on the hidden boss and other secrets of this starter village. Still, he knew hogging every opportunity alone was unrealistic. He only needed enough to stay ahead. With quests in hand, he headed straight for the fields. The sooner he farmed a few waves before the crowd arrived, the faster he would level. Outside the village, level 1 tusked boars rooted through the crops, flattening green shoots in their wake. Tusked boar, level 1. HP, 80. Without an appraisal skill, Zhang Hao could see only level and health, but he knew the boar's weak point was its snout. One arrow there would break its charge. From 30 meters away he drew and loosed. The arrow thudded into a boar's plump hindquarters. 4. 1 XP. The system message had barely faded when the boar squealed and charged. Unruffled, Zhang Hao sank 2 arrows straight into its nostrils. Whiz. Whiz. Charge interrupted. His attack speed had fallen from the previous live's 7 shots a second to barely 1, but his technique stayed sharp. After a brief dance the boar collapsed, dropping an oversized tusk worth exactly 1 copper. Currency in the Divine Realm. 100 copper 1 silver, 100 silver 1 gold. Plenty of sinks, but prices stayed oddly stable. You slew a tusked boar. Gained 6 XP. Counting the 20 basic attacks had landed, the entire kill yielded 26 XP, more than 4 times what others got. Zhang Hao lifted an eyebrow in satisfaction. While his rhythm was hot, he kept clearing the fields. Whiz. 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 For 1 XP. For 1 XP. You slew a tusked boar. Gained 6 XP. You slew a tusked boar. Gained 6 XP. In just over 10 minutes, 20 boars lay scattered, and the farmer's bounty quest Cull the Tusked Boars finished simultaneously, adding 20 XP and 20 copper. Zhang Hao reached level 3. The next closest players were still level 2. Each level granted 5 free stat points. He invested 10 in total. Agility 6, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Strength did almost nothing for archers, so he left it at 0. Only then did the player tide flood the fields, and boars became scarce. Zhang Hao quit while a head quest's done. He set his sights on the Western Grove, Blackwood Forest, home to the level 3 Ironhide Bears. A shadowed hunter's shack emerged among the trees. Inside, a wrinkled old hunter offered a new quest. Quest, Bearskin Coat. Requirement, level 3, bring back 1 bear pelt. Reward, 50 XP, 30 copper, Bearskin Quiver 1. Ironhide bears were thick-skinned and stingy with XP, so most players ignored them. Zhang Hao needed sturdy targets for basic attack practice perfect. Besides, he knew a trick that made the fight safe. Moving deeper, he scanned the leaf-strewn ground and soon found it. A hunter's pit trap hidden under loose foliage. His lips curved upward as he stared into the dim forest. All that remained was to lure the bear. Ironhide bears were easy to spot. and Zhang Hao lured one over without breaking a sweat. Ironhide Bear, level 3, HP 190. You big lump, over here, he shouted while sprinting, locking in the creature's aggro. The 2-meter tall beast, its coat a dull iron gray, roared and charged only to crash into a pit 8 or 9 meters deep. It thrashed for a while, but couldn't climb out. Now it was Zhang Hao's turn. Standing on the rim, he drew his bow with calm precision, arrow after arrow thudding into the bear's back. 12. 1 XP. 13. 1 XP. With the final shot, the bear collapsed and dissolved into white light. On the ground appeared his loot. 1 piece of bear hide, 20 arrows, and 18 experience points. Including the XP from his basic attacks, the fight netted him 33 in total. He handed the hide to the old hunter, and a reward panel popped up. Bear hide quiver. Rating. Requirement, level 1. Capacity, 05000. Durability, 100,100. With the quiver equipped, arrows no longer clogged his inventory. Every newbie suffered the same bad crisis, forced to junk old gear whenever they found something new. Most players' first major purchase was a bigger backpack. Zhang Hao, however, knew about a little tailor in the capital who would hand out a deluxe 128 slot pack for finishing a quest, so he could save his coins. It's getting late. I'll turn in these quests, log off, and pick up my sister, he reminded himself. Today his uncle's family planned to trick her into signing some papers. He had to stop it. He dashed back to the starter village. Logging out in the wild was risky because he'd spawn in the same spot next time, possibly surrounded by monsters. Inside the village walls, he took a deep breath, lifted off his helmet, and steadied himself to avoid the usual post-logout vertigo. They said the disorientation vanished once you hit level 30. After changing into his delivery uniform, he jumped onto his blue and white scooter and headed for launching number 2 high school. Classes had just let out. Laughing students poured through the gates. In the crowd, Zhang Xiao's long black hair shimmered in the sunlight. A white shirt and blue skirt made her look fresh and lively, and 2 shallow dimples lit up her smile like a cloudless summer sky. Seeing his sister safe, Zhang Hao's eyes stung, but he quickly brushed away the terse no point embarrassing her in front of classmates. Xiao Qiao, he called, waving. She said goodbye to her friends and ran over, looking up in surprise. Bro, what are you doing here? Aren't you on delivery duty? Normally she walked home alone, cooked, and waited for him. Not today. Zhang Hao gently pulled her close, checking her head to toe until she grew puzzled, and only then did he let himself relax. Come on, let's go home. Zhang Hao moved into a rented room with his little sister to avoid his uncle's hostile glares. The single room was barely 10 square meters, crammed with 2 folding beds and a battered desk, but it was clean, warm, and free of snide remarks. That evening, Zhang Hao was riding his creaky old electric scooter with Zhang Xiao on the back when a glossy black sedan swerved across the road, its brakes rumbling through the pavement. The doors flew open. His uncle, Zhang Haishan, and aunt, Du Meijiao, stepped out in leather shoes and designer handbags, marching straight over to block the scooter. Zhang Hao, you can't take Xiao Qiao away. Zhang Haishan barked, clamping both hands around the handlebars. With red lacquered nails, Du Meijiao seized Zhang Xiao's wrist. Xiao Qiao, the Song family sent a car just for you. Come with auntie. Don't keep them waiting. Both of you get out of my way. Zhang Hao roared. He shook off his uncle's grip, yanked his sister back, and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Don't think I don't know your scheme. You want to sell my sister to the Song family's young master as some lucky bride substitute? Not a chance. Caught out, the couple froze. How did you find out? They muttered, edging back a step. Zhang Hao turned to leave with his sister, but the sedan's rear door opened. A tall woman in stilettos stepped out, peeled off her sunglasses, and fixed him with a razor-sharp stare. Song Yuding. You must be Zhang Hao, Qiaoqiu's brother, she said coolly. I'm Song Yuding. Pleased to meet you. Zhang Hao recognized her at once. In his memories, this Song heiress and her brother, Song Yuba, had driven his sister to despair. Hatred flared, and his voice turned to ice. Get lost. Move. Bodyguards moved in, but Song Yuding lifted a hand to stop them, a faint sneer on her lips. I want to argue with you. Have your sister sign the agreement, and I'll wire 10 million yuan to your account immediately. 10 million. Zhang Hao's heart slammed against his chest. Had known his uncle planned to sell his sister, but he never imagined such a monstrous price. Visions of his sister's tragic end and his uncle's greedy grin surged through his mind, and he began to tremble. Zhang Haishan, she's your own niece, and you'd shove her into hell? He shouted, voice hoarse. Zhang Haishan's eyes darted away, and he gave a shaky laugh. What hell? The Song family is rich and influential. Shall live in comfort. Bullshit. Zhang Hao snapped. Then why don't you send your own daughter? The question silenced him. Hand over his precious girl to that devil Song Yuba? Not in a lifetime. Everyone knew the Song family's fortune topped the billions, and they had friends in high places, but young Master Song Yuba was a notorious scoundrel. Rumor said he once burned a maid alive. Du Meijiao curled her lip, but kept scolding. Zhang Hao, how can you speak to your uncle like that? No respect. The The Song family asked a fortune teller, and Kiaokio's birth date is the perfect match for young Master Song. My daughter doesn't have that blessing, or ID, send her in a heartbeat. And Xiao Xiao already agreed to ask her yourself. She shot Zhang Qiao a warning glance, reminding her of the word heart. Zhang Qiao bit her lip and whispered, brother, Andy's right. I agreed to go to the Song family myself. No. Zhang Hao cut her off. They'll handle the medical bills. Du Meijiao let out a shrill laugh. The treatment and surgery cost over $1 million. You're just a delivery guy, what can you do? I'm worried you'll die on the road, haha. Song Yuding glanced at the $1,000,000 luxury watch on her wrist, and, with evident impatience, snapped, my time is precious. Stop stalling and sign. She slapped the contract onto the table. Its snow-white pages glared under the light. Before Zhang Qiao could reach it, Zhang Hao seized it, and with a quick flick tore it into pieces. My sister's life is worth more than any of you, he said, voice cold and hard. $1 million? Even 10 million doesn't matter to me. The room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhang Hao wasn't bluffing. A talent blessed by the gods and insider knowledge from his previous life let him rake in cash from the game with ease. Money held no real allure. A year from now, even billions would be nothing but worthless paper. Still, to give his sister a better life, he had to get his hands on the money first. The siblings turned and left. Staring after them, Zhang Haishan and Du Meijiao stomped their feet in panic. 10 million gone just like that. Song Yuding slipped on her sunglasses, her face as unreadable as a mask. Ignoring the couple, she climbed into the business car and instructed the driver, find Zhang Hao's current address. Bring me his sister. Yes, miss, the driver replied at once. On the way home, Zhang Qiao tugged at her sleeve and asked in a whisper, bro, what if you can't make that much money? Relax. I'm tough to kill, Zhang Hao said, ruffling her hair. In truth, he had never considered a heart transplant. In his last life, the operation's weakness doomed him against the demon King Axa, so this time he wouldn't repeat that mistake. Factory original parts are always best. As for his heart condition, he knew the cure. Reach level 100 and find that elven witch. As soon as they got home, Zhang Hao told Zhang Qiao to pack time to move. But why? We've still got 6 weeks on the lease. Just do it, Zhang Hao said. In his previous life, had dealt with the Song siblings. Song Yuba was a brainless bully, but Song Yuding was sharp as a hunting falcon. She'd never let them go easily. She was probably already tracking their address. He wasn't strong enough yet, so had dodge her for now. His sister's safety always came first. He called Gao Pengfei. Zhang Hao, you're unbelievable, Gao shouted. You borrow my cash and now you want to crash at my place. What about rent? Fine. He'll make 100 grand in 3 days and pay you back in one go. Yeah, sure, Gao muttered, keys clacking in the background. My grandma's home. You and Xiao go straight over. She's hard of hearing, she won't hear a knock. The spare keys under the doormat. Let yourselves in. Thanks, man. That evening the siblings moved in. Gao's grandmother, well into her 70s, was hard of hearing but recognized them and welcomed them warmly. Once they were settled, Zhang Hao pulled out his gaming helmet, ready to dive back into God's realm. Zhang Qiao watched the sleek silver device with interest. She'd heard plenty about the game. The wealthier kids at school all had one. She never expected her thrifty brother to splurge on something so expensive. I want to play too, bro, his sister exclaimed, hugging the helmet, eyes sparkling. Hold on. Once I make some money, we'll buy you a brand new one. Zhang Hao ruffled her hair and took the helmet back. The VR set was bound to his personal date only. He could use it. Back in Divine Realm, Zhang Hao sprinted straight out of the beginner village. Dawn mist still clung to the grass, yet a crowd of players had already set up makeshift stalls at the gate. Battered crates served as tables, tanned hides as display cloths, and everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs. A quick glance told Zhang Hao everything on sale was low-grade mats or common gear worthless, though the seller's enthusiasm was sky-high. Girl, that necklace is junk. No stats at all. 10 coppers is more than fair. The line cut through the din like a blade necklace. Monsters that dropped accessories were rare around the village, and accessories, with their special bonuses, usually outpriced weapons of the same level. A statless necklace showing up here was anything but ordinary. Zhang Hao followed the voice, and his eyes froze. A girl stood in the crowd. Her hair was white as snow, catching a trace of silver light. Her porcelain features were flawless, her skin alabaster, her gaze as clear and deep as the brightest star in a night sky. Every movement was calm and graceful, soothing to watch. The ID above her head read Bailu. Memories flooded Zhang Hao. This was where they'd met in his previous life, and Bailu had later died for him. How could I forget we first met here? He murmured, forcing himself to look away. He walked past her without a word, vowing that this time she would not be dragged into his fate. Well, all right. 10 coppers and the sealed necklace is yours, Bailu said, biting her lip as she offered it to the trader. Sealed necklace? Zhang Hao snapped back to reality. Such gear looked statless because a monster was sealed inside. Break the seal, kill the beast, and the item would morph, usually into at least 5-star quality. The drop rate was abysmal, practically legendary. He spun around, thrusting an arm between them. Xiao Bayer, miss, he'll pay 1 gold for that necklace, he declared. 1 gold was a fair price in the starter zone, certainly not highway robbery. The undercut trader scowled. Hey, ever heard of first come, first served? Zhang Hao glanced at him coolly. Ever heard of highest bidder wins? And seriously, 10 coppers for a necklace? The cheapest health pot costs 50. The trader, a professional flipper, had spotted the red-named sealed necklace moments ago, hoping to buy low and resell high. Now, faced with Zhang Hao's bid, he weighed the odds, grunted, and slunk away. He's right. If you'd offered more, it'd be yours, Bai Lu told the trader evenly. Seeing he was gone, she turned back to Zhang Hao. All right, necklace for the money. Zhang Hao checked his pouch. 80 coppers left. Without batting an eye, he tucked the necklace away and grinned. Mind if I pay in installments, gorgeous? Installments? What does that even mean? A question mark might as well have hovered over Bai Lu's head. Her face was blank with confusion. He'll give you 50 copper now, pay the rest in 3 installments, and throw in an extra 100 copper as interest. Sound fair? Zhang Hao laid out the offer. Fully expecting her to be lost at sea and adorable was her trademark, which was why he had nicknamed her Little White in his previous life. Bai Lu wasn't actually stupid. At 15 she had been in a car accident and slipped into a coma for 3 years. Everything changed when the Divine Realm VR game launched. Desperate, her father bought her a headset. The moment she logged in she felt reborn. No more hospital bed, only running, laughing, and new goals. Real-world concepts like installment plans, though, were a complete blank. She studied the player in front of her, thought for a moment, and nodded. All right, let's trade. The trade window flashed, and Zhang Hao secured the sealed necklace, grinning to himself. Find a quiet spot, release the monster, grab the loot. Miss, are you crazy? How can you trust a guy like that? A sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Zhang Hao knew it instantly. Miao Yu, warrior class, Bai Lu's bodyguard and best friend. Her ex-SWAT instincts labeled everyone a con artist, and she rarely left Bai Lu's side until she later died on the battlefield. Miao Yu's glare pinned him. Why are you staring? He snapped. Installments? You're a fraud. She jabbed a finger at his nose. A grown man scamming a young girl, shameless. Hey, back off. He'll pay every coin I owe. Zhang Hao protested. I don't believe you. Give the necklace back. Deal's off. The trade's done. No takebacks. A man should keep his word. Bai Lu tugged Miao Yu's sleeve. Sis Miao, he's right. We should honor the deal. Miao Yu huffed, but relented under the girl's clear gaze. Fine. Add me, and give me your phone number. If you bail, they'll track you down. Zhang Hao never planned to cheat them. He added her, left his contact info, and left the starter village. Deep in the forest, far from prying eyes, he took a breath and broke the necklace's seal. Seal lifting in 3, 2, 1. Prepare for combat. A blinding red flash erupted, and a crimson figure took Shoppy, male elven archer. Nightshade rogue berserker. Level. HP. Anything 30 levels above you hides its stats. Zhang Hao froze in disbelief. How could a starter village trinket seal away such a powerhouse? Had expected a level 10 critter, at best something his practiced hands could solo with ease. Instead, when the seal shattered, a dark elf archer stepped out, its level and HP both marked by question marks. Before Zhang Hao could even raise his bow, the elf's bowstring twanged. Whoosh. 95,711. A blossom of blood burst from his chest, and he dropped on the spot. System message, you were killed by Nightshade Ranger. Death penalty, total experience 10. Seriously? How am I supposed to fight that? As the revive screen popped up, dread crept over him. The gap was absurd. He could die 10,000 times and still not scratch it. Then inspiration struck. Maybe he didn't have to win the fight himself. Respawn. Zhang Hao sprang up, loosed a single arrow, and bolted. Thwip. The second black-feathered shaft caught him mid-stride, dropping him again. This time his glowing starter bracers hit the ground, and another 20 EXP vanished. He ignored it and kept repeating the cycle. Revive, shoot, run. The newbie gear didn't matter, and he could afford to burn a few experience bar so long as he lured the Nightshade Ranger to the starter village. So a rag-clad wanderer crashed through the woods, arrows raining after him, corpses and bloodstains marking the path. By the time he staggered to the village gate, Zhang Hao was down to a single bow, a dusty tunic, and an empty EXP bar, basically a fresh alt. Spectators gaped. Nightshade Ranger? What even is that? Level and HP both question marks. Has to be a level 30 plus elite. Dude, what did you do to get that thing mad? Steal his girlfriend? Someone even set up a stall. Soda, peanuts, sunflower seeds, best seats for the show. One more step. Zhang Hao lunged for the village boundary. The bowstring behind him thrummed. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Arrows punched through his back, and he face-planted for the third time. Dong, dong, dong. Alarm bells clanged. The Whitebeard village elder led the charge, cane in hand, with dozens of NPC villagers wielding cleavers, shovels, and frying pans. Dare to cause trouble in our village? Folks, teach him a lesson. They might look like humble farmers while selling crops, but rolled-up sleeves revealed level 60 monsters. Under the villagers' siege, the Nightshade Ranger couldn't even defend itself, retreating step by step. In less than a minute, the elite elf coughed black blood and collapsed. System message: you have slain Nightshade Ranger. Seal lifted. A burst of gold light erupted from Zhang Hao's necklace, its patterns reshaping at lightning speed. Archer God Necklace. Stars, 9. Required level, 1. Stats, attack speed 100. Durability, 1350-1350. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Zhang Hao almost flung the necklace away in shock. Attack speed 100 times faster. With his God-sent talent plus this necklace, his DPS would be obscene. Hardest bosses nuked in seconds, endless EXP from basic attacks alone. The RNG curse is finally broken. He threw his head back and laughed, leaving nearby players exchanging worried glances. Oh, is he okay? Looks a bit unhinged. Let's keep our distance. Zhang Hao couldn't care less. He clasped the necklace around his neck and sprinted off. A few minutes later, he stopped in a field outside the village. The evening breeze rustled the crops, and fat, tusked boars snorted as they rooted in the soil. Time to test this 100 times attack speed on you guys. He drew his bow, took aim at the nearest boar, and pulled the string tight. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Hao's movements were almost impossible to follow. A stream of arrows merged into a gray-white streak and slammed into the buck-toothed pig's forehead. 53. 1 EXP. 54. 1 EXP. 54. 1 EXP. A string of red numbers floated above the pig's head. Before it could so much as grunt, it toppled over and died. You killed a buck-toothed pig, gaining 6 experience points. Most players need 2 or 3 minutes to finish off a level 1 buck-toothed pig, but Zhang Hao took only a second. The thought made him grin. My kill speed is even faster than in my previous life. Awesome. The only downside is how many arrows I burn. Fortunately, basic arrows cost 1 copper for 99, and monsters drop them as well, so it balances out. Arrows kept flying, nailing one buck-toothed pig after another. The system log scrolled madly, and Zhang Hao's experience bar climbed at a satisfying pace. In less than 10 minutes, he grew bored. Level 1 mobs yielded too little EXP, and the area was filling with players, making even finding a target a hassle. Time to move on. Ironhide Bear's next. He slung his bow and headed for Blackwood Forest. Inside the forest, he skipped the traps and went straight into rapid fire. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows peppered the Ironhide Bear's thick hide. Amid its deafening roars, red damage numbers rolled upward. 32. 1 EXP. 31. 1 EXP. You killed an Ironhide Bear, gaining 18 experience points. A dozen seconds later, he dropped the 10th bear, completing the leather dealer's quest premium goods for 100 EXP and 100 copper. His level jumped smoothly to 5. Level 3 players were already streaming into Blackwood Forest. Zhang Hao wasn't afraid of kill stealers, but he knew the spawn rate couldn't keep up with his pace. He reopened the map. The novice village offered 4 grinding zones. Level 1 buck-toothed pigs in the farmlands, Level 3 Ironhide Bears in Blackwood Forest, Level 5 Rock Turtles in the Muddy Marsh, and Level 7 Bandits in the Hidden Cavern. He'll hit the Muddy Marsh and look for the hidden boss while I'm at it. With that, he set off. Few players had ventured into the marsh. As soon as he arrived, he spotted several man-sized gray-black rock turtles. Rock Turtle, Level 5. HP, 310. Their shells were as thick as shields and their limbs as stout as wooden piles. Attack power was average, but they could soak up more damage than an Ironhide Bear and moved at a crawl-perfect targets for a ranged class. Each of Zhang Hao's arrows chipped away only 5 or 6 HP, yet a wall of 100 arrows deleted the 300 plus HP in an instant. The turtle collapsed before it could raise a claw. A single rock turtle granted 30 EXP, and the bonus EXP from his basic attacks pushed the total to more than 90, about the same as 3 pigs in one go. Zhang Hao quickly looted the corpse. 30 arrows, a slab of fresh meat, and a turtle egg. During the novice phase, fresh meat could only be sold to the butcher for 2 copper apiece, while turtle eggs were quest items. Collect 20 to complete the cook's tasty omelet quest. He picked up the loot, and Zhang Hao locked onto his next target, repeating the same routine. In the distance, 2 players grinding mobs together abruptly stopped, staring at him without blinking. Damn, that guy's attack speed is insane. I can't even see him draw his bow. That's a cheat for sure. No normal player can fire that fast. Record it, get proof, report him full ban package. They scrambled to start recording and hit the report button, but the system replied with only one line. All Clurno violations detected. Are the admins joking? That speed is normal? Screw it, if they want act, I'm buying hacks too. Same here. Meanwhile, 20 rock turtles fell in quick succession around Zhang Hao. He completed the quest Delicious Fried Egg, pocketing 150 copper coins and 200 experience points. Without slowing down, he kept clearing monsters and unknowingly pushed deeper into the muddy swamp. A dead tree loomed in the damp mist. After confirming the spot, Zhang Hao pulled out 10 slabs of fresh meat and hung them on the thick, brittle branches. Before the scent had fully spread, a forlorn howl tore through the swamp's silence. Hidden boss Netherwolf King had arrived. It stood over 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long, its crimson fur blazing like fire in the dark. Emerald eyes glinted with a chilling light, while white vapor puffed from its nostrils, radiating raw menace. Netherwolf King Elite LV.9 HP, 1810. Most players would have buckled at that sight, but Zhang Hao's expression didn't change. As soon as the Wolf King stepped into range, he fired in rapid succession. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 3. 1 EXP. 2. 1 EXP. 2. 1 EXP. Single-digit damage barely scratched the level 9 elite. Zhang Hao chuckled. Alright, time for something new. Divine Gift, Effect EXP Critical, Activate. Head purposely stayed at level 5, hoarding 14,240 experience points for this exact moment. A scarlet glow gathered on the arrowhead. Whoosh. 1,424. A huge chunk vanished from the wolf's health bar. Other players might struggle for double-digit damage, but his talent turned stored EXP into a 4-figure nuke. 10% conversion means raw power, no matter how high the target's defense. The pool fell to 12,816. He drew again. The second arrow pierced its torso, 1,282. The HP bar hit 0. A woo. The beast's unwilling howl echoed as it collapsed at Zhang Hao's feet. System messages followed one after another. Congratulations. You scored the first kill of the elite Netherwolf King. Reward: 5,500 EXP and 1 gold coin. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Hide your name? Zhang Hao hesitated only briefly before choosing no. This time around, he'd use fame and influence to rally Longwa players against the coming MO clan invasion. More, keeping a low profile. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quang2 for securing the first kill of the elite Netherwolf King. Keep it up, everyone. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quang2 for securing the first kill of the elite Netherwolf King. Keep it up, everyone. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quang2 for securing the first kill of the elite Netherwolf King. Keep it up, everyone. The triple broadcast blew up the chat. Holy crap, a server announcement. Is he the first since the game launched? Netherwolf King is a boss, right? What level is this Quang2? Solo killing a boss is insane. Which guild is he from? First kill rewards must be massive. So jealous. Ding ding ding. Zhang Hao's inbox exploded with friend requests, but he ignored every single one. He had no time for ordinary players. He was after the power brokers who could help him reach his goals. Stretching out a hand to the massive corpse of the Netherwolf King, he watched a stream of golden text race across his vision. You have obtained High-Quality Wolf Hide 1, Evolution Scroll 1, High-Quality Wolf Fong 2, Prime Wolf Meat 4, Dark Element 1, Demonic Blood 1, 6-slot Backpack 1, Leather Quiver 1-star 1, Bloodclaw Gloves 1-star 1, Feathered Arrows 1000, Wolf Head Quest Item 1. Good thing a backpack dropped. Relieved, he stuffed everything into the new 6-slot bag. Among the loot, the faintly blue Evolution Scroll was the real prize. Evolution Scroll has a chance to raise an item or skill by 1 star. Fantastic. His first thought was to push his god-bestowed talent to 2 stars. From his past life, he knew that upgrades below 3 stars were almost guaranteed, but the success rate plunged after that. There were only 2 ways to boost the odds. 1. Use a fortune scroll alongside it. 2. Let a high-luck player handle the upgrade. He drew a deep breath and tore the scroll. A blinding pillar of light engulfed him. Congratulations, upgrade successful. EXP Frenzy God's Gift Level, 2 star. Effect 1 EXP Drain Passive. Each basic attack grants an extra 2 EXP. Effect 2 EXP Burst Active. Consume 20 of current EXP to deal the same amount of true damage, ignoring defense. A grin tugged at his lips. Double the effect. Don't underestimate a single EXP point with hundredfold attack speed and the Archer's Necklace. This is a tidal wave. As for the second effect, trading 20 EXP for true damage with a big enough EXP pool, anything under level 30 will drop in a few arrows. Nothing went to waste. Fangs and hide went into storage. Dark Element and Demonic Blood would serve for enchanting, forging, or alchemy down the line. Gear-wise, the lone drop Bloodclaw Gloves was mediocre, but still better than starter gear. Bloodclaw Gloves Star 1. Requirement, level 6. Stats, Strength 1, HP 10. Durability, 100,100. At last his gaze landed on the wolf's head, shimmering with a cold blue sheen. Wolf Head. Deliver the Netherwolf King's head to the village chief, and he'll tell you what to do next. A buddy once said this thing summons a hidden boss, never that it was a quest item. Zhang Hao arched a brow. You can only kill the Netherwolf King once, so I'd better haul back to the starter village. Just as he set off, he realized the area was already packed with players drawn by the global announcement. Found it. That wolf's huge. Take a picture before the corpse depawns. So that's the Netherwolf King? Looks vicious. Damn, Madman is level 5 already. Maybe top 5 on the leaderboards. Top 5's tough, but top 10 for sure. Still insane. Boss, how'd you find the Netherwolf King? Share the secret. The clamor was endless. Zhang Hao ignored them and sprinted toward the novice village. Halfway there he noticed 3 players tailing Hema level 4 warrior, a level 3 mage, and a level 4 assassin. Looking to rob and kill? He let out a scornful laugh. Then you've chosen the wrong target. On the narrow path, Zhang Hao simply stopped, turned around, and faced the 3 bandits hidden. They fanned out into a half circle, weapons gleaming coldly at him. Enough talk, hand over the pack, and we'll let you walk away, the leader growled. They weren't being merciful. Killing would paint their names red in the system, locking them out of the starter village for an hour. If Zhang Hao complied, everyone saved themselves the trouble. Instead, Zhang Hao stayed calm and raised a hand. Hold on, I'm going to level up first. He had cleared every starter quest and was sitting on 10,057 experience. One push would take him to level 10, with plenty left in reserve. The 3 exchanged looks. The mage spat. Are you kidding us? You're leveling up now? The assassin sneered. Even if you do, you'll only hit 6. Big deal. Most players were still stuck at level 5 or 6, so they figured Zhang Hao couldn't go much higher. He wore no decent gear, held no fancy skills, just basic attacks. 3 versus 1 should be an easy win. Then white light flared at Zhang Hao's feet over and over. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up. 5 free attribute points earned. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up. 5 free attribute points earned. You have reached level 10. You are now eligible to enter the main city. The light faded and Zhang Hao stopped. Level 10 was more than enough to cow these small-time thugs. The leftover experience could wait. He invested the 25 free points in his usual 622 split agility 15, constitution 5, spirit 5. Current stats. Nickname, Kwang2. Level, 10 upgrade available. Experience, 12,534. Title, none. HP, 780. Stamina, 400. Strength, 11. Constitution, 19. Agility, 37. Spirit, 19. Attack, 401. Defense, 168. Attack speed, 101.97 hit sec. Movement speed, 3.59 millisecond. Evasion, 2.41. Critical, 1.47. Luck, 10. Talent, Divine Gift XP Frenzy. Equipment, Bloodclaw Gloves, Beast-Hide Quiver, Novice Longbow, Arrow God Necklace, 2 6-slot backpacks. Zhang Hao drew his longbow, the bowstring humming. I'm ready. Your move. The 3 faces on the other side turned the color of pig liver. Level 10 the starter zone ceiling. If they fought, they'd be lucky to escape with only 2 deaths between them. I still want to do this? Screw that. We're out. Sorry to bother you, boss. They scattered like startled rats, disappearing in seconds. Zhang Hao smirked. Had lived through bigger storms in his previous life. These small fries were nothing. He slung his bow and continued toward the main city. At the same time, in a hidden cave, 2 assassins flashed forward together, cutting down a bandit. White light erupted beneath one of them. Huh. Level 6. He pumped a fist. Employee of the month bonus, 10 grand. Here I come. His partner's eyes went green with envy. Legay, that's front page on the leaderboard for sure. They opened the rankings at once and turned to stone. What the where did Kwang2 come from? Level 10? Second place is only 7. Legay's face twisted. I haven't slept since launch, wearing adult diapers so I don't waste time, and I barely hit 6. He just rockets past to 10. How is that fair? The sidekick suddenly brightened. Legay, could that be the guy from the system announcement, the one who killed the Netherwolf King? Has to be. Damn it, let's hunt the Wolf King too. But we don't even know where it is. Elsewhere, on the main road, a female warrior had just turned in a quest. She glanced at the rankings, her brows knitting. 3 levels higher than me already? How did this Kwang2 pull that off? The female warrior at the village gate was Yulan Xiahong, second on the leaderboard. She gripped her greatsword. Eyes gleaming. Had Kwang2 really killed the Netherwolf King and raked in a ton of experience? Miss, the master wants to know our progress. A neatly robed male mage behind her reported respectfully. Tell my father a player named Kwang2 leveled past me, but everything's under control. She spoke in a rush, opened her friends list, and sent a request to Zhang Hao, adding, tell me everything about the Netherwolf King, name your price. If Kwang2 could hit level 10 with that boss, she thought, then with the intel she could go even higher. Minutes Posedno system notification. The second-ranked player adds him, and he ignores me? Fury rose in her chest. Just then, Zhang Hao strode through the wooden arch into the starter village. Kwang2. She blocked his path. I sent you a friend request. Why didn't you accept? He lifted an eyebrow. I don't know you. Why should I? In his last life, had been a nobody, while Yulan Xiahong's future guild shook the entire region. He understood their gap all too well. Momentarily speechless, she swallowed her anger. Fine, let's trade. How much for the Netherwolf King intel? He raised one finger. 100,000. Not a coin less. What? 100 grand for a starter zone mini-boss. Are you crazy? Yeah, crazy broke. Pay up. His tone was flat. 100's too high. I can give you 30. In most games 30 grand was premium for intel, and she could afford it. Her family knew the Divine Realm wasn't an ordinary MMO, and might reshape the real world one day. Against a multi-billion-dollar fortune, 30,000 was pocket change for a boost in power. Zhang Hao shook his head. Can't spare 100? Your vision's too small. With that he turned away. The exchange sparked an idea: information could be sold. He needed cash. He and his sister couldn't keep crashing at Gao Pengfei's place, and had bet Gao he could earn 100 grand in-game. He walked to the village chief's cabin, opened the local channel, and declared, auctioning Netherwolf King Intel starting bid, 100,000. Highest offer wins. Players swarmed the square. It's Quangtu's selling Intel. 100 grand for a starter boss? Nuts. Totally desperate. Case closed. Yulan Xiahong smirked. Absurd. Who'd buy that? She waited for him to crash and burn. A heartbeat later, someone called out, 100,000. Imin. The crowd fell silent. Everyone turned, and so did Zhang Hao. The bidder was Dubu Shinji, third on the leaderboard. He was a heavyweight in his own right. In the arena, he had single-handedly challenged 16 foreign masters in a row and became an overnight legend. The auction house was packed. When Yulan Xiahong heard the bid announced by Dubu Shinji, her eyes hardened. She hadn't expected that brutal fighter, famous for his battlefield exploits, to enter the fray. My ranking's higher, but we're both still level 7. I'm at 82%, only 17% ahead. If he gets the Netherwolf King Intel, he'll outlevel me for sure. Alarm bells rang in her head. I can't let him overtake me again. 110,000. She called without hesitation. Dubu Shinji glanced at her, voice calm. 130,000. 150,000. 170,000. 200,000. The surrounding players were stunned. For a single monster report, the price had rocketed to 200,000, like watching two mountains of gold collide. Bids rose and fell until the gavel came down at 320,000. Yulan Xiahong won the intel by a hair, edging out Dubu Shinji. Victory tasted sour. The information should have sold for 100,000, but she had been forced to pay triple. Zhang Hao smiled and passed her the document. Congratulations. It's yours. Dubu Shinji turned and left without a word, his departing figure like a sheathed blade. Yulan Xiahong snorted. Give me your bank account, and I'll transfer the money now. Use the trading platform, Zhang Hao replied, shaking his head. A bank transfer reveals too much. I'm not strong enough to invite trouble. The trading platform? Fine. Soon she understood his routine. He listed a junk item at 320,000. She clicked buy. After the platform's 1% fee, the money arrived safely. Don't forget that 1%, Zhang Hao reminded her. Yeah, you're so petty, she muttered, but she paid it anyway. In the end, she spent 320,000 on a big bucktooth and received the detailed Netherwolf King report. The moment she realized, so that's how you lure out the Netherwolf King. Excitement surged through her. Yet as she watched Zhang Hao walk away, she couldn't help wondering how he had learned the secret. Zhang Hao approached the village elder and handed over the Netherwolf King's head. The elder studied it with a grave frown. Young warrior, I sense an evil aura here. Take it to the old priestess. She may unravel its mystery. The priestess, who both guarded the goddess statue and swept the shrine, was someone Zhang Hao knew well. When she received the wolf's head, her cloudy yet piercing eyes darkened at once. A wicked power has twisted this beast, she rasped. Her withered finger pointed toward the mountains behind the novice village. The source lies in Maple Leaf Valley. Go there, young man. Cut out the rot. Ding. A crisp system alert rang out. Quest: explore Maple Leaf Valley. Objective: a malevolent force in Maple Leaf Valley is corrupting surrounding creatures. Find it and destroy it. Requirement: level 10 or higher. Reward: 5,000 XP, 500 copper coins, rough linen belt. Rough linen belt. Stars 1. Requirement: level 10. Stats: 1 constitution, 1 willpower. Durability: 100,100. Maple Leaf Valley. New map. Zhang Hao opened his digital map, eyes gleaming. New territory meant unknown monsters and rich rewards. He set out at once. Beyond the novice village, a narrow mountain path led to the valley entrance, sealed by a pale blue barrier. A towering stone tablet stood nearby, displaying the instance's fastest clear to Mia, standard feature in every dungeon. Zhang Hao touched the shimmering curtain. A prompt surfaced before his eyes. Maple Leaf Valley instance. Requirement: level 10. Note: a valley shrouded in evil energy where creatures undergo terrifying mutations. A party of 3 or more is recommended. Enter. In the divine realm, the smallest party allowed is 3 players, with an upper limit of 100. Even so, Zhang Hao chose to go in alone. The first clear rewards were too tempting. He couldn't risk anyone beating him to them. Select difficulty: easy, hard, nightmare, hell. Hell difficulty. He didn't hesitate. Monsters in hell-level instances hit harder and fight ferociously, but Zhang Hao was confident. Blessed by the gods, the rougher the storm, the richer the spoils. A curtain of light rippled, dropping him into a valley churning with black fog. Outside, the sun was bright, yet here he could barely see his own hand. Towering dead trees drooped like drained carcasses. The air reeked of wet earth and decay. Each breath felt like swallowing rotten pulp. Zhang Hao drew his longbow, eyes sweeping the gray shadows while his boots slid over damp leaves. SHFF. A man-high thicket exploded to his left, and a huge boar covered in charred bristles burst through. Tusked boar LV.10 HP, 3,590. Let's probe it. He loosed a shot. Whip. 26. 2 EXP. Even tougher than I thought. One eyebrow lifted. He toggled hundredfold attack speed, and arrows poured down like rain. The boar's health plummeted. When only a third remained, it squealed, hooves clawing the ground. Charge. Whoosh. The massive body blurred and slammed into him. His health bar nosedived. 267. Too fast. I can't tank this. He rolled to his feet, kiting while firing, bowstring thrumming without pause. 200 arrows rained down in 2 seconds. Bristling with red fletchings, the boar crashed to the ground. You killed tusked boar. 600 EXP. Compared with the 138 EXP from earlier basic shots, that seemed meager. High damage means fewer arrows, and fewer arrows mean less experience. He looted the corpse, 60 arrows, a single tusk, 1 dark element, and a vial of demonic blood. Thankfully items stacked to 99, so they didn't clog his pack. Zhang Hao let out a small sigh of relief. He moved on. Rounding a rock face, 2 more boars sprang out, one ahead and one behind, closing in from both sides. Zhang Hao decided instantly break the front line first. Drawing to full moon, he triggered EXP crit. Thwack. A crimson arrow punched through hide. Numbers exploded in the air. 2,650. Again, a second shaft followed 120. The front boar's health hit 0, and it collapsed where it stood. The one behind was still 7 or 8 meters away. Zhang Hao sprinted, spun, and switched back to normal attacks. Whip. 26. 2 EXP. Whip. 27. 2 EXP. Damage numbers rained down. Unable to match his footwork, the boar soon curled up on the ground in a bloody heap. The threat was gone, yet Zhang Hao still felt a twinge of regret over the experience points had missed. The 20% EXP burst hits like a freight train, but it burns through his reserves just as fast, and Zhang Hao had planned to save it for the dungeon boss. So much for that idea. Hell mode Maple Valley is anything but friendly. Every monster feels as solid as iron. Fortunately, the last wave netted him 1,383 EXP, finally offsetting the burst head just burned. I aggroed 2 tusked boars at once and nearly cornered myself. Better be more careful, Zhang Hao reminded himself. Earning money is like constipation, spending it is diarrhea. EXP follows the same rule. Each arrow gives only 2 points, yet one burst can swallow a fifth of his stash. It's a waste on trash mobs, barely worth it on bosses, and he had no desire to repeat the mistake. Advancing methodically, Zhang Hao reached the first checkpoint in Maple Valley. In the clearing ahead, the boss, Wild Boar King, was snorting at a few sows, its thick tail swishing. Wild Boar King Elite. Level 13. HP 20,390. A quick glance at his EXP bar showed 41,685 points, the reward for killing more than 40 tusked boars. 120% burst would translate into over 8,000 true damage. Definitely doable. His confidence wasn't blind. Besides the burst, he still had a trump card. In a previous life, had learned a special footwork from a master thief, weaving the ancient Yin-Yang Bagua patterns into his movement and slashing enemy hit rates in close combat. The thief had never named it, so Zhang Hao simply called it Yin-Yang 8 steps. 3 days to learn, 3 months to refine, and now he was sure of it. He could dodge better than 90% of melee attacks. Even if I can't one-shot him from range, Yin-Yang 8 steps will keep me safe. He drew the bow to full pull. EXP, burst activate. Whoosh. 8,337. 2 EXP. The Wild Boar King roared in pain, dropped the sows, and charged head down at Zhang Hao. His feet never stopped. Second EXP burst. Whoosh. 6,670. 2 EXP. Just 2 arrows and the boss health was down to a quarter, but Zhang Hao's pool had shrunk to 26,678. One more burst, and it would be over. Come on, that'll send you packing. He loosed again. Whoosh. 5,336. 2 EXP. The Boar King refused to fall. With only a sliver of health left, its eyes went crimson, its body doubled in size, and black currents swirled around it. Berserk. Defense 20. Attack 20. Resistance 20. Speed 20. Duration 5 seconds. Seriously, a death throws buff? Zhang Hao stayed calm, slipping into Yin-Yang 8 steps as he backpedaled and peppered it with normal shots. No way, he was wasting more EXP now. Tusk flashing cold, the Boar King lunged. Zhang Hao sidestepped right, letting the tusk graze empty air, and sent an arrow ricocheting off its neck before stepping into the next position. Less than a second separated him from disaster. His feet spun like wheels as he dropped back to the Cohen point and rapid-fired from 5 meters away. The enraged Boar King snorted clouds of steam, but it could never close the gap. That was the essence of Yin-Yang 8 steps. Slip out of the attack line before the enemy commits, stay alive, and keep the damage flowing. Sure, the technique isn't great against long-range or magical attacks, but right now it's plenty. 9. 2 EXP. 10. 2 EXP. 20. Critical. 2 EXP. A damage number larger than the usual red popped Upit crit again. Critical strikes deal double damage, and if a player racks up 100 kills, they trigger Unrivaled. During Unrivaled, every attack in the next 5 seconds is guaranteed to crit. The Boar King charged after Zhang Hao in a frenzy, yet no matter how it roared or rammed, it couldn't so much as brush his sleeve while its own health kept free-falling. Zhang Hao controlled the rhythm with ease. The 8 steps of yin and yang carried him like drifting clouds, always teetering on the edge of danger but never crossing the line. Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen, Dy one more time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bowstring twanged, arrows turned into streaks of light, and one after another punched into the Boar King's thick hide, splattering blood everywhere. Boom. The massive body crashed to the ground. Blood streamed from its 7 orifices, and it died with its eyes wide open. Congratulations. You have achieved the first kill of the elite monster Boar King. You gained 7,200 experience, 1 gold coin, and 15 silver coins. A server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quang2 for securing the first kill on the elite monster Boar King. Keep up the good work, everyone. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quang2 for securing the first kill on the elite monster Boar King. Keep up the good work, everyone. Novice Village. Holy crap, Quang2 again. Who on earth is this guy? Another boss down. I haven't even seen that boss yet. Where is he farming? He must have a guide. How else does he keep finding bosses? Come on, the server just opened. What guide could he possibly have? Yulan Xiahong stared at the notice, speechless. How many secrets did Quang2 know? Zhang Hao had fleeced her once already, yet she still wanted to recruit him. Her father always said talent drives success. Unfortunately, Zhang Hao hadn't added her to his friends list, so she could only wait for the next encounter. Elsewhere, Dubu Xinjie felled a bandit with one swing, glanced at the announcement, and smiled lightly. This Quang2 interesting. Zhang Hao began looting. The inventory window scrolled rapidly. Fine Boarhide 1. Prime Cut 6. Dark Element 2. Demonic Blood 2. Whetstone 1. Arrows 1,300. Thickhide Belt 1 star 1. Canvas Pauldrons 2 star 1. Thickhide Belt. Stars. 1 required level, 10. Attributes. 1 Constitution, 20 HP. Durability, 100,100. Canvas Pauldrons. Stars. 2 required level, 10. Attributes. 2 Agility, 2 Spirit. Durability, 300,300. After equipping the new belt and pauldrons, Zhang Hao pressed deeper into the valley. He didn't know how many bosses were hidden in this instance, but based on experience, starter dungeons rarely held more than 3. In the second phase, the mobs switched to Berserk Bears, even larger and fiercer than Ironhide Bears. Berserk Bear. Level, 11. HP, 6,150. Zhang Hao stayed as steady as ever, pulling only 1 bear at a time and dancing around it with the 8 steps of yin and yang. Whoosh, whoosh. 38. 2 EXP. 40. 2 EXP. Berserk Bears had thicker hides than Fong Boars, so whittling one down took over 150 basic attacks. The more swings it took, the happier Zhang Hao became. He needed to bank more experience before facing the second dungeon boss. System. You have slain a Berserk Bear and gained 760 experience points. With the auto-attack bonus, Zhang Hao earns 930 this round, bringing his total to 25,088. To him, these thick-skinned Berserk Bears are nothing but walking XP bars. None of them can be allowed to live. Wipe them all out. A monster that normally takes a full party to bring down melts in 2 or 3 seconds under his 100 times attack speed. If it's still standing, another couple of seconds will finish the job. After clearing the mobs, Zhang Hao finally spotted the second dungeon boss deep in the forest, a white bear the size of a small hill. Even the hulking Berserk Bears looked like compact cars beside it. Enchanted Polar Bear Elite. Level, 15. HP, 53,550. Zhang Hao was sitting on 64,876 stored experience. Using experience crit to finish this bear would take at least 8 hits. He was ready for that. Monsters would only get tankier from here. Without hesitation, he knocked an arrow and fired. Retreat? Not an option. Besides, he had already sold the Netherwolf King's intel to Yulan Xiahong. With her firepower, she would soon grab the wolf's head, trigger the follow-up quest, and lock down the Maple Valley instance. She had an army. Zhang Hao was solo. He had to clear Maple Valley first. That couldn't let her steal the first clear title. Whoosh. Crit. 12,975. 2 XP. The enchanted bear roared in rage, its massive paw smashing the ground. Boom. A shockwave tore through the rocks and surged toward him. Zhang Hao didn't know what skill that was, but taking the hit would be disastrous. He sidestepped the blast while chaining experience crits. Whoosh. 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 Crit. 10,380. 2 XP. Crit. 8,304. 2 XP. Crit. 6,643. 2 XP. After 6 crits, the boss health bar plunged below half, leaving less than 10,000 HP. 2 more arrows and victory would be his. Suddenly the white bear threw back its head and let out a deafening roar. Zhang Hao thought it was a death throw, but 3 berserk bears materialized out of nowhere. What the hell? Calling reinforcements when you're losing? Cheap move. He spat. Pouring on the damage if they surrounded him, his squishy body wouldn't last long. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more experience crits sent the enchanted bear crashing to the ground. Zhang Hao was left with 10,890 stored EXP. Congratulations. You achieved the first kill of the elite monster enchanted polar bear. Reward, 13,000 experience, 1 gold coin, 85 silver coins. A server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Quantu for securing the first kill of the elite monster enchanted polar bear. Keep up the good work, everyone. Outside the instance, yet another global announcement left the crowd numb. Don't bother checking its Quantu again. The word awesome doesn't cut it anymore. Somebody find me a stronger one. Insane. 3 boss first kills on day 1. The rest of us can only eat his dust. While everyone else gawked, Yulan Xiahong sensed something off. Quantu had downed 2 bosses in a row, yet his level hadn't budged. By her estimate, the Netherwolf King alone should push him to level 10. With 2 bosses he ought to be at least 15. Why wasn't he leveling up? Dubu Shenji was puzzled too. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, Quantu, are you holding back for some special reason? With the boss defeated, the remaining trash was a walk in the park. Zhang Hao burned experience without hesitation. A few brutal experience crits smashed into the 3-headed berserk bears, one-shotting 2 of them. With the pressure gone, he chipped away at the last bear with basic attacks. When the fight ended, only 11,917 experience remained, but the haul was well worth it. Rummaging through the corrupted white bear's corpse, he scooped up piles of materials, 2 pieces of 2-star gear, and an evolution scroll. 1. Round moon wooden shield stars. 2. Level REQ. 11. Stats. 2 constitution, 2 defense, durability. 300,300. 2. Crescent iron bow stars. 2. Level REQ. 10. Stats. 2 agility, 15 attack, durability. 300,300. The shield was useless to an archer, and although the bow could replace his current one, it lacked an attack speed bonus. Even so, Zhang Hao swapped it in and unfurled the scroll, upgrading Experience Frenzy Divine Gift to 3 stars. Experience Frenzy Divine Gift 3-star. Effect 1 Experience Drain passive. Each basic attack that lands grants 3 extra experience. Effect 2 Experience Crit active. Consumes 30 of current experience to deal an equal amount of true damage to a single target, ignoring defense. After downing a low-grade healing potion looted from a monster, his health climbed above 90%. Once his status bars were solid green, he raised his bow and headed deeper into the dungeon. A rickety rope bridge spanned a shadowy gorge. He crossed steadily and stepped onto a windswept plateau, dotted with dozens of ancient stone pillars, each carved with cryptic runes that leaked black mist. At the center, a figure in black robes stood with arms raised, dark vortices swirling around him. Demon Acolyte Elite, LV-17, HP 68,940. It was a high-level monster, but without a unique name it was still just a lackey. Zhang Hao stayed sharp. That's a caster. The pillars will work as cover. I've only got a little over 10,000 experience left. 1 experience crit won't finish him. He'll build up with basics, then burst. Plan set, he strode forward. Human, I sensed you long ago. The acolyte lowered his arms, hollow eyes locking onto Zhang Hao. The Demon King will soon descend, and the world will drown in darkness. Join us and gain eternal life. His answer was a golden arrow loosed without hesitation. Whoosh. 2,383. 3 EXP. Stubborn fool. The acolyte flared, snapping his cloak as volleys of fireballs howled toward him. Zhang Hao ducked behind a pillar. Explosions showered shards of stone. He leaned out, triggered experience crit, and loosed a dozen arrows in quick succession, shaving the acolyte's health from the thousands into the low hundreds. Experience depleted, he switched to basics. Thwip. 26. 3 EXP. Thwip. 27. 3 EXP. Arrows streamed like tracer rounds, rattling the acolyte's silhouette with every hit. The caster barely raised a hand for another fireball before his row bristled with 100 shafts. When his health dropped below half, the demon acolyte suddenly levitated, screaming, "With my flesh as conduit, with my soul as offering, great demon king, grant me your power." Boom. A jet-black bolt of lightning crashed down on the demon apostle, and furious currents of darkness whirled through the arena. The arrows Zhang Hao had loosed were swept aside, forcing him to stop shooting rather than waste shafts. Scarlet arcs crackled inside the black haze, tearing up chunks of stone that ricocheted between the pillars. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. So it's entering a second phase. He knew the routine all too well. Hideer bosses usually had multiple forms. Back when he faced the first demon army Marshal Koslow, the monster had 9 phases, each more twisted than the last. Show me what tricks you've got. Even while he paused, He wasn't idle. Those ordinary shots had earned more than 6,000 experience points, enough to trigger an XP crit. The darkness thinned, and the demon apostle emerged with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 2 new heads were malformed, like tumors writhing against the main skull, while the 4 extra arms moved with eerie grace, each palm ablaze. A heartbeat later, fireballs rained from every direction. Flames painted the forest of pillars into a vision of hell. Keeping perfect rhythm, Zhang Hao rolled, slid, and weaved through the stone maze, loosing an arrow backward that thudded into the apostle's chest. Even so, a few blasts scorched him, chopping his health bar to less than half. He clicked level up without hesitation, jumping from level 10 to 11 and refilling his HP in an instant. One last shot. He drew the bow until the string screamed. The arrow, black as a dying star, flared with the light of an XP crit and sliced through the air, drilling straight into the airborne apostle. The monster's shriek was bone deep, and its huge body fell like a stone stripped of gravity. "Lord Demon King, accept my soul," it rasped. Before the words had faded, its skin withered, and in the blink of an eye it became a gray, mummified husk. System messages flooded the screen. "Congratulations on the first kill of Elite Monster Demon Apostle. You gained 14,500 XP, 1 gold coin, and 85 silver coins. Congratulations on clearing the instance Fengye Valley in 1 hour 33 minutes and 25 seconds. You gained 69,400 XP, 6 gold coins, and 1 platinum chest. First time clear reward, 10 free attribute points, and 1 platinum chest. Your achievement will be announced server-wide. Hide your name? No." The global broadcast exploded a moment later. "Player Kwang2 has scored the first kill of Elite Monster Demon Apostle. Keep it up, everyone. Player Kwang2 has achieved the first clear of instance Fengye Valley. Keep it up, everyone." Across all channels, players who had grown numb to announcements felt their blood pressure spike yet again. How many notices is that today? For boss first kills, and now an instance first clear. I'm ready to kneel and call Quanta my dad. If the server weren't brand new, I'd swear he was a whale from an old region smoothing on us. There's an instance in the starter zone. Where's Fengye Valley? Form up, brothers. On the other side of the forest, Yulang Shuhong's 100-player squad had just downed the Yuming Wolf King 80 casualties for the kill. She still couldn't fathom how Zhang Hao had soloed the same boss. Seeing the fresh server message, her eyes flew open. An instance? He even knows about instances? Something's off about him. Quanta's stream of first kills and first clears was miles beyond what ordinary players could conceive. She clenched her fists. Father needs to hear this. Using her VR helmet's comms, she placed a call. By a floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Qinfeng listened with one hand in his pocket. Quang Tu understood. He nodded. He'll have people in the gaming community look into him. Snowhong, keep your pace. You must reach level 10 today and head for the capital. I hear other major families already have players at level 8, soon to be 9, we can't fall behind. Don't worry, father, he'll make it. Good. His tone softened. But take care of yourself. Log off and rest if you get tired. I will, father. The rare concern warmed Yu Langshuhong's heart. She picked up the freshly dropped wolf head quest item. If I'm right, the Fengye Valley instance is tied to this wolf head. Everyone form up, we're heading back to the starter village. The 100-strong party marched out. When they were gone, Dubu Xinjia slipped from behind a boulder, watching them leave with a knowing smile. So that's how you lure the Yuming Wolf King out with fresh meat. Thanks, Langshuhong. You just saved me a fortune. Maple Leaf Valley. Zhang Hao stood before the shriveled corpse of the demon acolyte and tapped the air. A scrolling loot list appeared. 1 demon remnant soul, 1 sacrificial hood 2-star, 1 demon robe 2-star, 1 ring of size 2-star, 1 acolyte token, 2,300 feathered arrows, 1 cracked pocket watch, and 4 dark elements. Next, the equipment stats popped up. Sacrificial hood, 2-star, level 10 required, spirit 2, crit 0.02, durability 300300. Demon robe, 2-star, level 11 required, constitution 2, HP 40, durability 300300. Ring of size, 2-star, level 11 required, strength 2, attack 30, durability 300300. 3 2-star items and 1 drop would thrill any player. The Divine Realms drop rates were notoriously stingy. Regular mobs almost never dropped gear, and even bosses rarely offered more than 1 or 2 pieces. Zhang Hao felt satisfied, though he still lacked the evolution scroll he needed to upgrade his god-blessed talent. Let's see what surprises these 2 platinum chests have for me, he muttered. Chests were guaranteed for clearing a dungeon, and their tiers bronze, silver, gold, then platinum rose with difficulty. He opened the first platinum chest. A blinding golden flash burst out, followed by an azure rune. Frost rune, 3-star, no requirement, adds ice effect to a weapon, freezing targets for 3 seconds, durability 300300. Exactly the crowd control I needed, Zhang Hao said, eyes bright. Monsters swarming him had always been a headache. His 8-step Shadowfoot was agile, but sheer numbers overwhelmed him. He socketed the frost rune into his longbow, and a pale blue glow spread along the bow, radiating chill. The second platinum chest opened, releasing a blood-red gem. Flawless power gem, 3-star, no requirement, strength 300, durability 300300. A flawless gem. Zhang Hao's delight grew. Gems could be embedded in equipment, up to 3 per piece, and flawless quality was exceedingly rare whether mined, looted, or bought. Unfortunately, the strength boost was of little use to an archer, so he stowed it away to sell or trade later. After sorting his haul, he tapped Leave Dungeon. A swirling space-time vortex opened before him. He stepped through and appeared beside the steel outside Maple Leaf Valley. Golden light rippled across the stone, engraving his name and clear time at the top of the leaderboard. Breaking a record granted a small system reward and triggered a server-wide announcement, the game's way of spurring players to keep grinding. Madman, a familiar female voice called. Zhang Hao turned to see Yu Langshuhong approaching with more than a dozen players, though slower than he had expected. I want you on my team, 5 million a year, Yu Langshuhong said bluntly, confident the offer was irresistible. Sorry, not interested, Zhang Hao replied without hesitation. Yu Langshuhong blinked. Why not? Yulan Xiahong couldn't believe her ears. A 5 million salary, and you still think it's too low? That's already one of the highest offers in the industry. It's not about the money, Zhang Hao replied, waving dismissively. I work alone and don't want any strings attached. What he didn't say was that he disliked Yulan Xiahong's overbearing streak. Yulan Xiahong paused, then compromised. Fine, I won't pressure you. Let's make a deal instead. Sell me your in-game intel and name your price. That suited Zhang Hao. He needed cash. All right. I've got information on Maple Leaf Valley right now. Interested? Yes. 500,000. Deal. She knew he was price gouging, but she had no choice. Minutes later, the system confirmed the trade, and 500,000 credits landed in Zhang Hao's account. He checked his balance. Over 800,000 now. He recalled his previous life, braving wind and rain for a 5 yuan delivery, fee only to get docked 100 by a spiteful review. Those hard days were gone forever. After clearing the instance, Zhang Hao returned to the beginner village, turned in his quests, and prepared to head to the main city for a fresh start. Meanwhile, Yulan Xiahong eyed the stone leaderboard and snorted, clear time. 1 hour 33 minutes and 25 seconds? I can beat that. Armed with new intel on spawn points and boss mechanics, she waved her hand. Everyone move out. Her 100-player team stepped through the light curtain. Just as Zhang Hao entered the village, Miao Ye's avatar popped up in his PM window. Hey, you must have made a fortune killing all those bosses. When's my money coming back? Zhang Hao chuckled and replied, meet me at the old village chief's place. After finishing the shaman quest and swapping to a coarse cloth belt, he reached the chief's house, whereby Lu and Miao Yu waited. 1 gold and 50 copper, paid in full. He handed over the coins. I keep my promises. Miao Yu nodded, her tone softening. Good thing you didn't try anything, or you'd regret it. Bai Lu gazed up at him, eyes shining. I saw tons of server-wide notices with your name. You're amazing. Even with a second life, Zhang Hao couldn't help preening under her praise. Huh, no big deal. Then could you play with me? Bai Lu asked hopefully. Zhang Hao stiff-necked decided not to get entangled with her again, yet her clear eyes made refusal hard. Miss, absolutely not. Miao Yu stepped in. I'm all the company you need. Don't run with strangers, you'll get burned. Zhang Hao stayed silent. We're leaving. Let's hope we never meet again. Miao Yu pulled Bai Lu away. Bai Lu kept glancing back, her eyes full of reluctance, leaving Zhang Hao with a pang of guilt. Watching them leave, Zhang Hao finally sent Miao Yu a private message. If you want to protect Bai Lu, keep an eye on her stepmother, especially that car accident 3 years ago. Images from his past life flashed before him. Zhao Yuru, Bai Lu's stepmother, had staged the crash to seize the Bai family's assets. With Oscar-worthy acting, she fooled Bai Chiefing until he lay dying from slow poison, powerless to fight back. Later, she tried to unplug the comatose Bai Lu's life support, and only Zhang Hao and Miao Ye's timely arrival saved her. Miao Ye's pupils contracted as she read the message. How did he know Bai Lu had a stepmother? She fired back a question but received no reply. Miao Jie, what's wrong? Bai Lu asked softly. Nothing. Miao Yu forced a smile, squeezing her hand. I'm logging off. I may be late tomorrow. Play safe, and trust no one easily. Okay, I will. Bai Lu nodded. After logging out, Miao Yu removed her helmet, sat up, and dialed a number. Hello, this is Miao Yu. Please connect me to Captain Chun. Sorry, Captain Chun is on assignment. Any message? Yes, she said after a pause. Ask him to investigate what Zhao Yaru was doing 3 years ago, the day of Bai Lu's car accident. Zhang Hao felt someone shaking him. He exited the gaming pod and looked up to see Gao Pengfei standing in front of him. Bro, do you know what time it is? You might not be hungry, but Xiao Qiao is. Pengfei grumbled, holding 2 steaming takeout boxes. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Zhang Hao pushed the food aside. Quit the boxed meals, Pengfei. I'm taking you and Xiao Qiao out to a real restaurant tonight. What's with the sudden generosity? Pengfei lifted the lid on his box and began eating. Did the delivery company finally pay you? I'm done delivering food. Zhang Hao snatched the box away and pulled him toward the door. I made some money in the game. Dinner's on me. Seriously? How much? A few hundred? Keep it for yourself. In Ping Fei's mind, even 1,000 yuan would be impressive. About 800,000, Zhang Hao said offhandedly. What? Ping Fei's eyes nearly popped out. Quit joking. He knew people could earn money gaming, but 80 grand in a day sounded impossible. Zhang Hao pulled out his phone and showed him the bank balance. He never hid anything from his buddy besides. In a year the money would be worthless anyway. Holy, Ping Fei sucked in a breath. How did you make that much? Tell me everything. Bro, you're amazing. Zhang Qiao squealed, hands over her mouth and eyes sparkling. Zhang Hao patted both of them on the shoulder. Let's eat first. We'll talk while we eat. They found a stylish restaurant nearby. Zhang Hao ordered enough food to cover the table: seafood, steaks, stir-fries, the works. Zhang Qiao turned into a little glutton the moment she sat down, while Ping Fei frowned. We'll never finish all this. It's a waste of money and food. I'm in a good mood. Dig in. Zhang Hao downed a cold beer, the malty flavor exploding in his throat. Since his rebirth had rushed straight into the game with no time to celebrate. Now he could finally sit with his sister and best friend. He would never let their past tragedies repeat. So, how exactly did you make the money? Ping Fei asked as soon as the dishes arrived. Easy monsters drop cash, Zhang Hao said, looking him in the eye. Remember our bet? When I earned 10 grand from gaming, you'd quit your job and join me. Ping Fei thought for a moment, then drained his glass. Fine. He'll resign tomorrow. Don't bother. Skip the paperwork and buy a helmet instead. Get in the game with me. Come on, I can still collect half a month's salary. Is it even 10,000? No, maybe 1,500. Then forget it. With me you'll make 10 grand in minutes. You're full of it, Ping Fei muttered, but the fire in his eyes gave him away. After they stuffed themselves, the three went home. Zhang Hao stretched out on the camp bed in the living room, clenched his fist, and heard his knuckles crack. His strength had risen again. The game's benefits in reality were subtle for now, but at level 100 he'd be nearly invulnerable. Early the next morning Ping Fei showed up carrying 2 brand new gaming helmets. Zhang Qiao hugged hers and spun in delight, but Zhang Hao's next casual remark made her think she'd misheard. Qiao, forget school. You're coming into the game with me. Zhang Qiao's eyes went wide. Bro, most people worry games will ruin their lives, and you're telling me to skip class just to play? I didn't tell you to skip class, Zhang Hao replied calmly, hunched over the dining table as he scribbled notes. I told you to drop out. What? Zhang Qiao was floored. Gao Ping Fei, sitting nearby, stared at him. How, are you serious? I can quit my job to game with Yumi. Company's going nowhere, but Qiao's still in high school. You want her to drop out? What's going through your head? Zhang Hao knew the world would collapse in a year, when staying alive would be hard enough and school would be meaningless. But he couldn't force his sister, so he backpedaled. It's only a suggestion. Qiao can decide for herself. No, I'm staying in school. Zhang Qiao shook her head hard. I still want to get into college. Fine. Zhang Hao gave, and when the apocalypse came, he'd keep her safe. He handed them pages filled with notes. This is a newbie guide. I've marked every quest and monster. Follow it, and you'll level fast. I don't have time to grind with you. Message me if you need anything. Me in game name's Madman. With that settled, Zhang Hao put on his headset and dove into the game. Novice Village, Elder's House. Brave one, you've proven your worth. Take this letter to Twilight Song City and find my younger brother. He'll show you the way forward. Zhang Hao accepted the letter, and a system prompt popped up. Quest, travel to Twilight Song City. Objective, find the Elder's brother in the city square. He looks exactly like the Elder. Reward, 500 XP. After just one day, plenty of players had reached level 10. Zhang Hao checked the leaderboard. He was still on top, but the runner-up, Yulan Xiahong, was nearly tied with him, and Dubu Xinjia was right behind. They had already gone to Twilight Song City and completed their class quests, same as in his previous life. Yulan Xiahong became a mage, Dubu Xinjia an assassin. Zhang Hao wasn't worried. With his route, he could leave them in the dust again within a day. He cleared the junk from his inventory, kept only the essentials, and set off. Out of the village, over the stone bridge, and straight toward Twilight Song City. Outside Novice Village, farmland. Head barely stepped out when a flash of white caught his eye. Bailu. Zhang Hao halted. Bailu stood there with a staff, solo farming tusker boars. She was already level 7 and got almost no experience from these level 1 mobs. But Miao Yu had told her not to stray far, so she stayed by the gate. Several newcomers nearby stomped in frustration. What's with her? She's level 7 and still stealing our level 1 mobs. So annoying. A high-level player bullying newbies. Screenshot her name well posted on the forum. Fireballs rained down, one-shotting each boar before the newbies could tag it. Zhang Hao frowned. He didn't want Bailu swarmed by angry players. Bailu, stop farming boars. They'll take you to kill a boss. She looked up, eyes shining. Really? Awesome. Then she hesitated. But Sister Miao told me not to go far. A boss run is quick. We'll be back in no time. Zhang Hao's tone was steady. All right, let me finish off this pig first. She flicked one last fireball, and the final tusker boar thudded to the ground. Oh, it dropped a pair of earrings. Bailu cheered. Zhang Hao blinked. Another accessory? Your luck's unreal. Then something occurred to him. By the way, Bai Lu, what talent did you roll? In his previous life, Zhang Hao remembered that Bai Lu's talent had been mediocre elemental stack, which only added 10% extra elemental damage to her spells. Now, however, Bai Lu blinked and said, lucky star. She shared her talent panel with him, and the moment it popped up, Zhang Hao drew a sharp breath. Luck, 99. Is something wrong? Bai Lu tilted her head when she saw him freeze. Not at all. Zhang Hao shook his head, thoughts racing. Come on, they'll take you to kill the Netherwolf King first. Without thinking, he grabbed her hand and sprinted toward the muddy marsh, the exact same move had made in his past life. Bai Lu paused in surprise, but let him lead her. Deep in the swamp, they advanced as a duo. Zhang Hao swiftly shot down 10 stone turtles and handed the fresh meat to Bai Lu. Hang it on that dead tree, he instructed. No problem. The moment she hooked the meat onto a branch, a distant, mournful howl echoed through the fog. Monsters. She leapt behind Zhang Hao and clutched his sleeve. You have to protect me. Obviously. Zhang Hao had already drawn his bow. The Netherwolf King would award him no experience, but he was willing to spend the time so Bai Lu could claim the kill. Swish, swish, swish. 101, 1 XP. 100, 1 XP. 104, 1 XP. In barely 2 seconds, the Netherwolf King collapsed. The system announced, Bai Lu gained 5,500 experience points and shot straight to level 10. How do you fire so fast? Bai Lu asked, puzzled. Zhang Hao suggested she look at his own talent screen, but she still had no real frame of reference. Forget that for now. Go loot the body, I want to see what goodies you pull. Zhang Hao urged her, excitement plain in his voice. Bai Lu crouched and rifled through the corpse, then rattled off the hull in one breath. Wolf hide, fangs, meat, an evolution scroll, a luck scroll, a recipe, an ominous mass threester, a crimson jasper, a wolf tribe beltwo star, wolf tribe plate armor twister, a storm bracelet waster, a wolf hide backpack, and a wolf head quest item. Holy! Zhang Hao's eyes went wide. A 99 luck stat was monstrous, never seen more than 2 1-star items drop from this boss in his previous life. Yet Bai Lu had just pulled 4 2-star pieces, 2 of which were part of a set. Seeing him dazed, Bai Lu waved a hand in front of his face. Brother maniac? Brother maniac? Huh. Zhang Hao snapped back to reality. With a quick tap, Bai Lu opened a trade window and placed every single drop inside. You killed the monsters, so everything's yours, she said matter-of-factly. Without you I wouldn't have found the Wolf King, let alone killed it. It's only fair. Zhang Hao hesitated. That feels wrong. No, it doesn't. Bai Lu's tone left no room for argument. After a moment of thought, Zhang Hao finally smiled. He decided not to be overly polite and kept just 2 items, the evolution scroll and the luck scroll, returning everything else to Bai Lu. The evolution scroll upgrades talents. Bai Lu has already been fortunate enough and doesn't need a fortune scroll, but Zhang Hao does. Without delay, he pulled a blue-white evolution scroll from his pack and activated the rare fortune scroll as well as ticket to 4 stars. Moving from 3 to 4 carries a terrifying failure rate. Only the fortune scroll brings the odds down to something bearable. A flash of light exploded. Ping. Congratulations. Evolution successful. Experience Frenzy Divine Grade. Effect 1. Experience Drain passive. Each basic attack that deals damage grants an extra 4 experience points. Effect 2. Experience Burst active. Consumes 40 of current experience to deal the same amount as true damage to one target. Haha. It worked. Zhang Hao clenched his fist, heart pounding. With my 100 times attack speed, I'll farm even more XP. Still riding the rush, he glanced at the girl beside him and blurted, Xiao Bai, I never thanked you. That necklace you gave me was a lifesaver. Bai Lu tilted her head, eyes curious. Xiao Bai, are you calling me Little White? Realizing the nickname was too familiar, Zhang Hao waved his hands. No, it just slipped out. Forget it. She chuckled. Xiao Bai, I like it. From now on, you can call me that. He froze. Head meant to keep his distance, yet Fatian invisible thread pulled them together again. Was this the bond he couldn't escape? He sighed inwardly. If so, he would go with the flow, but he would never again let Bai Lu sacrifice herself for him. Resolved, he escorted her back to the novice village. The bonfire at the gate still crackled. Pointing toward the distant walls, he suggested, head to the main city. It's far more fun than this starter hub. After a brief farewell, Zhang Hao set off once more. Young miss. Rapid footsteps closed in as Miao Yu rushed over, face dark with worry. Why do you keep wandering off? What if something happened? Spotting Zhang Hao's retreating figure, she tensed. Is that guy trying to fool you again? No. Bai Lu shook her head, smiling. Brother Rogue took me to fight a boss. Look, I'm already level 10. Only then did Miao Yu notice her level, jaw dropping. He helped you kill a boss, the Netherwolf King? I saw the server-wide announcement. Bai Lu nodded eagerly and squeezed her hand. Sis Miao, Brother Rogue is a good guy. Ask him for help. You'll level fast. Miao Yu fell silent, murmuring, he knows about Baila's stepmother and hidden bosses. This man gets stranger by the minute. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao followed a gravel path across an old stone bridge. Ahead, nestled among mountains, stood Morning Song City. It was merely a frontier town, and its lord, Barclay, served Princess Alina, the third daughter of the Lungting Empire. Yet the main storyline casts a shadow over her fate. Before long, her own brother and sister will drag her to the guillotine to stop her from claiming the throne. The Lungting Empire, seated at the heart of the Dragonrise continent, has reigned for over a millennium and maintains close ties with every major race. The aging king must soon name an heir. In theory, the eldest princess and second prince stand first and second in line, but both are corrupt and their lands suffer. Disappointed, the king is considering the well-bred, compassionate third princess instead, and the struggle for the crown is about to erupt. Political intrigue doesn't interest Zhang Hao, yet he must help the third princess ascend the throne only, then will he obtain what he seeks. Zhang Hao had already mapped out a way to approach Princess Alina and win her trust, but first he needed to pick a class. Knowing Twilight Song City like the back of his hand, he slipped through its cobbled streets to the central plaza, found the old village chief's twin brother, and handed over the letter he had prepared. "Welcome to Twilight Song City, warrior," the NPC said warmly. "My brother calls you the bravest soul he's ever met, but I think you still need more training. Seek out a class mentor in town and decide which path you'll follow." System prompt. Quest: visit a class mentor. Objective: choose your class with a mentor's help. Reward: 500 EXP. Quest accepted. Zhang Hao cut through a shadow-filled alley and headed to the archery range on the city's west side. The archer mentor dressed like a middle-aged Robin Hood in a green cloak with a longbow was waiting. "So, you want me to teach you to shoot?" He pointed at a row of wooden targets and raised an eyebrow. "Show me what you can do. Fair warning. If you're trash, I'm not taking you." System prompt. Quest: pass the mentor's trial. Objective: achieve at least 50 accuracy. Reward: 100 EXP. Note: this quest can be repeated until completed. In his previous life, Zhang Hao had been a master marksman, so the test didn't faze him. He knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and released in one smooth motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 for EXP. 1 for EXP. 1 for EXP. Damage and experience numbers flooded his view. Zhang Hao blinked. Seriously? That works? Had been wondering how to grind EXP more efficiently with basic attacks. Now he saw that shooting these invulnerable targets always dealt a fixed 1 point of damage, yet still gave experience, and the targets never broke. The targets are invincible. No matter how hard I hit, they only lose 1 HP, that means unlimited farming. His eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he unleashed his hundredfold attack speed. The bowstring hummed like a turbine, arrows blurred, and every shaft landed dead center. Forget mob grinding. Ill farm here, stockpile EXP crits, then go straight to dungeons and one-shot bosses. Excitement surged through him, and his hands flew even faster. The experience bar rocketed upward: 10,000, 100,000, 300,000. New players entering the range saw a character named Madman firing so fast he was a blur. Whoa, that attack speed is insane. Madman, I remember a forum post about a guy with god-level speed hacks the admins never banned. That must be him. Maybe it's some kind of special gear or talent. The chatter rose and fell, but Zhang Hao ignored it, lost in the flood of experience. At last the number froze at 1 million. It had taken exactly an hour. A 40% EXP crit means 40,000 bonus damage. Any boss under level 30 will be insta-killed. His eyes gleamed. He'll never have to worry about EXP again. Ironically, all that grinding left his actual level lagging behind. Yulan Xiahong kept her eyes on the level leaderboard. When she saw that Zhang Hao had already slipped out of the top 10, she smirked to herself. So he only stumbled onto the hidden boss secret by chance. His real strength is nothing to write home about. Good thing he turned down my offer. The Liu clan has no room for deadweight. Elsewhere on the same board, someone drew a very different conclusion. Perched on a high branch, Dubu Xinjie studied the rankings without a flicker of emotion. Quantu has claimed the first kill on several bosses and cleared a dungeon first, yet still refuses to level up? Something's off. A leaderboard never tells the whole story. He rubbed his chin, eyes glinting. Time for a deeper look. No one knew Dubu Xinjie was actually part of Longwo's special response unit. Since Xinjie went live, his team had quietly gathered intelligence. The trail stopped cold at a layer called Goddess Agent. Meanwhile, foreign reports poured in, convincing Longwo's leaders that the game hid a secret big enough to affect humanity's future. That led to the Xinjie project, with game-savvy Dubu Xinjie leading his squad into the virtual world to uncover the truth. Now his suspicions centered on Quantu. Zhang Hao was not simply lucky. Zhang Hao, for his part, had just finished the archer trainer's trial and formally became an archer. A burst of white system light erupted around him. Level up. He slammed the level up button repeatedly, layers of brilliance swallowing him whole, while nearby players watched in disbelief. He jumped from level 11 straight to 20, and the light still didn't fade. No way, he's still climbing. How much XP did he stash? Hundreds of thousands. While the server's top players were stuck in the mid-teens, Zhang Hao rode that pillar of light right up to level 30. If the pre-class cap weren't 30, he'd have gone even higher. Finally, time to learn some skills. Zhang Hao opened the archer skill tree and, without hesitation, lit up everything. 1. Dual shot LV1, unlocking multi-shot fire 5 arrows at once. 2. Stamina conversion LV1, spend 10 stamina to create 10 standard arrows. 3. Piercing arrow LV1, charge shot LV1, grappling arrow LV1, homing arrow LV1, cluster arrow LV1, plunder LV1, heavy arrow LV1. Every skill he could unlock went to LV1, draining more than 20 gold coins in a heartbeat. Average players pick 2 or 3 core skills because upgrades are brutally expensive. LV1 to LV2 costs 10,000 XP. LV2 to LV3 costs 100,000, and the cost keeps doubling. Zhang Hao didn't worry. Experience poured in like a breached dam. The more he learned, the faster he leveled. Bring it on. With his skills squared away, he headed off to report back to the village chief's younger brother. Excellent. You've made your choice. I hope you become a great archer, the NPC said with a broad smile before issuing a new quest. Report to the guard captain. Objective: the guard captain is recruiting. Ask if he needs help. Requirement: find the guard captain in the Western Military District. Reward: 500 XP. Zhang Hao knew this stretch of the main quest by heart, but he didn't set out right away. Instead, he veered toward the commercial district with a single goal claim, that 128-slot luxury backpack. After several twists and turns, he stopped outside the tailor shop. A young tailor sat on the doorstep, head in hands, sighing. Zhang Hao casually sat beside him and spoke as if they were old friends. Hey buddy, what's wrong? The Malong cloth my master left me to watch has vanished. How do I explain that? They'll kick me out. Tears threatened the young tailor's eyes. A quest prompt flashed above his head. Recover the golden demon weave cloth. Objective: a mysterious thief broke into the tailor shop at night and stole the golden demon weave cloth. Retrieve it for the young tailor. Reward: 5,000 XP and a 128-slot demon weave backpack. High-capacity backpacks are ridiculously expensive on the market. A 128-slot pack can fetch 10,000 gold in the auction house, and even at that price they're always sold out after all. Each player can carry only 5 bags, so everyone wants the biggest ones they can find. The moment Zhang Hao picked up the quest retrieve the golden runic cloth, he headed straight for the slums of Twilight Song City. Word was that the thief who stole the fabric was holed up there, and he was supposed to be a real handful, otherwise the guild wouldn't be offering such a hefty reward. Deep in a dilapidated alley the target appeared, dressed head to toe in black, even his face wrapped in a dark cloth. A system window popped up at once. Thief Elite. Level: 16. HP: 27,808. What caught Zhang Hao off guard was the group of 4 players flanking the thief in a half circle, clearly acting as his escort. Their leader was a warrior whose ID read Shijiang Zhanshen. He and 3 classmates had run into the NPC while wandering the city and assumed he was just another pedestrian until he handed out an escort mission that paid a fortune: deliver him to the city gate and earn 1 gold coin. This is way too easy. Shijiang Fa Shin's eyes sparkled. Yeah, an effortless gold. Shijiang Jianshin grinned. On the trading site a single gold is going for $1,000 right now. Shijiang Mushin licked his lips. The cafeteria can disguise a rat's head as duck neck. 1 more meal there and he'll puke. Cash that coin out and well feast outside the walls. All 4 were students at Shijiang Tech. They'd bought helmets on day 1 of Divine Realm's launch and were already hopelessly addicted. Now they were only a few dozen meters from the city gate. Zhanshin swung his sword in excitement. Once we clear this zone, payday. Just then a figure slipped from a side street and blocked the road. Zhang Hao didn't bother with words. He raised his bow and loosed an arrow. Critical EXP hit. Whoosh. 44,285. The black-clad thief didn't even have time to groan. His health bar vanished, and he crumpled to the ground. The escort mission failed instantly, and a system notice hung in front of the 4 players. They stared at the corpse in stunned silence. Damn it. 1 gold gone. Jianshin wailed. Mushin trembled. Back to cafeteria sludge? No way. Zhanshin was furious, sword tip aimed at Zhang Hao. You just cost us our payday. Guys, get him. Before he finished, Fa Shun hurled a fireball. 2. The pathetic damage number made him freeze. Only then did he notice the level marker above Zhang Hao's head, level 30. The other 3 gaped. The server's only been live a few days. Did he ride a rocket? Zhang Hao's expression didn't change. He stepped past them, looted the golden runic cloth from the thief's body, and headed toward the governor's mansion. He could have wiped the floor with these kids, but fighting inside the city would only draw the patrol guards, and those NPCs were a lesson in what social death really meant. F-Asian suddenly realized his ID had turned red and panicked. Guys, I'm flagged. They'll kill me, won't they? Before he finished the sentence, a towering guard materialized like lightning. The spear swept once, and F-Asian's screen went gray in an instant. You were killed by the patrol. Choose your resurrection option. In the god realm, Shijiang Fashion lay flat on the rocky ground, clutching his staff and wailing, "Help me, brothers." Death carried a penalty here, and a translucent system screen offered 3 revival options. 1. Teammate revival. Lose 30 XP, equipment durability 30. 2. Revive on the spot. Lose 50 XP, equipment durability 50. 3. Graveyard respawn. Lose all XP, equipment durability 80. The first choice was clearly the best, making the priest class invaluable. A teammate rushed over and cast resurrection. A flash of white light later, Shijung fashion staggered upright. Class time was starting, so the four of them logged out together. Who was that player? He was insane. I checked the rankings before we quit. He's number 1. Second place is only level 13. Terrifying. Come on. He's probably some guild insider carried by endless resources. Leaving the instance, Zhang Hao returned to Muge City. At a tailor's stall, he traded materials for a 128 slot backpack. Spreading the mouth of the bag, he grinned. Now he could stash any loot he wanted. The main quest was next. He went straight to the captain of the guard, who looked solemn. I do need help. Young adventurer, will you take a risk for me? Quest. Investigate the Bloodblade Society. Objective. A series of kidnappings in the city seems linked to the Bloodblade Society. Travel to the Crimson Wasteland west of Muge City and gather evidence. Reward. 2,500 XP and a 2-star class weapon. A hidden branch objective lay inside. Find Prophet Arthur at the Bloodblade camp. Only he knew the whereabouts of the Holy War 12-piece set. Before setting out, Zhang Hao activated the teleport array outside the city gate for instant return later. On the road to the wasteland, several level 10 wolves lunged from the bushes. With level 30 stats and attack speed multiplied 100-fold, Zhang Hao simply raised his bow and fired. White afterimages trailed behind the arrows, and the wolves collapsed, howling. Moments later, he reached the Crimson Wasteland. From memory, he relit the second teleport array beside a ruined chapel. A pale blue pillar of energy shot skyward. The Bloodblade's hidden base lay beneath the chapel. He pushed open the weather-worn doors and found the place packed with players. Level 13 Tank, Level 12 Mage LFM Healer Spirit 40. Level 12 Assassin LF Stealth and Backstab learned. Carry Run, Hell Mode, 1,500 gold per slot. Ignoring the noise, Zhang Hao strode straight to the instance portal. Select difficulty, Hell. The prompt flashed, he confirmed. Swoosh vanished. A nearby female player blinked. Huh, an archer just solakit? Her companion snorted. Dead man walking. Hell mode's full of Elites, no tank. No healer. He won't last 10 minutes. She tilted her head. He was level 30. What? Level 30? That's Maniac, the top player on the server. She covered a smile. You said he wouldn't last 10 minutes. Ahem, for everyone else it's 10 minutes to wipe. For him it's 10 minutes to clear. Dungeon, first floor. Stone walls seeped moisture. Torches crackled. 5 black hellhounds burst from the shadows, fangs gleaming. Monster, guardhound. Level, 18. HP, 16,770. Zhang Hao drew his bow, his arms blurred. 5 arrows blended into a single white streak, frost runes detonating at the hound's feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 466. For XP, 468. For XP, 464. For XP, 3 seconds, fight over. System message, you killed guardhound, gained 1 XP. The level gap throttled the reward, but Zhang Hao didn't care. Target practice still farmed XP faster. Pressing on, he soon reached the stairs to the second floor. Prophet Arthur waited below, but the gatekeeper had to be dealt with first. Zhang Hao turned. Bowstring taut again just as a massive silhouette loomed out of the darkness. Elite Cerberus, level 19, HP 24,600. It was the first boss of the Blood Dagger Society dungeon. One head spitting fire, the other breathing frost, a true clash of flame and ice. Zhang Hao wasted no words. He drew his bowstring. With 186,440 experience already banked, 1 critical hit would finish the beast. The arrow screamed through the air and landed with a dull thud. Crit. 37,288. The Cerberus hit the ground before it could even howl. A wave of system messages filled the screen. You have slain the elite monster Cerberus. Gained 611 XP, 2 gold, and 33 silver. The level gap made the reward pitiful, and the first kill broadcast had long been claimed. Zhang Hao knew had arrived at Muge City late, then spent an hour at the archery range. Someone else had beaten him to it. He didn't care. All that mattered was the loot and finding Prophet Arthur. He knelt to loot the corpse. A pile of crafting materials and a 3-star assassin itemno evolution scroll. Compared with Bailu's absurd luck, his own was still miserable. Stowing the haul, Zhang Hao descended to the dungeon's second floor. Iron cells lined the corridor. Sputtering torches cast warped shadows across damp walls. A few withered corpses lay scattered on the ground, the air thick with rot and blood. Moving from cell to cell, he collected items from the freshly dead evidence of the Blood Dagger Society's crimes. Suddenly 7 or 8 figures burst from the darkness, surrounding him, the Society's thugs. Blood Dagger Society Thug, level 20, HP 21,930. Zhang Hao stepped forward instead of back. He drew his bow, waited for them to close in, then vaulted upward aerial volley. Suspended in midair, he rained arrows like a waterfall. Thwip, 218, for XP. Thwip, 220, for XP. Thwip. 221 for XP. Several thugs froze in place. He landed, loosed a few finishing shots, and wiped them out. Almost boring. While looting, Zhang Hao remembered his first hard mode run with a top-tier party, everyone on eggshells, yet wiped on the third floor without ever seeing the final boss. Now he was soloing on hell difficulty. The contrast was staggering. He pushed deeper into the dim corridor, hunting for Prophet Arthur. Divine Realm dungeons reshuffled every entry, so old guides were useless. Hundreds of cells existed, but only one held Arthur. You had to check them all. Few had the patience, so the secret remained unknown. After scouring half the floor, Zhang Hao stopped at a rust-eaten door in the far corner. He kicked it open, stepped inside, and lifted a frail, filthy old man from the ground. "Sir, I'm a hero from Muge City. I'm here to get you out." The man known as Prophet Arthur raised cloudy eyes that still held a spark of life. "Thank you, brave one." Quest: escort the Prophet Arthur back to Dusksong City. Requirement: Arthur is the high priest of the goddess. Help him escape the dungeon, and he will share many secrets. Reward: 6,400 experience points and 1 gold coin. "Arthur, can you still walk?" Zhang Hao asked in a hushed voice. "I can manage," the old man nodded. "Good. Stay close behind me." When the stone door swung open, a damp, moldy odor rushed out. Zhang Hao drew his bow, shielding Arthur as they stepped from the cell. 3 or 4 members of the Bloodblade Society lunged from the shadows. Shafts sliced the air. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Blood spattered. Bodies crumpled. Crimson trickled through the cracks in the flagstones. Arthur stared in shock. This young archer's speed and power were beyond anything he had seen. Perhaps the prophecy pointed to him. He kept silent, swallowing his excitement and following close. After winding through narrow corridors, they reached the stairs to the 3rd level. At the entrance, a burly brute rested, a giant battle axe on his shoulder, murderous intent surging around him. Bloodblade Enforcer Elite. Level, 21 HP, 31,510. Zhang Hao glanced at his own stats: total XP 196, 672, and knew one critical burst would end it. The bowstring thundered. Thwip-bum. 39,334. The Enforcer managed only a rage-filled roar before crashing to the ground. System message: you have slain the elite monster Bloodblade Enforcer, gaining 804 XP, 3 gold coins, and 8 silver coins. 800 XP was hardly worth noticing. A sharp crack echoed. Zhang Hao's heart sank. His gear was nearly spent. Pulling up his interface, he saw his primary weapon, Crescent Iron Bow, had only 20 durability left. It was bound to happen, he muttered. A hundredfold attack rate felt great, but shredded durability. His armor stayed pristine because enemies never closed the gap. He doubted his bow would last the rest of the dungeon. He knelt to loot the corpse. The item list scrolled, and a gleaming icon caught his eye. A bow. Bow of Force. Stars. 3 required. Level, 15. Stats: Agility 6, Crit 0.2. Durability, 300,300. Finally, a stroke of luck. Grinning, Zhang Hao equipped the new bow and guided Arthur down to the 3rd floor. Towering stone pillars filled the chamber. Torches flickered, shadows dancing like hidden eyes. Zhang Hao knew Bloodblade fighters lurked among them. If Arthur weren't with him, he would charge straight through, but if this vital NPC died, the system would mark him gone forever. He slowed his pace, keeping the old man safe. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrows hissed through the air. Bloodblade members dropped one after another. Reaching an open space, a shrill laugh sliced the silence. "Hey, you broke into the Bloodblade's nest. No one leaves alive." A dark figure slid down a rope. Twin blades flashed. A black aura rippled from his feet. Bloodblade Leader Elite. Level, 22 HP, 40,330. "Arthur, get behind that pillar," Zhang Hao whispered. The leader excelled at assassination, so Zhang Hao refused to take chances. His opening shot was a full critical burst. Thwip-bum. 35,376. Staggered, the leader vanished into stealth. Zhang Hao drew his bow and scanned the darkness. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind him. "I've been waiting for you." Zhang Hao sprang up, streaking past the twin blades like an arrow loosed from its string. He twisted sharply in midair, hooked the bowstring with his fingertips, and fired from above. Whoosh! Critical EXP hit. 28,301. The arrow caught everyone off guard. A bloom of blood burst from the Bloodsaber Society president's chest. He staggered, crashed to the ground, and rasped stubbornly, "The Bloodsaber Society will never fall." The president had several devastating skills, but against Zhang Hao he never had the chance to use them. 2 consecutive critical hits sent him packing. System message: you killed the elite monster Bloodsaber Society president, earning 1,356 experience points, for gold and 11 silver. System message: congratulations, you cleared the dungeon Bloodsaber Society in 1 hour 07 minutes 22 seconds, gaining 5,860 experience points, 11 gold, and 1 platinum chest. If he hadn't spent time searching for Yusei, Zhang Hao could have finished in under 30 minutes. While looting the bodies, he found 2 3-star items and an evolution scroll. 1. Traveler's Trousers 3-star, level 15 required strength 6, attack 20, durability 300300. 2. Crimson Boots 3-star, level 14 required constitution 6, movement speed 0.2, durability 300300. These 2 slots were exactly what Zhang Hao lacked, so he equipped them at once, completing his gear set. He set the evolution scroll aside. Using it without a luck scroll would be wasteful. He also picked up a sealed letter quest item. Quest, secret letter. Requirement. The letter is encrypted. Give it to the guard captain. He may know how to handle it. Reward, 500 experience points. When he opened the platinum chest, a golden flash filled the air, and a rare accessory dropped out. Black crystal necklace 5-star, level 18 required spirit 20, energy 190, durability 500500. 5-star accessories were already uncommon, yet the stats didn't suit Zhang Hao, and he was already wearing the archer god necklace. He decided on the spot to save it for Xiaobai. The thought of the white-haired girl made him smile. With the dungeon cleared, Zhang Hao stepped into the temporal vortex with Yusei. The moment they reappeared at the entrance, the noisy crowd fell silent. Countless eyes locked on them. Level 30 Zhang Hao stood out among the teen-level players around him. Only after he led Yusei away did the buzzing conversation erupt. What a level 30 boss, the aura is insane. How did he level so fast? A high level like him should demolish a level 10 dungeon, yet it still took more than an hour? Check the difficulty. Hell mode. Damn hell. We're still stuck on hard, and he just cleared hell? Badass. Back in Twilight Song City, Zhang Hao and Yusei stepped onto the main plaza when Yusei suddenly stopped, turned, and looked at him solemnly. Young hero, I see justice encouraging you, and with them, hope. The Demon King's army is about to break through the darkness and descend upon our world. We need a savior. Will you stand against the Demon King and save this world? Quest, Savior. Objective, under your SES guidance, defeat the Demon King and save the world. Reward? This is it. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. The intel matched exactly what had heard in his previous life, so he accepted the quest without hesitation. Excellent, young hero. From this moment on, we're companions. Together we'll travel and find a way to defeat the Demon King, the silver-armored knight Arthur said solemnly, extending his hand. Ding. System prompt. Arthur has become your companion. NPC companions follow players into any city, but they won't enter the wild or dungeons, nor will they fight. They only offer quests, answers, and directions. Keeping the companion details in mind, Zhang Hao nodded. Arthur smiled and walked to the bulletin board in the main square, his new fixed location where Zhang Hao could find him at any time. With his companion settled, Zhang Hao opened his pack, dismantled the junk head looted from monsters, sold the materials in one go, cleared some space, and headed straight for the guard barracks at the city gate. The guard captain stood with arms crossed outside the tent. When Zhang Hao presented the sealed letter, the captain took it at once. The dark red wax made him frown. Strange. This seal clearly belongs to Lord Ba Kelly. How did it fall into the Bloodsaber Society's hands? He pulled a silver badge bearing the same emblem from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Hao. I can't leave my post. Take this to the Lord's manor and deliver the letter to Lord Ba Kelly. Quest triggered. Audience with Lord Ba Kelly. Quest objective. Deliver the sealed letter to Lord Ba Kelly. Quest reward. 300 experience points. The tall sandalwood doors of the manor stood open. Ba Kelly was bent over his desk, documents spread before him, candlelight casting a stern profile. A letter from the Bloodsaber Society? His eyes narrowed, sharp as an eagle's. Did you read it? No, Zhang Hao replied, raising the letter. It's encrypted. I couldn't understand it. Ba Kelly exhaled softly, accepted the letter, and waved Zhang Hao away. Thank you for everything you've done for Muge City. Farewell. His tone was perfunctory. Zhang Hao stepped outside, but lingered in the corridor's shadow. Seconds later, a maid emerged. Adventurer, Lord Ba Kelly would like to see you again. Back in the office, the atmosphere had changed completely. Ba Kelly was all smiles, invited Zhang Hao to sit, and a maid served fragrant black tea and buttery sponge cake. Hero, he said, lowering his voice, I've read the letter. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. What does it say? There's a rebel spy hiding in the city, Ba Kelly said, his face darkening. He's stolen a critically important document. I want you to execute him and destroy the document immediately. It must never reach the rebels. A brief silence followed as Zhang Hao recalled what he knew about the rebels. Their leader Legayer, once marshal of the Longting Empire's 6th Legion, framed by corrupt courtiers, family destroyed, now leading his old troops in revolt. When the information settled, he looked up. I can do that. Ba Kelly finally smiled and clapped his hands. 2 fully armored knights entered the room. System interface. Golden Eagle Knight level 40. HP, 73,950. They'll assist you, Ba Kelly said. Zhang Hao nodded to them. New pale gold text appeared above Ba Kelly's head. Quest, hunt the spy. Quest objective, track down the rebel spy with the 2 knights. Quest reward, 1,500 experience points, 1 gold coin, and 1 3-star piece of equipment for your class. Ordinarily, the player would now head to a rundown shack in the slums with the knights, kill the spy, retrieve the stolen intel, return to Ba Kelly for the reward, and unlock the next quest. But Zhang Hao had other plans. He intended to open an entirely new quest line. Warrior, the spy must not escape. Head to the slums at once. Two fully armored knights flanked Zhang Hao, saluted, and escorted him out of Lord Buckley's manor. Zhang Hao chuckled. Afraid he'll bolt, are you? Only now did he realize how cautious Buckley really was. The shantytown's dirt lanes were narrow and muddy, its ramshackle huts packed together like rotten teeth. They stopped before a dingy wooden shack with peeling planks and icy drafts seeping through the cracks. Zhang Hao knocked. Who's there? A low, wary voice answered. The president of the Bloodblade Society sent me, Zhang Hao whispered. He knew the man's identities were tangled, one of them a Bloodblade member, which was why the guild had spotted him as a spy first. Wait, I need to dress. Silence followed. One breath, two, three, nothing. Zhang Hao kicked the door in with a crash. The room was empty, dust swirling in the light. Sharp fellow, he muttered. If the target weren't an NPC, he'd be tempted to recruit him. The three searched every corner until they found a man-sized hole in the wall, bricks pried loose at jagged angles. Warm dust told Zhang how the quarry had just crawled through. They tracked the passage to a back alley and soon cornered the fugitive at a collapsed brick house. Hand over the intel, and you may live, Zhang Hao said, bow drawn. He meant it. A live spy could be invaluable. So Buckley sent you. The young man's face was smeared with blood and grime. He gave a bleak smile. I swore loyalty to my master forever. He whipped out a dark green vial and downed it before Zhang Hao could stop him. Damn. Blood streamed from the spy's eyes, ears, and nose as he collapsed. The poison was vicious. Zhang Hao searched the body and found an oilskin packet of secret documents. Behind him, the knight spoke in flat, commanding tones. Sir, hand the intel to us. He glanced around ruined walls, tall weeds, no witnesses. A perfect place for murder. Very well. Come take it, he replied with a smile. Cold light, flashed an arrow pierced the knight on the left. Critical hit. 57,428. You dare attack us? The knight's health plummeted. Frost locked him in place, roaring uselessly. The second knight, level 40, charged in a blur of steel. Blade met empty air. Zhang Hao's 8-trigram footwork flowed like a serpent, sidestepping the slash. His counterstrike slammed the knight back several paces. Arrows followed in a storm of criticals. A level 30 facing two level 40s should have been suicide, yet Zhang Hao's skill was surgical. After 10 minutes of relentless kiting, he finished the frozen knight, then bled the other down to despair. Combos, crits, perfect movement. When the flurry ended, the second knight fell. Zhang Hao flicked blood from his fingers. Victory. Killing NPCs granted no experience and inflicted a curse. Most players wouldn't dare. But the new main quest was worth the loss. He eyed the classified report, the key to his next storyline, and looted 3 3-star pieces of heavy cavalry gear. After burying the corpses, he settled in to wait for the curse to fade. Taking advantage of the break, he opened the game forum and discovered had already become a celebrity. Everyone was talking about him. Thread after thread was filled with theories about his meteoric leveling. Some were convinced he was a developer with access to secret walkthroughs. Others suspected he was an elite hacker who had altered the backend data. Still others swore he had purchased a clandestine mod that granted a hundredfold EXP boost. Zhang Hao read along, chuckling. The divine talent had been given was practically a cheat, so he couldn't really blame them for the wild speculation. Just as he was enjoying the buzz, he noticed several friend requests sitting in his system notifications. One of them said, "It's old Gao. Add me." The username was Qian2 Wu Liang. Another came from Zhang Qiao, whose screen name was Meow Meow Wants Candy. Zhang Hao accepted them both. The next second, over a dozen messages from Gao Pengfei popped up like rapid fire, all boiling down to one thing. Hurry up and carry us through a dungeon. Zhang Hao was stunned. Old Gao, you guys already killed the Netherwolf King? In the guide head written for Gao Pengfei, head specifically noted that the Netherwolf King was unbeatable unless he came in person. Yep, piece of cake. The reply on the screen surprised him even more. We owe it to Qiao Qiao's talent. What do you mean? Hard to explain in text, just get over here and you'll see. The curse timer had just run out, so Zhang Hao got ready to head for the beginner village. Before leaving, he spent his customary half-hour at the practice range, casually banking another 500,000 EXP. From a distance, he could see the meeting spot, where a man and a woman were waiting. The man was tall and handsome. If not for the words Qian2 Wu Liang floating above his head, Zhang Hao would never have connected this figure with the chubby, half-bald Gao Pengfei he knew in real life. The girl wore a pair of cute, floppy cat ears. It was Zhang Qiao. She bounded up to him, grabbed his hand, and practically danced with excitement. Bro, this game is incredible. I've never played anything this realistic. It feels real. Gao Pengfei clicked his tongue in amazement as well. Games these days are indistinguishable from reality. Absolutely insane. Zhang Hao laughed. I told you playing with me was the right call. Now, down to business. How did you handle the Netherwolf King? You're only level 6 and 7. Xiao Xiao, show your brother your talent. Gao Pengfei signaled with a glance. Sure. Zhang Xiao immediately shared her talent screen. Zhang Hao skimmed the stats and was left speechless. Talent, Beast Affinity. 1-star effect, passive, when attacked, randomly summon a level 10 beast to assist. The higher the star rating, the higher the beast's level. In other words, a free bodyguard on demand. The talent was downright broken. Zhang Xiao beamed with pride. A level 10 war elephant showed up and tanked the Wolf King for us. I was riding on its back, dishing out damage. The other players were going crazy with envy. Zhang Hao was genuinely happy for his sister. With a talent like that, she'd be safe even when he wasn't around. He turned and asked, what about you, old Gao? What's your talent? Zhang Hao looked at Gao Pengfei. My talent can't hold a candle to Xiao Xiao's. Gao Pengfei pulled up his character sheet for everyone to see. Iron-Jawed Resolve, level 1. Passive, taunt-type skills are 10 more effective. Compared with Zhang Xiao's overpowered ability, this boost was hardly worth mentioning, but it also locked his career path in place heavy cavalry. Only that line came with taunt skills. In his previous life, had worked overtime right up until the day the Demon King's army invaded, so had never even touched the game. At last he could make up for lost time. We're on the clock. Let's clear a dungeon, hit level 10, and head to the capital for our class change, Zhang Hao said, speaking rapid fire. Shouldn't we buy some potions first? Dungeons are dangerous, right? Zhang Xiao asked, worried. Gao Pengfei pushed up his glasses. With you around, what's there to fear? The three of them formed a party and made a beeline for the Maple Valley instance. The entrance was swarming with players. Ever since Zhang Hao sold the info about the Netherwolf King, word had spread that there's a dungeon hidden here. One glance at the stone tablet told Zhang Hao his speed clear record had already been knocked off the board. The top time was now 41 minutes and 21 seconds. Whoa, a level 30 powerhouse. For real? What's a level 30 doing in a newbie dungeon? Clearly boosting outs. Check out the two newbies trailing him. Carry me, please. He'll pay. Ignoring the clamor, Zhang Hao cut through the crowd with his party and selected Hell difficulty. His attack stat had reached 1,239. One arrow took a third of a Tuskboar's health bar. The hundredfold strike passive finished the rest, and the monster exploded on the spot. Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao trailed behind, eyes glued to Zhang Hao's back. His drawn release looked like a full auto turret. The rain of arrows was almost too fast to track. In under a minute they reached the first mini-boss, the Boar King. Hao, your attack speed is insane. Gao Pengfei blurted. I can't even see your hands move. And the damage is bonkers. Those boars can't get within 10 feet of you, Zhang Xiao added, hand over her mouth. Zhang Hao chuckled. Talent plus necklace bonus. Give me a bit more power, and it'll really show off. A volley of arrows turned the Boar King into a porcupine and dropped it before it even realized what hit it. Loot's all yours. Level 10 gear meant nothing to a level 30 player, though Zhang Hao still wanted any evolution or fortune scrolls. They'd agreed ahead of time that Gao Pengfei would handle the money, so every drop went straight into his bag. Zhang Hao trusted his famously tight-fisted buddy. The guy knew how to stretch every coin. They pushed on. Ironhide Bears and the second boss, the corrupted polar bear, fell in quick succession. Deep in the map, the final boss, the demon Acolyte, awaited. Hide behind the pillars, Zhang Hao said, stepping forward alone. The demon Acolyte frowned. Why do I feel I've met you before? Because I killed you once already, Zhang Hao replied, loosing an arrow. 211,597. Nearly 200,000 crit damage lit up the screen. The demon Acolyte never even reached phase 2. It collapsed on the spot. A 40 bonus XP notification spammed the chat. Bro, you're amazing. Zhang Xiao rushed out, hugging Zhang Hao's arm, cheeks flushed with excitement. No matter the monster, you one-shot everything. Gao Pengfei stared blankly at the notification in his field of vision. Damn, clearing a hell difficulty instance gives 6 gold coins. At 1,000 yuan per coin, that's 6 grand. And with the materials and gear, it's at least 10. 10 minutes for 10,000 beats any day job by a mile. He kicked himself for turning Zhang Hao down when he first invited him to play. Normally he fussed over losing a single coin. Yet now that he knew the game could make real money, he felt as if had let a fortune slip away. Better late than never, Zhang Hao said, patting him on the shoulder. You don't get it. Gao Pengfei raked his hands through his hair, face contorted in regret. Time is money. I've wasted both double critical. Don't say another word. I'm going to grind twice as hard and earn it back. I'm not logging off tonight, bro. Stay up and farm with me till dawn. Zhang Hao answered with a silent thumbs up. At the dungeon exit, the crowd's attention swung back to the three of them. The top name on the stone leaderboard had already changed, and the players buzzed with speculation. Squeezing free of the mob, Zhang Hao urged, turn the quest into the village chief, grab the letter of introduction, and head straight for the capital. Brother, what class should I pick? Zhang Xiao fretted. Warrior and cavalier armor looks awesome, archer and assassin weapons are cool, and the robes on mages and priests are gorgeous. I can't decide. Go priest, Zhang Hao decided. You have beast affinity, so you get a permanent battle companion. You can heal it. It fights beside you, and you'll be a lot safer. Okay, I'll do what you say. She agreed at once. Unable to wait, Gao Pingfei bolted toward the cavalier trainer. Since graduation, his 9 to 5 left no time for games. But deep down, he was as much a gamer as Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao reminded them, the trainers will give you class quests, nothing hard. Handle them yourselves. I have business to take care of. He turned and headed for the Lord's manor. After giving his name, he was ushered into Lord Barclay. My 2 knights left first with the spy's documents. Barclay's eyes were sharp as knives. That's right, Zhang Hao replied calmly. They said the intel was too sensitive to trust anyone else. I didn't object. Barclay paused, then smiled. You've done well, adventurer. They'll send people after them. It's late. Stay here tonight. We'll hold a banquet in your honor and talk tomorrow. The polite tone left no room for refusal. Zhang Hao had planned on staying anyway. The manor's rooms were far more comfortable than any inn. The game clock matched real time, and it was already after 9. After a lively feast, a servant led him to a guest room. He opened the window and gazed at the night sky. One large and one small moon hung over the deep blue vault. He sent Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao each a private message, not logging off tonight. At level 30, a player's body changes. Constitution improves, metabolism slows, and the need for food nearly disappears. Go a day without eating and you don't feel hungry. Eat a full meal and you won't feel stuffed. The same goes for everything else. You answer nature's call when you remember, and ignore it when you don't. That's why high-level players can stay online for months without discomfort. Zhang Hao sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. The woman should be arriving soon. A knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice as soft as silk. Sir Hero, you're still awake, aren't you? May I come in? Zhang Hao didn't answer. He knew that whatever he said, the woman would force her way in even with the door locked. Sure enough, the latch clicked and the door creaked open. Lamp oil hissed on the trembling flame, its flicker outlining the woman's graceful figure and alluring face. I knew you weren't asleep, she giggled, settling on the bed's edge. Her supple body leaned closer, one long, toned leg draping over Zhang Hao's knees. Warm breath brushed his ear. My lord sent me to attend you. While she spoke, her delicate hand slid across his chest. You're here to gather information, aren't you? Zhang Hao said flatly. The woman's laugh remained syrupy. You're such a tease. I'm just a lonely woman. I don't understand any of that. With a snap, Zhang Hao caught her wrist, his eyes turning cold. Tell your lord I don't have what he wants. He shoved her away, nearly toppling her. She snorted, shot him a furious glare, and stormed out. Moments later, hurried footsteps filled the hallway. The door was kicked in and 7 or 8 soldiers rushed inside, blades and spears gleaming. On your feet. You're under arrest for insulting the Lord's lady. Zhang Hao neither resisted nor protested. Being arrested was part of his plan. The soldiers confiscated his gear and pack, but he remained calm. Soon enough they'd be back in his hands. He was dragged to the damp, shadowy dungeon beneath the manor to await trial. Rust streaked the bars, and the air reeked of mold. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, conserving his strength. He didn't know how long had passed when soft footsteps cut through the silence. Someone stopped at the cell door and whispered while unlocking it. Sir Hero, I'm here to rescue you. Please come with me. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, sharp as blades. Are you with the 3rd princess? How did you know? That's not important. Did you bring my things? Yes. Several packs and weapons were set neatly before him. Good. Now let's go rescue the real lord. The figure in the black cloak blinked in shock. You already know that the current Lord Barclay is an imposter? We'll discuss it later. Zhang Hao buckled on his gear, took up his longbow, and slipped out of the cell. The lord is being held on the lowest level. Follow me. 2 of us are enough, Zhang Hao said, already moving. The clang of armor erupted as guards spotted the escape and charged with raised blades. Dungeon guard level, 31 HP, 50,300. Zhang Hao drew his bow to full moon and loosed arrows like rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 343. For experience. 344. For experience. In barely 2 seconds, more than 100 arrows tore through the air, leaving the first wave of guards bristling like pincushions. The cloaked rescuer stared, dumbfounded. Your arrows are so fast. A second wave trampled over the corpses and charged, only to collapse beneath the same storm. Zhang Hao scooped up the loot and pressed on. Enemies of equal level were nothing to him. Against his 100-fold attack speed, they were walking corpses. Unless a high-level elite appeared, this dungeon posed no threat. Dungeon, 2nd level. Zhang Hao felled the last guard with an arrow and discovered a skeletal man in a secluded cell. Rusting bars and a clammy floor chilled the air, while torchlight highlighted the prisoner's sunken cheeks and bruised wrists. Lord Buckley, are you all right? The man in the black robe rushed to the bars, but the true lord could manage only a faint groan. Take him with us. We are leaving, Zhang Hao ordered, lifting a hand. The 2 hoisted the dying Buckley onto their backs and burst from the dank dungeon. Abandoned short swords and armor littered the floor, silent witnesses to the recent slaughter. Sir Hero, my name is Moore, the hooded youth carrying Buckley said, pulling back his cowl with reverence. Your archery is incredible. Zhang Hao only nodded. Moore, where is the 3rd princess? Her Highness is outside Dusk Song City. Bring me to her, Zhang Hao said, unwilling to waste time. He needed to advance the main quest to start executing his plan. Under the cover of night, they reached the base of the city wall. Moore tossed a grappling hook several times but missed, dislodging stones that clattered to the ground. Zhang Hao took over. Grappling arrow. The steel hook whistled through the air and buried itself in the battlement. He climbed first, knotted the rope, had more secure buckley, and then hauled the unconscious man up by sheer strength. They dropped over the wall and slipped beyond the torches of the patrols. Moore led him through dense woods to a hidden camp where campfires flickered and armor and long swords were lined up in order. The third princess waited in silver-gray plate, her ponytail flicking behind her. She had trained with her master since childhood and earned her knighthood at 18. After Moore delivered a brief report, Zhang Hao handed over the secret documents seized in the dungeon. She skimmed the parchment and looked up. Thank you for rescuing Buckley, brave one. Those are the charges recorded by my agent who was planted beside the imposter Buckley. Unfortunately, he was exposed, she sighed, only for her gaze to harden again. Now I have a mission. Will you undertake it? Quest. The job was straightforward. Assist the third princess in capturing the counterfeit Buckley. The princess had locked down the whole of Dusk Song City, and Zhang Hao was to slip into the manor and stop the imposter's escape. Success would yield 3,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and an evolution scroll. I am honored to serve, Your Highness, Zhang Hao said at once. The princess smiled. Moore will accompany you. I wish you a fruitful partnership. Sir Hero, I await your orders, Moore said eagerly with a bow. Zhang Hao glanced at the youth's stats. Level 30 assassin, skilled in stealth, but of limited use to him, could handle the enemies alone. They set out for Dusk Song City again. The city was on high alert. Torches cast mottled shadows across the cobblestones, and patrols clanked in steel. The manor was surrounded by the prince's troops, yet the lord's personal guards refused to surrender. The main gate was barred, crossbows bristling, and the besiegers could not break through. Moore, we are going in from above, Zhang Hao said, eyeing a protruding window on the third floor. The grappling arrow whistled out again and bit into the granite cornice. They ascended the rope and slipped inside. The corridor was strewn with overturned candelabras and shattered china. Blood spatters and the bodies of servants dotted the way, and the air felt as heavy as a dust-filled sack. Moore, who knew the layout by heart, led Zhang Hao straight to the study. They kicked in the door. The fake Buckley stood behind the desk shielded by 3 personal guards. You will never capture me, he screamed, eyes wild. The demon lord is coming, and you will all be swallowed by darkness. Ha ha ha. Shadows writhed, and a cloud of black mist devoured him in an instant. When it cleared, the sultry woman who had visited Zhang Hao's room the previous night stood in his place, her red lips curved in a lethal smile. The status window flashed. Demon Temptress, level 45, 88,000 hit points. Good thing my willpower is solid, Zhang Hao muttered with a wry grin. Otherwise my reputation would be in ruins. Stop them. The Demon Temptress flicked a slender hand, and the 3 level 40 guards roared and charged at Zhang Hao and Moore. He'll protect you, hero, Moore shouted, charging forward though Zhang Hao had no need for cover. 3 snow-white arrows sliced through the air like lightning, instantly piercing 3 royal guards. With attack speed multiplied 100-fold, the arrow storm sent their health bars plummeting. 159. For EXP. 161. For EXP. The freezing effect dragged the guards' movements to a crawl. They slogged forward as if wading through glue. Eyes wide. Moore could only watch as this elite squad, famed for brute strength, was shredded by Zhang Hao's arrows. The hero's marksmanship was terrifying. He knew he'd have trouble facing even one of these guards hidden, much less 3. Assassins excel at ambush, not frontal clashes. When the guards were down, Zhang Hao raised his bow and fixed the demon enchantress in his sights. Your turn. She laughed, utterly fearless. The demon king has blessed me with power beyond your reach. You can't kill me. Even as she spoke, her eyes flared an eerie rose-pink charm, spell activated. Zhang Hao was ready. He shut his eyes a heartbeat before the glow appeared. Moore wasn't so lucky. The spell invaded his mind, leaving him dazed, obsessed only with the succubus smile. Huh, how will you hit me with your eyes closed? She taunted. Her smugness lasted 1 heartbeat too long. In his previous life Zhang Hao had mastered blind shots to counter sensory interference. Footsteps alone were enough to guide his aim. Right there. The bowstring snapped critical hit. 83, 428. The arrow drove through her chest and pinned her to the wall. Her scream split the hall as she cursed. The Demon King will crush your heart to dust. Zhang Hao smiled coolly. Been through that once already. Not happening again. He sidestepped an instant later, dodging a strike from behind. Mower, eyes blood red, slashed empty air with his dagger still under the charm, desperate to kill his ally. The enchantress outburst had been a ploy to create that opening. Die. Zhang Hao answered with 3 rapid arrows. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The shafts riddled her body, turning the enchantress into a human pincushion. A moment later black fire erupted from the corpse, twisting it into a charred husk. Mower blinked himself free of the spell and looked around, confused. What happened to me? She had you under her spell, Zhang Hao said, already gathering loot. Spoils, several crafting mats, a few potions, 2 3-star gear pieces, 1 2-star accessory, and 2 gold coins. The gear was limited to mages and clerics, so of no immediate use to him. As for the accessory, magic earring. Rarity. Required level, 40. Stats, 30 spirit, 220 energy. Durability, 300,300. With the imposter lord dead, the remaining guards broke ranks. The third princess led her forces into the manor and secured the estate. The surrounding streets had been sealed off during the fight, keeping players out. No one outside had any idea what had just happened, so there were no sensational headlines waiting to erupt. Hero, thank you for everything you've done for Muge City. In the Gilded Lord's Hall, the third princess sat high on her throne, the train of her snow-white gown cascading down the steps. She tapped the armrest and fixed her gaze on the young man below. Tell me, what reward do you want, wealth or rank? Neither interests me, Zhang Hao replied crisply, looking up. I want only one thing, the right to establish an advanced guild. The third princess arched an elegant brow, amusement coloring her voice. You wish to build a power of your own? Very well, but I have a condition. Zhang Hao had anticipated this. I understand. The guild I create will serve the third princess alone. Astute as ever, she would never nurture someone who might later rebel, and Zhang Hao did intend to stand with her for now. He pledged his loyalty without hesitation, though it was only a temporary measure. Once he gathered the Holy War set, and the game fully merged with reality, he would return to his original world and have no further dealings with her. Ding. A system notification chimed. You have obtained the right to create an advanced guild. Sign the charter with the guard captain to begin recruiting members publicly. Zhang Hao had long planned for this. To forge the Holy War set, he had to slay 12 world-class bosses, harvest their unique materials, and deliver them to the dwarf master smith. Even with his divine talent and hundredfold attack speed, he could not dent these monsters alone. A single 1-star world boss held tens of millions of hit points and terrifying strength. He therefore needed an armed force of his own. In the divine realm, a guild master enjoyed generous privileges. He could draw on member experience and dues, and for every 100 members, all his attributes rose by 1%. A standard guild capped at 1,000 members, but an advanced guild could hold up to 10,000. At full strength, Zhang Hao's attributes would double, making world bosses far easier to face. 10,000 players could also spread the boss aggro, an advantage that spoke for itself. As for management, he had already decided to appoint Old Gao as vice guild master. The man was steady and would keep everything running smoothly. Leaving the lord's estate, Zhang Hao went straight to the city gate, where the guard captain awaited him. The officer, already briefed, greeted him respectfully. Honored hero, please choose a resounding name for your guild. After a brief pause, Zhang Hao spoke 3 words. Noble Resolve. Ding. The system broadcast again. Your guild Noble Resolve has been created. You may now recruit members. As the first guild on the server, you receive special bonuses. 1. Guild members gain an additional 10 experience when killing monsters. 2. Guild members attack 10 and defense 10. 3. Death penalties for guild members are reduced by 10. A server-wide announcement will now begin. The elite guild Haoran Jingqi has been founded, and Guild Master Kuang-Tu is eager for fresh talent, inviting skilled players to join while slots last. A server-wide announcement flashes across every screen. The very first elite guild Haoran Zinkaha has been born. Anyone who joins will gain bonus XP, base stat boosts, and reduced death penalties. Holy crap, the server's first elite guild. Boss Kuang-Tu is unstoppable top level, top guild, top combat power, he's first in everything. These bonuses are insane, let's move. Say no more, I'm applying right now. Me too. Wait any longer, and the spots will be gone. Notification pings pour in without pause. In barely half an hour, Zhang Hao watches the membership counter on the guild panel skyrocket. Every one of the 10,000 slots is filled. The lure of an elite guild is simply irresistible. He casually flips to his character screen, where the numbers speak for themselves. Nickname, Kuang-Tu. Level, 30 advances after class change. XP, 195,540. Title, None. HP, 4,110. Stamina, 1,900. Strength, 38. Constitution, 100. Agility, 222. Spirit, 92. Attack, 2,368. Defense, 948. Attack speed, 103.72 hit sec. Movement speed, 6.75 millisecond. Evasion, 8.56. Crit rate, 3.74. Luck, 10. Talent, Divine Gift XP Frenzy. Equipment, 4-star Sacrificial Cloth Cap. 2-star Demon Robe. 2-star Ring of Size. 2-star Canvas Pauldrons. 1-star Rough Cloth Belt. 3-star Traveler's Trousers. 3-star Bloodred Boots. 1-star Bloodclaw Gloves. 3-star Power Bow. Ice Rune. 9-star Archer's Necklace. 6-slot Backpack 2. 128 slot backpack. After confirming his stats, Zhang Hao invites his friend Gao Pengfei into Haoran Jingqi. A private message pops up instantly. Old Gao, am giving you the Vice Guild Master position. Keep the members in line, any troublemakers get the boot. We're not short on applicants. Gao Pengfei stared at the new title hovering over his character, Vice President of the Haoran Jingqi Guild, and froze. Had always been the one taking orders, and now he had to manage 10,000 players. Excitement and nerves hit him at once. He messaged Zhang Hao right away. How? I've got zero experience. I'm scared I'll mess this up. No worries. Zhang Hao replied breezily. Your main job is to keep the troublemakers in line, post guild notices, hand out rewards. Easy stuff. You've got this. All right, he'll give it a shot. But if it goes south, you can't blame me. Gao still sounded unsure. Zhang Hao sent a dose of motivation. You never know how good you are until you push yourself. Trust my I'll shine. Those words lit a fire in Gao. Okay, he'll run the guild like a pro. Just then, Zhang Xiao pinged them. Bro, give me a post too. Fine, you can be Gao's assistant, Zhang Hao answered, tossing her into pressure title. Zhang Xiao practically jumped for joy. Awesome. I want to see what leading feels like. By the way, you two finished your class change quests? Zhang Hao asked. All done. We just switched classes, and we're heading to check out the Bloodsaber Society, Zhang Xiao replied. Perfect. Gao, announce our first guild event. Impersonally leading a run on the Bloodsaber Society dungeon. On it. 1 minute later, every guild member received the notice. Attention, everyone, guild leader Quantu is hosting our first guild event. We're running the Bloodsaber Society dungeon on hell difficulty. Move fast if you want in. The channel exploded. Quantu himself is tanking a hell level run? Count me in. I need that quest anyway, sign me up. Hell difficulty? The loot must be insane. I'm there. First event with the boss, no way I'm missing it. Soon a massive crowd flooded the dungeon entrance, completely blocking the tunnel. Yolan Shuiyue had planned to lead her team through the same instance, but the sudden swarm caught her off guard. Seeing the identical Haoran Jingqi tag above every head shocked her even more. She had already read the server announcement about Quantus 10th Sand Member Guild. Envy and frustration churned inside her. She vowed to hit level 30 as quickly as possible and found her own Lufamily Yolan Guild. Skipping her break, she led her squad on a grinding frenzy, aiming to reach level 24 before the day was out. At the dungeon gate, Miao Yu and Bai Lu stood among the sea of players. They're all Quantus Guild members. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled as she whispered to Miao Yu. Miao, let's join Quantus Guild too, okay? No. Miao Yu shook her head firmly. That guy's too suspicious. Besides, his guild's already full, so it's not even possible. Bai Lu blinked. I could ask Quantu for a favor. I'm sure he'd squeeze us in. Do not ask him. Miao Yu grew even more stubborn. There would be plenty of guilds down the road. So why did she have to join his? Just look at the perks Brother Maniac offers, Egret said, jabbing at the glowing data in front of her, words coming in a rush. 10% extra loot from mobs, plus 10% to attack and defense, and the death penalty is reduced by another 10%. With benefits like these, who wouldn't sign up? Miao Yu frowned, at a loss for words. After a deep breath she conceded, I'm not saying I want join, but only after I'm sure there's nothing fishy about him. The fact that Zhang Hao seemed to know Egret inside out unsettled her. She needed to hear an explanation from him directly. It's Brother Maniac. Egret suddenly exclaimed. In the center of the cathedral, players instinctively made way as Zhang Hao strode in, motes of light swirling around his boots, his expression calm and focused. Miao Yu tried to push forward, but the packed crowd held her back, leaving her to fume in place. Gao, is everyone here? Zhang Hao asked, stopping in front of the pale gold portal that marked the dungeon entrance. Gao Pengfei scanned the lineup and made a quick count. Roughly 6,000. Tag every knows how, Zhang Hao ordered, ice cold. Tell them if they skip the next event, they're out of the guild. The tone left no room for argument. When the demon horde arrived later, total discipline would be essential. One act of disobedience could doom them all. Anyone who couldn't obey could leave. Understood. Gao Pengfei straightened. He suddenly realized the once mild-mannered Zhang Hao felt like a different person, sharp, commanding, and every bit as intimidating as the high-ranking officials who had inspected their company recently. Zhang Hao checked the time, 11:50 p.m. For the sake of the lower level, Freilier Gao Pengfei and his sister, the fight had to be over before midnight. We're not waiting. Enter the instance. He touched the portal, selected hell difficulty without hesitation, and stepped inside. At that moment, every guild member received the same prompt. Hell difficulty, enter instance? Yes. 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 Light flashed, and players vanished one after another. The noisy cathedral fell silent, leaving only the few hundred onlookers who had gathered earlier. Damn, too many people. Unable to reach the front, Miao Yu stamped her foot and gave up. Next time I see him, I'm getting answers. Across the cathedral, Yulan Xiahong waved her team over. Instance, difficulty hard. Last time Shed tried Nightmare and nearly wiped, so she settled for something slightly easier. Who exactly is this maniac? Yulan Xiahong muttered, biting her lip. First in level, first in combat power. Now the biggest guild, she was sure he would become the Lu family's toughest rival. Father had better dig up something on him soon. A man like that has to be recruited or removed. Meanwhile, Solo Godrealm received a private message. Captain Shun, I've followed the guild into the Bloodblade Society instance. He answered at once. Good. Stay on Maniac and learn everything you can. I want to know exactly how strong he is. Blood Saber Rundant spread out. Stay on the guild master's heels. Gao Pengfei urged in the guild channel. Keep the formation tight and stop pulling extra mobs. A pall of gray fog hung over the entrance. The flagstones beneath the players' boots had been polished slick by time, echoing with a jumble of hurried footsteps. Though Gao Pengfei barked the same orders until his voice cracked, a dozen excited players still dashed around, mail and weapons clanging as if announcing their arrival to every monster nearby. An instant later, shrieks and thunderous roars rolled out of the dark forest and an enormous pack of blood-hungry creatures had been roused. This raid had several times the headcount of the last run, and the dungeon's difficulty had scaled accordingly. When Zhang Hao soloed it before, only a few hundred monsters roamed the first floor. Now the group had barely advanced 100 meters before a wave of well over 1,000 surged toward them, encircling the party like a living tide. No one could tell what other threats lurked in the shadows behind. All units, listen up, heavy cavalry to the front. Block the charge. Zhang Hao barked. He couldn't unleash his big area skills yet, so tanks had to buy him time. 300 to 400 heavy cavaliers slammed their tower shields into the ground, the crash of metal on stone ringing out as a wall of steel rose between the horde and the rest of the team. These mobs hit like trucks. I've got 2,700 defense, and am still losing over 1,000 HP per hit. Hell difficulty is brutal. I'm already at half health. Priests, where are the heals? Boss Madman, we can't hold much longer. Shouts overlapped in a rising panic. Faces behind the shields were turning pale, metal quivering under the onslaught, and for a moment many wondered if Zhang Hao could really carry them through, yet the doubt lasted only seconds. Multi-shot. Zhang Hao blinked behind the shield wall. 5 arrows fanned out, their icy gleam ripping through the air like lightning. 670. For EXP. 672. For EXP. A hundredfold attack speed translated to more than 60,000 damage on the stat screen. 5 monsters dropped instantly. What everyone saw next was a blur weaving behind the shields. Each snap of the bowstring sent another handful of creatures crashing to the ground. In barely a minute, Zhang Hao swept back and forth twice, clearing every monster in front of the tanks. Corpses piled up in rows, black blood seeping between the stones. System chimes erupted one after another. With both party and guild bonus multipliers, experience bars skyrocketed. I leveled up. Ha jumped straight from 16 to 18 off one wave. Joining Boss Madman's guild was the smartest move I've ever made. At this rate, I'll hit 20 before we finish today. The thrill of rapid leveling was written on every face. New skills, more quests, stronger gear, faster farming, better profits. Each benefit drove their trust in Zhang Hao higher, admiration shining in their eyes. Loot distribution was set to master loot. Every piece of gear and material funneled directly into the guild vault. Gao Pengfei quickly entered the loot rules in the guild interface at Zhang Hao's instruction. 1. Members may claim only items appropriate for their level. 2. Items must match the claimant's class. 3. If multiple players want the same item, roll dice to decide the winner. With those rules in place, no one could hoard gear while those who needed it went without. The instant the last monster fell, Zhang Hao raised a hand instead of pressing on. Everyone, hold your positions. Thousands of players dotted the scorched rock, squatting or standing in a shapeless mass that scarcely deserved to be called a team. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang Hao muttered to Gao Pengfei, a pile of loose sand. Without discipline, this group will implode. Gao Pengfei nodded and jotted notes on his wristpad. I've drafted a few regulations. The corporate playbook won't cut it. We need something stricter. This isn't a company, it's an army, Zhang Hao replied, grim. In his past life, resistance forces against the Demon King crumbled because lax discipline bred desertion. He refused to repeat that tragedy. Got it. Gao Pengfei opened the guild panel, scrapped his original draft, and doubled every penalty. Minutes later, the new military code hit every member's inbox. System messages flooded the chat. Too strict. I need a report just to log off. No wandering without orders? I'm not a statue. Screw up and you apologize to the whole guild or get kicked? What is this, a dictatorship? The complaints piled high until Zhang Hao answered with a single line. Obey, or leave. 10 minutes later, several hundred members quit in a flurry of curses. Tyrant. Zhang Hao's face didn't flicker. In an apocalypse, only an iron fist could quell human greed. If he wanted to bind people into a single rope, he had to be that iron fist. With the deserters gone, the channel fell silent. The remaining players signed the regulations and became Zhang Hao's core force. The disobedient are gone. Let's keep moving. Zhang Hao commanded. Formations snapped into place. Vanguard heavy shield cavalry. Rearling range archers. Center clerics and mages. Rear guard mobile warriors. Zhang Hao led the charge, boots grinding stone to dust. Every step he took, the phalanx advanced in lockstep. At his command, Thousands Mavedno 1 broke ranks. A giant axe brute lunged. Zhang Hao dashed forward alone, his golden blade carving a crescent arc that felled monsters in droves. By the time the other players loosed their arrows, the targets were already experience points. Awe rippled through the ranks. The guild master fights like an army of one. When the first floor lay empty, the team had 0 casualties. More than 1,000 members leveled up, bags bulging with purple and gold gear. The new equipment still glowed, but their grins shone brighter. Without Zhang Hao, they'd still be grinding low-level mobs. Now they raced through a hell difficulty dungeon, leveling faster than the richest trust fund kids. Gratitude and pride burned around every guild badge. At the entrance to the second floor, Zhang Hao turned and spoke, voice ringing clear. No speeches. Stick with me, do your job, and none of you will regret it. The players thought he meant getting stronger in a game. Only Zhang Hao knew he was handing them a ticket to survive the coming apocalypse. Long live the guild master. Stay with Zhang Hao. The cheers crashed like surf. And with that, thousands of players followed him into the dungeon's second level. The second floor was far more treacherous than the first, so Zhang Hao advanced with heightened caution. He feared nothing for himself. What truly concerned him was whether his guild mates could withstand a sudden onslaught. Every step had to be deliberate. He shouted, "Fire mages forward. I don't care if anything's to restart throwing fireballs, and keep them coming." Besides killing enemies, the flames would light up the pitch-black dungeon. In the dark, fireballs work as torches, and they're perfect for flushing out Blood Knife Society assassins hiding in the shadows. In an instant, more than 1,000 mages raised their staves. Blue-violet runes flared along the wooden shafts, and fist-sized fireballs screamed into the darkness like signal flares. Boom, boom, boom. The chain of explosions turned the once gloomy corridor as bright as daylight, revealing every rough stone and smear of blood. Charge! Roaring in anger, the Blood Knife members forced out by the flames rushed forward. The procedure mirrored the first floor. Heavy cavalry anchored the vanguard behind massive shields and plate armor. Zhang Hao weaved in and out, kiting wave after wave of monsters. Archers and mages in the rear formed a deadly mesh of arrow storms and spells. Arrows swept through the air like locusts. Fire and steel intertwined overhead, and Blood Knife fighters fell in droves. Dense red damage numbers flooded everyone's view while the system prompt scrolled madly. Your party has slain a Blood Knife member and gained 776 experience. Your party has slain a Blood Knife member and gained 774 experience. Pillars of leveling light burst up throughout the crowd, illuminating players' thrilled faces. Guild chat was buzzing. Huh, another level. 19 already finishing the dungeon will put me at 20 for sure. Lowballing it, bro. We could hit 22. Don't forget the final boss hats where the real XP is. Stick with Madman, and you eat well. I love our boss. While loosing arrows at stragglers, Zhang Hao glanced at the rapidly scrolling chat and smiled. Not long ago had been just another face in the crowd, cheering for the elites and envying the heroes admired by thousands. Back then had known the gap was too wide to close. Now, Reborn, his dream had come true and soon he would outshine them all. The army quickly reached the final boss, the Blood Knife Society leader. This time Zhang Hao waved everyone else off and stepped forward alone. The system panel popped up, 1,200,000 HP, triple the health of the last floor's boss. Whoa, 120,000 HP? That's insane. My attack barely tops 1,500. How long would it take me to chip that down? So this is a raid scale boss? Unreal. Can Madman handle it? His hits on trash mobs were 600 to 700 against a boss that's maybe 500 a shot. This could take forever. His attack speed's crazy, so the DPS adds up, but yeah, that health pool is thick. I'm not doubting the boss, but this thing is scary. I'm trembling here. Too late to back out. We're here now, and only the boss can finish this. Gao Pengfei was just as nervous. He called out, "How's you got this?" Zhang Hao answered with a calm smile. Piece of cake. He drew back his bowstring. In the firelight, the crimson string quivered. If the boss health was triple, would the experience and loot triple too? Thwip. Critical hit. The leader of Shiwadao Society staggered back as an arrow slammed into him. A massive red number flashing above his head. 108,020. The arena fell silent. Then a collective gasp erupted over 100,000 damage, utterly insane. Every gaze snapped to Zhang Hao, hotter than when they'd faced the boss itself. Zhang Hao barely noticed. He held his breath, ears tuned to the slightest rustle. The Shiwadao leader, flung backward, suddenly vanished, his afterimage melting into the air, clearly planning a sneak attack. Here it comes. Zhang Hao's mind flared, his mana turning into a living radar. A heartbeat later, danger lunged from behind. He shifted through the 8 trigrams footwork. Twang, the bowstring hummed, and a storm of 100 arrows poured down, turning the reappearing leader into a pincushion. Shiwadao Society will never die out. The leader's hoarse last words were swallowed by the thud of his body hitting the ground. System messages flooded the screen, everyone's experience bars rocketing upward. Weapons and armor spilled over the floor, cold metal gleaming, dazzling every player. Boss, you're unbelievable. A 120k HP boss, gone in under 3 minutes. If only I had a tenth of his DPS. Heck, I'd settle for 1%. Players crowded around the loot, exclaiming. Zhang Hao waved for them to grab the drops, but didn't spare them a glance. Gear for level 10 characters held zero appeal for him. Gao Pengfei rushed over, arms full of glittering items. Howsy, we cleared all those mobs and the boss thanks to you. It'd be criminal not to take something. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it. Zhang Hao laughed wryly. Old Gao, we're not exactly broke. The run alone netted 20 plus gold. What do we need low-level gear for? Howsy, you have no sense for daily life. Gao lectured. 20 gold converts to maybe 20 grand. Prices are sky high. Money doesn't bite. Zhang Hao couldn't explain that cash would soon be worthless, so he shoved the gear back at him. Fine, you handle it. Sell it and split the proceeds. Deal. He'll transfer your share straight to your account. Gao nodded. He was meticulous whenever money was involved. When the event ended, Gao Pengfei posted a dismissed notice. The guild channel flooded with thanks for Zhang Hao. Then players began logging off one by one. Let's log off too, Zhang Hao said gently, glancing at his sister blinking away sleep. Zaikaio's about to pass out. I'm not sleepy. Zhang Qiao rubbed her cheeks hard, trying to stay awake, but the yawns kept coming. The three of them logged out. Meanwhile, in a corner of the instance, a male warrior opened his friend's list and whispered to Dubashinjian. Captain Chun, we're out of the dungeon. Dubashinjian replied instantly. Good. How was it? A total rush. The warrior's hands shook with excitement. I shot from level 18 to 23 5 levels in one run. That good. Any openings in the guild? You're making me want in, Dubashinjian replied, half amused. Plenty. We kicked some rule breakers last week. Over 100 spots are open now. You have to join us, Captain Chun. All right, I'll think about it. The call ended. Dubashinjian logged out as well and sat on the edge of his bed. A sticky note lay on the desk. He picked it up and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Xiao Miao wants me to look into Bila's stepmother? He rubbed the stubble on his chin and murmured. Does she think the woman had something to do with Bila's car crash? The night passed without incident. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and lit up the bedroom. Zhang Hao rolled out of bed, feeling refreshed. Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao were still fast asleep, so he tiptoed downstairs and headed straight for the community garden. Only a handful of people were there, and the air carried the faint scent of grass. He planned to squeeze in a workout while testing the changes that came with hitting level 30. Beneath the pull-up bar, a barrel-chested man in his 40s was cranking out rep after rep, more than 30 strict pull-ups with a calm face and even breathing. The small crowd nearby applauded, but Zhang Hao watched without much interest. To him, that kind of strength was only a notch above average. Spurred on by the clapping, the burly man dismounted with a flashy 360-degree flip, stirring up even more cheers. Soaking in the praise, he noticed Zhang Hao stepping up to the bar and warned him, arms folded. Reverse grip pull-ups are tough on the wrists. Bro might want to rethink that. Oh, Zhang Hao answered casually, kept the grip, and pulled himself up. Seeing his advice ignored, the man smirked inwardly. Let's see how many you can manage. A few regulars offered to count. 10, 20, 30. By the time Zhang Hao hit 50, his rhythm was still smooth and unhurried. Kid's got some power. Yeah, stronger than the last guy. At this pace, 100's nothing to him. The murmurs grew louder. The burly man's smile froze. Hey man, impressive. How about the parallel bars? Zhang Hao dropped to the ground and nodded. Sure, a little. Let's see what you've got. The man strode to the parallel bars, the spectators trailing after him. 10 minutes later, he was drenched in sweat and his form was falling apart, while Zhang Hao pumped out more reps with textbook precision. Flushed and panting, the man issued another challenge through clenched teeth. Push-ups on 100 to start. Up for it. Fine. Zhang Hao's voice stayed even. In under 5 minutes he finished 300 push-ups, stood up, and his breathing was still steady. He glanced around. The challenger was nowhere in sight. Huh, where'd he go? He asked. A few elderly men chuckled and waved him off. Don't bother, son. He bailed the moment he realized he was outmatched. Zhang Hao shrugged. Thought he'd keep going. He knew his level 30 stats already left ordinary people far behind. Taking on 3 or 4 opponents at once wouldn't even break a sweat. He had plenty to do today. After breakfast, he needed to hunt for an apartment. Swinging by the morning market, he picked up hot buns and soy milk for Gao Pengfei, Grandma, and his little sister. Once they'd eaten, he walked his sister to school and then stepped into a real estate agency. Cool air washed over him. A receptionist escorted him to a small meeting room, handed him a cup of hot tea, and smiled. Good morning, sir. What kind of place are you looking for? He'll be happy to help. I'm looking for a house on a mountaintop, preferably with no neighbors nearby. Zhang Hao laid out his requirements. The demon army would soon invade. According to the game's storyline, demonic energy would leak first, poisoning every living thing in the world. Except for players whose bodies had been modified by the system, humans and other creatures would mutate one after another. To prepare, Zhang Hao wanted an isolated, secure foothold he could fortify into an impenetrable shelter, strong enough to repel both mutated beasts and ruthless humans. The real estate agent blinked. A house on a mountaintop, let me see what I can find. She slid in front of her computer and typed rapidly. After a few minutes, an entry popped onto the screen. Her eyes lit up, and she printed the listing for Zhang Hao. Sir, this property matches your criteria. It turned out to be an abandoned factory atop a hill 10 miles outside the city's western suburbs. Closed nearly a decade ago for financial reasons, it had been left to decay. Though not designed for living, the agent assured him it could be converted with some work. She beamed, eager to unload this long-ignored listing. If you need a construction crew, I can arrange everything for you. How much? Zhang Hao asked. 300,000. She perked up, sensing hope for a sale. Zhang Hao nodded. Let's go take a look. Half an hour later, they stood before the dilapidated structure. The rusted iron gate hung crooked, the windows were stripped, weeds choked the interior, and the air reeked of mildew. The agent rubbed her hands nervously. As you can see, this is the current state. If it doesn't suit you, I can show you something else. It's fine. Zhang Hao's reply made her light up. She hurried to sweeten the deal. The price is negotiable. You could probably get it for 250,000. And the cost of renovations? Zhang Hao pressed. That depends on how extensive you want them. She calculated quickly on her fingers. Basic work runs 50 to 60,000. Something higher end starts around 100. Zhang Hao handed her a slip of paper. Money isn't the issue, but the project has to follow these specs. She glanced at the list, and her pupils tightened. 2 underground levels, 3 above ground. A central elevator. A grappling hook system on the roof. 3 concentric perimeter walls, each 1 meter thick, topped with electrified barbed wire. The first floor exterior fully sealed with mesh and spikes to prevent climbing. Her head snapped up. Sir, are you building a fortress? That's none of your concern, Zhang Hao said calmly. Can you do it or not? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. She nodded so vigorously it seemed her head might come off. Good. I want it finished within 3 months. As he surveyed the factory, Zhang Hao muttered, that should be enough time. In the end, the house and its renovations cost Zhang Hao a little over 400,000 yuan. He insisted on top-tier safety measures. A standard renovation wouldn't cut it. Reinforcing the walls, building a hidden panic room, and installing an independent power system devoured most of the budget. Still, Zhang Hao believed it was worth every cent. Money could become worthless overnight, whereas protecting his family and friends was priceless. Once the structural work was done, he planned to stockpile 3 years' worth of food, medicine, and supplies. Then he would move Lao Gao and Grandma in, and if circumstances allowed, invite Bai Lu to live with them. He had each step carefully mapped out. Only after signing the agency contract and paying the deposit did he leave the sales office. Night was just settling in when he returned to his rented flat, where Gao Pengfei lay on the bed wearing a Neuralink helmet, fully immersed in a game. Zhang Hao chuckled, remembering how Gao had once claimed gaming would never improve his life. Now, he logged in more eagerly than anyone. Zhang Hao set down his keys, changed into comfortable loungewear, and put on his own helmet. Inside all realms, he had one goal for the day: find the Prophet Arthur and accept the main quest to defeat the world boss. The moment his character spawned, he sent Gao Pengfei a private message. Lao Gao, you're level 22 now. In half an hour, take the guild through another run. Everyone needs to hit level 30. Heizi, you're not coming? I'm not sure I can handle it, Gao replied instantly, his uncertainty obvious. Reorganizing his inventory, Zhang Hao typed back, I've got other business. Running on nightmare. With your gear you'll clear it, as long as you call the shots right. Have some faith. All right. Gao drew a long breath that almost echoed through the screen. Ending the chat, he announced in the guild channel, attention, Bloodblade Society. Dungeon rally in 30 minutes, nightmare difficulty. Zhang Hao saw the message and smiled with satisfaction. The demon army was coming, and he needed a reliable lieutenant. Throwing Gao into the thick of things was the fastest way to toughen him up. With guild affairs settled, he guided his character to the plaza of Twilight Song City. Torches painted the flagstones crimson under the night sky, while NPCs bustled past. Beneath the white clock tower at the center stood the silver-haired elder Arthur, leaning on his staff. Prophet Arthur, tell me how I can get the Holy War set, Zhang Hao said, cutting straight to the point. The old man's cloudy eyes brightened. This young adventurer knew about the Holy War set. Arthur's conviction deepened. The newcomer must be the savior foretold by the goddess. No ordinary player could have learned such secrets. Brave one, you understand what the Holy War set signifies, Arthur said gravely, his words slow and measured. Only the true savior can assemble it, stand against the demon king, and save the continent. I won't list the dangers, you already know them. So I ask you once more, are you sure you wish to walk this path? As he finished, a line of golden text appeared before Zhang Hao. Quest, the perilous road of the savior. Objective, under Prophet Arthur's guidance, assemble the Holy War set, defeat the demon king, and save the world. Reward, blessing of the goddess. Accept? Zhang Hao pressed accept without hesitation. Instantly, the main quest split into 12 stages, and the first objective popped up. Quest, Road of the Savior 112. Objective, defeat the beast heiress and obtain its core crystal. Reward, 150,000 experience, 50 gold coins, 1 double EXP scroll, and 1 duplication scroll. The line flashed across the system panel, the stark white text burning itself into Zhang Hao's eyes. The 2 scrolls were especially dazzling. 1. Duplication scroll level 1. Doubles the quantity of any chosen item. 2. Double EXP scroll level 1. Doubles all experience gained for the next 100 minutes after activation. Great loot. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. If he could secure the Holy War set first, and then use the duplication scroll to make a second one, he could give the spare to old Gao. With both of them in top-tier gear, their odds against the Demon King would skyrocket. After the initial rush, he forced himself to calm down and asked the NPC in front of him, "Arthur, how can I find the beast Eris?" "That's simple," Arthur replied evenly. "Eris is sealed in Gale Canyon. Break the seal, and it will appear. But be warned, it's an ancient monster, incredibly strong. You can't defeat it alone, you'll need plenty of allies." The hint was crystal clear. He had to form a large party. Zhang Hao got the message at once. "Don't worry," he assured Arthur. "I've already found teammates who'll help me take Eris down." Leaving Arthur behind, he headed straight for the capital station, ready to spend 10 gold on a goblin airship to Gale Canyon. In version 3.0 of Divine Realm, there were still no mounts, so travelers had only 2 choices: walk or pay for a wyvern, or airship. 5 gold for the former, 10 for the latter. For most players, those prices were outrageous, which had given rise to various bargain methods: group summons, long-range mage portals, priest soul swaps, and so on. All of them shared one requirement: someone had to reach the destination first. If no one had ever set foot on a new map, you either ran or paid. Money wasn't a problem for Zhang Hao. He would rather trade gold for time and reach Gale Canyon quickly. A small town nearby offered quests and mobs, so he could grind while waiting for his guildmates to hit level 30 before tackling Eris together. The station lay on the city's west side, and Zhang Hao was hurrying over when he unexpectedly ran into Bai Lu and Miao Yu at a street corner. Miao Yu stepped up, grabbed him, and demanded in a grave voice, "Madman, how did you know Bai Lu has a stepmother? What else do you know?" She had suspected he might know the Bai family, but she dismissed the idea. Other than Bai Lu's father, the stepmother, and herself, no one even knew the woman existed. Zhang Hao remained calm. "I'm not a suspect. If you talk to me like that, I won't answer anything." "You are right, my mistake," Miao Yu said, taking a deep breath and softening her tone. "You don't know how miserable Bai Lu is. Since she was 15, she's been bedridden, living on an oxygen tube." "I know," Zhang Hao cut in, his voice low. "I've already told you the truth. The stepmother is the killer. Find the evidence yourself. I can't help you." Miao Yu fell silent, still unwilling to give up. "Then how did you find out?" "No comment. But you can be sure of one thing: I'm Bai Lu's friend, not her enemy." With that, Zhang Hao stepped up to Bai Lu, took a black crystal necklace from his inventory, and offered it to her. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled instantly. "Is this for me? It's gorgeous. Thank you." Moments later, the string of black crystals rested on her slender, fair neck, making her look even more delicate. "I've got things to do. See you." Zhang Hao raised a hand in farewell and walked away. Watching him disappear into the crowd, Miao Yu sank into deep thought. When Zhang Hao arrived at the station, there wasn't a single player in sight. The prices were simply too steep. Most carried fewer than 5 gold coins, so spending money here was out of the question. Behind the counter, a goblin clerk wearing goggles greeted him in clumsy human. "Passenger. Where to?" "Newfin Gorge," Zhang Hao replied, tossing 10 gold coins onto the counter. "1 airship ticket. I'm in a hurry." An airship was far faster than a wyvern, cutting the travel time by more than half, and, naturally, the fare was doubled. The goblin swept the coins into a cash box, tore off a silver-white ticket, and handed it over. "Yes, sir. 1 minute to departure. Please board at once." Clutching the ticket, Zhang Hao strode up the gangway, unaware that a male assassin lurking in the station had been watching him. The assassin immediately messaged Yulan Xiaohong. "Miss, I just saw Quang to board a goblin airship. Destination unknown." Yulan Xiaohong was in the middle of a fight inside the Bloodblade Syndicate instance. Knowing Quang's knack for sniffing out hidden objectives, she replied at once, "Follow him and find out where he's going." "But I'm broke." "How much?" "He's taking an airship. 10 gold. He'll transfer it now. Don't lose him." 10 gold clinked into the assassin's purse moments later. He sprinted to the window, bought his ticket, and leapt aboard just before the craft lifted off. Zhang Hao was surprised to see another player who could afford the fare. Whoever he was, he clearly wasn't short on cash. In his previous life, Zhang Hao had scrimped and saved for half a year to gather 10 gold, only to spend it all on skills, potions, and gear. Never once ridden an airship. Shaking off the thought, he chose a window seat and closed his eyes to rest. The flight from Muge City to Newfin Gorge would take about an hour, just enough time for a nap. In the Divine Realm, players experienced every real-world sensation: eating, sleeping, bathing, even intimacy, without fear of pregnancy or dizzy. So later in the game, many took full advantage of that freedom. The hour passed quickly. The deck speakers crackled to life. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and glanced through the porthole. Newfin Gorge spread beneath him, a long, bottomless fissure as if the earth had been cleaved by a giant blade. Sheer cliffs towered on either side. Jagged mountains stretched into the distance, and dense forests formed an emerald sea below. Deep in the gorge, raging winds churned up sand and stones, howling like an enraged beast. The noise was deafening even at this altitude. The pilot gripped the controls, adjusting the gas bags and steering fins with extreme care. One wrong move and the wind could smash the airship against the canyon wall, destroying it along with everyone on board. The assassin traveling with Zhang Hao turned ghost white. Death was nothing new to him. Respawn points are always waiting, but the jolting turbulence still made his heart pound. He clutched the armrests and squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to watch the clouds churn outside. The airship finally touched down. When the hatch opened and a cool breeze swept through the cabin, Zhang Hao was the first to leap out. The instant his boots hit the ground, he decided on a plan. Head straight to Gale Town and activate the teleport array. Once it was online, he could warp here next time and skip the pricey airship fare. Only after the pilot yelled several times did the assassin wobble down the gangway on rubbery legs. He watched Zhang Hao stride toward the distant settlement, tried to speed up, but couldn't close the gap. Leaning against a rock wall, he caught his breath for a long moment before moving again. This is Gale Canyon? He flicked open his digital map and frowned at the coordinates. What's that lunatic doing way out here? I'd better keep an eye on him. The two entered Gale Town one after the other. Acting like a longtime local, Zhang Hao walked straight into a wooden inn. Behind the bar, the still charming landlady polished glasses and chatted with him. The assassin slipped outside, pressed himself beneath a window, and saw Zhang Hao accept an unknown quest before strolling out. What followed left the assassin even more stunned. Zhang Hao moved as if he carried the entire town map in his head, visiting every NPC in perfect order: blacksmith, general store, church, mercenary guild, collecting over a dozen quests in minutes. Crazy. Is this really his first time here? The assassin muttered. He needed the navigation overlay just to find the general store, yet this madman wandered around like a returning native. After sweeping up the quests, Zhang Hao brushed off his hands, walked to the town gate, glanced at the storm clouds swirling over the canyon, and murmured, "All set. Time to kill some monsters." He stopped mid-step and, without turning, spoke clearly into the shadows. "Friend, you've tailed me long enough. Show yourself." The hidden assassin's heart skipped a beat. Certain his stealth was flawless, he hadn't expected to be noticed. He revealed himself with a forced grin. "Hey, boss maniac. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm just curious. Who sent you to follow me?" Zhang Hao's voice was flat. "Nobody, honestly. It was just me. Don't lie." Zhang Hao drew his longbow, the string flashing with cold light. "Talk, or I won't be gentle." The assassin melted back into stealth, blending with the shadows and turning to flee. At level 21, he couldn't scratch level 30 Zhang Hao, not with the archer's top-tier gear against his bargain bin set. Escape was the only sane option. Running? Zhang Hao snorted and lifted his bow toward the sky. Whip! The arrow burst in midair, flooding the night with blinding white light. The anti-assassin skill flare shot ripped away stealth, forcing the assassin's outline into plain sight. "I'm done for," he thought, blood running cold. Whip! 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 A volley of arrows sliced through the air. He didn't even raise his hands before the world drained into icy black and white dead. Zhang Hao lowered his bow and walked unhurriedly to the fallen corpse, eyes like frost. "One more chance. Tell me who sent you, or you can respawn at the revival point." Zhang Hao didn't enjoy killing, but if someone repulsed him, he never hesitated. The assassin before him was one of those people. Respawning at a revival point would wipe out all of the assassin's experience and lower his gear's durability by 80%. He refused to become useless in Yulan Xiahong's eyes. Anyone who's worthless to the Liu family is trash. That saying had spread throughout the household, and once branded trash, you were expelled and stripped of your income. Faced with that prospect, the assassin chose betrayal over losing his level. When the system text appeared above the man's head, Zhang Hao gave a slight nod. "You can revive now." Yulan Xiahong sending someone after him wasn't surprising. She was always arrogant, and after he leaked the boss location, Shed kept an eye on him. A tale made perfect sense. The moment he respawned, the assassin sprinted toward Nufeng Town. NPC guards would make it safer there. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's name had turned bright red for killing a player. If he entered town within the hour, the guards would attack him. His kill wasn't impulsive, he had a plan. With town off-limits, it was the perfect time to attempt a hidden quest. He opened his map, marked the forest northwest of Nufeng Town, and set out. Along the way, he entered the territory of a creature unique to Nufeng Gorge, the Windbird. Bigger than an eagle with a 5-meter wingspan, it rode the gorge's gales with ease. Its huge frame, sharp beak, and talons, combined with wing-made gusts, made it a lethal predator. Gua. 2 wind birds circled overhead, eyeing him as prey. Windbird, level 24, HP 37,050. Standing still meant death. Zhang Hao burst into a sprint to widen the gap, then spun, leaped, and twisted in midair. His longbow thrummed, loosing 2 shimmering arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. 1,211. For EXP. 1,215. For EXP. With attack speed amplified 100-fold, his damage climbed past 10,000 in a second. Each wind bird lost a third of its health and was frozen and slowed, turning into helpless targets. Zhang Hao fired a rapid volley and shot them out of the sky. System message. You killed a wind bird and gained 900 EXP. You killed a wind bird and gained 908 EXP. Adding earlier hits, each bird yielded over 2,000 experience. Zhang Hao glanced at his bar. 289,000. And a single crit could now exceed 110,000 damage. Good. He'll save that for the boss. Zhang Hao scooped up the wind bird's loot, several crafting materials, and a 3-star tunic, then moved on. He had already hunted more than 100 of the creatures, pushing his accumulated experience past 500,000. At the forest's edge, he spotted a skull carved into the trunk of a towering tree, a clear warning to stay away. He kept going. Deeper inside lay the hideout of the Howling Gale Bandits, a gang of outlaws with bounties on their heads, dead or alive. Zhang Hao's hidden quest required him to capture one of those fugitives. Charging in as an ordinary player would only alert the sentries and let the target slip away. So he had killed a male assassin earlier and taken the red name penalty, slipping in openly as a criminal. The wind carried sharp, insect-like whistle sentry signals he pretended not to hear. Soon 3 or 4 hunter cabins appeared, their windows flickering with firelight and the rowdy sounds of drinking and feasting. Zhang Hao stopped outside, and 2 shadows rose behind him. Hey, brother, how'd you find this place? Growled a one-eyed thug. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Hao answered lazily. Once you're wanted, where else can you hide? What you do, anyway? Asked a scar-faced man whose grin looked more like a grimace. Nothing much, just chopped a noble's son into mincemeat, Zhang Hao said flatly. The pair exchanged a nervous glance. The chill in his voice told them he wasn't bluffing. Bold move, brother, going after a noble. If we're going to chat, how about letting me inside first? Zhang Hao said, casting them a cold sideways glance. I'm tired and hungry. No problem, come on in. He pushed the door open. Heat, sweat, and the stink of liquor rolled over him as a dozen cold eyes locked on his. A quick scan showed every one of them was a level 45 rogue. Unfazed, he strode to a table, sat down with a flourish, and called out, black rye ale, bread, and meat. He slapped a gold coin onto the tabletop. Eyes shifted from his face to the coin. Several men's throats clicked as they swallowed. One quietly palmed a dagger at his belt. Zhang Hao caught the motion. The bowstring thrummed whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows punched into the wall, tracing a perfect silhouette around the would-be attacker. Clang. The dagger hit the floor as the rogue collapsed into his chair, pants instantly soaked. Nice shooting, brother, rumbled a burly man across from him. With a snap of the burly man's fingers, someone hurried over with ale and meat. Interested in joining us? The big man asked, grinning. We could all make a lot of money together. Your name's Gels, isn't it? Zhang Hao didn't answer the big man's question. Instead, he asked one of his own. At the sound of his name, the burly Gels narrowed his eyes, thick fingers curling. How do you know my name? I saw your wanted poster in Gale Town, Zhang Hao said, swallowing a mouthful of bitter, watery ale. They're offering 10 gold coins. Steel flashed. A knife point hovered at Zhang Hao's throat. Gel's voice was low and cold. You a bounty hunter? The atmosphere in the cabin tightened. Chairs scraped back, boots creaked, and every glare fixed on Zhang Hao, hands sliding to hilts. No, Zhang Hao shrugged, nodding at a corner of the tavern wall. I'm a criminal too. Didn't you see my name? It's printed in red. Gels grunted, suspicion undimmed. Then what do you want? Someone sent me with a message, Zhang Hao said, flicking a glance at the door. Too many people in here. Let's step outside. A night wind smelling of pine rattled through the trees. Several hundred paces from the cabin they stopped, silhouettes still crowding the window behind them. Talk, Gels ordered, palm on his knife. Who sent you? Miss Mila, Zhang Hao answered. The owner of the Golden Rose Inn? Gels blinked. Exactly. Zhang Hao's mouth quirked. That night, the 2 of you were in her room. Gels coughed, ears reddening. He'll never forget it. But we can't be together. I'm wanted. I set foot in town, I swing. I know, Zhang Hao said. But if you pay the fine, you're clear, right? Yeah, Gels muttered. 10 times the bounty, 100 gold pieces. I don't have it. He remembered everything. The drunken noble pawing at Mila, his own rage-fueled punch that shattered the man's nose, the ensuing warrant. Had fled, joined a band of thieves, all while dreaming of earning enough to buy back his freedom. 100 gold coins might as well have been the sky. Someone already paid, Zhang Hao said quietly. You're no longer wanted. You can return to Gale Town and to Mila. Who? Gel's eyes widened, then flickered with sudden hope. Mila? Zhang Hao nodded. She handed every coin she had to the sheriff. Your warrant is gone. He jerked his chin at the cabin. You can say goodbye to these thieves. Gel's breath came fast. If you're lying, they'll be walking into a noose. Proof? Ask Bill, Zhang Hao said, palms open. He's in and out of Gale Town all the time. I'll confirm it. Bill was a small-time pickpocket, never on any wanted list. He handled the gang's supplies and intelligencean informant who would know the truth. Gears whirled and sprinted back into the cabin. He shoved the door open, seized Bill by the collar, and hauled him clear off the floor, snarling, "My wanted notice, does it still exist?" "Oh well," Bill stammered, eyes flicking away. Had known for days the warrant was gone, but the bandit chief Sane had ordered him to keep quiet. "Talk." Gears' bloodshot eyes already held the answer. It's been cancelled. Bill's knees buckled as he confessed. "Damn it." Gears cursed and slammed Bill onto the wooden planks. Bill hit hard, hissing in pain. Snatching up his pack, Gears kicked the door wide and burst into the night. Wind whipped around him as he thrust a fist skyward, voice trembling with elation. "You were right, the warrant is gone. I'm a free man. I'm going back to Mira." Outside, Zhang Hao watched him and murmured a warning. "Some people won't let you leave." Gears spun. Shapes poured from the cabin, led by the grim-faced mage Sane, leader of the angry wind bandits. "Gears, you're not going anywhere," Sane said, raising a jet-black staff. "Anyone who joins the angry wind bandits leaves only as a corpse." His cutthroats flashed steel. With no hope of pardon, they clung to Sane's word even if it meant killing their own. Gears drew a slow breath. As a warrior, he stood no chance against Sane's dark magic. Yet he still answered, "Sane, let's end this peacefully. Don't force me." "So you've decided." Sane sneered, dropping the staff's tip. "Take him and the new guy, too." "Aye." A dozen bandits surged forward. Gears drew his dagger and called to Zhang Hao, "I'll hold them off. Tell Mira, I'll love her forever. Give her the sweet talk yourself." Zhang Hao's longbow snapped up. 2 arrows shot out, felling the sentries in the trees. 3 bandits closed on Gears. Blades flashed as he met them, 1 against 3, driving them back. 1 lagged a beat too long and took a dagger through the thigh, collapsing with a scream. Seeing Gears' fury, the other 2 hesitated. "Don't falter." Sane stepped up, unleashing a jet of black light. The invisible blast hammered Gears' chest, flinging him several meters before he crashed to the ground. Zhang Hao rushed over, hauling him up. Gears' health bar was half gone. 1 more hit would finish him. "Sane is mine." Zhang Hao planted his feet, bowstring drawing tight. Gears clutched his chest, grimacing. "His magic is too strong. Your arrows won't help." Across the clearing, Sane swept his staff. A wall of inky energy formed before him. He sneered, "No attack pierces my dark magic. Don't bet on it." Zhang Hao pulled the bow to its full draw, arrowhead blazing white. The string thrummed. The shaft screamed through the air and slammed into the dark barrier. A heartbeat later, the shield shattered like glass. It was the archer's entomage skill-piercing arrow. The archer class has several abilities made specifically to counter mage's purging arrow, shock arrow, interrupt arrow, and the like. Purging arrow is every defensive spell's bane. The moment Sane's freshly conjured black barrier appeared, Zhang Hao's shot punched right through it, scattering the shield in a swirl of dark mist. Sane's face went bloodless. Sensing disaster, he rasped, "Protect me." The words had barely left his mouth when a second arrow screamed through the air, accompanied by a critical hit alert. Whoosh. 204,310. The crimson number floated overhead. The 200+ thousand damage erased his remaining health in an instant. Sane collapsed, twitched twice, and fell silent. Dozens of nearby rogues stared in shock. Sane might not have had a warrior's armor, but he was still a mid-tier mage. Watching him get one-shotted by an archer shattered everything they thought they knew. Gears' eyes widened. He nearly forgot to breathe. Zhang Hao lowered his bow and stepped forward, killing intent still hanging in the air. The rogues instinctively backed away, faces pale with fear. "Anyone else want to give it a try?" he asked in a low voice. Heads shook in unison. No one was willing to gamble with death. Sane's body rolled over, scattering loot across the ground. Healing potions, rare magical materials, several spell scrolls, and a few 3-star items. What really caught Zhang Hao's eye was a scroll that gleamed with a pale gold lighten evolution scroll. If only there were a luck scroll too, then it'd be perfect, he thought, a touch regretful, before reining in his greed. No, can't be too greedy. This is already great. Amid the ordinary spoils, one special item drew his attention. Treasure Map 12. Note: the Gale thieves hid their plunder in a secret location. This map points the way, but it's only half of the whole. Where's the other half? Zhang Hao wondered, sweeping his gaze over the rogues. Could they be carrying it? He dismissed the idea, saying would never leave something so important with low-level thieves. He beckoned, then turned to Gersi. "Let's move. Don't keep your sweetheart waiting." "Right." Gersi nodded eagerly. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the log cabin and the dispirited thieves, then hurried after Zhang Hao, racing out of the forest. "Thanks, boss madman, for saving me back there," Gersi said once he caught up, voice brimming with gratitude. "Without you, I'd be dead at Sane's hands." "I said I'd bring you back, and I meant it," Zhang Hao replied calmly, but with absolute certainty. "I keep my word." They entered Gale Town. At the gate, Gears' palms were slick with sweat. He gripped the dagger at his waist, terrified the guards would arrest him on sight. Instead, the 2 soldiers only frowned at him for a moment before looking away. His heart finally settled. Revived in spirit, Gersi followed Zhang Hao straight to the Golden Rose Inn. Pushing the door open, he immediately spotted Mila behind the bar. In that instant, he forgot all restraint, crossed the room in quick strides, and wrapped the woman he loved in a tight embrace. Mila gasped, fearing she was being harassed, but turned to see the man she'd been longing for. Tears welled up, and she clung to Gersi, sobbing in relief. Zhang Hao left the lovers to their reunion, taking a seat by the window. He ordered a glass of Traveler of the Wind from a pretty waitress and sipped slowly, sorting through his haul. A long while later, the couple calmed down. Hand in hand, they walked over and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Madman, for bringing my man back safely. She learned the whole story from Jers and thanked Zhang Hao warmly. I have nothing to repay you with except this luck scroll, she said. The words luck scroll made Zhang Hao's eyes sparkle. He had long known a hidden quest existed, but he hadn't expected the reward to be a life-saving item like this. Jers then produced another piece of parchment. A small token of my gratitude. It was the missing half of the treasure map, the part that matched the fragment Zhang Hao had taken from Sang. He immediately fitted the two halves together. A complete map appeared on his interface, and with one tap the treasure coordinates synced to his electronic map, marked by a bright red dot. After bidding farewell to Jers and Mila, Zhang Hao stepped out of the inn, eager to start the treasure hunt. The moment he pushed open the door, a familiar figure blocked his way. Quantu, could I have a moment? Dubu Xinjia asked with a faint smile. I'd like to talk. Zhang Hao paused. He had expected Yulan Xiahong to show up first. The male assassin had been her hire, but instead Dubu Xinjia had arrived ahead of everyone. That meant someone had been tracking him quietly, otherwise the man couldn't have located him so precisely. Sorry, I'm busy and not interested in chatting, Zhang Hao replied bluntly. He guessed the other player wanted an alliance, but small private teams didn't appeal to him. Realizing this, Dubu Xinjia laid his cards on the table. Then he'll be direct. I work for a special government unit investigating this game. I know you possess certain secrets about the divine realm, and I'd like to discuss them in depth. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Rumors from his previous life about Dubu Xinjia flashed through his mind. Many had suspected he had official backing, because he often spoke on behalf of the authorities. It seemed the rumors were true. After a brief silence, he nodded. All right, let's talk inside. As they walked to an empty table in the corner, Zhang Hao's mind raced. If the Demon King's army eventually slaughtered humanity, his own strength plus a 10,000-man squad would barely make a dent. With state power behind him and the whole population mobilized, the outcome could be entirely different. He wasn't worried about exposing himself. The game used an alias and masked his appearance so he could speak freely. A few Suntaker events would be enough for the government to verify his claims. He signaled the waiter. 2 wind travelers, he said, then pointed at Dubu Xinjia. He's buying. Dubu Xinjia glanced at the menu. 50 silver coins a glass and winced. He only had a dozen gold coins to his name. I hope this conversation is worth a gold coin, he joked, then turned serious. Mr. Quantu, just how much do you know about this game? It's far more than you think. Zhang Hao took a light sip of wine, the fruity notes lingering on his tongue, yet his tone stayed even. Across the table, Dubu Xinjia wasn't surprised. He had expected that reply. Could you be specific? I'd like the whole story, Dubu Xinjia said, leaning on his elbows, eyes blazing with curiosity about the game's secrets. He had already reached level 24. In just a few days of testing, he felt more energetic, fell asleep faster, and even the erosive gastritis that had plagued him for years was easing. Each change convinced him that this was no ordinary game. Zhang Hao set down his glass, his expression growing solemn. I can tell you everything, but it's not a pleasant tale. He paused, then added, whatever I say must be reported exactly as I say it. Your superior, and then up the chain, all the way to Longwo's highest leader. The air in the private room seemed to freeze. Dubu Xinjia narrowed his eyes. It's that serious? He sensed danger in Zhang Hao's expression, but still didn't grasp the truth. Zhang Hao drew a steady breath. An evil force will invade our world in the future. Blue Planet will be awash in blood. He then outlined the might of the Demon King's army, humanity's grim fate, and the game's true purpose. His words were spare, but chilling. Dubu Xinji's face darkened. Is all of this real? The doubt was natural, and Zhang Hao didn't mind. I can give you proof. He glanced at the night beyond the window. Tomorrow the Melee Nation will announce a new round of sanctions. One of our mobile phone companies will be on the list. Dubu Xinjia noted it silently, but stayed cautious. Rumors of such sanctions had circulated, so one prediction would not confirm a prophecy. Zhang Hao went on. Next week an ocean-going freighter from AO Nation will sink in the Pacific. No casualties. If that rare event happened, it would lend real weight to Zhang Hao's claims, though both men knew the state would still want harder evidence. Add me as a friend. If you have questions, contact me anytime, Zhang Hao said, sending a friend request. Make a decision while there's still time. With that, he left the inn, his departure crisp and unhesitating. Dubu Xinjia accepted the request, logged out of the game, and rushed to brief his superiors. How Longwo's leaders would react was no longer Zhang Hao's concern. He had done everything he could. If the warning still failed to resonate, then fate would take its course. Yet Zhang Hao wouldn't give up. He knew he couldn't protect everyone, but he would safeguard the people closest to him. Guided by the map, Zhang Hao reached a cluster of ruins in the southeast corner of Howling Gale Gorge. Rumor had it this was once Windwrath Town. After a plague swept through, the inhabitants fled, leaving behind a deserted settlement. Crumbling stone walls lay shattered, slate-colored weeds forced their way through cracks, and toppled signboards letters worn to smudge lay scattered about. In the center of the square a solitary stone well stood, its mouth dry and mottled with moss. The red circle on his map marked this spot the entrance to the thieves' treasure vault. The rim of the well was barely waist-high. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao vaulted over the edge. The instant his feet touched the ground below, he crouched and slipped forward. A narrow passage twisted downward, its damp stone walls ice-cold. Black water seeped here and there and dripped with a steady beat. After several bends the corridor ended at a heavy iron door. An embossed skull on the door matched exactly the one he had seen earlier on the giant forest tree. A dungeon? Zhang Hao muttered, running his fingers over the metal as a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Enter the thieves' treasure dungeon? Yes. Select difficulty. Easy, hard, nightmare, hell. Hell, he answered without a hint of hesitation. Darkness snapped shut around him while the instance loaded. The underground maze felt suffocating. A chill wind howled from nowhere. Torches along the walls crackled madly, and their light writhed across the floor. Zhang Hao knocked an arrow and moved on cat-quiet feet that had never cleared this dungeon in his previous life, and any mistake could prove fatal. After a few dozen steps, rows of weather-stained suits of armor lined both sides of the passage. They held swords and spears, facing the center as if about to leap alive. A label floated above them. Treasure Guardian LV, 38 HP, 61,000. Strike first. The bowstring thrummed and 5 arrows streaked out like white threads, smashing into breastplates in a spray of sparks. 6044 EXP. 6114 EXP. The Guardians boasted heavy defense, but moved like statues. Thanks to blistering attack speed, Zhang Hao kited them in a seamless hail of arrows, never letting them close. Moments later one suit crashed to the floor, breaking apart into worthless scrap. You have slain a treasure guardian. EXP 1420. You have slain a treasure guardian. EXP 1425. The loot glittered across the ground, but it meant little to him. He noted the location so Lao Gao could pick it up on the way back. Deeper in lay a vast stone chamber. Wooden chests, bronze chests, silver chests, and gold chests more than 20 in all were stacked like waves of wealth. Zhang Hao rubbed his hands. Time to open some loot. The instant he stepped forward, however, he froze. Something in the air whispered of hidden danger. A trap? He swept his gaze around. The dim torchlight blurred every outline. Retreating a step, he grabbed a helmet from a fallen suit of armor and tossed it toward the pile. The helmet clattered to a stop before a bronze chest, and a heartbeat later the chest split open into a gaping maw lined with fangs, swallowing the helmet whole. Treasure Mimic LV, 41 HP, 73,300. Just as he thought, Zhang Hao snorted. Enough pretending, show yourselves. He drew on every chest. The bowstring sang, and arrows poured down like rain. In the next instant chest after chest exploded to life, roaring as the mimics lunged at him. More than half of the 16 treasure chests turned out to be monsters. Zhang Hao retreated from the room, spun around, and raised his bow toward the doorway. The opening was narrow and low, forcing the chest mimics to squeeze through single file perfect for taking them down one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 599. For experience. 604. For experience. System messages flooded the screen. You have slain a treasure imposter and gained 1,680 experience. You have slain a treasure imposter and gained 1,677 experience. One mimic after another crashed to the ground under the rain of arrows, littering the threshold with experience points and loot. After a good 10 minutes the hallway was clear, and the pile of drops had grown into a mound that nearly blocked the exit. No wonder chest monsters are famous for their rewards, Zhang Hao muttered, lowering his bow and starting the cleanup. Each corpse carried a gold coin plus various materials and potions. In one sweep, he gathered well over 100 usable potions, more than enough for now. The weapons and gear were just as generous. Several 3-star archer pieces boasted excellent stats, and he equipped them on the spot, boosting his power yet again. Once the doorway was tidy, Zhang Hao returned to the room. A few silent chests still stood in the corners. He loosed several cautious arrows. When none stirred, he relaxed and went to work on the locks. Flash! Gold light erupted, forcing him to squint. The loot list scrolled wildly across his vision: coins, gems, scrolls, materials pouring out in lines. By the time he emptied every chest, his pack was nearly full. He'll have to sort this later, he thought. At the far end, a rust-eaten iron door blocked the way. Zhang Hao stepped forward and kicked the ancient lock. With a screech, the door eased inward, revealing a dim passage. He pried a torch from the wall, gripped it, and started down the stairs. The steps were laid with uneven gray-green stone, Slick and poorly lit, one careless move could send him tumbling. Using the cold, damp wall for support, he descended until the stairway opened into a broad chamber. The domed ceiling arched more than 10 meters overhead, its shadows deep and eerie. Directly ahead, a circular pool sat sunken into the floor, its liquid black and glossy. After a moment's thought, Zhang Hao tossed the torch in. Home black fluid ignited, flaring blue-orange and filling the room with an oily stench. By the sudden light, he spotted piles of gold, silver, and jewels heaped against the walls, dazzling. But he knew better. This was just the thieves' bait. The real prize had to be hidden elsewhere. Scanning the chamber, he caught a whisper of movement overhead, a faint rustle, like some massive creature crawling along the dome. Zhang Hao snapped his head up. From the shadows, a red spider the size of a millstone slowly emerged. Red Demon Elite. Level 45. HP 396,500. First strike. Zhang Hao's heart tightened. He drew and released in one fluid motion. Searing impact. 248,353. The 600,000 plus stored experience detonated in a single arrow, carving away nearly 2/3 of the boss health in an instant. Kikia. The huge red spider scurried across the roof, and Zhang Hao's arrows couldn't touch it. It's not mites the system. The boss is in berserk mode, so it can't be hit. He muttered, lowering his bow. He stopped shooting and broke into the 8 trigram step. Standing still meant becoming a target. Only constant movement might save him before the webbing rained down. Thwip, thwip, thwip. From above came a rapid hiss as the spider darted across the tiles, its tail whipping. Thick white webbing poured down like an upside-down waterfall. Zhang shifted from the Zhun stance to the Jin stance. The sticky mass brushed his shoulder and sealed off the spot head just left. He glanced up. The boss was gone. Hiding, huh? He kept moving, eyes sweeping the dim rafters. The red spider likely used camouflage, blending perfectly with the surroundings. Let's try this. Zhang raised his bow. An arrow streaked upward along the ridge and burst into searing white light of flare. The glare erased every shadow, exposing the spider at once. It shrieked and lunged. Zhang was ready. He pushed off, slid back, rolled, and loosed a reflex shot. System prompt. Backstep dodge critical. 149,012. The arrow punched through the spider's chest. It dropped dead on the spot. System messages poured in. Congratulations. First kill of elite monster red demon. EXP 163,100, gold 15. Congratulations. Dungeon treasure grounds cleared in 58:53. EXP 325,500, gold 30, platinum, chest 1. First time clear bonus. Free attribute points 10, platinum, chest 1. Next the system asked, global announcement, hide your name? Zhang chose no, and his ID, Madman, flashed across the world channel. Global announcement. Player Madman has scored the first kill of elite monster red demon. Keep it up, everyone. Player Madman has achieved the first clear of dungeon treasure grounds. Keep it up, everyone. Outside the instance, the server exploded. Madman found another dungeon? I haven't even beaten Bloodblade Citadel yet. Come on. Is he going to take every first clear in Divine Realm? Where's treasure grounds? It must be loaded with loot. Wanna know? By the intel from Madman, heard it's pricey. Hope Madman shows mercy and shares the dungeon with us broke players. We're all from Longwo, should share. Moral blackmail? Why should he? Work for it yourself instead of begging. Elsewhere, Yulan Xiahong saw the announcement too. She shot a venomous glare at the assassin who'd been trailing Zhang Hao. He stared at the floor. Useless. If you hadn't blown your cover, would already know where that dungeon is, she hissed. Now we'll have to buy the intel from Madman. Do you know what that'll cost the company? Miss, I am sorry. Enough. I don't want to see you tomorrow. Money was the least of her worries. What truly enraged Yulan Xiahong was Zhang Hao's casual contempt when had spoken to her. But for the sake of leveling, she swallowed her pride. Move out. Gale Canyon. She swung her arm, and dozens of Luclan elites followed her toward the stagecoach station. After Zhang Hao killed the red spider, a golden chest suddenly dropped from the ceiling and slammed onto the floor with a boom, making him jump. Its surface was covered in ornate reliefs, and blinding light seeped through every seam, signaling extraordinary value. So the instance's final treasure had been hidden on the roof all along. Suppressing his surprise, he stepped forward and gripped the lid with both hands. With a crisp click, the chest opened, and a tide of golden light flooded the room. Mountains of loot filled the bottom, yet 3 items stole the show. An evolution scroll, a critical rune, and a 4-star weaponar replica ancient demon bow. Critical rune. Stars, 3. Requirements, none. Effect, grants the equipped weapon a critical hit bonus, crit 1. Durability, 300,300. Replica ancient demon bow. Stars, 4. Requirements, level 40. Stats, attack 140, agility 20. Durability, 600,600. Zhang Hao removed the frost rune from his old weapon, then socketed both the critical rune and the frost rune into the brand new bow. Blue frost and golden sparks intertwined as the bow let out a low hum, as if it might unleash a deadly arrow at any moment. He opened his character panel, and the attack number jumped to 2,648. Probably first on the server, he muttered, and a quick glance at the leaderboards confirmed his name at the very top. Unfortunately, the international servers still weren't active, so he couldn't compare stats with players from other countries. According to the developers, worldwide servers would open once players reached level 60 and unlock their second class change. At that point, a new map No Man's Land would appear, and players from every nation would fight for territory and resources. In other words, a global war. This event was slated for day 30 after launch. Blue Star's resources were limited, and the goddess wanted an elite force, not an endless crowd of mediocre soldiers. Sheer numbers couldn't stop the Demon King's army, which was even larger. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Zhang Hao opened the 2 platinum chests awarded for his first clear. When the white light faded, he finally got what had wanted most luck scrolls. He already owned one but had hesitated to use it, fearing an evolution failure. Now, with 2 scrolls in hand, his odds looked much better. After double-checking everything, he took a deep breath, activated both luck scrolls to stack their effects, and then applied the evolution scroll to his talent panel. A blaze of white light flashed, and a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, star rating upgraded successfully. Experience Frenzy Divine Gift. Rarity, 5 star. Effect 1 experience drain passive. Each basic attack that hits grants an additional 5 experience points. Effect 2 experience burst active. Consumes 50 of current experience to deal the same amount of damage to one target, ignoring defense. The upgrade's benefits were immediate and overwhelming. His experience gain multiplied, fully supporting the hefty cost of experience burst. Looks like it's time to head back to Twilight Song City and keep shooting targets for XP, Zhang Hao decided silently. He nearly forgot to loot the boss corpse. Zhang Hao kicked aside the hill of spider legs, bent down, and placed his hand on the still warm scarlet giant spider. A string of dazzling lights flashed past, and a dozen pieces of loot poured straight into his backpack. Huh, what's this? He skimmed his inventory, and his eyes lit up. A silvery glow hovered over a fist-sized egg. Spider egg. Star rating 1. Requirement: none. Note: hatch to obtain a 1-star spider pet. Durability: 100,100. A pet egg. Zhang Hao drew a sharp breath. In his previous life, had watched countless top players sweep entire battlefields with pets some more terrifying than the bosses themselves, but no one ever revealed where those pets came from. He had guessed they were monster drops, yet never knew which mobs to farm. Who would have thought this red spider would drop one? Excitement surging, he hit hatch without hesitation. The progress bar glowed for a full minute before shrinking into a tiny shoppy snow-white spider that bounced onto the ground. It was no bigger than his palm, its 8 spindly legs as thin as toothpicks, and Zhang Hao feared one misstep would squash it into paste. Please name your pet. White Reaper, he declared after a brief pause. Name set successfully. White Reaper. Star rating, 1 level, 1. EXP 0. HP, 50. Stamina, 50. Attack, 19. Defense, 15. Attack speed, 0.5 seconds. Movement, 5 millisecond. Skill, Web LV1. Scanning the pitiful stats, Zhang Hao gave a wry smile. Even the Borlings in the starter village could gore you to death. Let's share experience instead. 3 distribution options appeared. 1. Pet receives no experience. All goes to the player. 2. Experience is split 50-50. 3. All experience goes to the pet, none to the player. With numbers this low, he dared not field White Reaper, so he chose the first passive gain mode. Up on my shoulder, little guy. He tapped a finger, and the tiny spider clambered up and settled motionless. Pet secured. He left the instance, stepped through the portal, and returned to Nufeng Town, planning to use the array there to warp straight back to Muge City. He had barely reached the plaza when Yulan Xiahong and a crowd of subordinates blocked his path. Madman. The girl tilted her chin, crimson hair whipping in the wind. I want to buy the new dungeon intel. Name your price. Zhang Hao shook his head with a smirk. This time I'm not selling. The earlier intel drops had already made him a fortune. Most of it had gone toward a house and renovations. But with his current strength, money came easy. One run through the treasure grounds netted 45 gold, and sweeping every mob could push it to 100. Gold prices were soaring. 100 coins now fetched 200,000 cash. He didn't need the money and had no reason to bow to Yulan Xiahong anymore. Why not? Her brows knitted. Whatever you ask, I can pay. It's not about money, Yulan Xiahong. His tone was calm but icy. You're too arrogant, and I don't like that. So don't come to me again. With that, he turned and strode toward the teleport array. Light swallowed him, leaving Yulan Xiahong staring after him in shock. Madman, damn it. Humiliated in public, she clenched her teeth, fury roiling in her chest. Fine, then, we're enemies from now on. You may be strong, but you're only one man. I have an entire conglomerate and thousands of people behind me. I refuse to lose to you. As she vented her anger, an aide hurried over. Miss, Our Mole and Madman's Guild reports the vice leader has called everyone to gather in Nufeng Town tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yulan Xiahong's expression brightened. A cold smile curled across her lips. Excellent. Tell our people to stay sharp and keep their covers. I want to know exactly where that new dungeon is. Inside the office of Longguo's Special Response Task Force, Dupu Xinjie was briefing the leaders who filled the giant television screen in front of him. These are all things Quanta told me, he concluded. Whether they're true still needs to be verified. He outlined everything Zhang Hao had relayed, laying it out in chronological order, concise, yet complete. Cold white lights flooded the conference room. On screen, the officials wore differing expressions, but none spoke for several seconds. Sounds to me like this Quang Tu fellow is a charlatan, a decorated old general muttered, brow furrowed. It's all a bit too mystical. Sanctions from the beautiful nation against our companies are an open secret, said a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. That alone can't prove he can see the future. But if the freighter he mentioned really goes down in the next few days, that will be telling. A coincidence or two isn't enough to accept his entire story, a female leader added, tapping the table. We need to meet him face-to-face. Is he hiding for a good reason? Or because he's bluffing? Dupu Xinjie stepped in for Zhang Hao. Quanta struck me as extremely cautious. Until he's sure we're trustworthy, staying anonymous is simply the safest choice. The man in the chief seat stubbed out his cigarette and spoke decisively. Old Chun, keep the line open with Quantu. Have him give us a few more events that are about to happen. He'll assign experts to see whether he truly has predictive abilities. Yes, Minister Xiao. That's all for today. The screen went dark, and silence filled the room. Dupu Xinjie exhaled. He had seen plenty of action, yet standing before his former commander, Minister Xiao, still carried its own pressure. As he left the conference room, his phone buzzed. Miao Yu. He slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten his promise to look into Bai Lu's car crash. Back when Miao Yu served under him, she was a queen of the barracks, not someone to cross. Xiao Yu, sorry. I've been swamped. I'll set things in motion as soon as I can, he apologized at once. Captain Chun, what's keeping you so busy? Another secret assignment? Miao Yu's tone was half teasing, half complaining. Can't talk about it rules or rules. Dupu Xinjie laughed it off, careful not to leak a word. He seized the chance to ask, why dig into that crash from 3 years ago? What makes you think Bai Lu's stepmother was involved? Does old Bai know? The moment he mentioned Bai Lu's father, Bai Kefengi's old comrade Narmsh's voice softened. It was because of that bond he had once recommended Miao Yu as Bai Kaifeng's personal bodyguard. Uncle Bai doesn't know yet, Miao Yu replied crisply. I want the facts first. Otherwise, with his temper, he'd go straight after Zhao Yuru. True old Bai's always had a short fuse. Dupu Xinjie agreed. So who asked you to investigate? A gamer called Quang Tu. He claims to know what really happened and told me to look into Bai Lu's stepmother. Miao Yu told the whole story of her encounter with Zhang Hao, then laughed. Captain Chun, I know you're about to scold me for believing a stranger, but that guy Quang Tu sounded so convincing you'd have believed him too. Hello? Captain, are you listening? The line stayed silent for a long moment before Dupu Xinjie finally spoke in a low voice. You said his name is Quang Tu? That's right. Do you know him? Miao, I need a favor. What is it, Captain? Miao Yu asked, curiosity getting the best of her. Dupu Xinjie exhaled, his pace slow but unmistakably firm. Since Quang Tu claims he knows Bai Lu, I want you to take Bai Lu, stay close to him, and find out who he really is. I know you have questions, but I can't tell you more yet. Just follow my lead. So Quang Tu is important? Extremely. Dupu Xinjie's tone was low and solemn. When the time is right, he'll tell you everything. Miao Yu paused, then answered steadily, understood, Captain. He'll get it done. Zhang Hao handed everything in his backpack to Gao Pengfei to sell. The gold would be split 3 ways. 1/3 for guild development, 1/3 for Gao Pengfei and the Zhang siblings, and the rest head keep. Staring at the long list of purple gear and rare mats in the trade window, Gao Pengfei's jaw dropped. Damn, how you farmed all this in the new dungeon. Zhang Hao nodded. That's why I asked you to post in guild chat tomorrow. We're taking everyone in. Level up and make money at the same time. Sounds great, but Gao Pengfei frowned. You're the only one in the server who knows the dungeon's location, and you're bringing a crowd. Aren't you worried the secret will leak? Leaks are inevitable, Zhang Hao said after a moment's thought, but that's fine. I can earn enough gold from runs. What matters is getting our core members to level 30 fast. If the demon army never invades, info is cash. But if the apocalypse is coming, no amount of gold will save us in real life. We need the brothers strong enough to fight the world boss and grab the crusade set. He paused, a thin smile on his lips. And just because I don't care about money doesn't mean I'll tolerate betrayal. This operation is a perfect chance to flush out the mole in our ranks. Gao Pengfei slapped his thigh. How you're crafty. How did I never notice before? Zhang Hao shrugged. Don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. You've never screwed me over, why would I screw you? It was late, so Zhang Hao sent Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao offline to rest. He headed straight to the archer trainer, ready to shoot arrows till dawn. He was wired enough to go days without sleep. Every minute of experience mattered if he wanted to handle whatever came next. Night fell, and the lamps of Muge City winked out one by one. Players logged off, NPCs went home, and the once bustling streets fell silent. The archer practice range was dim. The instructor was long gone, leaving only the targets standing in the gloom. Zhang Hao relished the quiet, planted his feet, and loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. System prompt. 1 HP. 5 EXP. 1 HP. 5 EXP. An hour later he lowered his longbow, sweat sliding down his temples. His experience bar had surged past 9 million. One critical shot from him now could break 4 million damage. But Zhang Hao still wasn't satisfied and knew how terrifying a world boss could be. This wasn't enough. He needed even more firepower. Thus, Zhang Hao's bowstring sang again. At dawn the next day, the first light had just crept over the training ground's wooden fence when the archery instructor arrived, yawning and sporting dark circles. The first thing he saw was a player firing arrow after arrow at the target, or rather, unleashing a full-blown arrow storm. At first the instructor felt pleased. Few archers still put in this much effort, and the kid looked promising. The longer he watched, however, the more alarmed he became. Putting out a little over 20 arrows per second was his own limit as a master archer. Yet this player was releasing well above 100 per second, 5 arrows at a time, the bowstring thrumming like a rapid-fire drum. At this level, forget being an instructor, even my instructor's instructor couldn't keep up. He muttered, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he suddenly feared for his job. The plaza bell rang 8 times, and the crowd began to swell. Only then did Zhang Hao lower his bow and glance at his personal stats. The number in his experience pool already stretched past 9 zeros. With a light tap, he broke the 100 million mark. He had worried the system might cap stored experience, but 9 digits sat there just fine. He could come here every day, grind arrows, and farm XP forever. The only question was when the level 30-second advancement would unlock. His patience was thinning fast. He closed the window and got private messages from Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao, who had just logged in and asked to meet at Twilight Song City's main square. Jogging over, he skimmed the guild channel. The vice leader said to gather in Galetown today. What's the plan? Has to be a raid. You saw yesterday's system notice, right? Madman's crew got the first clear on the thieves' treasury. Even the dungeon's name reeks of loot. We're gonna make bank. Cash is nice, but I need levels. Gotta catch up to Madman. Exactly. The guild doesn't enforce a level cap, but we can't slack off. Push for 30. Zhang Hao smiled. Plenty of guildmates still had drive. At the square, Gao Pengfei had been waiting a while, and Zhang Qiao clutched her spellbook, yawning nonstop. She had studied until the small hours. Zhang Hao suggested she ditch school, but she shot back. I need to finish high school and get into my dream university. He shut up. He knew that university had maybe 6 months left before the Demon King's army leveled it. Since neither of them had been to Gale Town, Zhang Hao formed a party, teleported there first, and pulled them through. Once they landed, he built a raid party, and members streamed in one after another. More than 7,000 Righteous Spirit players arrived in short order, saving a fortune in travel fees. Gale Town Square was packed. Over 7,000 players faced the same direction. Guild leader Zhang Hao was taking them into a new instance for free. Excitement shone on every face, weapons clenched and ready. Zhang Hao vaulted onto the tallest monument in the center of the square and scanned the crowd, his brows knitting. We're short on numbers, Lao Gao. Across the sea of players, Gao Pengfei called back. More than 1,500 asked me for leave. The rest neither asked nor replied. What's the plan, Hausie? Isn't it obvious? Kick everyone who didn't ask. You asked for leave again. I'm giving you one last chance. If you skip the next team event, you're out. With a sweep of his hand and an icy stare, Zhang Hao's words detonated over the plaza. For the good of everyone, discipline has to be absolute. As he spoke, he raised a hand to his lips and gave a soft cough, and the booming chatter died, as if someone had hit mute on a remote. The pressure of the server's top players silenced hundreds of members until only the blinking cursors remained in midair. I'm sure some of you have already guessed it. We're raiding a newly discovered instance today, the Thieves' Treasure Lair. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice suddenly soaring before it softened again. However, something urgent came up, and it'll be a bit late. Stay here and wait for my signal. I apologize for the inconvenience. With that he bowed deeply, the scrape of metal plates echoing loud and clear. Then Zhang Hao straightened, his tone turning grim. He'll share the location of the instance, but there's one rule: this intel must not leak. Anyone who breaks it will be expelled from the guild without mercy. Every player nodded in unison, faces solemn. They knew exactly what a new instance meant. At the same level, it could double their leveling speed and leave rival guilds in the dust in an instant. The Divine Realm was still an uncharted wasteland, and every scrap of information was priceless. Most people would bury such a secret as deep as they could, yet their reckless guild master chose to share it freely, and that courage left them in awe. The guild channel flooded at once. Boss, don't worry, we'll never spill the secret. Our maniac worked hard to find this dungeon. Anyone who leaks it gets killed on sight. There's no way our guild has ungrateful scum. We'll treasure the info. Zhang Hao inclined his head slightly. He believed most members were decent, which made it all the more important to root out the few rotten ones. I've put the dungeon location in the guild files. Click the link to view it. The moment he finished, his figure blurred and vanished at the edge of the teleport array, heading alone for the thieves' hideout. Yes, he intended to use the bandits as bait to catch every player coveting the intel in one net. Once the puppeteer behind them was cut down, the spies would either slink away or lie flat in submission. Night fell over Thief Forest, the wind whistling through the trees. Zhang Hao sprang up a huge tree carved with a grinning skull, hooked an arm over a thick branch, and melted into the shadows of the leaves. The hunt had begun. He only needed the prey to step into the trap. A little more than 20 minutes later, bushes were shoved aside, weeds hissing as a 100-strong party filed in. Leading them was Yulan Zuhong's woman who had always butted heads with him. Figures it would be you. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, the snort barely audible. Young miss, the insider said the place is right beside this tree. A male warrior traced the savage skull carved into the trunk and reported softly to Yulan Xiahong. Go straight ahead, and well reach the new instance. Good, move out. A confident smirk lifted the corner of Yulan Xiahong's mouth. So, maniac, you wouldn't tell me? Oof, I have my ways. She pictured Zhang Hao's face turning livid when he realized the leak and felt a surge of delight. The 100-man column quickly disappeared into the forest depths. High above, Zhang Hao let out a quiet laugh, his voice cold as ice. Welcome to the bandits' den. Have fun. Moments later, a chorus of screams erupted from the dense woods, the shrill echoes riding the night wind. All of the bandits were around level 40, while Yulan Xiahong and her followers were still under level 25. Sending them in was like sheep wandering into a tiger's den. From a distance, Zhang Hao spotted the drab-brown shack at the edge of the bandit camp, and didn't even need to step inside to know the entire party had been wiped out. Since the bait had worked, he figured he could return to town, rally more people, and tackle the new dungeon right away. With his out-off-game experience, he was certain Yulan Xiahong had taken a huge hit, maybe even lost a level. Hopefully the pampered heiress would learn her lesson and stop targeting him. In front of the shack, the scene was brutal. Yulan Xiahong's corpse and those of her subordinates littered the ground, crimson resurrection prompts floating overhead, while level 40 bandits grinned viciously nearby. The bodies lay almost at the raiders' feet, giving Yulan Xiahong no chance to revive on the spot. Having a teammate raise her was impossible, and respawning back at the graveyard would only make things worse. Fury boiled inside her. Zhang Hao had set her up. She was certain the mole she had planted hadn't betrayed her, so the only explanation was that Zhang Hao had engineered the trap himself. Gritting her teeth, Yulan Xiahong snapped over the party channel. Everyone, revive on my mark. The sudden order stunned the team. Miss, the moment we pop up, they'll one-shot us. A second death costs even more XP, and repairs will be brutal. Why don't we call for backup, lure them away, and... Shut up, she roared, her words exploding in chat. Who signs your paychecks? Anyone who won't listen can leave right now. Silence fell. 3, 2, 1, revive. Flash, flash, flash. White light flared as players stood up only to be cut down again by daggers and maces. Screams and system death alerts blended into a gruesome symphony. Amid the chaos, Yulan Xiahong revived, whipped out a return-to-town scroll, and vanished in a burst of silver light, escaping the slaughter. Upstairs in a private room at Muge City's Inn, she clutched her pounding chest and let out a shaky breath. The system panel showed a 50% XP low. Sat Lee's shed kept her level and remained second on the leaderboard. Repair bills didn't bother her, but her elite entourage hadn't been so lucky. Over 90% of them had lost a level, and the combined repair costs and drop gear were worth more than 800,000 yuan in real money. The Liu family's carefully groomed core had been wiped out in one stroke. Listening to damage reports crackle in, Yulan Xiahong's face turned storm dark, her hatred for Zhang Hao boiling over. Even while seething, she stayed rational. Taking on Zhang Hao's guild several thousand strong would be foolish. She vowed silently that if she ever caught him alone, she'd pay him back 100-fold. Elsewhere, Zhang Hao had already led his team back to Galewind Town's plaza, rallying guild members for a run on the bandit treasure vault. Howsy, someone actually took the bait? Gao Pingfei asked, practically bouncing beside him. Who was behind that spy? Did they all get wiped out? It was Yulan Xiahong, Zhang Hao said with a nod. She and her crew got farmed by the bandits. Even if she didn't drop a level, she got skinned. Beautiful. Gao Pingfei laughed. Thought she could freeload off us? She had it coming. Zhang Qiao frowned. But, bro, the mole she planted in our guild is still in place. Hell, keep leaking our secrets. I know, but who cares? Zhang Hao shrugged, his eyes as still as dead water. I want slow the guild's upgrade for one traitor. Yulan Xiahong had already been punished. By his estimate, she had lost over 1 million credits, far more than she had spent buying that intel. When we clear the dungeon, they'll release the information so every player in Longwa can benefit. He looked up at the darkening sky, his tone unwavering. Howsy, that's a huge loss, isn't it? Gao Pingfei frowned. You could sell it and make a fortune. Old Gao, money matters, but it's not everything. Zhang Hao answered in a low voice and patted his friend's shoulder. The devastation of the apocalypse was still vivid in his mind. He wanted his strength to raise the overall level of Longwo's players and prepare for the Demon King's invasion. If Dubu Shinjie could get the authorities to launch a nationwide mobilization, the effect would be even better. He wondered how their negotiations were going. Before the thought finished, a private message from Miao Yu popped up. Madman, Bai Lu and I want to join your guild. Is there room? Zhang Hao paused. A refusal caught in his throat, swallowed along with Bai Lu's smiling face. He sighed and replied, sure. They'll bring you in now. Since he couldn't let go, he would face it heat-in. He was stronger in this life. He believed he could keep Bai Lu safe. Moments later, Miao Yu and Bai Lu's names lit up in the guild channel. "I'm at the new dungeon entrance," Zhang Hao told them. "They'll pull you over, and we'll run it together." When they arrived, Bai Lu bounced with excitement, calling him Big Bro Madman again and again, flooding Zhang Hao with bittersweet memories of his previous life. "Newbies?" Someone muttered in guild chat. "They're not even level 20. Shouldn't the guild master set a threshold?" "Yeah, they'll just ride the clear for free." Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. He had always walked his own path. Once everyone was assembled, he chose hell difficulty without hesitation and led the team inside. With twice as many players, the monsters in the treasure grounds doubled as well. In addition to treasure guardians and treasure mimics, they now faced treasure raiders, nimble masked thieves, and treasure wreckers, giant venomous scorpions, whose shells gleamed with a ghostly green sheen. Zhang Hao sheathed his weapon and took the rear, motioning for the team to handle the fights themselves. He wanted to gauge their coordination and would intervene only if real danger arose. Several skirmishes later, there were a few positioning slips, but overall teamwork exceeded his expectations. When the last scorpion fell, he nodded in approval. "Old Gao, you've trained them well." Gao Pengfei grinned. "Told you I was born to lead." The party pushed on and soon entered a stone chamber packed with treasure chests. Torchlight flickered against rough walls, illuminating rows of golden boxes that seemed to whisper temptation. "Wow, look at all those chests." A few players gasped, eyes shining. "Open them. There's got to be top-tier gear. We're rich." They rushed forward, but Zhang Hao blocked them, his voice icy. "Don't go in. It's a trap." Several players froze, backing away in alarm. Although the room was lined with hefty wooden chests, some of them were monsters in disguise. Zhang Hao knocked an arrow and coolly aimed at the chest on the left, the one with gilded carvings. The arrow hissed through the air. A heartbeat later, the lid sprang open to reveal rows of jagged fangs and a pitch-black tongue. The mimic lurched toward the party, but within 3 seconds Zhang Hao loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, splintering the creature into bloody shards that scattered at his feet. With the danger contained, he swept his gaze across the hall. Real and fake chests were mixed together, impossible to tell apart by sight alone. An idea struck him. He waved Bai Lu over and whispered, "Little Bai, attack whichever chest feels suspicious. If it really is a monster, they'll finish it off." "Got it." Bai Lu nodded, gripped her staff, and let her violet eyes roam the rows of chests. She picked the one farthest right and launched a fireball. Boom. Flames washed over the wood, but the chest didn't budge. "It's the real deal." "Next one," Zhang Hao reminded her. "Okay." Bai Lu promptly hurled another fireball. Still nothing. Fireball after fireball landed on different lids, 7, 8 in total, yet every target turned out to be a genuine treasure chest. Zhang Hao burst out laughing. "Little Bai, your lucky star talent is insane. When I tested this before, 6 or 7 out of 10 chests were mimics. Now it's the other way around. The safer the chests, the richer the loot, and it was infinitely easier than fighting." Miao Yu smirked. "You're basically using Bai Lu as a guinea pig." "This experiment doesn't hurt her," Zhang Hao said with a shrug, patting his chest. "Relax, I'll give her a bigger cut of the goods." He called to Gao Pengfei nearby. "Old Gao, let Bai Lu open these first. Anything she touches is guaranteed to drop premium loot." Gao Pengfei had just crouched to pick a lock. He awkwardly pulled his hand back. As Bai Lu opened chest after chest, item icons flooded the guild warehouse list. His eyes went wide. "No way. One chest dropped over 30 items, and 5 of them are 4-star gear?" He thought of the chest had opened earlier only 8 items, a measly 2 3-star pieces, and felt utterly crushed. "Howsy, your friend's luck is ridiculous. She's a walking jackpot." Zhang Hao grinned from ear to ear. From now on, all corpse looting and chest opening goes to Little Bai. Maximum profit. After clearing out the mimics and gathering every last reward, the group pushed deeper into the dungeon. Monsters fell in waves. Guild members' experience bars shot upward, and level up notifications popped nonstop. "Miao Jia, I'm level 20. Bai Lu squeezed Miao Ye's hand, bouncing with excitement. Miao Yu had leveled up herself and answered with a gentle smile. Joining the Madman Guild was the right call. For her, levels didn't matter. Bai Lu's happiness did. The party soon reached the 2nd floor and stopped before another domed chamber. Zhang Hao motioned for everyone to step back. "They'll tank the boss on hell difficulty. Keep your distance. If you get one shot, it's not worth it." In the center of the hall lay a pool of pitch-black oil. Zhang Hao tossed in a torch. With a hiss, the oil ignited, and flames roared upward, bathing the ceiling in red light. A dark silhouette unfolded within the blaze, its crimson skin glowing like molten Irona red demon emerged. Firelight flickered in Zhang Hao's narrowed eyes as he glanced at the boss status bar. The health read 5 million. His heart sank. 5 million HP? That's way higher than during my first clear. Good thing ID banked a ton of XP beforehand. 2 critical bursts would be enough to end this. Zhang Hao raised his bow, took aim at the shadow, and loosed an arrow. Whoosh. Critical hit. 4,907,110. In an instant, the red spider's HP dropped by 90%. The onlookers froze, holding their breath. Nearly 5 million damage flashed in bright red digits, slamming into everyone like a sledgehammer. Holy Gao Pengfei's jaw practically hit the floor. How's he? That's insane. I thought 100,000 hit was unreal, and now you're landing 5 million in one shot. How's anyone supposed to keep up? Miao Yu stiffened, her staff almost slipping from her grip. 5 million? Seriously? She and Bai Lu barely scratched 1,000 on regular mobs, and their boss damage was pathetic. Yet Zhang Hao had just dealt 5 million to a hell difficulty boss. The gap made her feel she'd never catch up. The red spider didn't die outright. Its remaining health flickered, then it flew into a frenzy. Shadows twisted across the domed ceiling as the spider blurred into afterimages, denying Zhang Hao a clear shot. Its HP went up, and its power doubled. Zhang Hao kept moving, ready to dodge. He still had over 4 million XP, enough for another 2 million crit that would finish it. But the boss was crafty, clinging to the ceiling as if waiting for something. His private chat lit up. By Lu sent a message. Huang Tu, that spider's spinning a web up there. A huge one. Zhang Hao's heart tightened. If the web covered the ceiling, he wouldn't even be able to raise his bow. The spider could cocoon him at will. No wonder it refused to come down. It was setting up a death trap. Scanning the room, he spotted a pool of burning oil. Perfect. He sprinted over, dipped an arrowhead in the black oil, then thrust it into the flames. Sizzle. Instantly the arrow became a blazing torch. Sorry, but I'm about to burn that masterpiece of yours. He drew the bow to full, triggering hundredfold attack speed. A flurry of flaming arrows fanned across the ceiling. Foam silk met fire, and the entire web erupted into flames. A shrill screech echoed as the red spider, forced from its perch, tumbled to the floor. The moment it landed, Zhang Hao locked on and fired again. Whoosh. 2,453,555. System messages flooded the screen. You have slain the Crimson Demonic Elite, gaining 2,745,000 XP. Congratulations. You have cleared the Treasure Grounds instance in 1 hour 11 minutes and 7 seconds, earning 3,588,000 XP, 110 gold coins, and 1 platinum chest. A hell mode group run really is bank, Zhang Hao muttered, quickly tallying up the XP already earned back everything had spent. Outside the fight, the guild channel exploded. Players casually clearing trash mobs were showered with bonus XP. Level up beams shot skyward, some people rocketing straight to level 30. Just then, Zhang Hao felt movement in his pocket. The White Reaper poked its head out. Head stowed the pet to avoid friendly fire, but now it had grown to backpack size and could no longer fit. Oh, right, I shared my XP with it, Zhang Hao realized. He opened its status panel. The White Reaper was now level 48, but its base stats were still mediocre and it hadn't gained new skills. The star rating's too low. He rubbed his chin. Next time I find an evolution scroll, they'll bump its stars up. Maybe he was riding Egret's luck, because Zhang Hao's fortunes were good this time too. The silver chest produced an evolution scroll, and he used it on the White Reaper at once. Xing. Congratulations. Evolution successful. As the light faded, the pet's appearance changed slightly. The snow-white abdomen now bore a ring of crimson markings like an arcane script. Zhang Hao immediately pulled up its stats. White Reaper. Stars, 2. Level, 48 XP 0 ready to level. HP, 3,550. Stamina, 4,180. Attack, 1,070. Defense, 1,330. Attack speed, 3.3 per second. Move speed, 6.9 m per second. Skills, Web LV1. Explosive Flame LV1 new. The extra skill Explosive Flame thrilled him, and he silently vowed to test its power soon. Across the dungeon lobby, players were cracking open silver chests, their voices overlapping in a steady din. Huh, 4-star gear, just what I needed. So jealous, I got a pile of junk and not one piece of equipment. Anybody need a 3-star assassin weapon? Looking to trade? Buying evolution scrolls, name your price. Potions and bulk discounts for large orders. In the middle of the noise, Egret stared at her own loot for a beat, then hurried up to Zhang Hao. Brother Berserker, do you still want gear with no attributes? No attributes? He raised an eyebrow, instantly catching on. Wait, you picked up another sealed item? Miao Yu, curious, asked. Sealed item? Zhang Hao cleared his throat. Nothing important. Then he whispered to Egret. Slip it to me, I'll trade you something. No need. Egret started a trade, pushed the item over, and smiled. You've helped me plenty. 1 item is nothing. Thanks, little bye. After the trade, he checked the drop. An earring whose only description was 2 blood red words sealed. With so many people around, he He stifled his curiosity, head open at somewhere private back in town. Meanwhile, Gao Pengfei posted in guild chat, roll call anyone under level 30, type 1. A flood of ones scrolled by. He tallied them and reported, roughly half the guild is still below 30. Zhang Hao gave orders at once. Old Gao, take the under 30 group and keep farming this dungeon. Avoid hell difficulty, it's too dangerous. Goal, push everyone to 30 ASAP. Roger. Don't worry. Gao Pengfei had quit his job to follow Zhang Hao and was now making months of wages in a few days. He obeyed without hesitation. Zhang Hao turned to Egret and Miao Yu. You two are still low level, stick with old Gao and grind until you catch up. Egret nodded earnestly. Got it, Miao Jia and I will work hard. Miao Yu yawned. More grinding? Boring. He laughed. It won't be boring for long. At level 30, the Celestial Realm opens faction wars, jump into any battlefield. PK all you want. No red name penalty for kills. Really? Miao Yu's eyes lit up. She loved squaring off with other players. It wasn't about bloodlust, but a habit forged by years on the police force. Otherwise, all that hard training would go to waste. Normally, a random PK turns your name red and bars you from entering town, which really annoys Miao Yu. If only there were a dedicated battleground where she could fight to her heart's content. She was thinking just that when she suddenly looked up at Zhang Hao in confusion. How do you know the game will open battlegrounds later? Divine Realm was so wildly popular that every faction was secretly investigating the mystery behind it. Yet no one had uncovered a thing, let alone predicted future content. For Zhang Hao to declare, with absolute certainty, they'll definitely open, was downright suspicious. Zhang Hao simply smiled and said nothing, his confidence unshaken. That convinced Miao Yu even more. He had to be holding inside information. Captain Chun hadn't sent her to investigate him for nothing. Unfortunately, prying secrets out of Madman was harder than looting an epic drop. While she was still worrying over it, she spotted Zhang Hao chatting and laughing with Bai Lu and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Moments later, Zhang Hao brushed off his hands and waved to his teammates. Everything's set on my end. I'm heading out first. With that, he stepped alone onto the teleport pad back to Gale Town. At the edge of the crowd, a lurking player fired off a concise message in the channel. Madman's going back to town alone? At a makeshift camp some distance away, Yulan Xiahong's eyes lit up when she saw the intel. Huh, I've been itching to deal with him, and he's walked right into my sights. She immediately rallied all her subordinates. Target, Gale Town. Objective, surround and eliminate Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had no idea a storm was brewing. After returning to town, he stopped by the general store first, dumping all the junk mobs had dropped into the buy window. Then he swung into the auction house, listing every spare blue item and crafting material one by one. Usually Lao Gao handled these chores, but Lao Gao was busy power leveling the team, so Zhang Hao had to do it himself. No sooner had he posted the items than the system messages began to fly. Ding. Your Thornhelm 3-star has sold for 1 gold 23 silver. Ding. Your Cat's Eye Gem 2-star has sold for 3 gold 8 silver. Exactly as he expected, he was the only player on the server who could farm these rare drops, so of course they sold out instantly. Alright, chores are done. Time to unseal that earring. He left the gate and jogged along the gravel path for 700 or 800 meters to the forest's edge, a secluded spot perfect for spawning seal guardians. Suddenly a flurry of footsteps burst from the underbrush. Zhang Hao turned, peered through the branches, and saw a ring of players closing in. You're with Yulan Xiahong, aren't you? A few familiar faces told him they were the same group that had followed her into the forest before. The crowd parted, and Yulan Xiahong stepped forward wearing a frosty smile. Madman, you're not getting away today. Even if you call for reinforcements, it'll be too late. She nodded at several ranged players. Keep a beat on him. The second he starts channeling a recall, interrupt. A recall scroll did take casting time, but Zhang Hao had no intention of using one. He gave a faint smile, removed his earring, and brushed his thumb across the sealing rune. You're lucky, most people never get to see a sealed monster. The seal shattered in a burst of black light. In that instant, a massive shadow erupted before everyone's eyes. What is that? Yulan Xiahong's eyes flew open as a giant nearly 10 meters tall lumbered into view. Its skin was ashen brown, its face twisted and cruel. Tattered furs hung from its massive frame, and a club thicker than a barrel rested on one shoulder. Tusks the size of fists jutted past cracked lips, hot breath snorting like an animal in heat. 2 amber brown eyes fixed on the crowd, their oppressive glare almost physical. A system panel flashed before every player. Wild Giant Renegade. Level. HP. Blank stats. Yulan Xiahong knew exactly what that meant. The players around her erupted. Holy crap, what is that, some kind of giant? It's enormous. That pressure is unreal. One step and I'm roadkill. Did the Renegade summon it? Since when can players summon monsters? We're not supposed to fight that thing, are we? We'll get wrecked. Miss, fall back. Even 1,000 of us couldn't touch it. Yulan's heart hammered. This brute was terrifying. Yet something felt off. Roar. The giant threw back its head and howled, the ground quaking as it charged straight at Zhang Hao. A spark of relief lit Yolan's eyes. The beast was after the renegade. Don't panic, she shouted. The giant's target is the renegade, not us. Work with it, and take him down. Morale soared. Melee fighters raised blades and rushed forward, while ranged classes drew bows and called up spells, every aim locked on Zhang Hao. At the final instant, Zhang Hao fired an arrow skyward. Whoosh! It burst midair, flooding everything in blinding white. Vision vanished. While the flare still burned, another arrow shrieked out a grappling hook. Thunk! The metal hook buried itself in the giant's shoulder. The monster roared and staggered as the taut line catapulted Zhang Hao upward. He landed on its shoulder, seized a handful of rope-thick hair, and waited calmly for the light to fade. Within seconds, everyone could see again, yet Zhang Hao had vanished. Where is he? Yulan barked. Find him. He can't be far. She had ringed the area with guards. A flashbang lasted 3 seconds, nowhere near enough to break the cordon or use a return scroll. He had to be close. Looking for me. A mocking voice drifted down. Head snapped up. Zhang Hao stood balanced on the giant's shoulder, smirking. Yulan Xiahong, didn't you want me dead? I'm right here. He spread his arms. Just me, against your 100+. If you still can't kill me, then you're nothing but trash. The word pierced Yulan's heart like a blade. She loathed being called trash even by herself. Kill him. Kill him now. She screamed. Melee fighters balked, unwilling to approach the giant. But ranged classes surged forward, bows, crossbows, and staves trained on Zhang Hao. In the next instant, a storm of arrows and spells hurtled toward him. Zhang Hao hid among the giant's hair, only his head showing as he kept mocking Yulan Xiahong, one cutting remark after another. His taunts rang in everyone's ears while arrows, fireballs, and flashing blades rattled against the giant's thick hide. One. A miserable string of single-digit hits floated overhead. Players below level 30 simply couldn't put a dent in a monster whose name still showed as question marks. The giant was finally enraged. Abandoning its attempt to pluck Zhang Hao from its shoulder, it bellowed and charged the attackers. Whoosh! A spiked club wide enough for several men side by side swept low across the ground, kicking up dust. With a succession of dull thuds, more than a dozen players were swatted through the air, health bars wiped clean, their screams trailing off as their bodies tumbled Waknoshir. The towering brute rampaged like an out-of-control bulldozer, trampling and battering the crowd. Yulan Xiahong's followers were knocked flying, their cries overlapping in chaos. Damn it! Watching her people fall, Yulan Xiahong clenched her silver teeth, knowing she had lost to Zhang Hao yet again. Retreat! Everyone fall back! She shrieked. She had no choice. She had already paid dearly when Zhang Hao lured her to the thieves' den last time. If she lost more men here, even as Lu Chenfeng's daughter, she would face punishment. Covered by a handful of loyal guards, Yulan Xiahong pulled out a Return to City scroll. Blue-white light rose around her. The progress bar inched forward. Just before it hit 100%, an arrow hissed through the air and shattered the cast with a sharp snap. Leaving so soon, Yulan Xiahong? Zhang Hao sneered from the giant's shoulder. I warned you not to mess with me. Since you refused to listen, I'm afraid you won't be walking away today. Yulan Xiahong's face went ashen. She flung up a magic barrier. Crack! Zhang Hao's dispel arrow struck dead center, the shield dissolving into sparks. Madman! They'll see you pay for this! She screamed, the giant's pounding footsteps closing in. A moment later, the spiked club blotted out the sky and came crashing down, smashing her and her shield into white light. From his high perch, Zhang Hao surveyed the battlefield. Nearly all of Yulan Xiahong's force lay dead. Only a handful had fled by luck, the rest crushed by the giant. Corpses carpeted the ground, and no one dared hit revive. The giant still prowled nearby, ready to pulp anyone who stood up. Yulan Xiahong likewise stayed down, watching coldly to see how Zhang Hao would deal with the aftermath. Humph, let's see him kill that thing, she thought. The giants this strong hell end up just like us, dead under its feet. With no other targets, the giant fixed on Zhang Hao again. It clawed wildly at its head and shoulders, trying to pry off the monkey. Zhang Hao darted between its massive hands, each grab coming up empty, the giant's roar shaking the sky. Kill the mad mango giant. Rip him apart. I can die happy. Damn you, lunatic, you won't escape. Stop dodging, psycho. Die already. Text bubbles spewed from every corpse, all cursing Zhang Hao to an early grave. Their wishes came to nothing. Zhang Hao suddenly leapt high, twisting in midair, longbow drawn to full. Whoosh! A surge of experience burst forth. 2,810,028. The giant roared in fury, but its fate was sealed. Its health was gone, and only death awaited it. As the massive body crashed to the ground, the earth trembled, dust and rubble exploding like a collapsing hill. Zhang Hao dropped from midair and landed lightly on the giant's cold chest, a curtain of golden light behind him, so bright no one could look straight at it. From her spectator's view, Yulan Xiahong remained frozen on the death screen, her gaze locked on that solitary, unyielding figure. 2 arrows had felled a terrifying giant, and by riding its corpse he had wiped out more than 100 enemy players' strength and strategy in perfect sync. Someone like that was untouchable. Her chest tightened as she sighed inwardly. I think I've offended the last person I should have crossed. She knew begging for mercy now would be pointless. Zhang Hao would never forgive her. The thought that every future meeting could end with a single arrow made her draw a deep breath. She logged off at once, went to report to Lu Qinfeng, and left the mess for her father to handle. Only Zhang Hao and a field of remains were left on the battlefield. He took out the sealed earrings Xiaobai had given him. A flash of light, and an equipment panel appeared. Replica earrings. Stars, 9. Requirement, level 1. Effect. Each time you kill a target, you randomly replicate one of its skills. The replicated skill can be used 3 times. Durability, 13501-350. Zhang Hao drew a sharp breath. Replicate a skill? The charges were limited, but the potential was insane. Kill a mage and copy Fireball on the spot. In a duel he could unleash a skill only that class was supposed to have. The opponent's shock alone would be priceless. And what if the target were a boss? Imagine duplicating the Demon Legion General's world-shattering move and turning it back on the demons. That picture alone made him want to laugh. He ran a hand over the earrings, marveling. Sealed gear, 1 word. Awesome. Then he sent Bailu a private message. Xiaobai, thank you. Bailu replied with an adorable smiley. Warmth flooded Zhang Hao's chest. Xiaobai is my lucky star. First the archer's necklace, now the replica earrings. I honestly don't know how to repay her. He slipped the earrings on, eager to test them. From the grass ahead came a faint rustle, and a black snake as thick as an arm slithered by the valley's native black-scaled wind serpent. Black-scaled wind serpent. Level, 32. HP, 54,330. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows at 100 times attack speed blurred into a single white line. 807. 5 experience. 805. 5 experience. The black-scaled wind serpent was quickly pinned in place and died. System notification. You have replicated the black-scaled wind serpent skill, Wind Rush. Wind Rush raises movement speed by 10 for 5 seconds. A new icon gleamed in his skill bar, and Zhang Hao's grin spread even wider. I've got a feeling things are about to get a lot more interesting. All of a sudden, an idea flashed through his mind. What kind of skill would he get if he managed to kill the world boss? The thought barely formed before he opened the guild panel. Membership had once again topped 9,000, with more than 60% already at level 30 and the rest only a step behind. Pleased, he fired a message to Gao Pengfei. Old Gao, keep it up. Gao answered with an exaggerated okay emoji, full of enthusiasm. At 9 that evening, Zhang Hao, Gao Pengfei, and Zhang Qiao logged off as promised. Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei still wanted to grind a bit more, but Zhang Qiao had school the next day, so they called it a night. Hey, Haozi, isn't this crazy? Gao Pengfei stood in front of the mirror, giving himself a thorough inspection. He lifted his arm. Every muscle was clearly defined. I used to work overtime, never exercise, and my health was awful. Now I feel like I've got endless energy. My arms are rock solid. He flexed, showing off his biceps. Huh, a few more days, and I might have a six-pack. Congratulations in advance. Zhang Hao laughed, patting his own abdomen. His six-pack had been there for a while, but he kept that to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiao noticed a change of her own. She twisted open a bottle of mineral water in one quick motion and stared in surprise. Huh, I used to need my brother's help with these. How did it pop right open? Am I stronger now? At the same time, the lights in the Song estate blazed brightly. Fresh from her bath, Song Yuding reclined on a lounge chair in a white robe while a maid massaged her feet. Sipping fresh juice, she made a call. Xiaobo, when are you coming home? Song Yuba's slightly impatient voice came through the phone. Come on, sis, I haven't had enough fun in America yet. Next week, okay? He was sprawled on a bed, a blonde bombshell easing his shoulders. Out carousing again. Song Yuding frowned. I sent you abroad to study, not to fool around. School's dull, sis. If I don't unwind, it'll go nuts. Yuba chuckled, then remembered something. By the way, didn't you say you'd find me a fortune-fixing bride? Any progress? I have. Song Yuding picked up a slim cigarette, and the maid lit it instantly. Master Zhao examined your birth chart and chose a girl whose horoscope matches yours perfectly. She's young, but as long as she can dispel your ill fate, that's all that matters. A little girl? Yuba grimaced, glancing at the voluptuous woman beside him. Not even developed, no fun at all. Is fun the only thing on your mind? Yuding snorted. Of course not, sis. Yuba lowered his voice, suddenly excited. My buddy Pike and I are playing a game called Divine Realm here in the States. It's insanely realistic. Pike says it can change a person's destiny. And you believe that? Don't get scammed. Yuding rubbed her temples. Her head was starting to ache. It's legit, sis. Pike's family is nobility more influential than ours. His dad got the info straight from the US government. Totally reliable. The more Yuba spoke, the more animated he became. You should jump in too. What if it really does change our lives? Enough. Im thirtitudo, you think I'm going to play video games like a kid? People would laugh themselves silly. Yuding shook her head, exhaling a ring of smoke. Listen, Xiaobo, you're coming back next week. They'll bring the girl over. You two will sleep together, the curse will be lifted, and then she's done. Understood? Yeah, got it, sis. Gotta go. Critical moment here. Yuba hung up in a rush and returned to his entertainment. Later, satisfied, he leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and dialed Pike. Hey, Pike, log in later so we can run the Nightfall Castle dungeon. Let's hit level 30 tonight. Song Yuding set down the phone and asked the man in black beside her, have you found Zhang Qiao's address yet? Sorry, miss, we're still looking. Under the dim yellow light, sweat beaded on a wuss forehead. Song Yuding tapped the tabletop with her long fingers, the cherry pink polish on her nails catching the glow. A trace of displeasure flickered in her eyes. It's been days, and you still haven't found her? I'm starting to doubt your competence, Awu. I'm sorry, miss. Awu bowed at once, his voice tight with nerves. If you can't locate her, stop wasting time. Go to the school, keep an eye on Zhang Qiao, and grab her the first chance you get, Song Yuding said coolly as she scrolled through her phone. Whatever the Song family wants, we take. See you, bro. At the school gate in the early morning, Zhang Qiao waved to Zhang Hao, who had just dropped her off, then joked with her classmates as she walked onto campus. Zhang Hao watched his sister disappear into the sea of students before he scanned the area. Cars and pedestrians outside the gate looked perfectly ordinary, and only then did he breathe easier. Song Yuding still hasn't found where we live, so she'll probably take a risk and try something at the school. I can't let my guard down, Zhang Hao thought. He sighed. If only my sister didn't have to attend classes, she could avoid all this danger. But shadowing her every step isn't realistic. Looks like it's time to teach her some self-defense. Zhang Qiao was about to hit level 30, and her physical attributes had risen sharply. By Zhang Hao's estimate, she could already handle an average adult man. A few techniques would be enough for her to protect herself. Even if she couldn't put an attacker down, she could at least hold out until he arrived. In his previous life, he had studied under more than a few martial arts masters, learning fists, blades, and staves. He wasn't a grandmaster, but he was formidable. The thought gave him a clear plan. After leaving the school, he hopped on his scooter and rode to the new house to check on the renovation. The site was already fenced off, and excavators and power saws roared in turn. Once he was sure the project was on schedule, he turned to go. As long as the work keeps moving, nothing else will be held up. Back at Gao Pengfei's place, he handed the fresh fruit to Grandma and closed the door behind him. In the bedroom, Gao Pengfei was sprawled on the bed, battling his game. Zhang Hao chuckled, put on his own headset, and logged in as well. After using an EXP burst last time, he had less than 5 million experience points left, and that wasn't nearly enough to raise all his skills. So he teleported to the archer trainer and went back to target practice. On the range, Zhang Hao drew and loosed without even glancing at the stunned players around him. 5 arrows howled out like a gale, his right hand leaving afterimages too quick to follow. That speed is insane. Lightning fast. That's the madman himself, the legend everyone talks about online. The chatter swelled as more and more players raised their in-game cameras to record. Someone whispered, with skills like that, he's still practicing? A player beside him replied, if you skip training for a day, your craft gets rusty. Same for the elites. Haven't you seen martial arts masters in movies? They practice every day. So that's how it is. I'm humbled. If the top dog works this hard, how can we slack off? I'm shooting too. Before the words had even faded, 7 or 8 archers rushed over to practice at Zhang Hao's side. Amused, he let them join without a word. The training became so monotonous that the other players gradually gave up, leaving Zhang Hao alone. The field was deserted, save for the hum of bowstrings and his own labored breathing. He glanced at his stats. The experience bar had surged past 54 million. Nice. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Hao strode toward the nearby archer trainer. The trainer was refilling a quiver. When Zhang Hao came rushing over, he stiffened. What do you want? He thought Zhang Hao was about to challenge him for the job, and his palms started to sweat. Relax, Zhang Hao said. I'm here to upgrade my skills. Only then did the trainer exhale. Ding. Piercing arrow upgraded to level 2. Cost, 40 silver, 1,580 XP. Ding. Piercing arrow upgraded to level 3. Cost, 90 silver, 5,750 XP. Congratulations. Piercing arrow is now max level. More notifications flashed by. Zhang Hao maxed out every skill he could, burning through over 200 gold and 5 million XP. Now each skill slot glowed with a golden max. That world boss will be a piece of cake now. He closed the panel, eyes gleaming. A private message from Gao Pengfei popped up. Howsy, most of the guild just hit 30. What's next? Already? That was fast. Zhang Hao hadn't expected it until tomorrow. Perfect, he replied. Post a guild notice. 1:30 p.m. Gather at Gale Town. The guild chat instantly erupted. Whoa, the boss is taking us to a world boss. What's a world boss? Where is it? Never played an MMO? Outdoor super boss. Insane loot. First kill rewards even crazier. Stick with the boss. We're golden. The buzz spread beyond the guild. A world boss. We've got to see this. Bet it drops epic gear. Get the crew to Gale Town. If they wipe, we'll scoop the loot. Yeah, 1:30 sharp. Zhang Hao had expected the leak. There was a spy in the guild, but he wasn't worried. No other team could down a world boss at this stage. Better to broadcast the fight and showcase their strength, paving the way to rally players against the Demon King's army later. After settling guild business, he left the training grounds, crossed the bustling plaza, and ducked into Prophet Arthur's tent. Prophet, I want to break the seal on the world boss Ares. Arthur looked up from his scrolls, produced a small golden hammer, and handed it over. Hero, take this. Ares is sealed in a cave deep in Gale Canyon. I've marked it on your map. Inside you'll find a golden orb. Ares is trapped within. Strike it with this sacred hammer and hell appear. Be extremely careful. The metal was warm in his palm. Zhang Hao stowed the hammer and nodded. Rest assured, Prophet. Ares will fall. Gale Town, 1 p.m. The streets, never very wide to begin with, were now jam-packed with players. Those on the outskirts shoved to get in, while the ones inside could barely turn around. Who stepped on my shoes? Can't you feel it? Hey, someone just grabbed my butt, anima guy. Help, I've got claustrophobia. Where's Quantus boss? Why is everyone crowding here? Complaints crashed over one another, merging into a single roar. When Zhang Hao arrived, he sucked in a sharp breath. Had expected a few tens of thousands at most, yet it looked more like 100,000. How, it's insane in here. Our people can't even push their way out. Gao Pengfei messaged back almost instantly, his tone urgent. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and replied, don't panic. I'm heading to the Thieves' Guild treasure site. They'll use the summoning circle in front of the instance to pull you over. Then we'll tackle the world boss. Got it. He'll warn the others. He changed direction at once. On the way he ran into several parties of adventurers. The moment they recognized him, their expressions stiffened. Clearly the guild's moles had leaked his plans. He had no time to worry about it. Activating the portal, he began to pull his teammates in rapid succession. First came Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, Bai Lu, and Miao Yu, followed by the guild's officers and elites, and finally the rank-and-file members. The Radiant Justice Guild emblem flashed across the scene again and again, turning would-be ambushers pale. Seriously? Is Quanta going to wipe us out? They're all level 30. We don't stand a chance. Is it too late to apologize? While their enemies panicked, Zhang Hao waved his hand and led his forces out of the instance, leaving the others bewildered. I've marked the world boss on the guild map, he announced as they marched. It's strong, so hold formation, do your jobs, and don't charge in. Just stay alive, the rest is mine to handle. He had founded the guild for two reasons, the guild rewards and the world boss. He never planned to brute force it with sheer numbers, but the system required a minimum headcount and level to break the seal. In other words, these players were here mainly to make up the numbers, and Zhang Hao knew it. Soon the group reached the cave where Ares was sealed. Zhang Hao ordered everyone to wait outside. Only Gao Pengfei would go in with him. Big brother Quan Tu, we want to go too. Bai Lu and Miao Yu hurried over. Zhang Hao shook his head. No, the moment the seal breaks is the most dangerous. You could die on the spot. Miao Yu frowned. And you two aren't worried? Gao Pengfei lifted his 4-star shield and grinned, proud. Even my worst piece is 3-star gear. Hao says he'll be fine. In the end, Zhang Hao stuck to his decision. Bai Lu and Miao Yu stayed outside. The risk was simply too high. Zhang Hao and his companion pressed deeper into the cave with their torches held high. The flickering light drove back the shadows, revealing chisel marks and ancient runes on the rock walls. The place felt like an age-old crypt that had lain undisturbed for 1,000 years. Haozi, is this the orb that seals the world boss? Gao Pengfei whispered. A stone altar loomed ahead, and in its center hovered a golden orb the size of a soccer ball. It rotated slowly, liquid light sliding over its surface as though the gold might drip. Zhang Hao squinted. A faint shadow twisted inside that was Ares' true form. As soon as we smash the orb, ITLL burst out and instantly revert to a massive, terrifying beast. He said, taking a deep breath. Old Gao, get ready to cover me. Zhang Hao raised his sacred warhammer and brought it down on the orb. With a crystalline crack it shattered, and a torrent of inky vapor flooded the cavern in seconds. Gao Pengfei snapped his shield up in front of Zhang Hao. An overwhelming force slammed into the metal, hurling both of them off their feet. Damn it, he shouted, spinning through the air as if thunder had struck his chest. Before hitting the ground, he glanced at his status panel. Only 3% HP left. Holy crap. Full tank build, plus 20% from iron armor, and it still shaved off 97% in one hit? A normal player would be paced. Zhang Hao wasn't much better off. Even with Gao Pengfei absorbing most of the blast, his own health dropped by 70%. The two of them were flung from the cave like rag dolls, crashing at the player's feet in a cloud of dust. What happened? Why did the guild leader and his deputy get tossed out? The crowd erupted. Everyone, defensive stance. Zhang Hao yelled. A deafening roar thundered out of the cave, the sound slicing through the air and setting every eardrum ringing. Moments later, a beast nearly 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters tall charged into the open. 3 vertical pupils burned on its forehead, jagged fangs interlocked, and scalding white vapor billowed from its nostrils. Its sheer presence felt physical. Wind Behemoth, Ares Elite level 60 HP, 48,566,000. The moment its stats popped up, the entire crowd drew a sharp breath. 40 plus million HP? This is the world boss. Gao Pengfei glanced at his own health 680 and went speechless. I don't even have half of 1% of that. For a heavy knight with top-tier gear and max defensive skills, he still looked pitiful beside Eris. Miao Yes' eyes went wide. That amount of health terrifying. There were roughly 9,000 players on site, and even pooling every last hit point, they barely equaled the boss. How are we supposed to kill that? Would be here till the next century. Madman's in way over his head. Complaints rippled through the crowd. Should we retreat? But we can't just abandon the guild leader. Hesitation spread. Bai Lu stuck her neck out and shouted, Brother Madman can handle this, no doubt. Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei scrambled back into formation, gulping health potions while gasping for air. Howsy, look at what the world boss is doing, Gao Pengfei said, pausing midswig and pointing ahead. Eris threw back its head and roared, multicolored circles of light stacking beneath its feet, while arcane symbols flashed above. It's stacking buffs on itself. This scenario wasn't new to Zhang Hao, but few monsters had ever layered buffs on themselves so frenetically. He couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought a world boss could fear death? In truth, Eris wasn't frightened. It had simply sensed the lethal aura radiating from Zhang Hao. As a world boss stronger and sharper than any dungeon boss, a creation personally forged by the Blue Star Goddess, it instinctively understood that if it didn't go all out, it would die. Heizi, this thing's HP is ridiculous. Can we really take it down? Gao Pengfei kept his voice low, but anxiety still bled through. We can. Zhang Hao's reply was a single, unequivocal word. He stood, his health bar fully restored. Now it was his turn to act. Eris self-buffs had stacked to the limit, icons crowding the air so thickly that Zhang Hao didn't bother to count them. He knew that once he triggered EXP critical, those buffs would be little more than decoration. The bowstring drew taut, the arrowhead fixed on Eris. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. Eris' golden beast eyes shrank to pinpoints. Danger closed in again. In a blur it darted hard to the right. Knew you dodge. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Hao's lips. Mid-flight, the arrow hooked like a phantom and drilled straight into Eris' torso. Tracking arrow plus EXP critical. Boom. 25,528,850. Half of Eris' health bar vaporized on the spot. The battlefield froze for a heartbeat, then erupted. Holy crap. One shot for 25 million on a world boss. Madman just broke another record. I can't even scratch that much. Forget it, clinging to this carry forever. Amid the uproar, Miao Yes' eyes widened in disbelief. Was that really 25 million? Can players even hit that hard? Bai Lu patted her shoulder and laughed. You saw it right, Sister Miao. Big bro Madman really is that fierce. I told you he'd pull it off. On the other side, Gao Pengfei pumped his fist, his voice trembling with excitement. Hysis, unbelievable. A few more arrows and the world boss is done. Too bad Kiaokio's at school, or she'd be jumping for joy. At the center of the field, Eris shook off the ice crusting its body, its bleak gaze locking onto Zhang Hao. Killing intent thickened into something almost tangible, threatening to swallow him whole. Retreat was forbidden by its pride as a world boss. It resolved to unleash every ounce of power to erase him. Zhang Hao remained calm and drew another arrow. The last EXP critical had emptied half of his experience pool. The next shot would manage just over 10 million damage. Eris still had more than 20 million HP left, so finishing it would take real work. Had never expected an easy fight. This was a world boss. In his previous life, 7 guilds with more than 100,000 players had needed 2 full weeks to bring one down. Now he was on his own, and even with a god-given talent and hundredfold attack speed, finishing the fight quickly was impossible. Zhang Hao muttered to himself, no rush, I've got all the time in the world. He immediately formed a plan turn-off experience crit for the moment. His current experience pool was too low. Forcing the effect would only waste it. Better to build opportunities with basic attacks first. At 100 times normal speed, he could land at least 1 regular critical every second. If he caught that moment and overlaid an experience crit on top of crit might drop Eris in a single shot. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he decided the idea would work. Only one question remained: how to stay alive under Eris' assault. The beast's raw power was terrifying, and its wind affinity made it absurdly fast. A direct hit meant instant death. Zhang Hao held his breath and tried to keep his distance. Roar. Noticing the absence of experience crit, Eris assumed the skill was on cooldown and launched a frantic counterattack. As the wind behemoth, its movements blurred. In a blink the massive body closed in, and a calloused claw filled Zhang Hao's vision as 3 white slashes cleaved downward. Too fast. Zhang Hao's heart tightened. He triggered chain dodge without hesitation, boosting his evasion by 30%, then activated wind rush, learned from the black-scale wind serpent, for an extra 10% movement speed. That was the limit of his stats. Whether he survived hinged on these 2 skills. In a split second, he twisted sideways. The white light grazed his cheek, the sensation like a blade searing skin. 1,411. A mere scrape cost a third of his health, A direct hit would have finished him. Zhang Hao stayed calm. There was no time to heal. He slipped behind the beast with yin yang 8 steps, his longbow never resting, and loosed arrows in a steady stream, raising tiny welts on Aerith's thick hide. 1. 5 experience. 1. 5 experience. As expected, without experience crit, each arrow only shaved off a single point. In front of a level 60 world boss, even the strongest player was an ant. Without experience crit, he had no chance at all. In the distance, Bai Lu watched, heart pounding. Sister Meow, Brother Quangtu is tanking it. Should we help? She whispered. Gao Pengfei pulled her back. No. Haozi Quangtu said nobody is to interfere while he's fighting the boss. He spoke quickly, explaining that stealing aggro would be dangerous and would ruin Zhang Hao's damage rhythm. Meow Yu agreed. Do as Quangtu says. It's a level 60 world boss, would only get in the way. Bai Lu withdrew, clasped her hands, and silently prayed for Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had already fired a full 100 arrows. He sensed that the next shot would be a guaranteed crit. His pupils contracted. Using yin yang 8 steps, he landed at the DUI position, spun sharply, drew the bow till it arched like a full moon, and sighted on Aerith's back. Experience crit stacked with a regular crit double damage. Boom. 25,255,500. Aerith fell dead. Ding. Congratulations on scoring the first ever kill of Aerith, the Wind Colossus. You received 67,155,000 experience points, 520 gold coins, and 1 diamond chest. A server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your name? No. The system allocates rewards by contribution. Zhang Hao dealt the decisive blow. So he takes 99 of the experience and the lone diamond chest, and his name is broadcast across the server 3 times. Everyone else splits the remaining 1 of the experience and gets a platinum chest apiece, without any mention in the announcement. Even so, the string of 7 zeros on the screen made every onlooker's eyes pop. Whoa, 7 zeros. That's over 10 million XP. I leveled from 1 to 30 and never saw numbers like that. Awesome. I can max out every skill right now. I'm saving mine for the first job, change going straight to the cap in 1 shot. Players danced around their character panels, heatedly debating how to spend such an obscene amount of experience. Meanwhile, the 3 server announcements had players in other regions reeling. Aerith, the Wind Colossus? Madman got the first kill? He soloed a world boss. Get Real had to bring his guild. Wait, the notice only lists his name. That doesn't add up. Stop guessing I was on site. We just watched. Madman, the guild leader, soloed the whole fight. No way, a real solo. I saw it too. It looked like a movie scene. Miss it, and you'll regret it for life. Madman is a legend. Is Howard Jingxi Guild still recruiting? Dream on. They've been full forever. Anyone got video? I need to see this. Hold up, I'll upload it after I crack my platinum chest full HD. Zhang Hao was about to loot the corpse when he thought of Bai Lu and waved her over. Xiao Bai, give me a hand with the looting. Sure, Bai Lu replied with a smile. She knelt down, searched the body, and then opened a trade with Zhang Hao. The 816 trade window was packed to the brim. Evolution scrolls, luck scrolls, high-grade potions, rare materials, specialized tools, and a mountain of weapons and armor including a 7-star hammer. Wow, Xiaobai, you're incredible. Zhang Hao marveled. He was certain that if he'd done the looting himself, he never would have hauled in such a trove. Hold on, Berserker. We're not done yet. Take these first, and I'll pick up the rest for you. With both hands supporting a trade window packed to the brim, Bai Lu speaks in a gentle voice. Zhang Hao's eyes widen. Seriously? There's more? He scans the ground. Gear is piled up like a small hill. Even a world boss rarely drops this much. Baila's talent must have triggered a rare super drop, turning the hunt into an unexpected bonanza. The second trade cycle begins, each of the 30 slots stuffed again. This batch isn't as precious as the first, yet Zhang Hao figures it will still bring in at least 100 gold at auction. This is the last of it. Bai Lu spreads her hands, picks up the final piece of loot, and passes it over. Zhang Hao nods enthusiastically. Perfect. Thanks a ton, Bai. If the system didn't insist diamond chests be opened by their owner, he'd happily let her do that too. To show his gratitude, he pulls several pieces of gear suited for Bai Lu and Miao Yu from his bag and adds 300 gold. Here, don't be shy. With the loot divided, he rubs his hands and turns his eyes to the diamond chest in his arms. All right, let's see something good. The lid lifts, and a blinding white light bursts out. Instinctively, he shields his eyes with one arm and reaches into the glow with the other. On his system panel, a torrent of item names scrolls Potan impressive haul, though capped at 6-star gear, a hair below Byless Windfall. What really makes his heart race is a radiant crystal, the magic beast core, the key material for the Holy War set. Once he hands it to the dwarven master smith Mylong and secures the blueprints, he can forge a legendary item. Suppressing his excitement, he opens his inventory and swaps in 6 high-stat pieces that perfectly match his class. Now, every slot on his character is at least 5-star. Nearby, Gao Pengfei happily equips his own upgrades. They're not as flashy as Zhang Hao's, but half of his gear is 5-star, putting him well above the average player. That's it for today. Everyone can log off. Zhang Hao waves to the guild, then heads back to Dusksong City with Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Miao Yu. He still needs to see Prophet Arthur for his reward. That double XP scroll and multiplier scroll are too good to miss. Dusk settles in, torches on the gate casting golden halos. Glancing up at the full moon, Miao Yu gasps, "What? It's already 8? I've got things to do, logging off now." With a quick goodbye, she exits the game. The remaining 3 cross the bustling plaza and find Arthur dozing against a stone pillar. Bai Lu clears her throat. The old prophet jerks awake, recognizes Zhang Hao, and beams. "Brave one, what can I do for you?" "Prophet, I've slain Eris." "Hey, race the proof." Zhang Hao hands over Eris beast core. Arthur straightens, eyes wide. "You actually did it. By the goddess, you really are the savior." "Savior?" Gao Pengfei looks completely lost. Bai Lu nods as if it's obvious Berserker has always seemed unstoppable to her. Arthur repeats solemnly, "Only the savior could defeat an ancient beast. Our world is saved." "I don't get it, but I'm impressed," Gao Pengfei shrugs. The system chime sounds. Congratulations, you have completed the quest path of the Savior 112. Rewards, 150,000 experience, 50 gold, 1 double XP scroll, and 1 multiplier scroll. A burst of light signals the next stage. Quest path of the Savior 212. Objective, defeat the magical beast Morn and obtain its core. Rewards, 330,000 experience, 70 gold, 1 Eye of God skill book, and 1 rapid fire 10 skill book. Zhang Hao had heard of the beast Moan. Rumor held it was even stronger than Eris. Unfortunately, he had no idea where the creature was sealed, so he turned to the prophet Arthur for guidance. Arthur traced glowing runes in the air while mapping out a plan for him. "To reach Moan, you'll need to travel to the Desert Kingdom," Arthur said in a calm, storytelling voice. "The goddess sealed it in the ruins of an underground city. The Desert Kingdom lies far from Twilight Song City, with an ocean in between. Our airship can't cover that distance, so we'll have to sail. There's a ship that goes straight from Greenwater Port." Zhang Hao nodded. "Got it. Should we leave now? Haste makes waste." Arthur smiled and shook his head. "It's already late. Even if we reached Greenwater before dark, no captain would dare cross the sea at night. We'll head out at first light." Reluctantly, Zhang Hao agreed. Without Arthur's help, hunting for a hidden ruin in the endless sands would be like finding a needle in the ocean. Just as they parted ways, a crisp system chime rang in Zhang Hao's ears. Announcement: over 60% of players have reached level 30. New content will unlock shortly. 1. First job advancement event level cap raised to 60 with new skills available. 2. New zones: Imperial Capital, Mist City, Plague Lands, Frozen Wasteland, Primal Swamp, and the Sleeping Grounds. 3. Faction system: choose among the first princess, second prince, or third princess. Details in the Imperial Capital. 4. Mount system: buy mounts from the capital's vendor or tame them in the wild. 5. First arena leaderboard solo and team brackets with generous rewards for the winners. Zhang Hao froze. The first job change already? In his previous life it hadn't opened until around day 10. Clearly, his rebirth had sped everything up. Good news. He could grow stronger sooner and chase the Holy War set earlier. Bad news. The Demon Legion might invade ahead of schedule, giving him even less time to prepare. Still, Zhang Hao never shied from a challenge. He clenched his fists, more determined than ever. Nearby, Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu had heard the alert as well and exchanged glances. Job change unlocked. So we can keep leveling? Gao Pengfei rubbed his hands eagerly. Exactly, but we have to see a class mentor in the capital, Zhang Hao replied, eyeing the sky. It's too late today. By the time we arrive, the mentors will be off duty. Log out and rest well, go first thing in the morning. He turned to Bai Lu. Xiao Bai, you don't have to log out. The Imperial Capital never sleeps. Fewer players, but plenty of NPCs. Go explore, will fund you. With that, Zhang Hao transferred 20 gold coins. At current prices in the Divine Realm, it was enough for Bai Lu to eat, drink, and have fun in the capital for a month. Thanks, big bro maniac. Bai Lu nodded with a smile and waved as Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei logged out. The once noisy plaza fell silent, leaving only the wind whistling between the flagstones. She folded her arms and stood there for a moment, eyes on the distant wall, a sudden loneliness washing over her. When, she wondered, would she finally meet Quang Tu in the real world? At Gao Pengfei's house, Zhang Hao pulled off his VR helmet and followed Pengfei into the kitchen. The dishes were already covered, and steam curled from the rice under the light. Holding a bowl, Zhang Hao leaned against the doorframe and called to Zhang Qiao, who was doing her homework. "Qiao Qiao, did you see anyone suspicious on your way home from school today?" "No." Zhang Qiao paused, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "I didn't notice anyone strange. After dinner I'll teach you a few moves," Zhang Hao said as he spooned food into his bowl. "They'll keep you safe if things get ugly." He thought of Song Yuding's bodyguard, a once a mercenary who had single-handedly wiped out a 10-man squad in a rainforest, a master of counter-surveillance. Zhang Hao was sure someone was watching his sister. She just hadn't realized it yet, or the stalker was still waiting for a chance to strike. "Really?" Zhang Qiao perked up. "What are you going to teach me, big brother?" "Tai Chi." Wing Chun? Neither, Zhang Hao said after 2 mouthfuls, setting his bowl down and squaring up. Combat boxing, every strike lethal, no room for mistakes. His sharp movements made Zhang Qiao flinch. That's pretty brutal. What if I end up killing someone by accident? Wouldn't that make me a criminal? Gao Pengfei poked his head in, still chewing. It's self-defense. What's illegal about that? Come on, brother Gao, she retorted. People still go to jail for self-defense. I've seen the news. Zhang Hao waved her concerns away. Stop overthinking. In a life or death moment, hesitate, and you are the one who dies. A year from now, the apocalypse hits, order collapses, and the law won't matter. As for the Song family, if they die, they die. Facing her brother's insistence, Zhang Qiao stood up to learn. Finding it amusing, Gao Pengfei finished his rice and joined them. The cramped living room filled with shadows of fists and feet. A few rounds later, sweat soaked their clothes, and the physical gains from the game felt even more pronounced through real-world practice. After training, Grandma brought out a platter of chilled watermelon. The three gathered around the coffee table, devouring the fruit, the cold juice sliding down their throats. Holding the plate, Zhang Qiao asked, "Brother, whose faction are we supporting tomorrow?" "The third princess." Obviously, Gao Pengfei replied without hesitation. "How's could only found a high-level guild because she helped us. We owe her." "She doesn't owe me anything," Zhang Hao muttered, wiping away the watermelon juice at the corner of his mouth. "If anything, I'm indebted to her. I plan to put her on the throne." The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Zhang Hao ate breakfast, walked his sister to school, then headed back home and logged straight into the game. He arrived at the coach station to find a solid wall of players. The queue for tickets to the imperial capital stretched for 3 full streets. So many people. Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead, cursing his oversight. "If I'd known, I would have come last night. How's he over here?" At the entrance, Gao Pengfei jumped and waved. "I got us a ticket." Zhang Hao squeezed over and eyed the ticket held high. "With this crowd, how did you manage that?" "Scalper," Gao Pengfei gritted, "cost me an extra gold coin." He winced as he said it. "Seriously? You, of all people, paid scalper prices?" Zhang Hao looked even more surprised. "I can't let anyone outlevel you." Gao Pengfei shrugged. Warmth spread through Zhang Hao's chest. He patted Pengfei's shoulder and smiled. "Relax, Lao Gao in the divine realm. It'll always be number one." Pushing through the crowd, Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei handed over their tickets and finally boarded the airship. The wooden deck trembled faintly underfoot, and they had barely taken their seats when a line of necks craned over the backs of the benches, a cluster of excited faces blocking their view. "You're Quantu." "No way, it really is Quantu." "Quantu, are you headed to the capital too?" "Obviously, still has to switch classes." "Quantu, I'm your biggest fan. Can we take a photo?" "Guildmaster Quantu, can I join your guild?" "Quantu, I." In seconds, Zhang Hao was surrounded by eager players. Chat windows flickered beside his ears as he forced a smile and responded as politely as he could. Only when the propellers thundered to life and a steward shooed everyone back to their seats did the crowd reluctantly disperse. "Old Gao, as soon as we land in Bolting," Zhang Hao muttered, desperate to escape the fans. "Understood," Gao Pengfei nodded. "Meet you at the class change tutor." The airship punched through thick cloud layers and skimmed rugged peaks for nearly 4 hours before reaching the capital. The moment the gangplank dropped, Zhang Hao shot forward like an arrow, leaving the selfie hunters in his wake. Watching him disappear, the crowd sighed another chance to latch onto a big shot gone. Dragonrise, capital of the continent's mightiest empire, was nothing short of magnificent. It stood on a vast plain ringed by fertile fields and winding rivers. In the sunlight, its gold dust walls looked like a band of solid bullion. Outside lay picturesque countryside. Inside, the city buzzed with life. Broad avenues swarmed with people, hawkers shouted, wagons rattled, voices overlapping in a raucous symphony. Shops lined the streets, tailors, porcelain dealers, general stores, taverns, theaters, while traveling merchants spread their goods right on the roadside, a dazzling array of wares. Every time he came here, Zhang Hao marveled. This didn't feel like a game at all, but a living world. Navigating by memory, he slipped through the alleys and soon reached the tiered stone plaza where the class change tutor waited. A ring of players already surrounded the NPC, making it hard to get close. Zhang Hao bowed his head and shouldered his way forward until he finally stood before the tutor and triggered the dialogue window. "Change class." "Yes." The option lit up. Fee 10 gold coins. For the average level 30 player, that wasn't cheap. Many could only sigh at their light wallets and return another day. Zhang Hao paid without hesitation. A blinding column of light rose around him, and his class tag flipped from archer to arcane archer. Compared with a regular archer, an arcane archer could channel magic. He still needed a bow, but new skills Thunderbolt Arrow, Petrifying Arrow, Cyclone Arrow imparted elemental power to every shot, vastly boosting his damage. The change wasn't just for farming monsters, it was made for PvP. From level 30 on, the game's focus shifted from grinding to combat, exactly as the goddess intended when she designed it to forge truly elite warriors. In truth, the Demon King's soldiers weren't individually strong, they relied on sheer numbers. The demon army's officers are anything but weak. Those at general rank are downright terrifying. Sometimes a campaign is won or lost the moment one of these bosses hits the ground. Because of that, the goddess shifted the player's growth path from mindless grinding to PvP combat. For Zhang Hao, though, fancy martial arts are just decoration. One critical experience strike turns an enemy to dust. If it doesn't, hell, just fire again. Heisey, done with your class change? Zhang Hao had barely squeezed out of the job hall's sea of people when Gao Pingfei came running, gasping for breath. The nearby players knew they were tight and immediately swarmed Gao Pingfei, begging him to pull strings. He finally shook them off. Go inside and finish your class change. I'm heading to find Bai Lu and then meet the third prince's contact in the capital, Zhang Hao said, patting his friend's shoulder. Also, tell every guild member they must join the prince's faction. Anyone who refuses, kick them. Got it. Gao Pingfei nodded and charged back into the hall. As soon as his friend disappeared, Zhang Hao fired off a PM to Bai Lu. Xiaobai, where are you? The reply was almost instant. Big bro Berserker, you're online? I'm in the casino, come get me. The casino? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. The Imperial City had one, sure, but the place was notorious for fleecing gamblers. What are you doing there? Watch out for scams. How much have you lost? Another message popped up. I haven't lost anything. I've won more than 1,000 gold. 1,000? Zhang Hao nearly punched through the chat window. Baila's star of fortune talent made gambling ridiculous. But big winnings always came with big problems. Can you leave? No. They say I can't leave until I lose it all, but I can't stop winning. I want out too. Figures the house never lets a cash cow walk away. Hold tight, I'm coming. Zhang Hao closed the chat and calculated fast. Before the rescue, he needed max level. He sprinted to the Imperial City arcane archer trainer, drew his bow, and fired. The default target dummy had sky-high defense. Each arrow did only 1 damage, but granted a steady 5 EXP. For 2 hours he pulled and released, arrows and system chimes alternating like clockwork. When the final arrow hit dead center, he checked his EXP pool, nearly 60 million. That's enough level up. He smashed the upgrade button. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up. 5 free attribute points awarded. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up. 5 free attribute points awarded. The EXP bar drained like the tide going out. He rocketed from level 30 to 60, burning through 40.95 million EXP and leaving just over 18 million in reserve. After allocating every point, Zhang Hao flexed his wrists, confirmed everything was in order, and strode toward the Imperial City Casino. Stats set and gear checked, he took a deep breath and headed inside. Hurry up, little miss, place your bet. The Imperial Capital's casino blazed with light and roared with voices. Bai Lu sat at a round table, the last unbet gold coin pinched between her fingers, her eyes dazed and uncertain. Across from her, a bald, muscle-corded man glared like a thundercloud, his voice booming over the hubbub. What are you waiting for? As soon as you bet, we'll open the dice cup. Booty don't know which side to choose. Bai Lu looked up timidly, innocence in every syllable. Spectators buzzed around them. Just 1 coin to betches already 1,000s. With luck like hers, anything she touches turns to gold. If I had that streak, I'd risk everything I own. She's won too much. She may not leave here alive. Moments ago, sharp-eyed gamblers had mirrored Bai Lu's every wager and raked in fortunes. Sensing disaster, the house barred anyone from following her and pitted her alone against the bald man, hoping to reclaim its losses. Still she hesitated. A vein throbbed on the bald man's forehead as he barked. You've won a mountain of coins, why are you stalling? Bet. Then I'll take small. Her hand trembled as she placed the coin on the small square. Another wave of whispers erupted behind her. Small again? It's been small 18 times, no way it hits once more. She's panicking. This one's obviously big. If he shouted at me like that, I'd panic too. The bald man sneered inwardly. 19 smalls in a row. Dream on. He slammed the dice cup shut, eyes locked on Bai Lu as if he could already taste her defeat. The lid lifted. His 3 dice all showed small. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Small again. 19, straight unbelievable. The goddess of luck must be kissing her tonight. The bald man's face turned ashen. He had lost only 1 coin this round, yet it felt like an entire treasury. The owner had ordered him to win back every piece of gold she held. Instead, he was bleeding money. He seized Bai Lu's pale arm and snarled. You're cheating, aren't you? Using magic? He knew perfectly well it wasn't true. The casino had spell-blocking wards, and a many-eyed monster floated above every table to detect any trick. Cheaters were executed on the spot. Am not. Bai Lu shook her head vigorously. Liar. How else do you win every time? Let her go. A low voice cut in. The bald man turned. A masked archer stood there, bow drawn, the string taut. None of your business. Back off. The bald man snapped. Swish. Zhang Hao raised the bow a fraction. The arrowhead hovered at the man's brow, lethal intent almost tangible. He'll say it once more. Release her. If the bald man so much as twitched, Zhang Hao would fire NPC or not, level 70 or higher, it didn't matter. The killing aura made the bald man swallow hard. At last he let go of Bai Lu. Quanta big brother. Bai Lu hurried to Zhang Hao's side, her voice full of regret. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to a place like this. It's fine. I should have warned you, Zhang Hao replied, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Zhang Hao had invited Bai Lu to the imperial capital for a little getaway, yet the innocent young woman was dazzled by the neon lights and wandered straight into a casino. Spotting an easy mark, the dealers coaxed her into a game, planning to bleed her dry. To their shock, Bai Lu almost emptied the tables and ended up cleaning the house out. Just as the two were about to leave, Zhang Hao clasped Bai Lu's hand. Come on, let's get out of here. Before they could move, several burly men closed in around them. Sorry, the leader rumbled. The boss says you can't leave. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Bring your boss here. I'd like to talk. The crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses, impeccably dressed, and wearing a practiced smile. Good evening, sir. I'm Michel, owner of the casino. Zhang Hao nodded once. All right. What will it take for you to let us go? He knew forcing their way out would bring the Imperial Guard down on them, so diplomacy was preferable. Michel adjusted his glasses. Very simple, one more game. He sat at a table and signaled a croupier to set up the dice, his smile never touching his eyes. Beat me, and you're free to leave. Fine. One round. Winner takes all. Zhang Hao pulled Bai Lu into the seat opposite him. Since Michel clearly wanted to win back the house's losses, Zhang Hao had Bai Lu shove every coin shed just one onto the felt. In seconds, half the table was buried under gleaming gold, and the onlookers' eyes lit with greed. Excellent, Michel said, applauding once before his face hardened. He flicked his wrists and began to shake the cup. Zhang Hao noticed the subtle twitch at the man's was listening to the dice. With hearing that sharp, Michel could call the numbers before they landed. The cup struck the table with a soft snap, and Michel gestured for a bet. He had already heard all three dice show the same numerature, so whether Zhang Hao bet high or low, the house should win. Place your bet, he urged, a sly curve on his lips. Zhang Hao turned to Bai Lu. Your choice. Whatever you say goes. Bai Lu hesitated. Brother Quan too, I really don't know which one. He'll back your call. Then high. Drawing a deep breath, Bai Lu pushed the entire heap of coins onto the high square. No more bets. Open. Michel could hardly contain his glee. He was about to recoup the casino's losses. He whisked off the cup. All eyes locked on the Dicea neat tower, each die reading 5. Triples. House wins. The crowd erupted, praising the owner's skill. Someone murmured, her luck finally ran out. Nobody wins forever. Michel lifted his chin in triumph. You lose. Before he could finish, the top die slipped, rolled along the felt, and stopped right in front of him, now showing a 6. The total jumped to 16 high wins. Michael's face went chalk white. How? Impossible. That was my win. In decades at the tables, he had never misjudged a roll until now. Zhang Hao scooped up the coins and rose with an easy smile. We won, as agreed. Goodbye, Mr. Michel. The gold clinked as it disappeared into his pouch. Hold it. Michel slammed the table and lurched to his feet, his voice trembling with fury. One more game. Another round? Zhang Hao frowned. It was obvious Michel was about to play dirty. In the dim hall, a crystal chandelier cast a suggestive glow that outlined a ring of wary bouncers. Zhang Hao swept his gaze over them and let a cold smile tug at his lips. Think you can bully me with numbers? Go ahead and try. He hadn't wanted to make a scene, but Michel kept pushing. If worst came to worst, he'd just cut his way out of the imperial capital, wait for the red name mark to fade, and come back later. The mood tightened in an instant. Bai Lu felt the air grow thick with gunpowder. Her slender fingers latched onto Zhang Hao's palm, the softness of her touch steadying him and reminding him to find out exactly what Michel was planning. Michel twirled a gold-trimmed cane and offered a disarming smile. Please, sir, don't misunderstand. This is a respectable casino. We follow the law and never resort to low tricks. Zhang Hao scoffed inwardly, holding us here, and you call that respectable? So what do you want? He asked. I already said I tone last wager. Michel set the cane aside and clapped his hands. But this time we aren't throwing dice. We're betting on a fight. Clap. A masked man stepped from the shadows. Under a black cloak, pointed ears poked past the mask, and silver-gray hair caught the light. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Nua in, the elf said in a flat voice. Level, 75. Hit points, 555,000. Michel nodded proudly. Nuan is my personal guard. Beat him, and every coin on that table is yours. Longtang's imperial capital is the continent's largest hub for trade among elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, and humans, so hiring an elf isn't unusual. A warrior-class elf, however, still costs a fortune. The spectators buzzed. An elven fighter, unbelievable. The owners loaded. I heard an elf costs 100 gold a month. Elf men are born warriors, swords up close, bows at range. A human can't match that. See the red crystal pendant? High-tier warrior. Not just for show. Those two won't be carrying their winnings home. Bai Lu's palms dampened with sweat, yet Zhang Hao stayed as calm as ever, as though the chatter had nothing to do with him. Michael's grin broadened. Well, do you dare? His confidence was rock solid only days ago. Nual. and had single-handedly slaughtered dozens of bandits without so much as staining his cloak. After that, Michel believed no one could best the elf. "Imin," Zhang Hao said crisply. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Most had expected him to surrender on the spot, given the elf's fearsome reputation. Michel raised an eyebrow, then sneered. "Fine. We'll settle this in the arena. Step inside, and we'll see how you die." In the imperial capital, the arena is a sanctioned battleground for settling private grudges. Once both parties sign a life-and-death contract, the city guards simply stand aside. That's why they call it the death arena. Once you step onto that platform, only one fighter walks away alive. The group reached the arena, and spectators surged forward from every side. Everyone wanted to witness Zhang Hao's fate. Nguyen covered the lower half of his face with a black cloth, betraying no emotion. He bent his knees, sprang lightly into the air, and landed in the very center of the ring. Then he turned, his icy stare ordering Zhang Hao to climb up. "Berserker, be careful," Bailu whispered, clenching her fists. She knew Zhang Hao had defeated a world boss before, but this elven warrior was 15 levels higher, no trivial enemy. Zhang Hao nodded to reassure her, vaulted onto the stage, and touched down squarely opposite Nguyen. The referee hurried over with a life-and-death pact. Once both men pressed their handprints, he retreated, leaving the ring entirely to them. Nguyen drew a curved blade, the edge flashing as he spun it before him, clearly guarding against Zhang Hao's arrows. Zhang Hao, however, didn't shoot right away. Instead, he aimed at Nguyen's feet. Unlike monsters, NPCs fight with far more agility and adapt on the fly. If Zhang Hao opened with his ultimate, it could be countered, wasting the cooldown. So he tried a different approach. Whoosh! A dusty yellow glow streaked out as the arrow buried itself in the flagstones. In the next instant, the rock crumbled into fine sand and began to swirl downward. Quicksand arrow. A magic arrow? Nguyen tensed. The ground disappeared beneath him, and he instantly vaulted into the air, dodging the sinkhole. Zhang Hao had waited for that moment. The bowstring thrummed, and a second arrow howled toward its mark. With no footing in midair, Nguyen thrust out a palm. Green light flared, an invisible barrier slammed forth, and the arrow was knocked aside. The first exchange was pure testing. Zhang Hao still held back his EXP burst, and Nin sensed this opponent wasn't easy. He stopped pressing recklessly. Sheathing his blade, he exploded into motion, a streak of green circling Zhang Hao so fast that afterimages formed an unbroken ring. Zhang Hao stood as steady as an ancient pine, bow drawn, string humming softly. Below the stage, Michael's face darkened. Why isn't Nguyen as fierce as before? He muttered, clenching his fists. "You can't lose." Bailu waved frantically. "Berserker, you can do it." Suddenly, the racing Nguyen split into three. Three green figures lunged at Zhang Hao from different angles, the elven warrior's signature move, Green Mirage. Zhang Hao was ready. A faint smile curved his lips, and he fired an arrow at his own feet instead. Swish! Frost erupted from the tip and swept across the floor. Crack! A thick sheet of ice spread over the platform, freezing both fighters' boots in place. Nguyen's two phantoms shattered at once, leaving only his true body pinned to the spot. As a ranged fighter, Zhang Hao didn't mind the ice. It gave him the steadiest firing platform possible. Nguyen's eyes widened as he tried to pull free, but his legs wouldn't budge, and for the first time regret flickered across his face. Damn, I underestimated him. Opposite him, Zhang Hao raised his bow, arrowhead trained on Nguyen's heart, his voice calm and steady. "Goodbye, Nguyen." Thwip! EXP burst. With more than 16 million experience points banked, Zhang Hao's 50% crit translated into over 8 million damage. The arrow screamed through the air, punched straight into the elf warrior Nguyen's chest, and carried enough force to one-shot 15 of him. Clutching the shaft, Nguyen staggered back, resentment filling his eyes before he toppled to the ground. Gasps erupted around the Aranon elf warrior slain by a single arrow, and the archer was monstrous. On the sidelines, Michael's face went chalk white. He had just lost several thousand gold coins and an elf guard, a complete double defeat. As Nguyen hit the dirt, a pale green glow slipped from his chest and shot southward. Zhang Hao recognized the sight, an elf's soul returning home. The priest would learn both the death and the killer's name, leaving the family to decide on revenge. Most wandering elves lacked the means to avenge anything, instead choosing eternal rest beneath the world tree. So Zhang Hao felt no worry, assumed Nguyen was just another drifter. Events would later prove him wrong. When the frost effect faded, Zhang Hao crouched and collected the loot. Alongside the usual potions, tools, and gear was the red crystal pendant that had hung around Nguyen's neck. An appraisal window appeared. Red crystal pendant, proof of elven nobility. Zhang Hao paused, staring at Nguyen's body as it turned to wood, a faint weight settling in his chest. So the man had been a noble, after all. Even so, he felt no regret. In the arena you kill or die. Madman, that was awesome. Egret waved from the stands. Zhang Hao nodded back and stepped out of the ring. Michel, anything else to say? Nothing. Take your money and leave. Michel growled. Knowing he no longer had the leverage to press the issue, Zhang Hao pocketed the payment and, with Egret in tow, walked away under the crowd's wary stares. So where are we going now? You still haven't changed classes, right? First the class transfer, then we join the third prince's faction. They jogged to the class instructor. Egret handed over the coins. A flash of light erupted, and she became a magus, her spell power soaring. Miaojia, over here. Egret suddenly called. Zhang Hao followed her voice and saw Miao Yu approaching shoulder to shoulder with Lone Walker of the Divine Realm. He silently wondered how those two had teamed up. Brother Madman, just the man I was looking for. Lone Walker greeted with a hearty laugh. Everything you predicted last time came true, and the higher-ups are paying attention. We need a few more details if you're right again. We'll move at once and follow your plan to the letter. Zhang Hao didn't answer Dubu Xinjie right away. Instead, he looked at Miao Yu. Do you two know each other? He searched his memory but couldn't recall any connection between them, which only deepened his confusion. Miao Yu didn't hide anything. She explained that she had missed yesterday's session because Dubu Xinjie had summoned her, had discovered that Baila's car accident 3 years earlier was closely tied to Zhao Yuru. The truck driver involved had been hired by Zhao Yuru. After learning the truth, they became even more curious about Zhang Hao and arranged to come together. Since that's the case, he'll tell you a few more major events that are about to happen, Zhang Hao said gravely. This is the last time. If you still don't believe me, stop looking for me. He was willing to do everything he could for the country and its people. But if the leaders kept hesitating and missed the window, there was nothing more he could do. Dubu Xinjie took note of everything Zhang Hao revealed, then shook his hand firmly. Whatever the higher-ups decide, I believe you. Thank you for what you're doing for the nation. Zhang Hao nodded. I just hope they don't let me down. With that, Dubu Xinjie logged off to report to his superiors. Miao Yu also offered her hand. I owe you my thanks as well. Oh, has there been progress on Baila's accident? Zhang Hao asked. Miao Yu nodded, lowering her voice. The evidence points to Zhao Yuru as the mastermind. She wanted her son to inherit the Bai family's fortune, so she staged the crash. Zhang Hao frowned. Then what are we waiting for? Arrest her? Not yet, Miao Yu sighed. We're still missing the final piece. The key witness, the truck driver, refuses to talk. The police are interrogating him, and we should have a breakthrough soon. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. I'm worried Zhao Yuru might lash out if she feels cornered. Can we put someone on Bailu around the clock? You think she'd go that far? A chill flashed in Miao Yu's eyes. Let her try. There's nothing she wouldn't do, Zhang Hao said quietly. Once she senses an investigation, she might strike first. After a brief silence, Miao Yu nodded. Understood. From today on, I won't leave Baila's side. But her in-game character will be in your hands. Zhang Hao's genuine concern reassured her. Don't worry, Zhang Hao said softly. He glanced at Bailu, who was crouched beside a street stall examining trinkets, and his voice grew gentle. He'll protect her with my life. With your life? Miao Yu chuckled. It's just a game. Zhang Hao simply smiled. To others, it was only a game. To him, it was humanity's key to defeating the Demon King's army. After a few brief words to Bailu, Miao Yu logged off and hurried to the Bai estate. Bailu watched her figure fade, puzzled. Sister Miao says she won't be able to log in for a while. That's strange. It's all right. They'll keep you company, Zhang Hao said, taking her delicate hand in his. His eyes shimmered with warmth. Come on, let's go. What took you so long? Gao Pengfei stood at the third princess rendezvous point, arms crossed, his voice full of complaint. Zhang Hao and Bailu had just arrived, and he went on grumbling. I've been waiting almost an hour. Zhang Hao patted his shoulder apologetically. We got held up on the way. Is everything set? Did you join the faction? Not yet. Gao Pengfei glanced around. The huge plaza held only a few scattered figures. Lowering his voice, he asked, Howsy, are you sure about siding with the third princess? It's so quiet here, what if her faction's weak? His concern wasn't unfounded. 3 powers ruled the Divine Realm. First Princess Margaret, second Prince Russell, and the youngest Princess Elena. The first prince's faction was bankrolled by imperial conglomerates. Shopping, learning skills, and repairing gear all cost 20 less, while selling items earned 20 more, so her followers were never short on cash. 2. The second prince's faction enjoyed the elves' blessing, 20 combat experience and 20 less loss on death, making leveling lightning fast. 3. The youngest princess was allied with the dwarves. Their smiths could boost weapons and armor by 20. That looked like the smallest perk, yet it fit Zhang Hao's plan perfectly. Zhang Hao knew the current Holy War set might still fall short against the demon Lord Axa. In his previous life, he had never actually worn it. He only knew it was the only way to beat the demon lord, without any idea how effective it really was. If he could add another 20 to its stats, their odds would rise dramatically. More importantly, the first princess and the second prince were locked in a covert war for the throne. Their players were conscripted every other day and punished for the slightest slack, making life miserable. Elena's faction was the weakest and kept to itself. No one saw her as a threat, so her followers could grind in peace and avoid most of the hassle. Trust me, it's the right call, Zhang Hao said with conviction. After convincing his teammates, the 3 of them approached the liaison. The man produced a silver-edged contract, faint magical sigils shimmering across the parchment. They signed one after another. The light sank into their skin, officially enrolling them in the youngest princess faction. A tiny gray flag now preceded each of their nameplates. Brave adventurers, the liaison said, handing over 3 scrolls. These teleport scrolls will take you straight to the Gray Mountains, the princess domain, and save you a long journey. The ink on the scrolls was still fresh, yet Zhang Hao didn't rush to use them. Instead, he led the other 2 back to the nearest auction house. The Gray Mountains were remote and short on supplies. There wasn't even an auction house, so they had to stock up first. The hall was packed with gleaming gear and materials. A 4-star shoulder piece caught Gao Pengfei's eye at once, and he blurted out, "These shoulders are great, but they're pricey for gold." Zhang Hao compared stats and prices carefully, weighing them against the coins in his pouch. Bai Lu stood to the side, her gaze drifting over the shelves, but never settling. She had no idea what to buy, and was leaving the decisions to Zhang Hao. What Zhang Hao wanted most was a luck scroll. He hoped to bump his talent up another star and get his pet, the White Reaper, into combat as soon as possible. He had a fistful of evolution scrolls, yet lacked the one item that actually improved the success rate, and the absence weighed on him. Luck scrolls dropped so rarely that grinding was not an option. One happened to be listed at the auction house, but the price was outrageous, 30 gold apiece. After a brief struggle, he clenched his teeth, spent 300 gold on 10 of them, and muttered, "Buying time is always worth the cost." His gold reserves evaporated in an instant, but he felt no pain. He and Gao Pengfei immediately dumped every spare piece of gear and crafting material into the auction house to claw back some funds, then joined Bai Lu and activated a teleport scroll. Azure runes flared beneath their feet, and in a heartbeat the trio materialized in the Gray Mountains. A hazy pall hung over the range, where jagged peaks lay like slumbering dragons along the horizon. Sheer rock faces, scoured by wind, rain, and snow, showed harsh, exposed striations. Sunlight scattered across the stone like powdered silver, sending cold sparks in every direction. Fog pooled in the ochre valleys below, shifting from crashing waves to gauzy veils that swallowed the path behind them. The teleportation platform perched on a cliff edge. Zhang Hao took the view for granted, but Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu stood speechless. Bai Lu, bedridden for ages, stared wide-eyed, nearly forgetting to blink. At the base of the cliff lay Grey Castle, domain of the 3rd princess, Lina. The fortress had once belonged to the Dwarf King. After his disappearance, the dwarves declined and humans took over. Ever respectful, Lina repeatedly helped resolve dwarf crises, earning their loyalty and forging an alliance. The gate guards verified their identities and waved them through. Several players who arrived alongside them looked glum, as though already regretting the trip. "Old Gao, rally the guild," Zhang Hao said while they walked. "Get everyone over here for the event." "What event?" "A big dungeon." Gao Pengfei's eyes lit up. Raids always filled his purse. "Not a dungeon," Zhang Hao replied. "We're hunting a Centaur Legion. It's our first faction quest since we joined the Princess Banner. Impress her, and she'll unlock new instances for us." Gao Pengfei nearly leapt in the air. "Got it, I'm on it." Once everything was settled, Zhang Hao went alone to seek an audience with Princess Lina. The gray-cloaked steward, Mo Air, greeted him warmly, led him down a long corridor, and announced him at a chamber door. "Welcome back, brave one," Mo Air said, holding the door. Zhang Hao stepped into the sitting room. Lina, petite yet regal, occupied a wooden chair. Her noble gown was embroidered with intricate lace and patterns, every stitch flawless. A maid set down black tea, and Zhang Hao took the opposite seat, sipping politely. Lina's slender fingers lifted her cup with effortless grace. "Honored hero, what brings you today?" she asked. "I want to help you deal with the Dwarf King imprisoned in the dungeon," he answered. Lina's hand jerked. Hot tea splashed across her exquisite dress. Zhang Hao's words left Lina stunned, because no one outside her tight circle knew the Dwarf King's secret. Ever since the Dwarf King died of illness, his spirit has lingered inside the Grey Castle. When Lina first arrived, she saw that raging wraith with her own eyes and even endured a vicious psychic strike. Fortunately, the mage who accompanied her reacted instantly and sealed the dungeon, preventing an even greater riot. But the seal was only a stopgap measure. As time passed, the roars from the depths of the dungeon grew more frequent. The runes on the stone door dimmed one by one, and the Dwarf King could break his chains at any moment and unleash another bloodbath. Keeping him sealed is just stalling. It won't be long before he breaks free again, Lina reminded herself over and over. Destroy the Dwarf King? The dwarven clans would never allow it. And even as a disembodied spirit, the former overlord's power is unfathomable. Not even an archmage could help. That was why she was mired in anxiety. Now an outsider had exposed the secret outright, adding insult to injury. "How did you learn about this?" she demanded, caring little that her costly gown brushed the dusty floor, her gaze locking onto Zhang Hao's eyes like a blade. "Prophet Arthur told me," Zhang Hao said calmly, casually invoking the renowned seer's name. As expected, the mention of Arthur loosened Alina's tense expression. So the prophet himself still, do you really have the means to deal with the Dwarf King? He is not easy to handle. I know you doubt my strength, so let me prove it, Zhang Hao said, sipping his black tea before setting the cup down. Give me a mission, and I'll finish it. Alina pondered for a moment, then nodded. She swept her hand across the magical screen before her, and lines of pale gold text appeared above her head. Mission: eliminate the Centaur Legion. Details: a Centaur Legion occupies the Grey Quarry, repeatedly attacking dwarf miners and crippling weapon production. Help Alina slay 1,000 centaurs and reclaim the mine. Requirement: level 60. Reward: 160,000 experience points, 30 gold coins, and 1 5-star class-specific piece of equipment. Zhang Hao clicked accept without hesitation. May victory come swiftly, brave one, Alina said softly, dismissing the screen. By the time he left the study, the main hall of Grey Castle was already buzzing. Members of the Honorable Spirit Guild had gathered, forming a semicircle and looking expectantly toward the doorway. How's everyone's here? Gao Pengfei called out, waving excitedly. It was the guild's first meeting with full attendance, proof that the recent harsh penalties had taught them the hard way. The guild master brooks no breach of discipline. Zhang Hao scanned the lineup and nodded with satisfaction. Today's objective is to wipe out the Centaur Legion in Grey Quarry. He'll share the quest with everyone in a moment. Same rules as always, follow my commands, and he'll carry you to victory. All hail the guild master. Long live the guild master. The synchronized cheers echoed between the stone pillars. The members knew Zhang Hao never made empty promises. Every run either showered them with experience or filled their pockets, and he had never let them down. That was why they shouted in unison, eyes blazing with excitement and anticipation. Party up. At Gao Pengfei's command, all 10,000 players joined the party, then received the quest details shared by Zhang Hao. What the heck? A level 60 quest? Are we really okay with this? Have some faith in our guild master. Yeah, the boss already took down a world boss. This level 60 quest is nothing. Huh. I can't wait to see what kind of loot a level 60 quest will drop. It'll be a mountain of XP. I'm hoping to hit 35 today. Shoot for 40 at least, man. Zhang Hao gave everyone 30 minutes to stock up on potions and repair their gear. When time was up, he led the force out of Grey Castle and headed straight for the Grey Mine. Gao Pengfei marched at the front, looking back at the 10,000 players behind him, his blood surging. How's he? I feel like an ancient general heading out to crush the barbarians. Think all of us together will scare the centaurs off? Zhang Hao shook his head. You wish. The Centaur Legion is way bigger than you think. How big? You'll find out soon enough. Even Zhang Hao didn't know the exact number, but he guessed there were at least 100,000. In this game, monsters weren't capped, and the word legion never meant just a few thousand. They stepped onto a barren plain. Several kilometers away loomed a slate-colored mountain, the Grey Mine, once the dwarves' main iron deposit, now held by the Centaur Legion. We're entering Centaur territory. Stay sharp, Zhang Hao announced in the public channel. If anything happens, follow my orders. No one breaks formation. Yes, sir. 10,000 voices answered in unison. After advancing another 1,000 meters, horns blared and the ground trembled as if an army were boiling up from underground. The Centaur Legion is coming. Zhang Hao barked orders. Heavy cavalry to the perimeter form a shield ring. Everyone else to the center. Rogues and warriors, support the defense. Archers and mages, lay down the damage. Priests, stick to your assigned cavalry. Their health never drops below 60%. The players moved instantly. Knights locked shields. Warriors dashed in to plug gaps. Rogues slipped into cover. Archers drew their bows. Mages traced spell circles, and priests raised their staffs for holy light. In seconds, a solid circular fortress had formed. Hoofbeats pounded in their chests, dropping them into what felt like an ancient battlefield. Zhang Hao climbed onto Gao Pengfei's shoulders for a better view. How's he? Can you see them? Yeah, they're splitting into two wings, planning to encircle us and swallow us whole. Zhang Hao shared his view with the party, and everyone saw the raging torrent heading their way. Holy crap, that's a lot of centaurs, like a tidal wave. War movies never hit me like this. Being here in person is insane. There's got to be 80 to 100,000 of them. Can 10,000 of us really win? That's terrifying. If each centaur spit once, we'd drown. Dude, that's disgusting. Have faith in Madman. If he's leading us in, he's got a plan. Zhang Hao glanced at the chat and located the speaker's I love beans. Old Gao, promote that I love beans guy to officer, need players like him. On it. Turning back to the surging sea of centaurs, Zhang Hao counted down in his head. 800 meters, 500, 300. Zhang Hao's quicksand arrow had a maximum range of 200 meters. When the vanguard of the Centaur Legion stepped into that range, he finally released the bowstring he had kept taut. With a sharp whoosh, the ochre-fletched arrow sliced through the air, leaving a thin gleam in the sunlight before planting itself in front of a charging centaur's forehoofs. The rider had only a heartbeat to stare in shock before the ground turned to sludge, all four powerful legs sinking at once. Quicksand! Quicksand! He shrieked. A pit nearly 100 meters across yawned open around him, dragging more than 100 frontline centaurs under in an instant. Farther back, the centaur commander blanched and whipped a small red flag overhead. Discipline held. At the signal, the following ranks wrenched their reins and skidded to a stop right at the pit's edge. What's going on? A courier wearing a gold ribbon token of the royal household galloped up, voice sharp with accusation. Report to His Majesty. Our vanguard was struck by a mage's spell and is trapped in quicksand, the commander replied with a bow. The courier spun without another word, but had gone barely 10 meters when screams burst behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows and multicolored spells rained down like a storm, their flashes painting the sky. The courier's face went ashen, yet he dared not slow. He stretched into a full gallop toward camp. His king still awaited the news. Good. Hold position. Launch the second volley. Zhang Hao signaled. To improve his view, Gao Pengfei and 6 other brothers formed a human tower, hoisting him to a higher perch. He hated to see his own people fall, but he refused to shelter guild mates like fledglings. The brothers of Haoranjingqi would one day face true demons. Live fire training was essential. He would personally take down the strongest foes at the critical moment. Everything else was practice for the team. In earlier battles, the players could only watch him clear the field, but now their moment had come and morale was soaring. My arrow hit a centaur for 140 damage. Same target here, mine was 160. Huh, mages are king. My AoE just blanketed 7 or 8 centaurs. Stop bragging. Show the numbers. A 90-something. Seriously? And you're bragging? Hey, my damage is low, but I tag more mobs. Bet my efficiency beats yours. Cut it out. I just saw Boss Quantus basic swing land for over 3,000. We don't even scratch the surface. The quicksand arrow had broken the centaur charge and saved countless lives. Yet Zhang Hao knew only the vanguard. Barely a few hundred soldiers was trapped. The real battle was still ahead. Behind them waited tens of thousands more troops, and that was the real nightmare. Zhang Hao drew a deep breath and issued his first order. Finish off the centaur cavalry trapped in the quicksand. The second wave will hit any second. He spun toward the priests at the rear, voice pounding like a drum. Clerics, listen up. Put every defensive buff you have on the frontline heavy cavalry. If you have anything else that helps, throw it on as well. He knew the script by heart. In Phase 2, the centaur charge would crash heat into the heavies. The outcome hinged on whether the shield wall held. Less than 3 minutes later, the centaurs spread out, skirted the sand, and came roaring in from both flanks. Centaurs incoming. Heavy cav, hold the line. No one retreats. If you back up and expose a brother, you're out of the raid. The tone was brutal, but that was the heavy cav's job to stand fast. Normally, anyone who rolled the class understood that. Yet the game felt so real, it was easy to believe you were on an actual battlefield. Underfoot, the ground quaked beneath iron hooves, the vibration climbing from their calves to their skulls. In their sights, the enemy swelled rapidly, grotesque centaur faces and raised steel blades now clear as day. Not everyone could stomach that kind of impact. It was the roller coaster effect. The riders and the spectators lived 2 different realities. Some players wavered, but seeing no one else move, they forced themselves to stay. The gap shrank to 300 meters. Zhang Hao's final warning cracked out. Clerics, drop the defense buffs now. On it. Swish, swish, swish. Beams of holy light flared along the heavy calves. Armor reinforcement, sacred bulwark, blessing of divinity. Stats spiked and panicked hearts steadied. An instant later, the centaur horde slammed into the shield wall like a tidal wave. Boom. Shields smashed against hooves, sparks flew. Some riders were tossed back, some centaurs toppled. The line rocked and rolled, but never tore open. Warriors, help finish them. Zhang Hao's second order landed. The warriors, already itching for blood, thrust spears and pikes through every gap over shields, between shoulders, even under arms, turning each opening into a killing stroke. Thud, thud. Cold spear points and flashing blades punched into centaur chests, ripped free, and plunged again. Jets of hot, sticky blood splattered across armor and faces, mingling with the enemy's shrieks. From a small rise, Zhang Hao's brow stayed furrowed, not because his team was underperforming, but because he knew what the centaurs would do next. Sure enough, a mass of bow-wielding centaur riders surged forward. On the commander's signal, they raised their bows. The first volley burst overhead in a spray of blood. The heavies endured thanks to their buffs, but the warriors behind them were shredded, health bars nosediving. Thankfully, the priest squad spammed green light nonstop. Without it, the second volley would have left a carpet of corpses. Remember, the average player was only level 35 to 45, while the centaurs were level 60. The gap was enormous. Gao Pengfei stared at the live feed from Zhang Hao's POV and shouted, "How? Those archers are killing us. We have to take them out." No. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, locking onto the centaur commander weaving through the ranks. His voice was as cold as a blade. "They're not the priority. He is. Take him out first." Zhang Hao saw it clearly. The centaur commanders were the lifeblood of their legions. Under their orders, the troops stayed tight, moved fast, and struck with precision an iron wall that was hard to breach. To pry that wall open, he had to take the heads first. So he sent a third directive through the guild channel. Assassins, it's your stage. Move in squads of 100, slip in, and take out every Centaur Commanderno survivors. If you fall, the guild will double your compensation and restore your gear and experience. This was the special strike team had hidden on the outskirts. More than 1,000 assassins trained to decapitate enemy leadership. Once the mission began, few would make it back alive. They were, in effect, a suicide squad. To erase any doubts, Zhang Hao publicly vowed that every loss would be repaid in full. The guild channel lit up at once. Copy. Roger. Got it, guild master. Moving out, boss. A heartbeat later, the assassins slipped into stealth, their outlines melting into the night as they flowed along the flank and seeped into the enemy ranks. Whenever they spotted a Centaur commander, they flashed a signal, gathered a full 100 comrades, and sprang the trap. When the first wave locked onto its target, the air twanged like a drawn bowstring. Backstabs, ambushes, throw-it cuts, assassinally skills landed on a level 60 Centaur commander almost simultaneously. Though he outleveled them by 20 levels, 100 crit-boosted strikes sent damage numbers cascading over his head like a waterfall, stripping away more than half his health in one burst. But the assassins were now exposed. Centaur cavalry roared and closed in, spears and curved blades crossing in a web of cold steel. Red damage figures flared everywhere, and casualties rippled through the squad. The channel filled with hoarse shouts. Hold the line, brothers. Even if we all die, finish the boss mission. Forget everything else. Attack. 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 Damn it. If I go down, I'm taking that commander with me. Don't let our fallen die for nothing. Push. Frenzied cries fused with flashing blades as every assassin poured out maximum damage. Even when 3 or 4 Centaur cavalry surrounded them, they clung to the commander like leeches. At last, as the final assassin fell and burst into white light, the Centaur commander crashed to the ground. Beautifully done, brothers. Zhang Hao watched from afar as the commander toppled, his blood surging with heat. His mind flashed back to a former life headquarters had once sent an assassin squad to slay a demon legion general. That day the supreme commander toasted each assassin farewell, and they all left smiling. That fierce grandeur was carved into his bones, and now he saw it reborn in these comrades. Soon the entire assassin force lay dead, but they had taken down 11 Centaur commanders. 3 or 4 slipped the net, yet a gap had been torn in the battle line. Deprived of their command corps, the Centaur legion plunged into confusion, unsure whether to press the attack or pull back. Even when orders made it through, without a commander's guidance they slipped straight back into chaos. Perfect opening. Zhang Hao's eyes flashed as he barked over the team channel. Heavy cavalry, advance. Knock the Centaur legion back. Yes, sir. The armored riders, already chafing under the enemy's iron hooves, finally had an outlet for their rage. In the next instant they triggered their skill Iron Mountain crash. Huh. Their roar shook the air as every rider stepped forward with the left foot, leaned in, and threw his full weight behind a raised shield. Boom. With a deafening impact, an entire line of Centaur cavalry was sent flying. Stun icons flashed above their heads while dust billowed across the field. As the enemy staggered, someone shouted, "They're falling back, charge." The heavy cavalry pivoted aside to open a lane, and the warriors behind them poured out like a breached dam. Close quarters combat was their specialty. Spears and pikes were swapped for broadswords and sabers. Cold steel flashed, every swing brutal, blood spattering armor and earth. In the rear, archers and mages planted their feet, weaving arrows and spells into a deadly lattice. Clerics raised their staves, wrapping the front line in holy shields. Within minutes the ground was littered with Centaur corpses, and everyone's quest progress jumped to 682-1000. Don't get greedy, pull the line in, and brace for a counterattack. Zhang Hao never took his eyes off the fight. Sure enough, the moment the stun wore off, the Centaurs thundered forward again. At the warning, the forward warriors fell back at once. The heavy cavalry raised their shields and locked in, absorbing the charge just as before. Now that they knew the pattern, morale held firm. The second wall was rock solid, not a single gap. The rhythm became routine. Heavy cavalry smashed the enemy back with another Iron Mountain crash. Warriors surged through the opening. Archers and mages provided covering fire. Clerics kept the blessings flowing. Cycle after cycle, Centaur casualties mounted and the bodies piled high. Zhang Hao watched with a cold eye, blinking in only when a section of the line threatened to buckle, driving the enemy back each time. Quest progress had long since blown past the target 1802-1000, but he still refused to ease up. The Centaur Legion showed no sign of retreat. No matter how many fell, they would not pull back. Howsy, why aren't these Centaurs running yet? Our people are about to drop. Gao Pengfei stared at the guild chat, voice taut. Half the players are almost out of potions. Zhang Hao wasn't surprised. After 3 hours of brutal fighting against higher-level, stronger foes, warrior health bars were plunging, mages and clerics were chugging potions like water, and equipment durability was down to single digits. They're waiting for their king's order, Zhang Hao said grimly. They'd die without hesitation if he told them to. Damn, that loyal? Gao Pingfei sucked in a sharp breath. So if we want the Legion to break, we have to defeat their king. Zhang Hao's gaze slid past the rolling melee to a distant hillside, where a centaur king clad in golden armor and wearing a crown surveyed the field, locking eyes with him. Two razor-sharp wills clashed in midair, sparks seeming to crackle between them. The centaur king narrowed his eyes and slowly raised a hand. The herald beside him instantly flourished a massive red banner. Cease the attack. The centaurs have stopped attacking. Gao Pingfei froze, then delight spread across his face. Does that mean they're retreating? We won. But Zhang Hao shook his head. Not yet. They're falling back, but they're not leaving. The Centaur Legion pulled back little by little, finally giving the players a chance to breathe. Even knowing it was just a game, the prolonged, high-intensity combat had left everyone sore and exhausted. The crowd immediately erupted. Why did the Centaurs stop? What are they up to? It's weird, no fighting, no retreating, just standing there staring at us. They're definitely planning something. Stay sharp. Someone rifled through his pack. I'm out of health pots. Anybody got a spare? I do. Forget the money, take them. I've got extra mana pots. Who needs one? Over here, I just used my last. Thanks. While the chatter rose and fell, a golden figure strode out from behind the centaur ranks. Wherever he passed, the soldiers automatically parted and dropped to one knee, their forelegs bent deep, heads bowed in absolute reverence. With a gleaming spear across his chest, the centaur king stopped between the two armies. He leveled the spear at Zhang Hao. Human, are you the commander of this force? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, already guessing what was coming. The king's voice boomed. Do you dare face me in single combat? A laugh escaped Zhang Hao's lips. Had been wondering how to carve his way through thousands of troops to kill the king and force a retreat. He hadn't expected the proud monarch to volunteer for a duel. Since that was the offer, of course had accept. He vaulted down from his perch, landing in a cloud of dust. Gao Pingfei, rubbing his shoulder, hurried over. How's he? You're really going to duel him? What else? Zhang Hao patted his friend's shoulder and stepped past him, voice light. He threw down the gauntlet. In the guild leader, I can't embarrass the crew. Besides, he chuckled softly. It's the perfect chance to take out the Centaur King. Zhang Hao walked clear of the crowd and squared off with the monarch. Gao Pingfei glanced at the stats that popped up on Zhang Hao's interface. Centaur King Elite. Level, 85. HP, 5,943,000. This guy's got a ton of health. Well, he is an elite, Zhang Hao replied casually. He had more than 9 million experience points banked. One lucky crit wouldn't quite one-shot the king, but it would shave off 90% of his HP, and a second would finish the job. No pressure at all. The king lifted a hand, and the soldiers behind him backed away, clearing an open field. Zhang Hao echoed the gesture to his own side. From here on, it's just him and me. The armies withdrew. Only the wind and the leader's breathing filled the air. Countless eyes watched through dust and fire, eager to witness victory. Zhang Hao nocked an arrow, the tip pointed toward the ground. The duel couldn't start with a preemptive strike. At the same moment, the Centaur King rested his golden spear tip on the earth, hooves steady, poised to explode into action at any instant. Even so, Zhang Hao could read a trace of contempt in the king's eyes. A level 60 human held no weight in the eyes of an level 85 Centaur King. He was certain he could skewer Zhang Hao in a single round and then revel in the cheers of his army. Human, before I kill you, tell me this, did Princess Elena send you? The Centaur King loomed above him, contempt in his gaze. Correct. She ordered us to reclaim the mine. If we fail, she told me to wipe you all out. Zhang Hao stood firm. Arrogant fool. The king laughed, raising his golden spear. Let's see who kills whom. The duel began. With a flash, the golden spear lashed forward. 10 meters still separated them, yet its brilliance seemed to arrive instantly. Zhang Hao's instincts screamed. Dodge. He shifted aside. A heartbeat later, a beam of golden light split the ground where Head just stood, sending gravel flying. Cold sweat slid down his chin half a second slower, and Head had been cleaved in two. Quit running. He'll pin you on my spear. The Centaur King charged, his weapon unfolding into a storm of golden afterimages, locking Zhang Hao in. Spectators held their breath. In their eyes, such an assault was inescapable. Yet Zhang Hao flowed through the barrage with yin-yang 8-step footwork, slipping past each strike by a hair. The king frowned. His attack should have been flawless, yet this human seemed to predict every path. Zhang Hao knew the truth. The spear filled the sky. He couldn't even draw his bowstring, much less counterattack. Damn, he'll tire out first. He cursed, searching for a way out. Then a thought surfaced: White Reaper, the pet sleeping in his inventory. Still napping while I'm in danger? During a narrow opening, Zhang Hao yanked out White Reaper. Web him now. Chitter. The spider pet's abdomen tightened, spraying snowy silk that merged into a massive net and slapped onto the Centaur King. What sorcery is this? The king roared, muscles bulging but held fast. Zhang Hao backed off. The web would last only 5 seconds. He had to end it now. Drawn arcane. Whoosh. Critical EXP for 1,130,887. Text exploded above them. The king screamed as 90% of his health disappeared. Zhang Hao drew again, ready to finish it. Then, thud, the centaur king buckled, forehead touching the ground. His voice was hoarse with fear. Please, warrior, spare my life. The arrow froze on the string. By dual rules, striking after a surrender was disgraceful and might enrage the entire centaur army. The guild was already spent. Still he was a boss. Loot glittered before Zhang Hao's eyes. Sensing that greed, the king sweated beneath his mane. Bound by webbing and slowed by frost, he couldn't escape. Warrior, he'll give you everything, just let me live. Ding. System message. The centaur king requests to form a master-servant contract with you. What? Zhang Hao blinked. Had never heard of a monster becoming a servant, let alone a king. After a moment, he lowered his bow. A king as a follower? Too good to pass up. So you surrender? I surrender. I surrender. The centaur king knelt, nodding frantically. The duel is yours. The servant contract is sealed. Centaur kingdom is now yours to command. A system notification flickered by, and Zhang Hao watched as the red nameplates above the centaur king and his vast army instantly turned green. That color shift erased all hostility. Every centaur was now officially friendly. The players watching from the rear broke into an uproar. Wait, everything's green? Just like the NPCs in town? So they won't attack us anymore? Our guild leader is insane. How did he turn enemies into allies? Must talk them into surrendering. What they didn't know was that Zhang Hao had signed a master-servant contract. The centaur king had capitulated, bringing his entire army along. From this moment on, Zhang Hao gained nearly 100,000 troops, enough to sweep the entire continent. He motioned for the centaur king to rise and spoke with absolute authority. Centaur king, what is your name? Now that the king was a vassal, his identity needed redefining. Your servant is called Jinwei, the king answered respectfully. When I was born, my tail was gold, so my father named me Jinwei. He even gave his golden tail a proud swish. Zhang Hao nodded. Good, Jinwei. Keep your people stationed at the mine. No one enters without my permission. Understood? Understood. Jinwei had feared exile. Learning they could stay filled him with relief. Their homeland had long been corrupted by evil energy, leaving them no refuge. Staying here was a blessing. Zhang Hao eyed the battlefield strewn with debris. My people are wounded, some dead. Send your best healers to treat my brothers. And bring out every treasure you own, let my people choose. Bound by the contract, Jinwei obeyed at once. Soon, more than 100 heavy treasure chests were carried before the Houran Guild. At the same time, thousands of level 60 centaur priests fanned out, casting high-level healing spells on the injured and fallen. Beams of pure white light flashed across the field. Players near death sprang to full health, and even those who had died were revived with minimal penalty. Zhang Hao climbed onto Jinwei's broad equine back and announced the compensation plan. Assassin squad goes first, 5 items each. After they're done, everyone else gets 3. Whatever's left goes into the guild bank. The assassin squad, who had taken heavy losses earlier, charged the chests with renewed vigor. Lids flew open, and mountains of glittering gold and silver poured forth. Potions, rare materials, and top-tier gear filled their view. Holy crap, solid gold ingots worth 100 gold coins each. Black iron bars. I've got a forging blueprint that needs those. 5-star gear. Out of my way, that one's mine. This necklace adds 45 agility, perfect for me. Finally, I can ditch this trash necklace. The rest of the crowd watched the assassin squad pick through the spoils, their eyes green with envy, wishing they would hurry so it could be their turn. Gao Pengfei edged up to Zhang Hao, never taking his eyes off the centaur king Jinwei, who was standing there with perfect deference. In a hushed voice he asked, Haozi, what did you do to make the centaur king so obedient? In his experience, the loser of a duel either fled or fought to the death. Seeing Jinwei standing at attention, waiting for orders, was unimaginable. Zhang Hao shrugged. Nothing special. I just recruited him as my little brother. The casual reply made Gao Pengfei's eyes bulge. You made the centaur king your little brother? Damn. It was the only word that could contain his shock. Just over an hour later, the assassin squad finally finished choosing, and guild members lined up to receive their loot, smiles splitting every face. The haul wasn't just heavy on experience. The material rewards were huge as well. Gao Pengfei did a quick tally. Each person had cleared at least 150 gold coins. No wonder everyone was grinning. Afterward, Zhang Hao headed for the gray mine with Jinwei as his guide. Jinwei slipped into tour guide mode, leading the way eagerly. Master, this mountain yields a lot of iron ore, but it isn't ordinary iron. Dim lanterns flickered in the tunnels, their light reflecting off damp rock. Jinwei took a thumb-sized metal ingot from an attendant and handed it over. On our continent, ores are graded. Common copper and iron are fit only for household items. Real weapons require dark iron or mithril, and mithril is especially rare. The ingot shimmered with a faint silver sheen. Please look, master, this is a mithril ingot. Even this tiny piece sells for 10,000 gold. Gao Pengfei drew a sharp breath, eyes shining. It's worth that much. Zhang Hao already knew how pricey mithril was, so he only nodded. How much have you mined in total? Only 17 ingots, Jinwei answered respectfully. Besides that, we've gathered over 16,000 blocks of dark iron ore, all for you, master. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't walked away with piles of gear, but he had gained the Centaur King and an army of 100,000 Centaurs, a bargain in his eyes. After bidding Jinwei farewell, the group hurried back to Grey Castle to report. When the third princess heard the news, she was overjoyed. You've already secured the mine. Shed thought the task would drag on, and was stunned that Zhang Hao had wrapped it up in a single day. System notification. Ding. Quest completed. Eliminate the Centaur Legion. Rewards. 160,000 experience, 30 gold coins, 1 piece of 5-star class-specific equipment. Sacred Sigil Belt. Star rating, 5. Required level, 60. Stats. 85 spirit, 400 health, 1 heavy arrow. Durability, 750,750. Zhang Hao accepted the belt and made a request. Your Highness, I hope my guild brothers can receive better terms as well. They played a crucial role in reclaiming the mine. The third princess nodded. As long as they swear loyalty to me, they'll be treated generously. At that moment, every guild member in the city received a notification. Ding. You have earned privileged status. All purchases in Grey Castle are now discounted by 20. What is this? Who pulled it off? Come on. It has to be our boss Quang Tu. The guild chat blew up as everyone cheered over the system notice. All purchases were now 20 cheaper. An item that used to cost 100 gold is only 80 now. Someone calculated excitedly. That's not pocket change. Man, late game, well, save even more. Another player wailed. I just paid 10 gold to repair my lousy 3-star set. If I'd waited, I could have saved a fortune. Messages poured in like bullet fire. The guild leader really looks out for us, is amazing. I grind gold to feed my whole family. The lifelong farmer kept spamming. Quang Tu just cut my costs, so I'm sticking with him for good. Guild quartermaster Gao Pengfei grinned from ear to ear behind his screen. Every event required hundreds of gold worth of potions and supplies. A 20 discount slashed a heavy chunk off his budget. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao leaned back in his chair, watching wave after wave of thanks, leader, scroll by. A smile tugged at his lips, and he looked up to meet the third princess' gaze. Then we need to settle the Dwarf King next, she said. The princess' expression grew serious. She respected Zhang Hao's strength, yet the Dwarf King was the backbone of his people. Mishandle him, and the trouble would be endless. Tell me your plan. It's simple, Zhang Hao replied, palms up. Send his soul to the ancestral burial grounds, and hell rest in peace. I tried that 3 years ago, she said, shaking her head. He stubborn claims he isn't dead and refuses to leave. Leave him to me, Zhang Hao said with calm certainty. She weighed his words, then nodded. She needed the dwarves' support to counter her siblings, and no better candidate had appeared. Quest, am not dead. Objective, escort the Dwarf King's soul to the burial grounds. Requirement, level 60. Reward, 50,000 XP, 16 gold, and 10 enhancement stones. Zhang Hao accepted the quest and rose to leave. A short distance away, the attendant Moer bowed. Your Highness, follow Quang Tu, the princess whispered. I want to know his every move. If anything went wrong with the Dwarf King, she would be trapped in Greyhold. Understood. Moer pulled up his hood and slipped into the shadows, silently tailing Zhang Hao. Out on the plaza, Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu were already waiting. Howsy, you just saved everyone a ton of money. Gao Pengfei laughed, his eyes nearly closed with joy. Zhang Hao waved him off. The third princess is still stingy 20% tops. If it were up to me, we'd start at 50. That's already great. Be grateful, Bai Lu said, slinging her pack over one shoulder. Boss Quang Tu, where to next? Shopping, Zhang Hao declared, hooking them both by the arm as he strode toward the commercial district on Greyhold's west side. The area was out of the way and chronically short on stock. There was no auction house or pet store, just a smattering of smithies, tailor shops, and general stores whose shelves were often half empty. Zhang Hao hadn't come to stroll through the market. He was here to find someone. Gao Pengfei kept pace beside him and almost missed the words reclusive dwarven smith. A reclusive dwarf blacksmith? Why would you need him? For something important, Zhang Hao replied, scanning the street until he spotted a forge with white smoke curling from its roof. He strode toward it. Clang, clang, clang. The ring of hammer on steel grew clearer. At the anvil stood a shirtless dwarf whose braided, graying beard swung with every strike. Catching sight of Zhang Hao's group, he lowered his hammer and greeted them warmly. What can I make for you, friends? Weapons or armor? Because the third princess maintained cordial ties with the dwarves, they treated humans politely. An elf crossing that threshold would have been met with drawn blades. Zhang Hao got straight to the point. I'm looking for an elder smith named Gao Gangsam. The dwarf raised an eyebrow and gave Zhang Hao a measured look. Why do you want my master? Is he a friend of yours? No. I need to speak with him about his brother. Moments later, Zhang Hao, Gao Pengfei, and Bai Lu were seated in the forge's backyard with Sam himself. Though he had lived more than 5 centuries, Only the silver at his temples betrayed his age. His barrel chest still looked as solid as iron, the equivalent of a man in his early 40s. My brother's been dead a long time, Sam said, stroking the beard that nearly reached his belt. Why bring him up now? There's nothing left to discuss. Zhang Hao wasn't surprised. He knew the brothers had cut ties over an old grudge and hadn't written in a century. Some hadn't even attended King Tyrua's funeral. Sam, your brother's soul hasn't found peace. It's been wandering in the castle dungeon. Zhang Hao said bluntly. Dwarves disliked circling the point. What? Sam shot to his feet, then shook his head. Impossible. When a dwarf dies, the ancestral spirits guide him to the burial halls. Tyrua would be no exception. I'm not lying, Zhang Hao said solemnly. If you don't believe me, come and see. Let's go, Sam answered at once, grabbing a sheepskin coat from a rack. Whatever their quarrel, he would not abandon his brother's spirit. Before leaving, he called to his apprentice. Dakin, he'll be out for a while. Mind the shop. Got it, master. Should I bring dinner later? Of course, and a bottle of fire spirits. They left the forge, crossed the stone-paved market, and followed Zhang Hao toward the rear of the gray castle. In the shadows, Moer trailed them. When the group slipped through a side entrance to the dungeon, he turned and hurried off to inform the third princess. Learning of it, the princess frowned. The outlaw went to find an old smith? What's the dwarf's name? I don't know, your highness. He'll find out. No, keep watching the outlaw. He'll send someone else to investigate, she ordered. Another guard bowed and departed. Zhang Hao's party reached the sealed dungeon gate. Since the third princess had taken control of the gray castle, it had been barred with thick iron bars wrapped in chains, the keyhole covered by a mage's sigils. You're saying my brother's spirit is down there? Sam asked, lowering his voice instinctively. Zhang Hao unfastened the chains, shoved the heavy door open, and lifted a torch. Yes, follow me. He turned to his companions. Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, stay here and guard the entrance. Stone steps descended into a chill draft. Moisture seeped from the walls, carrying faint whispers. The torchlight danced, stretching their shadows into long, distorted shapes. Sam raised his torch and shouted into the darkness. Tyrua, are you here? The echo rolled back unanswered. He called 3 or 4 times, but silence remained. Sam glanced at Zhang Hao, doubt growing in his eyes. Then a greenish wraith swept down the corridor, its voice hoarse with emotion. Sam, is that you, Sam? Ha ha ha. You've finally come for me, little brother. Sam felt no joy when he heard the dwarven king's voice. His expression darkened at once. In the damp dungeon, the torches flickered, their orange glow revealing a 4 or 5 maternal green apparition. Gaogong Terry, the dwarven king. He looked exactly as he had in life. Heavy armor encased his body, and a gigantic hammer rested across his hands, radiating authority. You were right, human. My brother's soul really is here, Sam murmured. Zhang Hao tilted his head back to study the legendary ruler. Before he could speak, Terry frowned and said, Sam, are you unhappy to see me? Still clinging to that incident? He scratched his head, then added, fine, he'll get that sword back for you. No, Sam rasped, shaking his head. I don't care about the sword anymore, brother. I care about you. Terry blinked, confusion in his eyes. What about me? Can't you see something's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with me. Terry shouted, his breastplate ringing. Don't listen to them, I'm alive, not dead. Sam sighed. No, you're already dead. I missed your funeral, but every year I lay flowers on your grave. I want you to rest in peace. Come with me, and I'll take you to our ancestors. No, Terry roared, dust drifting from the low walls as his voice echoed. I told you I'm not dead. I am the greatest dwarven king ever. My mission isn't finished. Our people still need me to lead them to a new age of glory. I cannot die. Compassion clouded Sam's face. You were a good king, but you can't fight fate. He reached out slowly. Come with me, brother. This place no longer belongs to you. Return to the bone burial grounds and rest. You won't be alone for long. One day he'll join you. The words only stoked Terry's fury. Sam, why don't even you believe me? The green spirit charged around the cell, phantom hammer slamming the air. You've all been deceived. They'll find whoever spread these lies and crush his skull. Seeing Terry lose control, Zhang Hao yanked Sam backward. As they dashed up the stairs, the dungeon entrance writhed behind them, and glowing runes appeared. The system had reclassified the ordinary dungeon as an instance. This was exactly why Zhang Hao had brought Sam. First, to trigger the storyline with their brotherly exchange and unlock the next quest. Second, to upgrade the dungeon so the guild could farm experience here later. I never imagined my brother could be this stubborn, Sam muttered, wiping away cold sweat. I can't let this continue. A dwarf soul must return to the bone burial grounds, or it will be corrupted and lost. But I'm too old to manage it myself. He turned to Zhang Hao, eyes earnest. Human, will you help me? A flood of system messages scrolled past. Quest, a brother's bond. Objective, escort the dwarven king's soul to the bone burial grounds. Requirement, level 60. Reward, 95,000 experience, 15 gold coins, and Sam will become your companion. Sam's quest overlapped with the third princess. Completing it once would grant Zhang Hao both sets of rewards. But the real lure was the final line. Sam becomes your companion. Forging the Holy War set required his hammer, and no one else on the continent could do it. After accepting the quest, Zhang Hao asked, "The Dwarven King is in spirit form. My attacks probably won't work on him. Do you have any ideas?" "Of course. Come back to the forge with me first. I have something for you." Gao Pengfei hurried after Zhang Hao and whispered, "You really saw the Dwarf King's ghost? What does he look like?" "You'll find out once we're inside the dungeon," Zhang Hao said mysteriously. The three of them pushed open the smith's heavy wooden door. Coals crackled beside the anvil. Sam said nothing, disappeared into his bedroom, and began rummaging through boxes. Moments later he emerged holding a palm-sized emerald. "Take it. Use this to defeat my brother. Perfect soul gem. Stars, 3. Requirement, none. Effect, deals damage to ghost-type targets. Durability, 300,300. Zhang Hao slipped the gem into his inventory, relief washing over him. This would make the fight with the Dwarf King so much easier, and the quest didn't even require him to return it. Free rare gear. After saying goodbye to Sam, they walked to the end of the street, and Zhang Hao shared the quest with Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu. "That's it for today. My sister wants fruitwood roast goose, so I need to buy one and pick her up from school." Zhang Xiao had insisted she didn't need a ride, but Zhang Hao couldn't relax. Song Yuding would stop at nothing, and he refused to gamble with his sister's safety. Bai Lu licked her lips. "Big brother madman. Is fruitwood roast goose really that good?" Zhang Hao felt a pang. Bai Lu had been living on nutrient infusions for years and had barely tasted real food. "It's amazing. The skin is crispy, the meat is juicy, and when you dip it in honey sauce you can't stop eating." Bai Lu closed her eyes as if savoring a bite. "You've never had roast goose?" Gao Pengfei said in surprise. "Next time we meet, they'll treat you till you're stuffed." He knew nothing about Bai Lu's illness, and Zhang Hao didn't explain. He just patted her shoulder. "When you're better, they'll treat you to everything, not just goose." Her eyes sparkled. "You'd better keep your word, madman." After saying goodbye, Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei logged off. In the real world, Zhang Hao hopped on his electric scooter and picked up a whole roast goose from an old, renowned shop. The glossy, fragrant aroma trailed behind him as he rode. He timed it perfectly to reach his sister's school at dismissal, only to find the gates locked and the students long gone. The gatekeeper shook his head, muttering, "Strange, our power never goes out. Today it tripped, so we had to let the kids go early." Zhang Hao's stomach dropped. Song Yuding's name flashed through his mind. He called Zhang Qiano answer. Did they take her? He twisted the throttle hard and sped toward the Song estate. If anything had happened to his sister, he would raze that place to the ground. At dusk, a black sedan rolled to a stop in front of the Song family's iron gate. Wu stepped out, half of his face swollen, dried blood at the corner of his mouth. He popped the trunk. Inside, Zhang Qiao lay bound hand and foot, gray duct tape over her mouth, eyes blazing with fury and stubbornness. "Damn brat knows kung fu," Wu growled, pressing a hand to his swollen cheek. "If the young lady didn't want you alive, I'd have killed you." On Song Yuding's orders, he had sabotaged the school's power to create a blackout, then grabbed Zhang Qiao on her way home. He hadn't expected the girl to fight back. One punch had put him on the ground, her strength absurd for a high schooler. If he weren't a top-tier mercenary, she'd have knocked him out cold. Seething at the thought of a teenager landing a hit on him, Wu yanked her out of the trunk and dragged her toward the manor. "Humph. Once the young master gets his hands on you, let's see how long that attitude lasts." Wu slings Zhang Qiao over his shoulder and strides toward the villa in the center of the estate, calling Song Yuding as he goes. "Miss, I brought the girl back." Song Yuding's calm, confident voice comes through the receiver. "Good. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Lock her in the basement. He'll be back after the board meeting." "Yes, ma'am." Wu hangs up. A few bodyguards step forward to take Zhang Qiao. Wiping the blood off his face, Wu mutters, "Give me some antiseptic. Filthy brat." At the same moment, Zhang Hao pulls up outside the Song estate on a small scooter. He tosses the bike onto the verge, takes a short run, and vaults over the 5-meter iron fence as if it were nothing. Since hitting level 60, his body is thoroughly enhanced. That height barely registers. He bends to scoop up a handful of gravel, slips it into his pocket, and strolls toward the palatial villa. After a dozen meters he stops, spotting a pink pig-shaped hair clip his sister's. The clip closes inside his fist, and his face darkens. So the Songs really did take his sister. Wu is almost certainly behind it. Memories flood back. In his last life, after his sister's brutal death, he traced everything to the Song's siblings and came here alone for justice. Fresh out of surgery, weak, with no money or connections, he was openly mocked by Song Yuba, who dared him to call the police and see who cared. When no one stepped in, he lunged in rage and was beaten senseless by Wu. If Song Yuding hadn't feared a corpse in her own home, he would have died right there. They dumped his unconscious body on the street like a stray dog. Gao Pengfei was the one who dragged him back from death's door. Every detail is seared into his mind. He had planned to let the Songs be, as long as they stayed out of his way in this life. But they chose to dig their own graves. Today, old scores and new will be settled. Zhang Hao's knuckles crack, killing intense surges inside him. The Song siblings must not be allowed to live. Stop. Private property. Leave now. The cameras have already picked him up, and several bodyguards rush out, surrounding him. Zhang Hao keeps walking toward the villa. His sister is inside. Nothing else matters. Hey, you deaf? One guard grabs his shoulder. A heartbeat later, the man is flat on his back, staring at the sky, wondering how he got there. The others see it clearly. Zhang Hao lifted the arm, pivoted, and executed a lightning-fast throw that left only an afterimage. I'm here for the Song siblings. Anyone else, stay out of my way or pay the price. His voice is ice cold. Get him. Drag him to the station. 7 or 8 guards charge, batons raised. A flash of steel glints in Zhang Hao's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. In a blur, every guard crashes to the ground, clutching fresh injuries and groaning in pain. Zhang Hao steps over them and reaches the villa's entrance. The door creaks open. A Wu stands inside with several more guards, eyes fixed on Zhang Hao, cold as death. So you're that brat's brother? You actually found this place. Wu advanced step by step, knuckles cracking, disgust etched on his face. His tone was identical to the one Head used while tormenting Zhang Xiao just moments before. Every muscle in Zhang Hao's body tightened as he fixed a cold stare on him. Just like that dead sister of yours, Wu sneered. Oh. Zhang Hao's voice scraped like steel on iron. Where are you keeping my sister? Give her back to me. Wu blinked, surprised the young man knew his name, then curled his lip. She belongs to the Song family now. She has nothing to do with you. Get lost before you get hurt. Before the words were out, a dark blur streaked forward. Zhang Hao shot up like a fired shell, slamming a heavy fist into Wu's jaw. Bang! Wu hurtled sideways, crashing into the wall. The half of his face that had just been treated swelled instantly. A knot of bodyguards rushed over, but froze at the sight. Even 7 or 8 of them together couldn't handle Wu in training, yet one punch had sent him flying. Wu sucked in a sharp breath, pain contorting his features. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill him. The guards barely moved before Zhang Hao flashed into their midst. Blurred fists and feet whipped through the air. Within 10 seconds they were sprawled on the floor, silent. A cold dread settled over Wu. That punch hadn't been a sneak attack. Even at full strength, he knew he was outmatched. He yanked a tactical knife from his belt, his old companion from mercenary days. Though retired for years, its edge was still vicious. Wu licked the gleaming blade, eyes narrowing. Old friend, looks like you'll drink blood again today. He lunged, the tip aimed at Zhang Hao's throat. Zhang Hao didn't budge. As the point brushed his skin, he raised a hand. Iron fingers clamped Wu's right wrist. Wu felt bones grind under the pressure, sweat bursting out. The knife slipped. He grabbed it with his left hand and drove it toward Zhang Hao's heart. That wrist, too, was locked in a vice. Horror flooded him as his own blade was forced back toward his chest. Stop, please. Wu screamed, straining uselessly as if wrestling a hydraulic press. Zhang Hao's voice dropped to a chill. He'll ask once more, where is my sister? Soaked in sweat and tears, Wu broke. In the basement. Lead the way. Zhang Hao twisted both arms behind Wu's back and marched him toward the villa's cellar. Servants shrank against the walls, stunned. In all their years, no one had dared cause trouble here until now. At the end of a damp corridor, Zhang Hao kicked open a locked storeroom. Under the dim light, Zhang Xiao lay trussed up, duct tape across her mouth, eyes red from crying. Go. She threw herself into his arms the moment the tape came off, trembling uncontrollably. She had been sure they would kill her. Zhang Hao held her shoulders, voice soft. You're safe. I'm taking you home. As they emerged from the basement, Wu lay in a corner, eyes burning with hatred. Zhang Hao halted, gaze like an ice blade. Where are Song Yuding and Song Yubo? Wu shrank, but answered. The young lad is at a meeting. The young master's overseas. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. His plan to cut the weeds and pull up the roots would have to wait. Tell Song Yuding and her brother this. If they ever touch my sister again, he'll kill them both. The threat hung colder than winter air. With his sister in tow, Zhang Hao left the Song estate, a house full of trembling servants behind him. Trouble would surely follow, but for her, he was ready to run forever if necessary. After all, another year and the world would end. Who would care about old debts then? The siblings' absence had spoiled tonight's plan. Once Song Yuba returned, Zhang Hao vowed to settle everything at once. Shortly after Zhang Hao left, Song Yuding returned to the manor's villa. So Zhang Xiao's brother waltzed in here and took her away? Her eyes swept the living room, lingering on a few bodyguards slumped against the wall and on Wu, whose face was swollen like a loaf of bread. Her voice was icy. She advanced, each heel clicking sharply on the marble floor. You've got some nerve, crossing the Song family. She snatched the landline from the coffee table and dialed a number from memory. The moment the call connected, her cold expression softened into a pleasant smile. Hello, Uncle Lee? Yes, it's Yuding. I need a favor. The bodyguards hardly dared to breathe while she chatted in a light, courteous tone. A few minutes later she hung up, settled into the leather sofa with a cigarette, and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. A chill curled over her lips. I've spoken to the director of the police bureau. He'll issue an arrest warrant at once. We don't have to lift a finger. Zhang Hao will be behind bars soon. After that, You can pick up Zhang Xiao and nobody will stop you. Yes, Miss Song. Wu bowed respectfully. Song Yuding's narrowed eyes traced the bruises on his face. I looked into Zhang Xiao's brother. He's a nobody. How did he manage to beat you? Embarrassment flickered across Wu's features. His strength is unreal, and he moves fast. I don't think he's an ordinary man. Save the excuses. She cut him off without mercy. They'll clean up the Zhang Hao mess this time. Fail me again, and you're finished. The veins on Wu's forehead bulged, but the lure of a seven-figure salary forced him to swallow his anger. Understood, Miss Song. Lujia Commercial Group Headquarters. In the conference room, Yulan Xiahong perched on the edge of a chair, too tense to meet her father's eyes. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Chenfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring across the city skyline. An hour passed in heavy silence. Xiahong, he said at last. She sprang to her feet, back ramrod straight. Father, I've had people comb the entire gaming community for someone called Quang Tu. No one has heard the name. Lu Chenfeng turned, settling into his broad executive chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. That means he's probably new. But from what you described, he's anything but ordinary. He knows secrets no one else does, and he took down you and hundreds of your subordinates single-handedly. I suspect he belongs to another family. Yulan Xiahong sat even straighter. You think Quanta might be with the Zhao family or the Li family? Within Longhua, the Zhao, Li, and Lu families dominated the landscape. Any intel the Lu family could obtain, the other two could match. That was the shadow haunting Lu Chenfeng's thoughts. So what do we do? She asked, brow furrowed. For years the three families had maintained a delicate balance, cooperating in public, plotting in private, each one eager to rule unopposed. The sudden arrival of the game Divine Realm was widely seen as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Each family had already plunged in, building factions and vying for future supremacy. After a long pause, Lu Chenfeng said, they'll speak with the heads of the Zhao and Li families, test their reactions. If Quang Tu really belongs to them, we'll lie low and find another angle. Zhang Hao's growing power made Lu Chenfeng feel genuinely threatened, yet eliminating him was impossible. The only path was to cooperate, either even submit to force standing behind Zhang Hao. In Lu's worldview, family interests always came first. He ordered his daughter, Yulan Xiahong, stay away from Madman for now. Take our people, grind hard, and reach level 60 as quickly as possible. Yes, father. Xiahong nodded, then asked, which faction are you going to pick? Before Lu could reply, she voiced her own choice. I want to join the second prince. The first prince's camp is cheaper, but we're not short of money. The third princess can upgrade gear, but you can do that with cash anyway. The second prince gives a straight 20% boost to monster experience. It's the best value by far. Lu Chenfeng smiled in approval. Excellent, exactly what I was thinking. Xiahong, the future of our family is in your hands. Don't disappoint me. I understand, father. Under the night sky, Zhang Hao steered his electric scooter through the streets with his sister, Zhang Qiao, riding pillion. She was still trembling. Bro, why did the Song family try to take me? Because they want you dead, Zhang Hao answered, keeping the deeper plot to himself. She wouldn't grasp it yet. Pressed against his back, she whispered, bro, they'll do whatever you say. I'm quitting school. Xiao Qiao, I promise you'll go to college, he said, gripping the handlebars. As long as he killed the Demon King soon and restored order, her dream could still come true. When they reached Gao Pengfei's house, Gao was pacing anxiously. Seeing Zhang Qiao safe, he finally exhaled. Those Song bastards have gone lawless. He fumed. Kidnapping people, why aren't the cops on this? Zhang Hao shook his head. The world's messier than you think. He dropped the subject, had already lost too much time and needed to get back online. All three logged into the game. Because Zhang Qiao had missed several days, she had fallen far behind in level. Zhang Hao asked Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu to power level her while he headed for the dungeon to finish off the Dwarf King's soul. To improve his odds, he pulled out 2 luck scrolls and an evolution scroll to upgrade his talent. Taking a 5-star skill to 6 stars had a brutal failure rate, and even with double luck he was nervous. A flash of light upgrade successful. Experience Frenzy Divine tier 6 stars. Passive, Experience Drain. Each basic attack grants an extra 6 experience points. Active, Experience Burst consumes 60% of current experience to deal the same amount as true damage. The upgrade also meant skyrocketing experience requirements. Zhang Hao eyed the description and muttered, 60% for one hit is sweet, but the cost is insane. If only I could dial it down. He spent 5 hours grinding at the Grey Castle archery range, banking more than 70 million experience, enough for the Dwarf King. Just as he was about to leave, a private message popped up from Dupu Xinjia. Madman, every prediction you've made is checked out. The higher-ups have created a special task force, and I'm the team leader. I'd like to meet you offline. Your safety and privacy are guaranteed. I hope you'll agree. Zhang Hao stared at the message for a long time. In his previous life, they'd never crossed paths, but had heard Dupu Xinjia was patriotic and principled, a man of his word. If he wanted real cooperation with the authorities, he'd have to show good faith. He finally agreed. They set a time and place for the next day. Closing the chat window, He walked to the dungeon entrance. He touched the glowing portal. 4 options appeared: easy, hard, nightmare, hell. Hell difficulty. Zhang Hao descended the dim corridor as a biting wind rushed toward him, thick with the stench of rot. He lifted his torch, touched it to an iron wall sconce, and with a soft pop, an amber flame flared to life. The narrow passageway revealed pitted stone walls and puddles shimmering on the floor. Drawing his longbow, he advanced with silent steps. The torchlight was meager, but his senses were razor sharp. No sound escaped him. Whoosh! A blurred green shadow streaked past his back. Zhang Hao didn't move, simply waited. A second shriek cut the air. Whoosh! He spun in a flash, bowstring drawn to a full crescent. Scarlet light coiled around the shaft as he loosed. Flame arrow. Boom. 1844. 6 experience. Fire blossomed across the target's chest, throwing its form into stark relief: a dwarf specter gripping an axe, its face twisted in fury. Floating text appeared: Wandering Dwarf Warrior, level 63, HP 465,000. The arrow didn't kill it outright, but the blaze clung to its body, marking its every movement. You're not getting away, Zhang Hao muttered, knocking another arrow. His hundredfold attack speed triggered. The bow became a blur. 1,505. 6 experience. 1,511. 6 experience. Flames and screams mingled until the dwarf ghost disintegrated with a final wail. Zhang Hao strode over and scooped up the loot: several mid-tier materials, a few potions, and a 4-star piece of gear. He sighed. If Xiaobai were here, the drop rate would be so much better. Unfortunately, Bai Lu was still under level 60 and couldn't enter the instance. Zhang Hao made a mental note. She had to level up soon or she'd fall behind. Torch held high, he pushed on. More dwarf spirits emerged, once loyal retainers of their king, now doomed to guard the throne even in death. Zhang Hao cleared them out, finishing the first floor and reaching the stairway to the second. I am not dead. I will restore the glory of the dwarves. The dwarf king's roar echoed from the depths. Zhang Hao curled his lip. Stubborn old fool, still can't face reality. He descended the stone steps, eliminated another 100 dwarf wraiths on the second floor, and reaped a solid haul. The first boss should show up any second. He stopped before a massive circular iron cage. Its bars bristled with spikes, dark blood still caked between them. He stepped inside, bow angled upward. Thud thud thud, heavy war drums rumbled in the darkness. A swirl of ghostly green mist gathered and coalesced into a dwarf specter brandishing a broadsword. Dwarf Champion Elite, level 65, HP 1,066,500. Zhang Hao locked on. He meant to fire an experience critical, but the dwarf champion raised its sword across its chest, taking a rigid guard stance. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. He abandoned the idea and switched to rapid normal shots. Experience critical ignored defense, but was easier to block, and he didn't want to waste the points. Flip flip flip. A hail of arrows hissed through the air. The champion's blade became a wall of steel, deflecting nearly 90% of them. Zhang Hao's pulse quickened. Good thing he hadn't tried the experience critical just now. Zhang Hao switched abilities and loosed a heavy arrow that slammed into the dwarf champion, sending the creature staggering backward and knocking it unconscious. Opportunity struck. He activated Experience Burst, his longbow shuddered, and a brutal arrow screamed across the room. A massive red figure exploded in midair, 54,944,706. More than 54 million damage erased the boss, mere 1.12 million health in an instant, killing it outright. Yet as the dwarf toppled, Zhang Hao's excitement soured. What a waste, he muttered. He had spent over 50 million experience points for a worthless boss kill. He needed a way to cut down the cost of his burst. Still aching at the loss, he crouched and swept every drop into his pack. With the second floor boss dead, the stone gate to the third tier rumbled open. Zhang Hao vaulted through. Ahead lay a trapezoidal platform crowned by a massive throne. Half reclined upon it was the dwarf king, warhammer across his knees, head bowed as if asleep. Zhang Hao knew that the moment he set foot on the platform, dwarf spirits would swarm him. He held back, drew his bow, and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Each one landed 10 meters apart, shafts glowing blue proximity mines. Any ghost that wandered close would be blasted to dust. Those phantoms would keep coming until the king fell. So Zhang Hao's target was singular. Kill the monarch as fast as possible. After carpeting the approach with explosive arrows, he drew a deep breath and sprinted for the dais. The instant his toe touched the first step, the dwarf king's eyes snapped open. He heaved his hammer and roared, "My soldiers, slay the intruder." Ranks of green apparitions materialized on either side, swinging axes and blades. The sensor arrows flashed blue. Boom, boom, boom. Chain explosions showered stone chips everywhere. Using the chaos for cover, Zhang Hao bolted forward, closing the distance. A dozen strides later the king was in range, but the monarch suddenly rose, bellowing so loudly the air shook. His health bar and data flickered into view. Dwarf King Elite level, 70 HP, 2,729,200. Arrogant wretch. I still live, and you dare this insolence. Before the words faded, he stomped the platform, and a curtain of black energy surged up, encasing him in ebony armor. Zhang Hao drew an arrow, only to recognize the effect within half a second. Dark armor, 12 seconds of full immunity. Opening with an ultimate? Zhang Hao frowned. These bosses were smarter than he remembered. The king charged down the steps, hammer raised. Zhang Hao answered with Yinyang 8 steps, weaving away. On the high platform the two figures danced, one relentless, one elusive. Sparks flew each time the hammer crashed, but it never found its mark, and every arrow Zhang Hao fired ricocheted off the dark shell. A stalemate. Worse, the spirits he had blasted apart were regrouping. A quick glance showed a thick wave of green specters surging up the stairs. Zhang Hao checked the dwarf king's black armor. 6 seconds left on the timer. The dwarf wraiths below would reach him in less than that. Stepping to the crumbling edge of the platform, he drew a deep breath, swapped skills, and pivoted aside just as the king's axe smashed down like a falling mountain. Black flames writhed across the armor. The countdown overlaid in his vision flickered to 5. He peered over the edge. Ghost green soul fire blazed in the wraith's empty sockets. War hammers and short axes left afterimages as iron boots thundered on the stone steps. Zhang Hao marked the lead wraith, pulled his longbow to a full draw, and released. The arrow spun, fletching slicing the darkness, and a blue arc flared. Skill. Chain lightning arrow. The arc hit the first target and burst with a hiss, splitting into serpent-like strands that jumped to 4 nearby wraiths. Its single target damage couldn't rival a mage's spell, but striking 5 enemies at once and paralyzing them for 3 seconds was perfect crowd control. Crackling with electricity, the wraiths froze on the stairs, their soul fire sputtering. Zhang Hao counted silently, 654. The black flames around the armor began to gutter. As the 3-second stun ended, the wraiths roared again, but the armor's timer read 1 second. Bracing on one knee, Zhang Hao drew until the bowstring groaned, cold light condensing at the arrowhead. 0. He listwish. The arrow became a shard of icy light and drilled into the dwarf king's chest. Critical hit. Boom. 21,977,882. A massive red number flared overhead, and the king's health bar vanished. He stiffened, staring down at the arrow, disbelief etched on his face. I actually died twice. So you knew you were already dead and still played Ghost? Zhang Hao snorted. The king toppled, his corpse dissolving into a beam of emerald light that shot into Zhang Hao's chest. Your perfect soul gem has absorbed the dwarf king's soul. At the same moment, quest from the third princess and the dwarf smith Samu were marked complete. Zhang Hao turned to see the wraiths swept away by a cold wind. Their soul fire winked out as gray shadows drifted toward the burial grounds, home to their ancestors. System messages flooded the screen. 1. Congratulations. First kill of elite monster dwarf king. Gained 884,000 experience and 90 gold. 2. Dungeon Grey Castle dungeons cleared in 44:37. Gained 1,220,600 experience, 125 gold, and 1 platinum chest. 3. First time clear reward, 10 free attribute points, and 1 platinum chest. A server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your name? Zhang Hao chose no and began looting. Over 30 crafting materials, more than 100 potions, 8 4-star items, 1 5-star item, and 11 assorted scrolls. No luck scroll, unfortunately. Frowning at his pack, he muttered, I expected something spectacular, and this is all? Zhang Hao eyed the 2 platinum chests on the floor, rubbed his hands together, and sent a silent prayer to every god he could name, hoping for something good. He took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the first chest. A pure white flash lit up, revealing a bracelet with a metallic gleam resting quietly inside. Bracelet of Authority. Stars 5. Required level, 60. Stats, Strength 65, Attack 380, Dodge 0.1. Durability, 750,750. Too bad it boosts strength, Zhang Hao muttered, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Even so, the thought of the shabby 2-star bracelet on his wrist made him smile. He swapped out the old bracelet for the new one without hesitation, then turned to the second chest. Goddess, this is the last one, he whispered, looking upward. Could you give me something good? You don't want me losing to the demon lord, do you? Before he finished speaking, the second chest snapped open, and a scroll glowing with an eerie blue light floated into view. Attack Regulator Blueprint. Stars 6. Materials, Mithril Ingot 3, Goblin Mechanical Part 17, Power Core 1. Effect, lets the user adjust outgoing damage up to their maximum attack value. Durability, 900,900. Holy crap, ask, and you shall receive. Zhang Hao shouted, overjoyed. Had been fretting over the high experience cost of critical hits. This blueprint was a lifesaver. Against small fry, he could dial his damage down to save experience. Against a big boss, he could crank it back up and make every point count. He immediately took stock of his materials. Mithril ingots? Ready. Goblin parts? He could buy those from the goblin tribe. The power core that dropped only in one secret realm. He stroked his chin. No rush. He'll turn in the quest first. Zhang Hao left the dungeon and headed straight for the royal capital. When the third princess saw him, shock flashed in her eyes once more. You've already taken care of the dwarf king? That was fast. Zhang Hao kept smashing her expectations, and her respect for him grew. She needed someone just like him. Ding. Quest completed. Am not dead. Reward. 50,000 EXP, 16 gold, 10 enhancement stones. Enhancement stone. Increases gear stats, up to 15. Success rates are better than star upgrading, but once you hit 10 the chance of failure spikes, and failure shatters the item. Stones can be found from mobs, quests, or shops, so they aren't scarce. Eyeing the 10 stones in his hand, Zhang Hao decided to dump them into his weapon to boost his attack. The third princess stood and gave him a level look. Sir Hero, your power has impressed me yet again. Perhaps you're the one I've been waiting for. My father is gravely ill, and my eldest sister and second brother both covet the throne, and so do I. But I lack the strength to claim it alone. Will you help me ascend the throne? I swear, whatever you ask, I will do everything in my power to grant it. A new quest prompt appeared above her head. Quest, Queen. Objective. Help the third princess claim the throne of the Longting Empire. Required level, 60. Reward, 10 million EXP, 1,000 gold, title of Count. Exclusive Territory 1, the Queen's absolute trust. Zhang Hao's lips curved into a smile. This was exactly the opportunity had been waiting for. He reached out his hand without hesitation. Am in, your future majesty. Let's win you that crown. After accepting the third prince's quest, Zhang Hao's digital map shifted. A region that had been hidden beneath fog was now fully revealed. The newly unlocked zone lay west of the Grey Mountains and was labeled by the system as the Forsaken Hills. It was a level 80 danger area where a world boss lay dormant far beyond Zhang Hao's reach for now. Ping. A system alert popped up. The third princess has joined your party. In his friends list, her blue name nestled among green player IDs. Just like the prophet Arthur before her, the princess could message Zhang Hao at any time, making coordination much easier. After bidding her farewell, Zhang Hao opened his contacts and messaged Gao Pengfei. How's the grind going? Gao Pengfei was power leveling with Bai Lu, Zhang Qiao, and several thousand guild members under level 60 in the Treasure Grounds dungeon. They knew the map inside out, so they set the difficulty to hell and were raking in experience. 2 more runs, and almost everyone hits 60. Gao Pengfei replied instantly. By the way, how's the Grey Castle dungeon? Any good? Zhang Hao responded, not exactly easy for your crew. You need soul gems to hit the dwarf ghosts, and some only gave me 1. No one else can land a strike. Still, with me leading, a run takes about 30 minutes. Chat over. Zhang Hao headed to the smithy at the center of Grey City. The charcoal flames surged under the bellows, and molten gold still dripped from Sam's bronze hammer when he looked up. Zhang Hao told him exactly how the Dwarf King's soul had been sealed inside the gem. Thank you. Brave one, my brother can finally rest. Sam exhaled, his calloused hands trembling slightly. But I have one more favor to ask. Ping. Quest updated. Return to the roots. Objective. Help Sam carry the Dwarf King's soul to the boneyard. Requirement. Level 60. Reward. 95,000 XP, 20 gold, and 1 free 15 gear upgrade. Plus 15? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He had never seen an enhancement that high. The stats would be incredible. No problem, leave it to me. Ping. Sam Iron Peak has joined your party. Zhang Hao left the forge and made straight for the boneyard, a vast cemetery sacred to the dwarves. They believed all were equal in death, so nobles and commoners were buried side by side. Tombstones stood like a forest, and the cold wind set iron chimes ringing, sounding like countless hushed voices. Following Sam's directions, Zhang Hao reached the graveyard center. A towering dwarf statue loomed there, its axe handle worn and its expression solemn. He set the fist-sized soul gem into the statue's right hand. The moment it clicked into place, a warm light spread outward, wrapping the plaza in a misty glow. Thank you, warrior. Within the radiance, the Dwarf King's spirit solidified, his face far calmer now. No need to thank me. Your brother Sam asked me to help, Zhang Hao replied softly. I know. Without you, I could never have returned here. The Dwarf King paused, his gaze sweeping the endless rows of tombstones, his voice low but resolute. If you have a moment, could you grant me one final wish? Quest, Brother's Sword. Objective, travel to the Elven Kingdom, persuade King Amur to hand over the Dwarven Sword, then return it to Samu. Requirements, level 60. Reward, 186,600 EXP, and 1 Crusader set leg armor blueprint. Zhang Hao hadn't expected a blueprint to be part of the deal. Had assumed it was just another hidden quest, but this extra perk said otherwise. Generous rewards always spelled high difficulty, and he immediately recalled a forum veteran's comment about King Amur. During the final phase of the war for the throne, the Elf King had single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of thousands of coalition troops. Had the eldest princess not poisoned his wine, the outcome would have been a foregone conclusion. Even so, Zhang Hao couldn't pass up the opportunity and hit accept without hesitation. The dwarf king smiled in approval, then faded away. With the quest accepted, Zhang Hao didn't rush to seize Samu. Eyeing his bargain bin gear, he figured it made more sense to collect the full Crusader set first and have Samu enhance it later. The new plan: head for the Goblin Kingdom to farm materials for an attack regulator. As his talent stars climbed, critical hit EXP costs had become brutal. Only world bosses could soak up tens of millions of damage. Ordinary mini-bosses barely had a few million HP, and critting them only burned EXP. Cutting costs was urgent. The Goblin Kingdom lay in Mist City, reachable only by underground train from the Imperial capital. Great Castle had no auction house, and his bag was stuffed with rare loot, so he decided to offload everything in the capital first. On the capital's streets, waves of players thundered by on tall warhorses. The new riding system had turned the avenues into a giant training ground. Zhang Hao wasn't sightseeing, but he knew he'd need the skill at a game zones lacked portals and public transport. The riding trainer stood beside the auction house, so he paid 10 gold to learn riding, spent another 10 gold on the best brown warhorse in the store, mounted up, and sprinted to the auction hall. Inside, the place was packed. He tossed every piece of gear and material onto the auction interface, priced them casually still well below market and exited. Within minutes, sale notifications rolled in. By the time he reached the underground station, most items were gone and his coin pouch was bulging. 1 ticket to Mist City, please. 3 gold, the clerk replied without looking up. Zhang Hao paid and entered the wide platform. Only a handful of players waited. Most were still questing in the capital and would be for days. Mist City's mobs averaged level 64, and the gate elites were even tougher, hardly a draw for anyone but sightseers. Minutes later, the train roared in, rails trembling. A conductor rang a brass bell. All aboard. Next train leaves in 3 minutes. Zhang Hao took a window seat. 2 rows ahead, a couple whispered and laughed, radiating sweetness. Registration for the first Combat Sky leaderboard is now open. Sign-up NPCs are in every city square. Deadline, midnight tonight. Don't miss out. He had just closed his eyes for a nap when the system announcement blared. Zhang Hao frowned. No matter how flashy the prizes, the leaderboard couldn't compete with grinding the shooting range for steady EXP. Just then, a private message from the third princess lit up his screen. Your Excellency, the Imperial capital is hosting the Heavenly Combat Tournament. An ID like you and your companions to take part. Zhang Hao arched an eyebrow. Why? The third princess answered gravely. I've learned the tournament isn't as simple as it looks. It started as a local event, yet both my older sister and brother suddenly became fixated on it, and each sent their top agents. Knowing them, something is definitely hidden beneath the surface. I need you to compete and win. Zhang Hao grew more confused. In his previous life, the contest had been unremarkable. Just then a pale blue system prompt appeared before his eyes. Quest: investigate the Heavenly Combat Tournament. Objective: enter as the third princess requested and win first place. Requirement: level 60 or higher. Reward: 254,400 experience, 45 gold coins. A remote quest pop-up? He murmured, surprised, but quickly hit accept. As a member of the princess faction, he was obliged to comply, and the situation did look suspicious. I understand. He'll sign up, he said. The princess smiled confidently. I know you'll take the title. Conversation over. Zhang Hao closed his eyes and organized his thoughts. The registrar should be in the Goblin Kingdom's main square. He would handle it there. A train roared through the dim underground tunnel. Besides Mist City, today's stopped the line connected to many regions, but players had to unlock each map before buying a ticket. After about 40 minutes, the announcement sounded. Mist City, arriving. Mist City earned its name from the factories blanketing it in smog. Rows of blast furnaces pierced the sky, spitting ribbons of red flame and black smoke, recalling 19th century London. Beneath the city lay the ancient Goblin Kingdom, built by a diminutive race famed for their mechanical genius. Leaving the station, Zhang Hao followed signs into a passage leading down to the kingdom. The corridor was only half height, forcing him to hunch so low his knees nearly brushed his chest. Beyond the low tunnel, the Goblin Kingdom's square opened up bright lights, hissing steam, pounding machinery. He found the registrar at once and completed his own entry. Next, he messaged Gao Pengfei. Bring Bai Lu and Zhang Qiao and sign up too. Team victories pay more. Gao Pengfei agreed without hesitation. Had seen Zhang Hao's power and figured first place was theirs for the taking. Registration done. Zhang Hao headed for a nearby goblin shop, dropped 17 gold coins on the counter, and received 17 machine parts. A coin each for something barely palm-sized highway robbery, he muttered. Now he needed a power core. Outside, he looked toward a building shaped like a colossal clockwork engine, a headquarters of Goblin Mechanical Technologies. He strode over and pushed open the heavy metal door. Good day, sir. How can I assist you? A bespectacled goblin greeted him with a professional smile. We have all kinds of robots to meet your every need. Care to take a look? We can even give you a 20% discount. Zhang Hao merely shook his head, his voice low but unyielding. I want to speak with your manager. The goblin clerk froze for half a heartbeat. his pointed ears twitching. Do you have an appointment? No, Zhang Hao replied, but I can end the Fenglei 5 rebellion. The words fell like a hammer blow. Color drained from the goblin's face. He bent in a frantic bow. Right away, sir. He sprinted off, nearly colliding with a co-worker at the corner and sending the other goblins stumbling back in fright. The outside world knew almost nothing about Fenglei 5, yet inside the company its rampage had become a nightmare. If they failed to contain it, the brand's reputation would collapse, and every robot in storage would turn into untouchable scrap. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Hao was shown into the manager's office. Under the dim yellow ceiling light sat a middle-aged goblin in a tailored suit, nose sharp and prominent. This was the manager, Ollie. Ollie slowed his speech, studying the human before him. Sir, where did you hear about Fenglei 5? That isn't your concern, Zhang Hao said. He folded his legs and sat on the floor, forced to tilt his head by the low ceiling, his neck already aching. I have my own sources. Give me the chance, and I'll erase Fenglei 5 from this world. Alice's eyes flickered, blood-soaked images flashing through his mind. Fenglei 5, the company's latest combat model, had been marketed with the slogan "Move like the wind, strike like thunder," earning its name Fenglei. As the 5th-generation unit, it carried the company's highest hopes, yet it went rogue in the lab, killing several staff members. A 100-man armed squad was deployed and wiped out to the last soldier. With no other choice, the laboratory was sealed forever and every insider signed a gag order. Still, someone leaked the story, and reporters now camped outside the gates, threatening to expose the truth unless the lab was opened. Ollie shook off the memories. Do you understand what you're up against? Fenglei 5 single-handedly annihilated an armed company. Can you really handle it? No problem, Zhang Hao answered calmly. If you doubt me, test me. Ollie decided to do just that. Fine. Go to Lab 2 and defeat Fenglei 4. If you succeed, he'll take you inside. They rode the elevator 10 floors underground. When the metal doors slid open with a dull scrape, a broad corridor unfolded before them. Zhang Hao finally stood straight, stretching his stiff back and neck. Ahead lay a three-way junction leading to 3 separate labs. Fenglei 5 was sealed behind Lab 3, but Ollie guided him into Lab 2, the lair of Fenglei 4. The vast combat chamber was lined with multi-layer alloy plates capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire. Zhang Hao stepped to the center and looked up at the observation deck. Ollie and 7 or 8 technicians watched him through thick, bulletproof glass. When Zhang Hao nodded, Ollie pressed the red button. Boom! The mechanical door rose with a grinding hiss. Amid the shriek of hydraulics, a robot half a head taller than Zhang Hao rolled into view. Its left arm gleamed as a blade, its right as a composite shield. Treads clanked across the floor, throwing sparks. Blade in its left hand, shield in its right, treads roaring beneath. It hurtled toward Zhang Hao at breakneck speed. Fenglei 4, level 60, HP 295,900. Fenglei 4's assault poured down like a violent storm, its metal arm blades screaming through the air. Zhang Hao moved with cat-like agility, weaving through the narrowest gaps with the Yin-Yang 8 steps. Steel flashes brushed his clothes again and again, yet his long saber kept delivering the simplest of basic strikes. 1,411. 6 XP. 1,408. 6 XP. Only 295,000 HP? Not worth wasting an EXP crit. Zhang Hao calculated, steadily whittling away with auto-attacks while treating the heavy chunk of iron as a walking XP pouch. Meanwhile, in the observation room of the research building, a cluster of goblin engineers stared at the monitors, each wearing a different expression. One muttered, "Look at him dodge, pathetic. The next volley will chop him into kibble." A nearby staffer, worried, asked Ollie, "Manager, will that human really make it? If he dies, what do we do with the body?" Arms folded, Ollie kept his eyes on the screen. "I check it came alone, no companions. You get it?" "Got it, manager. He'll arrange the cleanup." In Alice's mind, Zhang Hao was already a dead man. He turned to leave when a sudden shout erupted from the console. My God, he actually did it. Ollie spun and rushed to the viewing window. In the center of the test arena, Zhang Hao still stood tall, sleeves snapping in the wind. Fenglei, for once the company's defensive bulwark, was on its knees, cracks spitting arcs of electricity, while sparks and the smell of scorched metal filled the air. He took down Fenglei 4 alone, without a scratch on him. Alice's shock morphed into elation. Maybe he really can handle Fenglei 5. Zhang Hao strolled unhurriedly to the wreckage and gathered his spoils, several dozen components, and a 4-star piece of gear. Nothing special, his face stayed calm. Just then, Ollie burst into the arena with a crowd in tow, beaming and 10 times more enthusiastic than before. "Mr. Maniac, your strength is truly eye-opening." Zhang Hao looked up. "So, now do you believe I can deal with Fenglei 5? Of course, of course." Ollie nodded like a woodpecker. "He'll take you to Lab 3 right away." Zhang Hao raised a hand. "Not so fast. He'll do it, but you have to meet one condition." Thinking the price was about to soar, Ollie replied instantly, "Rest assured on payment. Our company is willing to pay 100 gold coins." "I don't want money," Zhang Hao said calmly. "I want Fenglei 5's power core." "What?" Ollie sucked in a breath. The power core was the company's most closely guarded secret, worth far more than 10,000 gold and the cornerstone of their tech advantage. Zhang Hao's demand was outright daylight robbery. Even if Ollie agreed, upper management never would. If the core fell into a rival's hands, the loss would be catastrophic. Sweat beaded on his brow as Ollie forced out a reply. I'm sorry, Mr. Maniac, but I can't. The power core is our most valuable asset. We can't hand it over to anyone. Zhang Hao seemed prepared. He produced a blue glowing schematic from his pack and passed it to Ollie. Then how about this? Can your people build it? Ollie put on his glasses, examined it for a moment, then looked up and nodded. Yes, we can. This is one of our own schematics, the TAC regulator. The story continues. Fine, they'll take care of phone lane number 5 and won't ask for the power core, but you have to build this gadget for me. Deal? Zhang Hao already knew the goblins would never hand over a power core, so he opened with an outrageous price he expected them to reject, then slid to a seemingly reasonable one. Compared side by side, the second offer was far easier to swallow, a negotiating trick head picked up from Lu Sun's advice. Start with the impossible, then back off. Ollie couldn't decide on the spot, so he asked Zhang Hao to wait and raced, dripping with sweat, to the executive offices. 2 or 3 hours later he returned to the lounge, panting. Mr. Maniac, the board has agreed to your terms, he said, handing over the resolution. The attack regulator does need a power core, but it can only be used, not removed. If anyone tries to pry it out, it self-destructs. That was the concession the Goblin Company was willing to make. A barely visible smile tugged at Zhang Hao's lips. Excellent. Let's sign. Lu Sun was a genius. Both sides immediately signed 2 identical contracts. Zhang Hao wasn't worried about the goblins' integrity. If they dared break the deal, the phone lane number 5 scandal could bankrupt them overnight. With the paperwork done, Ollie led Zhang Hao to the heavily guarded Lab 3. A dozen reinforced steel doors stood in a row, layer after layer of security, as if a monster might burst out at any moment. There's a maintenance hatch up there. Sorry, but you'll have to squeeze in, Ollie said, pointing to a half-meter square opening in the ceiling. Once phone lane number 5 is neutralized, call us on the radio, and we'll open the main gate. Got it. Zhang Hao leaped, caught the rim, and slipped inside in one smooth motion. He crawled through the narrow ventilation shaft, then dropped lightly into the lab. All power had been cut, and the darkness felt suffocating. He tapped on the floodlight on his pauldron. Its beam swept over rows of scrapped equipment as he followed the map in silence. Clang clang. Metal scraped across the floor ahead. Zhang Hao raised the light and froze. A 3-meter humanoid machine strode from the shadows. The beam lit its faceless metal head, and 4 massive arms held a sword, shield, spear, and axe, each edge gleaming. Phone lane number 5. Level, 69. HP, 881,300. Found you at last, Zhang Hao muttered, relieved not to spend another second in the dark. Phone lane number 5's optical sensors shrank, crimson flaring, and the mech lunged like a hurricane thanks to one mistyped line of code. It tagged every living creature as an enemy. Whoosh. Zhang Hao drew his bow. An arrow screamed through the air. 8,791,153. Critical EXP. One-shot kill. The charging mech took the arrow square in the forehead. The red glow vanished, and the giant frame crashed to the floor, lifeless. What a waste of experience points, Zhang Hao sighed. A target with barely 800,000 HP, and I had to pump out 8 million damage. He strode over to collect the loot piles of machine parts and a few mediocre pieces of gear, all swept into his bag. Then he lifted the radio. It's done. Open the door. I have to admit, goblins are remarkably efficient. No sooner had Zhang Hao dismantled Wind Thunder number 5 than the attack regulator he needed was fast-tracked onto the production line under Alice urging. Ollie patted his chest and promised, pick it up in 24 hours. Rather than making a round trip, Zhang Hao chose to wait right there. To avoid wasting time, he borrowed Ollie Corporation's bright, spacious combat lab. A mechanical target stood at the end of the firing lane, its metal arms swapping out bullseyes at set intervals. With his bow horizontal and the string drawn, Zhang Hao loosed one light arrow after another. Numbers flickered on the electronic scoreboard as experience points poured in. By 7 or 8 that evening he was still at level 60, thanks to multiple body enhancements. An all-nighter didn't faze him. A full 24 hours passed, and his experience pool soared to more than 1.1 billion. Yet from level 60 upward, each level required an astronomical amount. Even with the cap removed, those points could only carry him to level 65. If Zhang Hao, with his hundredfold attack speed and experience frenzy, was leveling this slowly, other players had it far worse. Fortunately, higher levels unlocked advanced maps, quests, and new gameplay that multiplied experience gains and eased the pressure. Checking the time, he saw his meeting with Dubu Xinjie was approaching, so Zhang Hao logged off. In reality, Lao Gao and his younger sister were still slumped over their beds inside their immersion pots, clearly having stayed up all night as well. Knowing they were already level 60, he wasn't worried. He changed clothes and headed out. The rendezvous was at a well-known cafe on the downtown commercial strip. Neon lights glittered against the windows as Zhang Hao pushed the door open and was greeted by the rich aroma of roasted beans. A quick scan of the room revealed a middle-aged man in the corner staring intently at him, so Zhang Hao walked straight over. Dubu Xinjie? Imkwang Tuesday. Zhang Hao sat down. The middle-aged man Dubu Xinjie looked him over from head to toe, then suddenly smiled. I imagined many possibilities, but I didn't expect you to be this young. Same here. I didn't expect you to be this old. Zhang Hao's tone was calm. Dubu Xinjie laughed heartily and signaled for 2 coffees. After the first sip, he got straight to the point. I dislike beating around the bush. You say the future is dangerous, maybe even catastrophic. What do you propose? It's simple. Zhang Hao's smile faded. Longwa must mobilize nationwide and train an elite force in Divine Realm to face the coming crisis. It doesn't need to be huge, but every soldier must be able to fight 100. Fight 100? Dubu Xinjie frowned. Is that really possible? It is. Zhang Hao nodded firmly. Follow my plan, and it's guaranteed. Dubu Xinjie lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke. How many people are we talking about? At least 100,000. 100,000? Dubu Xinjie's hand froze, concern clouding his brow. We can't get that many game helmets. Divine Realm has been out for only a week, everything's sold out, and even scalpers are dry. Zhang Hao spread his hands. That's for you to solve. All I can say is this. If we have fewer than 100,000, we won't have a force strong enough to stand against the Demon King's army. Zhang Hao's expression turned grave. With the resources the state commands, this shouldn't be hard to pull off. Dubu Xinjie wrapped his hands around his mug, watched the steam rise, and thought for a beat before nodding. All right, I'll see what I can do. He glanced up. Then what? We throw everyone into the game and have them grind levels? Isn't it a little late for that? Exactly, so we take a shortcut. Zhang Hao sipped the rich coffee, the cup trembling slightly. Round up enough headsets, get 100,000 people logged in, and he'll show you how to power level them. Madman, don't set me up, Dubu Xinjie said, half in jest, half in warning. Otherwise we're both finished. Relax, I won't burn you. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Pull this off, and you'll be a national hero. Dubu Xinjie waved it off, eyes steady. Hero or not, I just want to protect my country and its people. They were speaking quietly when the cafe doorbell jingled. A group filed in, scanned the room, and headed straight for them. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. Coming for me? The Song family again? Haven't they learned? Song Yuding, Dubu Xinjie murmured, recognizing one of them. The newcomers fanned out, surrounding the table. Their leader flashed a badge. Zhang Hao, we're police. You're accused of trespassing and assault. Come with us for questioning. Zhang Hao hadn't planned on police interference. The Song family's doing, most likely. An officer snapped cuffs on him without waiting. Zhang didn't resist, they were armed, and he was no match for bullets right now. Besides, he trusted Dubu Xinjie wouldn't just stand by. Hold up. Which precinct? Dubu Xinjie's tone was icy. Where's the evidence? You can't arrest someone on a single accusation. Who are you? The officer shot back. Interfere again, and you're coming too. Dubu Xinjie frowned. Head left his credentials behind, and could only watch as Zhang Hao was led away. Madman, don't worry, he'll get you out. He called as the patrol car pulled away. Zhang Hao simply waved, and let the car disappear in a cloud of dust. At the station, they searched his pockets and took him to an interrogation room. 2 middle-aged officers sat across from him. Talk. Why were you at the Song residence? Why assault their guards? Calmly, Zhang Hao said he'd gone to rescue his sister. They didn't buy it, pressing him to confess and refusing to mention the kidnapping. Seeing the setup, Zhang Hao closed his eyes and went silent while they pounded the table and threatened him. Keep acting tough and things will only get worse, one officer snapped. Just then the door opened. Lao Wang, Director Li wants you. One officer stood, pointing at Zhang Hao. He'll be back. You'd better cooperate. Zhang Hao kept his eyes shut, sure he'd be free soon. Minutes later, Lao Wang hurried back wearing a broad smile. Mr. Zhang Hao, our apologies, we made a mistake. Pure misunderstanding. Lao Wang stepped forward, unlocked Zhang Hao's cuffs, and forced a grin. I'm terribly sorry, sir. You're free to go. Zhang Hao's lips curled. Go. I haven't confessed to anything yet. Please, don't joke about that. You're not guilty of anything, we made a mistake. Lao Wang's face tightened, as if he were constipated. He almost never spoke to anyone in such a servile tone, and it felt all kinds of wrong. With a soft snort, Zhang Hao stood, slipped his phone, wallet, and keys back into his pockets one by one, smoothed the wrinkles from his collar, and strode out of the stuffy interrogation room. He knew exactly who had fixed this mess for him, Dubu Xinjie. Odds were the man would show up any second. As for the officers who brought him in, not worth the energy, better to spend that time grinding levels in game. The moment he stepped off the precinct's front stairs, a puff of cigarette smoke blended with the night breeze. Leaning against an army green jeep, Dubu Xinjie waved him over. Those guys didn't rough you up, did they? Dubu Xinjie gave Zhang Hao a quick once-over. Zhang Hao shrugged. No, they wouldn't dare. Thanks for the assist. Don't mention it. Longwa will need your help down the line. The words were polite, but the certainty behind them was unmistakable. I'm a Longwa citizen myself. Helping my own country is the least I can do. Zhang Hao nodded. Dubu Xinjie offered to drive him home, and Zhang Hao accepted. The jeep's engine growled through a few main roads before parking in front of Gao Pengfei's building. Zhang Hao had never given him an address. Apparently the man already knew everything about him. Zhang Hao didn't mind. He had nothing to fear. Just before shutting off the engine, Dubu Xinjia brought up an old matter. You went to the Song estate to save your sister, right? I looked into it. Relax, I've sent people to put pressure on them. If they hassle you again, they'll handle it. The Song family still has plenty of cases on our desks. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Thanks. I appreciate it. Blowing out the last plume of smoke, Dubu Xinjia spoke with a hint of irony. You really think the state knows nothing? We just turn a blind eye and let them fatten up. When the time's right, we'll butcher the pigs for New Year. With that assurance, Zhang Hao believed he and his sister could finally enjoy some peace. In return, he would give Dubu Xinjia his full support in building a team to safeguard the nation and its people. Opening the apartment door, he was met by the rich aroma of noodles, instantly banishing the chill outside. At the dining table, Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao were hunched over a giant bowl of steaming zhajiang noodles, slurping away. Bro, where'd you go? Come eat. Grandma's hand-pulled noodles are amazing. Zhang Xiao called around a mouthful. Gao Pengfei downed a gulp of the broth and sighed contentedly. Broth after noodles perfect. Zhang Hao picked up his chopsticks and asked between bites, how's your side of the game? Everyone hit level 60? Yeah, 99% of the way, Gao Pengfei said, wiping oil from his lips. What's next? The event everyone's been waiting for, Zhang Hao said with a grin. World boss time. At the same moment, lights blazed in the Song Group's conference room. Song Yuding was running the weekly meeting when her secretary hurried in and whispered in her ear. Her face went pale. She halted the meeting and strode into the hallway to take a call. Uncle Li, what happened? Why are you so angry? A man's furious roar shook the line. Song Yuding, are you trying to get me killed? You told me to deal with someone named Zhang Hao. Do you know who he is? He's drawn the attention of the top brass in D-Do. I just got chewed out by the boss, and now he's threatening to discipline me and open an investigation. The man roared through the phone. Song Yuding, if I lose my position, your entire Song family can forget about living in peace. Remember that. He slammed the phone down before she could say a word. The screen went dark, leaving Song Yuding alone in the living room, stewing in frustration. Someone was shielding Zhang Hao. Impossible. She rubbed her temples, replaying what she had found earlier. Zhang Hao had no power, no money, just a bottom-rung nobody. So why would anyone in Didus upper circle step in for him? After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a long-unused number and finally dialed. Hello, this is Song Yuding of the Song family. May I speak with Zhao Yi? Her tone was far humbler than the one she had used with Director Li. Master Zhao is playing chess and can't come to the phone. The servant answered coolly, about to hang up. Then could you put me through to young Master Zhao? They'll discuss it with him instead. Her voice tightened with urgency. A few seconds of silence. Then, please hold. The wait dragged on, every tick of the clock stretching her nerves, until at last a young man's voice came through. This is Zhao Bin. What can I do for you, Miss Song? Only then did she exhale and carefully recount what had happened, omitting her plan to snatch Zhang Hao's sister for her brother's wedding ritual. Is that so? Zhao Bin sounded intrigued. A nobody catching the eye of Didus top brass is strange indeed. He'll ask around and get back to you. Thank you, young Master Zhao. He'll treat you to dinner some. The line went dead. Song Yuding's smile froze, then faded. If you didn't have a powerful father, who would bother fearing you? She muttered. The Zhao family was one of Longguo's 3 great clans. A single stomp from them could rattle half the nation's key industries. Against them, the Song family was no more than an ant. Years ago, Song Yuding's father had tried to marry her into the Zhao family, but Zhao Bin's casual refusal had shattered her pride and left her vowing never to marry. Today's crisis forced her to bow her head. If even the Zhao family ignored her, she was prepared to visit in person. Fortunately, Zhao Bin had agreed to look into it. Once the Zhao stepped in, the truth would surface. In a small noodle shop on Didus outskirts, Zhang Hao slurped the last mouthful of broth, wiped his lips, and logged in to join Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao. His character was still in the Goblin Kingdom, while the siblings waited at Didus City Gate. Sir Berserker, your attack modulator is ready, Goblin Engineer Ollie announced, handing over a sleek silver-gray wristband. Once you equip it, you can set your damage output however you like. Zhang Hao clasped the band around his wrist and eyed a distant training dummy. He turned the dial to 100. The bowstring twanged. 100. 6 experience points. Perfect. With this gadget, he could gauge a monster's remaining health and land every last hit for maximum experience. After thanking Ollie, he boarded the underground train back to Daidu. Fluorescent lights flickered over the alloy walls, reflecting his calm expression. Next stop, consult the Prophet Arthur, then set out to hunt the world boss, Moan. Zhang Hao returned to the imperial capital, met up with Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao, and brought Bai Lu along. Together they set out to find the Prophet Arthur. During their last meeting, Arthur had told them that the primordial beast Moan was sealed in an underground ruin beneath the Desert Kingdom, and that the only sea route left from the port of Greenwater City. Greenwater wasn't far from the capital, but no coach ran there, so they would have to ride. Zhang Hao had spent years honing his horsemanship and was finally proficient. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, and Bai Lu had taken just a few lessons and could barely keep their seats. Each led a tall stallion, hooves drumming through the morning mist as they raced toward Greenwater City. The harbor town survived on fishing. As the gates swung open, a narrow stone street came into view, flanked by wooden houses with long strings of dried fish hanging high by the doors. A damp, salty wind carried a sharp, fishy odor. The stench made Zhang Qiao gag, but Bai Lu's eyes lit up. She hadn't tasted fresh fish in ages. At the docks, they bought their tickets first. With time to spare before boarding, Zhang Hao pulled Bai Lu into the liveliest little tavern by the pier so she could try the local specialty, grilled fish. The skin was seared to a crisp golden brown, fat sizzling and popping. One bite, and Bai Lu's eyes curved into delighted crescents. Dong dong. The dock bell tolled, summoning passengers. Shouldering their packs, they stepped onto the deck. A salty gale whipped past as white sails billowed, and the ship skimmed away on the wind. The voyage was uneventful, and the vessel docked smoothly at the Desert Kingdom's harbor. Without lingering, the four headed straight for the capital, Jalizadan Fort. The ancient city, steeped in Persian flair, dazzled under the sun. Golden domes gleamed in the heat, and walls of colored glass mosaics bore intricate motifs. Streets tangled like a giant maze, and rows of shops filled the air with hues of spices, handicrafts, and fried flatbread. They threaded through the bustle, brushing past traders from every corner of the world who led horses and camels. Shouts of vendors, jingling camel bells, and street performers' calls rose and fell, as though the Persian Empire of 1,000 years ago had sprung back to life. In the grand square they found Arthur waiting, staff in hand. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened. He didn't sail with us, did he get here first? Gao Pengfei shrugged and patted her shoulder, laughing. It's just a game, don't overthink it. Arthur handed Zhang Hao a detailed map. Hero, the seal on Moan is marked here. The desert is perilous. Stock up on food and water, and hire a guide who knows the sands. Zhang Hao nodded. NPC speech or not, the warning mattered if they wanted to return alive. To save time, he split the party. He and Gao Pengfei would find a guide, while Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu bought supplies. 100 gold coins enough? He asked, passing a pouch to his sister. Gao Pengfei's eyes went round. 100? You trying to buy a house? 20 gold would be plenty. I checked prices. One roasted flatbread is 20 copper. A blanket's 3 silver. 10 gold coins are more than enough. Zhang Hao shook his head. Don't skimp. I'm not letting anyone die of thirst in the desert. With that, Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei headed for the marketplace, where camels and horses were traded and, hopefully, a seasoned guide could be found. Welcome, honored travelers. My name is Azar, an exceptional guide. I can take you into the desert to hunt for treasure. Azar's bronze skin glowed under the sun. A sheepskin felt hat shaded his eyes, while a corner of his Persian-style robe fluttered in the wind. Placing his right hand over his heart, he bowed slightly and spoke sincerely. All I ask is 1 gold coin per day. 1 gold coin? Gao Pengfei blurted before Zhang Hao could say a word. His eyes widened. Are you kidding? The camel behind you is worth only 20. Azar remained unruffled, smiling gently. Good sir, can a camel guide you through the desert? I can. As the sages say, money is worthless compared with life. Think it over, doest that make sense? Gao Pengfei opened his mouth to argue, but Zhang Hao was already nodding. Deal. He pointed at the camels behind Azar. We'll rent a few of those to add it to the price. Excellent choice. You won't regret hiring Azar. With another bow, the guide accepted the purse, weighing it lightly to confirm every coin was there. After setting a departure time for the afternoon, Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei headed to the plaza where they had arranged to meet Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu. Once together, Zhang Qiao waved a spatial pouch, eyes sparkling. Bro, I bought 500 flatbreads and 10 tons of water. Think that's enough? Plenty, Zhang Hao laughed. Enough to feed us for a year, Gao Pengfei muttered, rubbing his forehead. The group then stopped at a general store to pick up healing scrolls. Better safe than sorry in the perilous desert. Glancing around, Bai Lu asked curiously, why don't I see any other players? New map, Zhang Hao explained. And the boat ticket here is expensive. Most people haven't even finished the Imperial Capital quest swad travel this far. Naturally, it's quiet. When the appointed hour arrived, everyone swung onto their camels and followed Azar into the dunes. The sun blazed overhead, bells on the saddles chimed, and after an indeterminate distance, Zhang Qiao looked back to see the ancient city reduced to a black speck. They were deep in the desert now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Sand ahead began to shift. A black scorpion over a meter long burst out, its massive pincers raised for the attack. Desert venom scorpion. Level, 62. Health, 210,750. A scorpion. Azar's face went pale. He knew its reputation: one could poison 10 camels and wipe out a small caravan. Even the city guards feared it. Don't move. I've got it. Zhang Hao steadied his bow from the camel's back. Hundredfold attack speed, rapid shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows poured down like rain. 2,310. 6 EXP. 2,309. 6 EXP. In barely a second, the scorpion was riddled with arrows before it could close the gap. The corpse thudded into the sand. Gao Pengfei leapt off his camel to loot it. Loads of alchemy mats, but no gear and no gold. He turned to Bai Lu. You try next time your drop luck's better than mine. Sure. Bai Lu smiled. She wanted to help more anyway. From then on the team fell into a rhythm. Zhang Hao killed, Bai Lu looted, and Gao Pengfei fenced the goods. Zhang Qiao relaxed on her camel, admiring the rolling dunes. Watching Zhang Hao dispatch monster after monster, Azar silently prayed. Thank the Holy One for sending such powerful clients. Without them, my life would have ended long ago. After traveling through the desert for a full day and night, the party finally reached their goal at dawn on the second day, the sealed site of Mon, the ruins of Krun ancient city. The ancient city of Kellen sprawled across the golden sea of sand like a sleeping giant, enduring the rituals of blistering sun by day and starlight by night. According to Azar, no chronicle records when the city was built. When the first explorers crossed this desert, its colossal walls and broken ramparts were already baking beneath the blazing sky. Zhang Hao's caravans skirted the towering bulwark at a crawl, camel hooves hissing in the sand, while the group shielded themselves from the scorching wind and searched for an entrance buried by time. The rampart was built from massive blocks of sandstone, its surface scored with gullies where the wind whistled but could not erode a millennium of resilience. Weather-worn scars ran across the stone like silent epics, each fissure whispering of long-forgotten glory. At last they found a half-buried gate beside a sunken section of foundation. The door leaned precariously, yet the shattered statues flanking it still held their heads high, hollow stone eyes staring into the endless dunes as if guarding voiceless secrets. Leading the camels inside, they watched dust cascade from the lintel, as though the desert itself were coughing up its buried memories. A network of streets cut through the city, and the skeleton of a marketplace was easy to pick out. Splintered stalls and crumbling walls creaked in the hot wind, while eroded carvings on dingy facades recorded the bustle of another age. Passing beneath a fractured archway, they reached the central square. The outlines of temples and palaces still lingered, collapsed roofs exposed snapped beams, and on pedestals half buried by drifting sand, intricate reliefs and murals remained crisp, their grooves and pigments revealing the touch of ancient artisans. Bai Lu, seeing such a sight for the first time, gaped in wordless awe. Even the well-traveled Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao held their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. Zhang Hao, however, had no time for wonder. Following the map, he began searching among the ruined temples. After tethering the camels, he stepped inside one shrine, the thick smell of dust laced with dry wood shavings. Beneath a toppled idol, he soon uncovered an iron ring half hidden by sand, the concealed entrance to an underground passage. By the heavens, my friends, your luck is beyond belief, you have found the doorway to the treasure. Azar's aged eye sparkled. He had visited the city more than once, yet had never guessed at a passage beneath it. They lit their torches and filed inside. The narrow corridor was hewn from single slabs of sandstone, the air cold and still, torchlight casting wavering patches across the walls. At its end, a tall iron door barred their way. Reliefs adorned both halves of the door. On the left, an armored warrior swung his sword at a creature whose upper body was a woman and whose lower body was a venomous serpent. On the right, the same warrior placed the woman's severed head upon a square monolith, while in the background a great gate stood open, light pouring through. At first they ignored the meaning of the scene, pushing at the door together, but it did not budge. Gao Pengfei brushed grit from his palms and fixed his gaze on a solitary boulder nearby. Look, that rock is identical to the one in the carving, he whispered. Maybe we have to follow the step skill, a lady serpent, then place the head on the stone? Zhang Qiao blinked. The question is, where do we find a lady serpent? Zhang Hao looked to Azar, who spread his hands, clearly at a loss. It seems we'll have to return to the desert kingdom and consult the seer Arthur, Zhang Hao sighed. Though he had been reborn with scattered fragments of information, the crucial details were still missing. They climbed back to the surface, ready to leave the ruins, but the camels they had tied outside the shrine were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Qiao blurted out, "That's strange, they were right here." Gao Pengfei dashed over, grabbed a severed length of rope off the ground, and roared, "Damn it, someone's stolen our camels." The others crowded around. The sand was crisscrossed with fresh footprints. Azaz's face darkened. "It's the Blood Scorpion gang. There are bandits in this desert?" Zhang Hao frowned. "Don't tell me these ruins are their hideout." Zhang Qiao stared at the empty camp in dismay. "Our camels are gone, and so are the supplies. How do we get out of here?" Zhang Hao raised a hand to calm her. "Relax. The tracks are fresh. If we follow them, we'll catch up and take everything back." He knelt to find the right direction, then set off at a run, the others close behind. In the ancient city's western quarter, a string of low, crumbling buildings came into view. A dark figure slipped around a corner, and they gave chase. The moment they stepped into the alley, masked raiders sprang from every side, scimitars flashing. Blood Scorpion Bandit level 64 HP, 375,400. Haha, don't bother begging. The men die, the women get sold. They jeered. unaware that death was already upon them. Zhang Hao whispered, "Old Gao, keep everyone safe. Leave the rest to me." "Got it." He opened his attack tuner, set damage to 400,000, and loosed his first arrow. Critical hit. Thwip, thwip, for 100,000. For 100,000. Each arrow claimed a life. No bandit got within arm's reach before dropping. A few survivors turned and bolted. "They'll handle them. Wait for me at the temple," Zhang Hao called, fearing an ambush, and sprinted ahead alone. Gao Pengfei led the others back. Down the ruined main street he ran, shooting as he went, bandits falling in his wake. Beyond an archway he burst into a small plaza. Tethered beside weather-beaten market pillars were several camels, while two bandits unloaded stolen supplies. Two arrows whistled. Both men collapsed on the spot. As he scooped up their weapons, heavy footsteps echoed. A giant in a red headscarf appeared with the remaining thugs, blocking his path. "Boss, that's him." The mountain of a man carried twin blades on his back. Blood Scorpion Leader Elite Level 69 HP, 2,250,000. Zhang Hao grinned, cranked his damage to 2,300,000, and taunted, "Come on, big guy, time to die." The leader roared and charged. The instant he entered range, an arrow punched through his chest. Critical hit. The shaft buried itself in his heart. His eyes widened. "How can this?" He toppled like a felled tree. "Congratulations. First kill of Elite Monster Blood Scorpion Leader. You gain 105,500 XP and 60 gold coins. Hide your name?" "Yes." With their boss dead, the rest scattered like startled birds. Zhang Hao looted the corpses, pocketed several good items, and set a few aside for Old Gao and Bai Lu. He led the camels back to the temple. Azza hurried over. "Honored guests, we can't travel today. A sandstorm is coming." Zhang Hao looked up. A wall of rolling yellow dust was swallowing the horizon. Anyone caught inside would be doomed. "Fine," he said. "We'll spend the night here." That night, Zhang Hao, Gao Pengfei, and the others hid in the old shrine, lit a campfire, and nibbled on dry rations while outside the wind roared and sand whipped through the air like wailing spirits. Bai Lu leaned out, eager to glimpse the sandstorm, but Zhang Hao yanked her back, half joking that the gale would carry her off. No one knew how long the storm lasted, but eventually the howling subsided. Zhang Hao fed the flames a few dry sticks, kept watch beside the sleeping Bai Lu and Zhang Qiao, and mapped out their next move. A faint melody reached him, Thena woman's voice, lilting and mournful, its words unintelligible yet stirring compassion. A woman, singing in the desert at midnight? Alert! Zhang Hao remembered what an old veteran once told him in a tavern of a desert kingdom. If you hear a woman's song in the heart of the desert at night, find the singer and fortune will favor you. Fortune? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He wanted luck just as much as Bai Lu. Throwing on his coat, he led the camel out of the shrine and followed the sound. The storm had passed. The sky shone glass clear, stars ablaze, moonlight widening the contours of every dune. Soon he saw it, a colossal ship iridescent with treasure light, anchored in the desert's center. The song floated from aboard. Zhang Hao tethered the camel to a rail, gripped the carved reliefs, and climbed up. The deck lay empty, carpeted with gold and silver, jewels splintering moonlight into blinding shards. Ignoring the riches, he followed the voice to the cabin. When he pushed the door open, the singing stopped. "Who's there?" A woman turned, startled. In lamplight, her bronze skin and deep-set features made her a classic Western region's beauty, stunning enough to dazzle any man. To Zhang Hao, she was merely a finely rendered NPC. "Greetings. I'm a traveler drawn here by your song," he said. "Why is there a ship in the desert, and who are you?" He was sure she carried a quest, so he waited. "A traveler." The woman brushed away tears. "I am Layla, queen of the desert kingdom. My husband and I were devoted to each other, until an evil demon coveted me. One night he sent a sandstorm over the palace, kidnapped me, and transformed his half-human, snake-tailed daughter into my likeness to take my place. I was imprisoned on this treasure ship and condemned to stay here forever." Tears fell as Layla knelt before him. "Kind traveler, please free me from this prison. Grant me that mercy, and I will meet any request you name." A system prompt flashed before Zhang Hao. Quest: the abducted queen. Objective: help Layla escape the demon's control. Requirement: level 60. Reward: 710,000 experience, 200 gold soldiers, a blood-draining rune, and the king's promise. A blood-draining rune? Zhang Hao's heart raced. Could it be what he thought? After skimming the details, Zhang Hao's face lit up with excitement. It wasn't what he had imagined, but the effect was far more powerful, almost broken. The blood-draining rune in front of him read, Star level, 9. Requirements, none. Effect: after every kill, increase max HP by the target's total HP. Durability: 1350-1350. If I take out something with 10,000 HP, my own cap goes up by 10,000. Sparks practically flew from Zhang Hao's eyes. He was indeed strong. No hundredfold attack power, critical XP bursts. Normal mobs disappeared the moment they appeared, and if anything got close, the 8 steps of Yin Yang kept him unharmed. Still, his low HP made him uneasy. Early game monsters were manageable, But late-game foes unleashed full-screen attacks that couldn't be dodged, and bosses had outrageous AoE skills. Only a huge health bar could tank that, so he had to secure this rune. With that goal in mind, Zhang Hao accepted Layla's quest immediately. "Thank you, kind traveler," Layla whispered nervously, yet with relief. "The demon's drunk a lot and is sleeping in the bedroom behind me. Before he wakes up, let's run." Zhang Hao shook his head. "Not yet. What abilities does the demon have? Any weaknesses?" Layla froze. "Why do you need to know that? You're not planning to fight him, are you? You're just immortal. Just tell me," Zhang Hao insisted. He already knew there was no avoiding a battle and wanted information first. Left with no choice, Layla answered softly. "He can turn himself into sand. Weapons can't harm him unless you smash his heart." "Where is it?" Zhang Hao pressed. If he could become sand, his heart clearly wasn't in his body. "He keeps it in a jeweled box and uses it as a pillow while he sleeps." "Understood. Let me there." Layla pushed open the bedroom door. Moonlight framed a strikingly handsome young man sprawled on a huge bed, snoring. Under his head rested a bronze casket. "Get off the ship first," Zhang Hao murmured. "My camel's tied to the gangway under the deck. Ride straight to Kalinga City and find your companions. He'll handle the demon and catch up." Though worried, Layla nodded. "Please be careful." After she left, Zhang Hao knocked arrows and fired a barrage of magic shots around the demonice. Explosive, lightning everything he had, forming a safety ring. Once it was set, he crouched beside the bed and gently slid the casket out. "What do you think you're doing? Who let you on my treasure ship?" The demon jolted awake, eyes blazing. "It must be that wench Layla. He'll tear you both apart." Zhang Hao ignored him and sprinted from the bedroom. But the casket in his arms bucked, tore free, sprouted black wings, and zipped up toward the deck. Behind him, ice arrows exploded into shards, explosive arrows flared, and lightning arrows crackled, all tangled with the demon's furious roar. "I want just kill you," the demon bellowed. "I'll raise the desert kingdom and wipe out every last human." Zhang Hao glanced over his shoulder. The demon had torn free of the stateroom, its handsome guise gone. In its place stood a hideous creature with a green-furred body, cobalt skin, and razor fangs. Level 70 Elite Monster Desert Demon Vandal. HP 2,477,000. With a low snarl, the monster sprang forward. Two hooked claws flashed like curved blades, each swipe carving 3 obsidian rents through the air and shattering every piece of furniture it touched. Zhang Hao tapped the deck, launched into the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and ricocheted through the cramped hold. The claw wind brushed his sleeves, spraying splinters in his wake. He snapped his wrist and loosed several feathered arrows, but Vandal's body dissolved into drifting sand. The shafts passed straight through, leaving no damage indicator. As he suspected, the weak point wasn't the body it lit was the small chest that housed the demon's heart. Zhang Hao darted out of the cabin, chasing the black box that had been hurled across the deck. It landed a dozen meters away. A pair of thin metal wings beat frantically, yet the chest couldn't fly far while still tethered to its master. Trying to run? Dream on. He cranked his damage output to 2.5 million, vaulted off the mainmast, drew in midair, and fired. Boom. 2,500,000. The arrow punched through the container. With a crack, the chest exploded, and the pitch-black heart inside shattered. Arf! Vandal, who had reached the deck, screamed in agony. His massive form collapsed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand that rained onto the planks. System prompt. Congratulations. You have achieved the first kill of the Elite Monster Desert Demon Vandal. EXP 881,100. Gold 180. Announced to all servers hide your name? Zhang Hao casually tapped no, and a golden broadcast flooded the chat. Server notice. Congratulations to player Quang2 for the first kill of Desert Demon Vandal. Keep up the good work, everyone. After so many announcements, players were numb to them. Zhang Hao, better known as Quang, remained firmly at the top of the national rankings. No one could threaten his lead. He stepped through the settling sand and scooped up the loot. More than 20 high-grade gems gleamed in the night, along with 2 5-star accessories perfect for his sister and Xiaobai. The moment he stowed the gear, the entire treasure ship groaned. The hull lurched downward. Alarmed, Zhang Hao sprang clear of the deck just in time to watch the vessel vanish beneath a rolling dune of sand, leaving only a flurry of bubbles. Guided by the map, he hurried back to Kaluan ancient city under cover of night. Dawn was already lightening the horizon when Gao Pengfei, Zhang Xiao, and Bailu gathered around Layla, chatting. "Bro, did you kill that demon?" Zhang Xiao ran up, her eyes sparkling. "Sure did, and it dropped some nice items." Zhang Hao produced 2 necklaces. "You and Xiaobai can split them." Serpent's Kiss necklace. Level requirement, 60. Stats, Spirit 270, Movement 1, Basic attacks inflict poison damage. Durability, 500,500. Sacred Grace necklace. Level requirement, 60. Stats, Spirit 300, Stamina 580, Healing skills 20 effectiveness. Durability, 500,500. Zhang Qiao hugged the accessories and hurried over to Bailu. Gao Pengfei scratched the back of his head and edged closer. "So nothing for me." "Plenty. Zhang Hao handed him the bundle of gems. All of these are yours. Zhang Hao dumped the gemstones into Gao Pengfei's hands and told him to take care of them. Whether he sold them for cash or handed them out as guild rewards was up to the vice president. Azar walked over, helping a frail Layla. Now that the old guide had confirmed her identity, his attitude was far more respectful. Warrior, thank you for killing the demon and saving me, Layla said with a slight curtsy. I have one last request, please escort me home to the Desert Kingdom, back to my husband. Zhang Hao helped her up. Don't worry, we're headed to the Desert Kingdom anyway. You can travel with us. He had already located the Lamia's lair. This trip would let him protect Layla and deal with the creature in one stroke. The party set out for home. Once they reached the Desert Kingdom, they split up. Gao Pengfei hurried to the auction house with the loot, then blasted a message to every guild member. Get ready for a new event. The channel exploded. The guild leader was taking everyone out for another big score. In Haoranjingqi Guild, the perks were legendary. Plenty of drops, no mandatory fees, no mind-numbing daily grind. In most guilds, members had to swallow brutal terms just for stat bonuses, endless chores, carrying officers through boss fights, never seeing the good loot, and still paying dues at month's end. By now the entire server agreed that Haoranjingqi was the place to be, but it was always full. The moment someone quit, the vacancy vanished. Players refreshed the roster all day hoping for an opening. Some even tried to bribe Gao Pengfei for a backdoor slot, only to be chased off with a scolding. Old Gao wasn't that kind of man. Old Gao, once everyone's here, tell them to find an inn and bind their respawn point to this city. Saves a long corpse run, Zhang Hao reminded him. With that settled, he escorted Layla straight to the palace. Once she reunited with the king, the blood drain rune would be his. Hot wind and sand whipped across the palace gate. Two guards crossed their spears. Halt! Who goes there? Layla stepped forward. I am the queen. The guards traded uneasy looks. Her Majesty has never left the palace. By the Holy one of you must be an impostor. She removed a gold ring set with sapphire and handed it over. Give this to the king. Hell no. When the ring reached the throne room, the king's face went white. He had placed that token on his wife's finger himself, yet the queen in the harem claimed it was lost. Far too convenient. Bring them in, he commanded. Zhang Hao and Layla were ushered into the grand hall. By torchlight the king knew her instantly. Layla. She knelt, weeping as she told how a serpent witch had abducted her and how these warriors had saved her, begging the king for vengeance. Furious, the king drew his sword. That creature who dared pose as my queen, I'll drag her out myself. He stormed toward the inner palace. Zhang Hao offered to join him, but the king refused. This is my family affair. Outsiders need not interfere. Moments after the gates shut, a shrill scream echoed from the royal gardens. Bad news followed. The king had been swallowed whole by the Lamia, which then slipped down the ancient well and escaped. Zhang Hao shook his head, glancing at the sobbing Layla. He knew that to finish this quest he would have to rescue the king. Led by the guards, Zhang Hao arrived at the ancient well where the serpent beauty had escaped. Water splashed faintly below. He leapt in and found it was only waist deep. The icy water slapped against his boots, and he silently rejoiced that he wouldn't have to waste energy swimming. Lifting his gaze, he saw two dark tunnels at the far end of the pool, one to the left and one to the right. He couldn't tell which one the monster had taken. Following his usual rule, right first, left later, Zhang Hao stepped into the right-hand passage. The tunnel stretched into darkness, and he could hardly see his own fingers. He struck a spark with his tinder torch, its weak red glow flickering over the damp walls. Holding his breath, he sharpened every sense, listening for the faintest ripple that might betray an ambush. Suddenly a frigid current surged toward him. Zhang Hao twisted aside, sending up spray. Something was there. In the blackness he couldn't lock on, so he pressed his back to the wet stone and used the echoes against his helmet to pinpoint the sound. Another soft splash. He spun and unleashed a volley of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2248. 6 EXP. 2248. 6 EXP. Hissing filled the tunnel. 100 arrows tore through the water, one of them a critical hit, and the shadow vanished in an instant. System prompt. You have slain a filthy water viper and gained 1680 EXP. The torchlight revealed a 3-meter, green-striped corpse. Zhang Hao frowned. Even my basic attacks hit this hard, clearly just cannon fodder. He sliced out the gallbladder, yanked the fangs, stowed them, and moved on. A few more vipers appeared along the way, each dropped with a single shot. Minutes later the path forked again, and he turned right once more. The winding tunnel twisted like a maze. After several abrupt turns, Zhang Hao halted. Women's mocking laughter drifted ahead. My beloved king, the voice purred, promise to kill your first wife and keep me as queen, and I'll set you free. Monster, dream on. The king's roar rang with finality. I will never share a bed with a beast like you. The woman laughed, scorn thick in her tone. Have you forgotten? You've shared my bed for 10 years already. A flash of killing intent crossed Zhang Hao's eyes. At last, head found her. He slipped forward, letting the water mask his steps, careful not to alert the serpent enchantress. Another few dozen meters, and the voices grew distinct. Rounding a corner, he emerged into a vast circular chamber. In the torchlight coiled a hulking creature covered in yellow scalisa, seductive woman from the waist up, a sinuous serpent from the waist down. Serpent Enchantress Asita, Elite, level 67, HP 1,895,000. Asita's slender tail bound the king and held him aloft, her voice coaxing and cold. Whatever she can give you, I can give you, and I can even bear you children, she murmured. Refuse me, and I'll eat you alive. My stomach acid will dissolve you slowly. It's agony. She opened a maw lined with gleaming fangs. The king's face turned ashen, yet his resolve held. Very well, become my meal. Infuriated, she lunged. Thwip, an arrow howled through the air. Asita sensed danger and veered aside, but the arrow bent mid-flight and slammed into her back. Critical strike. Boom. 1,900,000. Aya. Asita's health bar vanished in an instant. She released the king, her massive body twisting and rolling across the ground in a final death throw. Moments later her strength gave out, life draining from her like floodwaters rushing away. Her serpent eyes focused one last time as a figure stepped from the shadow. Zhang Hao stood with bow in hand, his expression cold and resolute, a god of slaughter come to life. Your Majesty, are you all right? Zhang Hao knelt to inspect him. The king had been slammed hard, several ribs broken, yet his life was not in danger. Gritting through the pain, the king thanked him, still staring in fear at the beautiful snake woman on the ground. Without Zhang Hao's timely arrival, he would have become her next meal. Zhang Hao began looting the corpse. Besides the usual materials, he unexpectedly found a luck scroll, the treasure he had longed for. He then lifted the huge head of the snake woman, stuffed it into his backpack, and prepared to escort the king out of the underground chamber. On the surface, Layla paced anxiously beside the ancient well with a squad of guards. Someone shouted, "The hero is back." Zhang Hao secured the king to a rope and had the guards haul him up first. Only after confirming the king was safely above did he climb out himself. "Thank you, brave warrior." Layla ordered the guards to take the king to a physician, then bowed deeply to Zhang Hao, gratitude shining on her face. "You saved both our lives. We can never repay you." Ding. Quest: the abducted queen completed. You received 710,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, a vampire rune, and the item the king's promise. The promise meant the king would grant the player one reasonable request in the future. Zhang Hao already knew what he would ask for next time they met. He took out the vampire rune and socketed it into his otherwise ordinary power bow. With ice, crit, and vampire runes embedded, its power surged. Leaving the palace, Zhang Hao rendezvoused with Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu in the plaza of Desert City. They had already assembled most of the guild, and the rest were on their way. Seizing the lull, Zhang Hao went to see the prophet Arthur to learn more about the ancient beast Moan and prepare for the coming battle. Arthur unrolled a heavy parchment and spoke with dramatic fervor. Moan is a colossal scorpion monster, strong enough to overturn half a desert. Its eyes fire deadly red beams that melt everything they touch. And that tail, the venom, kills instantly. To Zhang Hao it boiled down to 3 skills: brute strength, red laser beams, and a poisonous stinger. He waved dismissively. So it's strong, shoots lasers, and uses poison? One arrow ought to do it well if I'm feeling generous. With everyone still gathering, he spent another hour training hard under the Bow Master, squeezing every last drop of experience he could in case things went south. An hour later, every member of the Haoran Zhengqi guild stood ready, joined by thousands of freelance players who had rushed over after hearing the news. The plaza was a sea of banners and excited voices. Zhang Hao scanned his comrades, nodded in satisfaction, and swept his arm forward. Move out. Tens of thousands marched out of the city gate, trailed by even more curious players who just wanted to watch the spectacle. All the way, the system channel kept flashing Zhang Hao's name like a giant neon sign in the sky, and everyone wondered what kind of monster he intended to challenge today. Gao Pengfei glanced at the massive crowd behind them and felt a twinge of anxiety. How? There are 50 or 60,000 people tailing us. They're not going to steal our boss, are they? Let them try, Zhang Hao said calmly. A world boss isn't your everyday boss. 50 or 60,000 won't even dent its health. In my last life, it took over a dozen guilds and hundreds of thousands of players to bring it down, and the casualties were brutal. His words eased Gao Pengfei's nerves, and the team pressed on into the desert. On his earlier orders, every guild member had stocked up on food and water and even bought camels, so despite the blistering sun they kept their formation and moved steadily forward. The sightseers were not so fortunate. They had assumed Zhang Hao wouldn't venture deep into the dunes, but the party kept going farther and farther. The glaring sunlight turned the sand into a griddle. With no water or provisions, they sank with every step and complained nonstop. This lousy place doesn't even have an oasis. Where on earth are they heading? I'm roasting out here. Does anyone have water? There's sand in my boots and my feet are bleeding. One more mile and I'll be mummified. I'm out. Complaints rose and fell, and more people dropped out. The endless sand acted like a sieve, shaking the mass of players off bit by bit. When Gao Pengfei looked back and saw only a handful of figures left, he laughed out loud. How? The tagalongs are almost gone. Zhang Hao smiled as well. By the time we reach Kulin ruins, there will be hardly anyone left. It'll be nice to eat without an audience. An hour later they arrived at the lifeless city of Kulin. The sun-bleached walls were riddled with cracks, and the ruins stirred to life at their arrival. Gao Pengfei bustled about like a dutiful caretaker, shouting instructions. Tie the camels tight, we'll need them for the trip back. Drop your food and water skins here. There's no time to snack inside. You too, quit posing for pictures. Get ready and stop holding us up. While the shouting continued, Zhang Hao had already followed an underground passage to a heavy iron gate. He took out the lamia's head and placed it gently on a stone pedestal. The next second the head crumbled into fine sand and the gate creaked open. Oil lamps inside ignited one after another, their dim glow outlining a straight corridor. At the far end, a pearl hovered above the altar, grains of sand swirling around it like a tiny cyclone. Zhang Hao kept his gaze fixed on the corridor walls, wary of hidden traps. He drew his bow and fired several arrows at random, hoping to trigger any mechanisms. When nothing happened after a few shots, he relaxed and strode toward the sealed pearl. Zhang Hao pulled out the golden warhammer Arthur had given him, and, before smashing the orb, warned everyone to keep their distance from the temple the world boss was about to appear. They'll count down from 10, then break the seal. Move back now. 10, 9, 8, he shouted. Hearing the warning, everyone rushed to the edge of the temple, some crouching behind broken stones, tense yet thrilled to witness the boss arrival. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Hao swung the warhammer. Clang. Crack. Fractures spiderwebbed across the orb, and a blinding gold light surged out. A violent wave of energy shook the entire passage, sand raining down like an earthquake. Retreat. He yelled, sprinting away. One misstep, and he would be buried alive. Head barely cleared the temple when a deafening boom erupted. Boom. The shrine collapsed, dust twisting skyward. Instinctively, everyone stepped back, eyes fixed on the vague shadow inside the dust cloud. Zhang Hao rejoined the group, bow raised, sighting the blurry outline. Click, click, click. The beast stepped out, a scorpion as tall as a 3-story building. Its massive pincers looked able to smash 2 camels at once, and its upraised tail dripped green venom that hissed on the stone floor. A system prompt flashed. Sand Colossus moaned elite level, 65 HP, 66,749,000. Close ranks, shields up. Gao Pengfei roared. Zhang Hao already had an arrow knocked. Let's test it. Thwifus arrow shot forward. Moan crossed its pincers defensively. The arrow pinged off the dark carapace. The first volley from the archers and mages met the same fate. The giant scorpion kept its pincers locked in front like an iron wall. A heartbeat later, it lunged at the crowd, trying to crush them under its bulk. Frontline hold. Gao Pengfei and the tanks braced shoulder to shoulder. Zhang Hao knew blocking Hedon was suicide. Sure enough, when Moan hit, a dozen tanks were flung several yards, blowing a hole in the shield wall. Backline fighters rushed forward, but their skills barely scratched the beast. Its armor was too strong, and in this stance their damage was negligible. Sizzle. Moan suddenly spread its pincers and revealed blood-red eyes. In the next instant, 2 crimson beams lanced out. 687,741, 675,158, 680,750. Scarlet numbers burst everywhere. Players caught in the sweep fell like wheat before a scythe. Get down. Everyone hit the deck. Zhang Hao shouted. The survivors dropped flat, cutting further losses, but one salvo had already cost the guild over 1,000 members. Bai Lu's eyes widened in horror. This monster was terrifying. Zhang Hao shook his head. In front of an ancient beast like this, humans were pathetically small. Against the sand behemoth, Moan, even tens of thousands of players would crumble under a single charge. He switched tactics immediately, his voice crisp and steady in the command channel. Anyone still alive, spread out. Don't clash Hedon. Move in squads and use the ruins for cover. Priests, hold your heels. Don't draw Moan's attention. With sand whipping through the air, he raised his bow and fired repeatedly, planting dozens of enchanted arrows along the guild's retreat route. If Moan followed, the arrows would explode. Even a brief stagger could save lives. But the strange scorpion beast was crafty. Every time Zhang Hao looked up, Moan lifted its massive pincers to shield its torso, leaving no opening at all. His experienced critical talent ignored defense, yet if an arrow struck those iron-hard claws, a one-shot kill was far from certain. One test shot. He locked the critical damage at 100,000. The bowstring hummed, and a streak of cold light shot forward. Boom. 100,000. The number burst on screen. One pincer shattered, yet Moan's health bar didn't budge. Minus a weapon, the behemoth only grew more cautious, dragging its armored bulk backward while brandishing the remaining claw, inching toward the dark burrow that once imprisoned it. Housie, don't let it escape. Gao Pengfei shouted from behind a toppled pillar. The broken claws channeling its regenerating. Zhang Hao grit his teeth. Pale blue light pooled at the stump, but he had no sure way to halt a monster larger than a tank. Suddenly, a sapphire beam shot from the ruined shadows and struck Moan squarely. A crack rang out, thick frost spread, freezing the creature into an ice statue. Chief, kill it now. Bailu's clear voice chimed in private chat. Her ice spell carried only a 1% freeze chance, yet her Lucky Star talent had forced it to 100%. Freeze window, 3 seconds. Opportunity flashed like lightning. Zhang Hao shoved the damage slider to 70 million and growled die. He released. The arrow turned into a silver meteor and drilled into Moan's chest. A huge red number sword, and the health bar vanished. Sand exploded. The beast screamed, its thick stinger lashing wildly before spraying dark green venom in every direction. The colossal body flipped, gray-yellow belly skyward, and lay still. Ding. Congratulations on the world boss first kill, Sand Behemoth Moan. Rewards. 80,115,000 XP, 680 gold, 1 diamond chest. Server-wide announcement in 30 seconds. Hide your name? Zhang Hao exhaled a long breath. He knew experience critical could, in theory, one-shot anything, but theory meant little when monsters refused to stand still and be shot. They can run, hide, and unleash all kinds of abilities to protect themselves, so killing a powerful enemy is anything but simple. In fact, it can be extremely difficult. Take this fight, for example. If Bailu hadn't acted at the critical moment, Zhang Hao would have watched Moan retreat into its cave to heal. Its health bar would refill, its broken scorpion pincers would regenerate, and it would come out swinging again. That would have wrecked his entire rhythm and might have turned the whole trip into a failure. Clearly, sometimes a teammate is absolutely essential. When the boss finally went down, system messages flooded the screen. The players went wild, instantly comparing their XP and gold. Damn, that's a ton of XP. Over 3 million, plus 20 coins. You're hyped over 3 million? I got 13 million. Bro, how'd you pull that off? I only got 5+ million. I dealt huge damage, so my system rating was high and the reward scaled up. I'm jealous. My feather arrows kept getting blocked by its pincers. Barely any damage. Only a bit over 1 million. Quit whining. I got body checked before I could swing, scored 0 points, not a single bit of XP. In tears. Experience and gold were settled by personal score, so amounts varied, but everyone received a platinum chest, the team kill reward no one could skip. Zhang Hao handed his chest to Bailu. Xiao Bai, open mine for me. Bailu tapped it lightly and silver light flashed. 2 evolution scrolls, 1 luck scroll, 3 enhancement stones, and 2 pieces of 5-star gear. Zhang Hao grinned from ear to ear, silently admitting her luck far outclassed his. Gao Pengfei, eyes shining, shoved his chest over. Xiao Bai, please. Boom, another burst of light. 2 perfect gems, 2 evolution scrolls, 10 high-grade materials, and a 5-star item that fit him perfectly. Gao Pengfei nearly burst with joy. Xiao Bai, you're incredible. Zhang Qiao hurried up next. Sister Xiao Bai, can you open mine too? Thanks. Bailu reached out, then looked up to find herself completely surrounded. Miss Bailu, open one for me too? Hey, lucky girl, use those magic hands on my chest. With luck like that, help a brother out. Don't ask for favors empty-handed. Someone chimed in. Miss Bailu, they'll pay 10 coins as an opening fee. Her reputation as the guild's goddess of luck had spread long ago. Boxed in, she couldn't refuse, so she opened one chest after another until her hands were nearly cramping. Seeing the scene spin out of control, Zhang Hao stepped forward and raised his voice. Enough, enough. Xiao Bai's exhausted. Burned through all her luck, and it won't work anymore. That's it for today? Only then did the crowd back off. Bailu let out a breath of relief and looked gratefully at Zhang Hao. Thanks, big brother madman. Zhang Hao ruffled her snowy short hair and spoke earnestly. You've got to learn to say no to unreasonable demands, or you'll pay for it sooner or later. Got it. Bailu nodded obediently. After clearing the crowd, Zhang Hao took Bailu to loot Moan's corpse. Luck scrolls, high-tier gear, piles of gold and materials, and a beast crystal core glowing with soft violet light. It was, without doubt, a massive haul. Staring at the crystal core in his hand, Zhang Hao smiled. He was one step closer to success. I guess my HP must have shot up. Zhang Hao opened his status screen, and his health froze at 72,556,490. With a pool that massive, even 100 players could take turns pummeling him all day and still fail to kill him. The thought filled him with confidence. The recent war had also been a jackpot for every member of Howren Jingqi. Experience and gold flowed in, and high-level gear, materials, and items piled up non-stop. Everyone knew their glory was thanks to Zhang Hao. Without their leader, none of this would have happened. At the moment, guild names covered nearly half the level and power rankings, making the rest of the server seethe with envy. Today's event is over. You're free to go, Gao Pengfei announced in the guild channel, and the players began to disperse. Howsy, what's next? Zhang Hao glanced at his inventory. 8 evolution scrolls and 3 luck scrolls sat in neat rows. I'm going to try upgrading my talent, he replied. It was already 6-star, and pushing it to 7 was brutally difficult. Even with 3 luck scrolls he wasn't confident, but he had to try. He dumped all 8 evolution scrolls and the 3 luck scrolls into the upgrade panel, stared at the progress bar, and prayed. A system chime sounded failure. Had already beaten the odds 5 times in a row. He knew this attempt was a long shot, yet the disappointment still stung. Great, failed again. Time to start hoarding luck scrolls, he sighed. Bro, why not check the auction house? If someone lists a luck scroll, you can buy it instead of grinding, Zhang Hao suggested. Little sis, luck scrolls are treasure no one sells them, Zhang Hao said with a wry smile. If one did appear, it would be sniped instantly. I'd have to camp the auction house all day and do nothing else. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. Then hire a few people to watch the auction house for you. As soon as a scroll shows up, they buy it. Gao Pengfei shook his head. Xiao, that won't work. Why not? I'm not trusting strangers with my money. They could disappear with it. Too many scammers. Zhang Hao waved it off. Relax. They're rare, but if I farm a few more bosses, it'll get enough sooner or later. Bai Lu, who had been silent, spoke softly. Luck scrolls. Quang-tu, do you need some? I have a few. Oh, Zhang Hao blinked. How many? About 20-something, Bai Lu said after checking her inventory. 20-something. Zhang Hao's eyes went wide. Luck scrolls were leagues above teleport scrolls, yet she had 27 of them. A world boss might drop one at best. How did you end up with 27? Monster drops and treasure chests, Bai Lu said, blinking her beautiful eyes. I get one almost every time. Zhang Hao was speechless. So this is what a full 100 luck stat feels like, absolutely insane. Before he could finish sighing, Bai Lu lifted her hand, and a trade window popped up. She had packed every luck scroll she owned into a single offer. If Brother Madman wants them, they're all yours, Bai Lu said crisply. It took Zhang Hao 2 seconds to realize she meant it. He could only clap her shoulder and, with genuine feeling, say, thanks. With his scroll stash suddenly overflowing, he didn't dare splurge right away. Each one carried by Lu's goodwill, wasting them would be unthinkable. I burned 3 scrolls before and still failed, he calculated. This time I'll go with 5. He drew a deep breath, activated all 5 at once, and arcs of light crackled across his talent panel. Seconds later the system chimed. Congratulations. Evolution successful. Experience Frenzy Divine Gift. Effect 1 Experience Drain passive. Normal attacks grant an extra 7 EXP on hit. Effect 2 Experience Burst active. Consume 70 of your current EXP to deal an equal amount of true damage to one target, ignoring defense. The moment success flashed on the screen, all the tension inside Zhang Hao burst. He spun around and swept Bai Lu into a hug. Caught off guard, her chin bumped his shoulder, her cheeks reddened and her heart raced. Off to the side, Gao Pengfei grinned and gave a thumbs up. Congrats, Haozi. 7-star talent. Going for more? Zhang Hao had used 5 scrolls, leaving 22. Gao Pengfei figured they could throw them all in and maybe max it out. But Zhang Hao shook his head. No. Gao Pengfei blinked. Why not? On paper, 22 should be enough. Not enough, Zhang Hao said gravely. Odds aren't the whole story. The Divine Realm is capped at level 60 right now. The system won't allow max star gear because it would wreck the balance. Embedding will have a real shot only at level 100, when second advancement unlocks. He laid out his proof. In my previous life, a top player tried to push his weapon from 6 to 7 stars. He had 100 luck scrolls and still failed. That was 100 luck. Everyone was stunned. He couldn't find more scrolls and had to give up. When the cap finally rose to 100, one of his friends had saved about 30 scrolls. Same 607 upgrade success on the first try. Why? Simple. Before the cap lifts, the system hardlocks the success rate. No amount of scrolls can break that limit. Zhang Xiao blurted out. So the game sets a ceiling, no matter how many scrolls you use, it won't work. Exactly. Zhang Hao nodded and tucked the remaining 22 scrolls into his backpack. Well, save them for the level 100 patch. With that settled, he checked the time and waved to the others. Let's head back to the Imperial capital. The Heavenly Combat Ranking Tournament is about to start. Zhang Hao and his team had just returned to the Imperial capital from the Desert Kingdom. After a brief exchange with the registration officer, they were led straight into the arena. The massive grandstands were already packed, and although the match was still more than an hour away, players were chatting excitedly about tactics and recruiting last-minute teammates. The tournament, called the Skyrank Showdown, offered both solo and squad brackets. Squads could have anywhere from 3 to 5 members. Zhang Hao signed up for the squad bracket with Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Xiao. In later rounds, the system would pair squads based on strength and win-loss record. But the first matchup was completely random, so luck would decide their opening opponent. With Sister Bai on our side, our draw will be golden. Zhang Xiao squeezed Bai Lu's hand and beamed. The two had only just met, yet with Zhang Hao as the link, they were already inseparable. Gao Pengfei stroked his chin and muttered. The third princess said the first princess and second prince are sending people too. Who could they be? They're definitely not NPCs. Right? Only players can enter, Zhang Hao replied, gesturing around them. Anyone from another faction is fair game. Our third prince's followers show a gray flag. The first prince's group is yellow, and the second prince's is green. You can spot them at a glance. What if we run into our own faction? Zhang Xiao asked, worried. Cut a deal? Gao Pingfei snorted. Nobody cares who you side with. In here, it's all about winning. Zhang Hao nodded. The arena has no friends, only opponents. We'll have to fight. What are the rules? Bailu pressed. Best of 3, Zhang Hao said. Last squad standing wins. The map also spawns random power-ups, and grabbing one can flip the match in seconds. Like what? Gao Pingfei perked up. Speed boots, holy word elixirs, attack rinse plenty of goodies, Zhang Hao laughed. But even if we miss every drop, we're not losing while I'm here. His god-granted talent hundredfold attack speed, and a mountain of hit points made most opponents break into a cold sweat. My brother's unbeatable. Zhang Xiao clung to Zhang Hao's arm like a contented kitten. Gao Pingfei boomed with laughter. With Hao around, would have to try hard to lose. Their banter was cut short by a commanding announcement overhead. The inaugural Skyrank showdown is about to begin. Assigning numbers now. A crisp electronic voice rattled off designations. Zhang Hao's squad drew T135, the T indicating a team entry. Solo competitors were tagged with AD and would head to the individual arena. When the serial numbers were finally read out, the real competition began, and a server-wide livestream went live to maximize the hype. Every player online received a system prompt. One tap on the notice popped a tiny video window into the lower right corner of the screen, streaming the action in real time. It was the prelims, so tens of thousands of teams were fighting at once. Viewers could hop between rooms with a single click and watch whatever match they pleased. Zhang Hao's foreman squad was quickly paired with a team of 5. The enemy lineup: warrior, priest, assassin, mage. No shield knight. Gao Pingfei squinted, clearly surprised they had no frontliner. Do they really think they can tank our burst? Maybe those mages are scary strong, Zhang Xiao muttered. Look, they're identical. Zhang Hao noticed that too. The game's face editor only allowed minor tweaks to a basic model, so plenty of players just used their real faces. That meant the two mages were almost certainly twins. First time I've seen real-life twins in game, Bailu said with a low whistle. They really are carbon copies. Zhang Hao cared less about their looks than their possible twin synergy. He narrowed his eyes and laid out the plan. Pingfei, stick to Bailu and Xiao like glue. He'll handle the rest. We take out the double mage first. Meanwhile, the opposing warrior, Yixingbuji, was mapping out his own strategy. With his back to his teammates, he spoke in a low voice. Lucky Yusinli 4 on their side. We delete the shield knight first. The backline squishies won't last. Assassin, stealth and grab any map items you see. Priest, keep your eyes on me and don't let my HP drop below 60%. Twins, full power turn that knight into scrap. The mage brothers' IDs were I love my left hand and I love my right hand. They'd rolled their characters simultaneously and landed a pair of rare complementary talents. I love my left hand positive amplification. When a teammate's magic damage is increased, your magic damage increases by 100. I love my right hand reverse amplification. When your own magic damage is increased, your teammate's magic damage increases by 100. Their burst combo was brutally simple. One right hand drinks a potion that boosts his magic damage by even 1%, triggering reverse amplification. Left hand's damage instantly doubles. 2. That spike on left hand triggers positive amplification, doubling his damage again. The two multipliers stack, and left hand's output skyrockets to absurd levels. The brothers had steamrolled elite mobs and veteran players alike with this trick, and they were sure tonight would be no exception. A level 60 shield knight caps at 3000 defense. Right hand calculated calmly in party chat. Once we stack the buffs, a single crit fireball will hit for around 37,000. One shot, done. Once the knight drops, the 3 backline squishies fold, warrior Yixingbuji said, clenching a fist as a grin spread across his face. Boys, victory's right in front of us. The corner of his mouth curled upward. He could already taste the win. To avoid bad blood between players, everyone's name was hidden during the match. Only their faction banners were visible. Because of this, Yixingbuji had no idea he was facing the strongest player on the server. Had he known, he would have surrendered without a second thought. High above the arena, an angelic referee with snow-white wings hovered and declared, the match is about to begin. Contestants, please prepare. A massive countdown appeared in the sky. 10-9. On the blue side, Zhang Hao turned to his teammates. When it starts, fall back and protect yourselves. Leave everything else to me. Got it, Hausi? Be careful. Gao Pingfei nodded, lifting a tower shield nearly taller than he was. Behind its sides, Zhang Xiao and Bailu peeked out, gripping their weapons. Good luck, big brother. You've got this, savage bro. Zhang Hao flashed them a reassuring smile, then faced the opposition, already knocking an arrow and drawing his bow. On the red side, Yixingbuji was giving orders of his own. The archer's out. Change of plan. Twins, delete him first, then go stall their heavy. Roger. Roger. The mage twins' right-hand lover and left-hand lover spoke almost in unison. The numbers reached 0, 2, 1. Begin. Shing. The blue barrier between teams shattered, and the battle erupted. Zhang Hao's opening move was multi-shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows whistled through the air, each aimed at a different target. Yixing Buji stiffened. A level 60 archer could hit 5 people at once, but unlocking the skill cost real money, and upgrading it to tier 3 devoured gold and experience. Most players never bothered. He felt a twinge of surprise, then his screen went blood red under a storm of arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The shafts tore through armor like a machine gun, damage numbers rolling past in red. 2066. 7 EXP. 2068. 7 EXP. His health vanished in an instant. Looking down, he saw his chest bristling with arrows. Then he toppled over, the image fading to black and white. A cold system prompt rang out. You have been killed. At the same time, their priest collapsed under the arrow rain. The assassin survived only by using stealth and no longer dared reveal himself. The twins were also one-shotted. The left-hand lover managed to hurl a final fire spell that locked onto Zhang Hao. Boom. Flames erupted around Zhang Hao, kicking up dust and sending a wave of heat across the arena. Flat on his back in grayscale, Yixing Buji felt a surge of satisfaction. Nice hit. We're down, but he's not getting out unscathed. He had no idea how the archer had loosed so many arrows in an instant and wiped out their foreman squad. But one thing was beyond doubt. If I love using left hand landed a flame critical, Zhang Hao is dead for sure. 32,144. The huge red damage number hung in midair like a bolt of blood-red lightning. Yixing Buji roared inwardly. We've got this. A hit of 30,000+ would drop even a level 60 heavy knight, unless the guy had stacked every stat into constitution and worn full 5-star gear. Against a squishy archer? No contest, instant death. The flames faded. Before Yixing Buji's grin could settle, he froze. Zhang Hao hadn't fallen. He hadn't even twitched. The health bar above his head was completely full, not a sliver missing. 30,000 explosive damage, and the bar didn't budge? How much HP could an archer have? Yixing Buji felt his worldview shatter, and the other 3 were equally dumbfounded. Huh. Zhang Hao arched an eyebrow, sounding mildly surprised. A level 60 mage dealing over 30,000? Not bad. But for me, that's not even pocket change. He patted his chest to show he was utterly unharmed. Behind him, Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Qiao relaxed, victory already written on their faces. The lone stealth assassin left on the enemy team was, to them, no more than a passing breeze. Zhang Hao glanced around and called to the empty air where the assassin might be hiding. Hey, assassin bro, still want to fight? If not, just surrender and save us all some time. The arena fell silent. Moments later, the crisp system voice announced, Team T331 has forfeited. Winners, Team T135. Congratulations on advancing. A flash of light, and the scene shifted. Zhang Hao's group was back in the competition hall. Several squads were still locked in combat, so the hall was nearly empty. A stranger, a mage, sidled over and offered a quiet consolation. Lost your first match, huh? Don't sweat it. You're only out after 3 losses. You've still got a shot. He thought Zhang Hao's team had just come back from defeat. Zhang Hao only smiled, but Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao shot back at once. What are you talking about? We won. You won. Already? Impossible. The mage's jaw nearly hit the floor. What's impossible about it? Check the match record if you don't believe us. We're T135. Gao Pengfei's tone was anything but friendly. The mage pulled up a holographic screen and searched. His expression flipped to disbelief. You really did win, and with only 4 players? How'd you manage that? Bai Lu answered with a gentle smile. All thanks to Quang Tu. He soloed the entire enemy team. Still unaware of Zhang Hao's hidden nickname, the mage remained skeptical. Is this archer really that strong? You bet. Zhang Qiao straightened proudly. My brother is the best player on the whole server. The mage pressed, eager. What's his in-game name? Quang Tu. What? The mage's eyes went wide as saucers. He looked Zhang Hao up and down, awe in his gaze. You're Quang Tu, top level, top power player on the server. I actually doubted you just now. I'm really sorry. Zhang Hao waved it off casually. No worries. While Zhang Hao wasn't looking, the mage quietly raised his terminal and snapped a photo. Seconds later, he sent it to his friends' group chat with a caption, Brothers, this is Quang Tu in the flesh. If you see him, save yourselves the embarrassment and surrender on the spot. Zhang Hao had no idea that someone had snapped his photo and leaked it online. Even though the system masked player nicknames meticulously, the variety of gear and outfits made it possible to identify people with enough effort. As time passed, the lobby that had been nearly empty soon became packed. Players chattered over the recent match, losers looking dejected, winners animated and triumphant. Everyone knew it was only the first round. Victory or defeat meant little. Many blamed their loss on luck and pinned their hopes on the next stage. A system chime boomed across the dome. Round 2 will begin shortly. Teams and individuals who advanced will be transported to a new arena. Eliminated players, better luck next time. Beams of light flickered, and the crowd thinned dramatically. Light flared beneath Zhang Hao's party of 4. Their figures faded, and they reappeared in a higher-tier arena. This new hall was a clear upgrade. A springy gray-white carpet underfoot, cushioned chairs along the walls, and a silver water dispenser tucked in a corner. Instead of standing and waiting, players could now sit and rest a definite step up. Finally, a break. Gao Pengfei sighed, sinking into a padded chair with arms stretched behind his head. The game's hyper-realistic feedback made the contrast between aching muscles and sudden comfort feel almost exaggerated. Bai Lu poured Zhang Hao a cup of hot water, steam rising in thin wisps. He accepted it with a nod of thanks. Bro, if we win the next round, do we move to an even fancier place? Zhang Xiao asked, cupping her drink. Absolutely, Zhang Hao replied after a sip. The further we advance, the better the perks. They'll make sure you see the top-tier arena. Think the best hall comes with massage therapists? Gao Pengfei asked, hopeful. It does, Zhang Hao chuckled, but they cost extra. Then forget it, Gao Pengfei said with a dismissive wave. While they chatted, a lean female assassin approached. A crimson banner above her head marked her as part of the eldest princess faction. She greeted them with a polite nod. You're with the third princess faction, right? Her tone was friendly. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. What's this about? I'm offering a quick payday, she said, raising an eyebrow. Money? Gao Pengfei perked up. What kind of payday? Zhang Hao already suspected as much and kept silent. They'll give each of you 100 gold coins, she continued, still smiling. All you need to do is drop out of the next match. The Sky Rank tournament comes around every year, but chances to make free money like this are rare. 100 gold coins was no small sum enough for a full set of high-end 4-star gear. Even with a dedicated gold farming team, it would take a week to earn that much. For casual players, it was practically unreachable. Around them, other teams were hearing the same pitch from rival faction members. Many were clearly tempted. Nobody could guarantee a win in the next round, yet the glittering coins in front of them were real and immediate. So a number of players took the payout and walked away on the spot. In minutes, the arena was noticeably emptier. The female assassin checked her watch and scanned the thinning crowd, urging, time's almost up, friends. Don't miss your chance. Make a decision now. Once the match begins, the offer's gone. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. I get what you mean, but we're not withdrawing. She blinked and asked again, you're sure? 4 of you means 400 gold coins. We're not short of money, Zhang Xiao called back. 400, for 1,000 it makes no difference to me. Gao Pengfei rubbed his nose and muttered, well, it makes a difference to me. For 1,000 gold is over 5 million. The assassin snorted, her warmth vanishing. Fine. If you want to gamble, be my guest. But remember, the first princess brought a lot of ringers. The 4 of you won't even see the finals. She spun on her heel and left. Bai Lu looked around and caught plenty of unfriendly stares. Every one of those players had a red flag floating above their heads. The first princess faction had almost monopolized the field. Don't be afraid. Zhang Hao met the hostile gazes calmly. Even all of them together might not beat me. If they doubt it, they can come find out. Across the hall, the assassin hurried back to a warrior wearing a red bandana and grumbled, boss, those 4 won't take the money. They insist on playing. The bandana-clad warrior flipped a gold coin between his fingers and shrugged. A few minnows won't make waves. He took in the room with a sweep of his eyes. 2/3 of the players carried red flags, all loyal to the first princess. The remaining third belonged to the second prince and the third princess, with the second prince holding a slight edge. Numbers still favored the first princess, and a handful of stubborn opponents wouldn't change the outcome. A war of attrition will wear them out. First place is ours. He tossed the coin into the air and caught it again. The first princess put up 100,000 gold for the championship. To her, money is just numbers. In any world, enough cash settles everything. Let's clear this round first. If other factions make the next round, promise each player 1,000 gold. I refuse to believe they want bite. Round 2 is about to begin. Team pairings are now being announced. Competitors, please prepare. The system voice echoed overhead. The screen flashed. Zhang Hao's squad was matched against Team T672. A massive countdown hung in midair. 10, 9, 8. The moment it hit 0, every figure in the hall flickered and vanished. An instant later, Zhang Hao and the others landed in a sweltering tropical rainforest. Towering ancient trees rose like walls, their layered leaves forming a dense emerald ceiling that nearly blocked out the sun. Dappled light danced across the ground. Thick vines coiled around trunks, and the air reeked of damp soil mixed with the sharp scent of unfamiliar flowers. Jungle map, Zhang Hao warned. Our opponents aren't just Team T672. Something else is out here. Stay sharp. Barely had Zhang Hao finished speaking when a roar from some unknown creature echoed from deep inside the jungle. Damn, there are monsters here too? Gao Pengfei's already dark face suddenly went pale. Bai Lu pressed her lips together and scanned the surroundings warily. Why would there be monsters on a tournament map? Was it designed that way on purpose? Exactly. Zhang Hao nodded. The further the competition goes, the more varied the formats get. It's no longer just a straight-up brawl. Along with the support items I mentioned, monsters and NPCs also spawn. If you use them well, you can turn a match around in an instant. He glanced around, lowering his voice. That roar wasn't far away. Come on, let's track it down. Zhang Xiao jumped. Bro, why would we go after a monster? Shouldn't we look for the other team and finish the fight as quickly as possible? Xiao Xiao, do you have any idea how big this rainforest map is? Zhang Hao spread his fingers. It's the size of 5 starting zones put together. Finding people in a place this large is tough. Any idea why the devs set it up like that? Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao exchanged looks. After a moment of thought, Bai Lu said, so the key to this match isn't to defeat the other team, but to stay alive until the end? Bingo. Zhang Hao gave her a thumbs up. There are plenty of high-level monsters hidden around the map. Slip up once, and they'll be on your tail. To stay alive, players have to keep fighting, and that burns through potions and supplies. In the end, everyone will be running on fumes. Gao Pengfei frowned. But what if both teams just turtle up and hide? Won't the match just drag on forever? No chance. Zhang Hao shook his head. The system forces the monsters to migrate toward the players. They keep piling up until someone can't handle the swarm and gets wiped. Zhang Qiao anxiously raked a hand through her short hair. So how do we actually win this thing? Use the monsters, Zhang Hao said with a slight smile. Treat them as weapons. They'll do most of the work for us. On the other side of the rainforest map, another 5-man squad looked just as bewildered. Their lineup consisted of a mage, a heavy knight, 2 warriors, and a priest. The mage was the same woman who had tried to bribe Zhang Hao's team to forfeit her in-game name was Snow Edelweiss. The heavy knight wiped the water off his helmet and stared up at the canopy that almost hid the sky. How did we end up in a tropical rainforest all of a sudden? Is this really the arena? The warrior with the long sword looked at Snow Edelweiss. Captain, what's the plan? Snow Edelweiss surveyed the shifting green curtains around them and spoke cautiously. The map is strange, but I doubt it's very large. Let's do a sweep. We might run straight into the other team. The 5 of them pushed into the undergrowth. They had barely gone any distance when a level 60 jungle python lunged from the vines and almost dragged the rear priest away. It took a frantic scramble, but they finally managed to kill it. The priest wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death. Half a second slower, an ID had been snapped in 2. Snow Edelweiss was equally shaken. If the priest went down, their run was essentially over. This jungle is way more dangerous than we thought. Stay on full alert. Over an hour later, the 5 finally found a patch of open ground that was relatively safe, and the whole team was panting for breath. They hadn't seen a trace of the opposing team, yet they'd already run into more than a dozen monsters, burning through over half their potions. The frustration was palpable. This map is enormous. The heavy trooper grumbled. I've been walking forever, this is killing me. He was sealed inside armor that weighed well over 100 pounds. The overlapping plates on his shoulders clanged with every step, and sweat streamed from his chin, soaking the padding beneath the metal. The swordsman was just as winded. A competition? Feels more like a giant game of hide and seek. Zhuranghua tipped back her canteen, took a long drink, and wiped the water from her lips. Complaining won't help. We signed up, we play by the rules. If we can't find the enemy, they can't find us either. It's a stamina match, now whoever lasts longer wins. She had already decided the fight was about attrition, though she hadn't expected monsters could be turned into an advantage. Monster ahead. Don't move, I've got it. Zhang Hao signaled with a raised fist. Zhang Qiao narrowed her eyes, scanning the trees. Big brother, where is it? Her answer came in motion. Zhang Hao drew, knocked, and loosed. Whoop. EXP critical. 368,000. The air seemed to peel open. A color-shifting lizard snapped into view, its skin blending so perfectly with the terrain that it had been invisible a moment before. Whoa. Gao Pengfei yelped. It was fused with the background, you can't see that thing at all. How'd you spot it? Simple, Zhang Hao said, waving Bai Lu over to loot the corpse. Feel for it. Even in a game, monsters and NPCs give off a presence. Pay attention to the tiny disturbances, and you can pin them down. Try it next time. He was deliberately passing on survival tricks because when the Demon King's army finally invaded, stealth fiends wouldn't show up on optics or sensors. Instinct would be the only detector. Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu needed the practice. They dropped 7 or 8 more monsters, and Zhang Hao still hadn't slowed. Zhang Qiao wiped sweat from her forehead. Brother, what exactly are we looking for? We've killed plenty. Not the one I need, he said, waving her question away. Without it, we won't locate the real enemy. The 3 exchanged puzzled looks, but kept following after all. Zhang Hao wasn't asking them to fight. A while later they stopped at a colossal tree. 10 people linking arms couldn't have reached around its trunk, and moss filled the cracks in the bark. This is the spot. Zhang Hao patted the trunk and told Gao Pengfei, stay here and guard Bai Lu and my sister. I'm going up. You're climbing? What's up there? You'll see soon. He began to ascend, hands and feet finding holds between sparsely spaced branches and tangled vines. It took half an hour before he reached the crown. High above the canopy, the wind roared, leaves crashing like surf. The rainforest spread below him in rolling green waves that vanished at the horizon. Zhang Hao's gaze fixed on a massive nest. Inside, lying perfectly still, was an enormous egg the size of a human head, mottled red and white like a giant piece of porcelain. Giant rock egg, level 1, HP 100. Zhang Hao didn't rush in. He circled the nest first, making sure no other monsters were lying in ambush. Only then did he leap inside and scoop up the pale blue egg, no bigger than his palm. The shell was cold and solid against his chest. Easy, he murmured. I'm not going to hurt you. We'll talk when your mom gets back. Before the words had faded, a shriek split the sky. He looked up to see a black silhouette slicing through the clouds. Its wings spanned at least 20 meters, blotting out the sun. One squeeze of those talons could pulp a man. Giant rock, elite, level 70, HP, 2,675,100. Zhang Hao's expression stayed calm as he gently stroked the egg. The rock dived, razor claws closing in. At the last second he raised a barbed arrowhead, holding it a hair's breadth above the shell, and smiled. Listen, rock, I know you understand me. Let's make a deal. Under the tree. Why isn't my brother coming down? Zhang Qiao craned her neck at the towering branches, anxiety creeping in. She had pinged him several times with no reply. Gao Pengfei patted her shoulder. Relax. With your brother's skills, even a world boss might not take him down. Bai Lu suddenly said, Crazy Blade, just answer Ed wants us to climb up. The three exchanged a glance, then started up the massive trunk. From the branches they were awed by the endless green ocean below, until Zhang Hao's shout snapped them back. Stop staring, get over here. They almost lost their footing when they saw him. Zhang Hao straddled the rock's broad back, the egg cradled in his arms, waving them on. Move it, he called. We've got opponents to wipe out, and the next round to reach. Zhang Xiao's face went pale. Bro, this thing isn't going to snap at us, right? He tapped the egg. Relax. I'm holding its kid. It wouldn't dare. The giant bird gave a low rumble, as if agreeing. Nervously, the three clambered onto the rock's back and locked arms around each other's waists. At Zhang Hao's signal, the rock beat its wings. Wind screamed past, and in moments they were soaring high above the canopy. ITLL find our opponents for use and probably take them out, Zhang Hao said with a squinting grin. All we have to do is watch. Gao Pengfei laughed. How? Your grand plan is kidnap the monster's child? Fast and simple, Zhang Hao shrugged. Otherwise we'd never finish the match today. Meanwhile, on the far side of the rainforest, beside a murmuring stream, Snow Edelweiss party finally broke free of the dense jungle. The long push had drained their strength and emptied their supplies, so they decided to camp by the water, restock, and move on once they'd recovered. She knew this wasn't a good place to linger. The terrain was too open, enemies could spot them easily and monsters could surround them just as quickly, so she kept bracing for trouble. Trouble arrived right on cue. As the group prepared to move, a huge black shadow swept overhead and sunlight vanished. Everyone instinctively looked up. A monstrous bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters tore through the sky, its beating wings stirring a violent gale, yet it merely screamed past without slowing. Zhuoronghua loosened the bowstring in her chest for a moment. Apparently they weren't its target. The relief lasted only a heartbeat. She snapped at her teammates, move. Quit dawdling. Look, it's turning back. The heavy cavalier shouted, pointing skyward. The dark shape banked and raced toward them, this time on a collision course. Scatter. Zhuoronghua dove behind a boulder, screaming the warning. The others ran for cover, but the bird's dive was lightning fast. One Talon snatched a warrior off the ground. His scream was ripped apart by the wind, and a second later he fell from the clouds like a rag doll, hitting the rocks with a sickening splat. Pale, Zhuoronghua peeked out and froze. Two players were riding on the creature's back. Our opponents? She could hardly believe it. The tournament only allowed horse mounts. How were they flying a savage sky beast? Captain, it's diving again. What now? We're sitting ducks. The priest yelled from behind another boulder. In the entire T672 squad, Zhuoronghua was the only ranged fighter. The melee classes were helpless against an airborne target. She made a snap decision. Oh, keep it busy. Head for the forest. She raised her staff. Blue runes flared to life, cold gathering in her palm. Thwip. An arrow split the air and lodged in her throat, glinting with frost. Critical hit. 100,000 EXP. The system prompt burst across her view along with her own blood. The forming ice spell shattered as her face went rigid. Just before darkness closed in, she saw the man on the bird lowering his bow. Zhang Hao. Bai Lu, hold on to that egg, Zhang Hao called. Without it, the rock will turn on us. Got it. Bai Lu clutched the enormous egg tighter and nodded. Relax, maniac. Two members of T672 were already down. The remaining three sprinted toward the trees. From above, Zhang Hao loosed arrows in rapid succession, each shot dropping a player and sending them straight to the respawn point. T672 team eliminated. Match winner, T135. Congratulations, you advance. The notification flashed across Zhang Hao's display. He patted the rock's thick neck feathers. Nice work. The four riders landed. Bai Lu set the egg gently in front of the rock and backed away. Hey, race your baby untouched. The rock gave a low cry, picked up the egg, and vanished into the clouds within seconds. The rainforest dissolved, and Zhang Hao's squad reappeared in the arena lobby. Another team of 5 was already waiting. Zhang Hao glanced at them and chuckled. So it's them. Zhuoronghua's group had also materialized. Their faces darkened the moment they spotted Zhang Hao's 4, and they stalked toward them, anger written all over. You're really something, using monsters against us. Zhuanghua shouted, her fury echoing through the arena. Exactly. That's cheating, a total violation. I'm filing a complaint. I want this match annulled. Yeah, shameless. Her teammates chimed in, each outburst louder than the last. Gao Pingfei stepped forward, eyes blazing. What the hell did you just say? Who's shameless? The rules never said we couldn't use monsters. That's on you for not reading them. And even without that giant bird, my brother would still wipe the floor with you. Zhang Qiao stamped her foot in outrage, while Bai Luno fan of arguments let her face darken. No one talked about Zhang Hao that way. Enough, Zhang Hao said, raising a hand. After 2 lifetimes steeped in blood and fire, petty taunts barely registered. These kids weren't worthy enemies. His true foe was the demon Lord Axa. Spare me the righteous act, Zhuanghua snorted. If you've got the guts, fight us again right here. She challenged Zhang Hao directly. System prompt. Captain of Team T672 has challenged your team. Accept? Zhang Hao arched a brow. If they insisted on asking for a beating, had obliged them. Accept. A crimson countdown flashed overhead. 10-9. Lao Gao, take my sister and Xiaobai back. Leave the rest to me, he murmured. Give him hell. Haozi, Gao Pingfei called, pulling Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu to the edge while raising his shield. Across the way, Zhuanghua was spread out with her teammates, eyes locked on Zhang Hao as they waited for the timer to hit 0. More players had finished their matches, returned to the arena, and crowded around. They're brawling right in the lobby? Heard it's the first princess faction versus the third princess. The faction war hasn't even opened, and they're already at each other's throats. Fine by me. PvP is the heart of the game anyway. 5 on one side, 4 on the other? That archer's gonna solo all 5? Show off. Too bad there's no betting pool ID, put down a fortune. 2-1. Begin. Attack. Zhuanghua barked, lifting her staff as icy blue motes gathered at her fingertips. Frost spread, but even as she began her freezing incantation, a streak of silver split the air. Thud. A feathered arrow punched straight through her throat. 100,000. Her body jolted midair, and her health hit 0 in an instant. Eyes wide. She didn't even manage a cry before she burst into white light and collapsed. One shot again. As she died, her face was frozen in shock and frustration. Last time Shed blamed luck, thinking it was some freak critical hit. She never saw it coming. The second shot hit the exact same spot for the exact same damage. That wasn't luck or coincidence. Their opponent was terrifyingly strong. She collapsed onto her back, staring at the dim sky, while system messages filled the battle interface. Your teammate Depangdan has been slain. Your teammate Guanzhong Laohu has been slain. Your teammate Qingfu De Weixiao has been slain. Your team has been defeated. Victorious team, T135. Team chat exploded. What just happened? I'm a heavy knight, and that archer one-shot me. How high is this guy's attack? I sliced that archer a bunch of times and took over 1,000 HP, yet his bar's still full. Guys, I'm not slacking, me heals can't keep up with the speed of his basic attacks. Zhuanghua felt a jolt and typed 2 words. Kuang-tu. That archer is Kuang-tu. No wonder we got wrecked. Damn. The top player on the whole server. So it was Master Kuang-tu. We're lucky we even got to fight him. Sure, we were crushed, but it's a story we can brag about for life. Zhang Hao ignored the chatter, led his teammates to a bench, and quietly waited for the next round's bracket. Before long, every match ended, and an announcement echoed overhead. Teams and solo players who qualified in round 2 will now enter the new arena. Everyone else, better luck next time. Their vision warped, and the 3 of them were teleported into an opulent room. A wall-to-ceiling window faced them, clouds churning outside as if they were 10,000 meters in the sky. Wow, where are we? Zhang Qiao pressed her face to the glass, convinced they were floating above Longting continent. This view is incredible, Gao Pingfei exclaimed. I've flown plenty of times and never seen clouds this spectacular. Baila's eyes widened, completely absorbed by the scene outside. Zhang Hao walked to a spotless white wall, pressed a colored button, and dropped a gold coin into the slot below. Moments later, a lithe female elf entered, carrying premium liquor and smiling like a crescent moon. Please enjoy, my lord. Lao Gao, didn't you want a massage? Zhang Hao called. Hit the red button on the wall and drop in a coin. I'd use gold if I were you. Gao Pingfei scratched his head. Why? Will nobody show if I use copper? Zhang Hao shrugged. It's for your own good. If you insist on saving money, try it, just don't regret it. Ever the cheapskate, Gao Pingfei snorted. What's to regret? Worst case, the session's shorter and the pressure's lighter, right? With that, he fed a copper coin into the slot. Whatever, as long as I can relax. Knock, knock, knock. The coin had barely clinked into place when someone rapped on the door. Coming, coming. Gao Pingfei shot to the door like an arrow, already picturing the swirl of an elf's skirt. When the door swung open, he found himself staring at a wall of black fur and bulging musclia, hulking female bearfolk. Need a massage, sir? Her deep voice rumbled as a hair-covered hand slapped his shoulder. She winked. They'll make you feel like you're floating. No way. I asked for an elf, not a bear woman. Before he could protest, she tucked him under her arm like a chick and hauled him into the next room. The door slammed, and a blood-curdling scream followed. In the living room, Zhang Qiao shuddered. Bro, is Gao going to be okay? That scream was brutal. Zhang Hao shrugged with an easy smile. Hell life. That's what he gets for tossing in only one copper coin. Lesson learned. Bailu took a lazy sip of juice. So the pricier the coin, the better the service? Exactly. Zhang Hao swirled the amber liquor in his glass. If ID paid copper, ID be drinking hot water. Pay gold, and you get a vintage bottle worth hundreds outside. Realization dawned on Zhang Qiao as she eyed her golden juice. No wonder you pushed him to use gold. With a deal this good, being stingy serves him right. Bailu steered them back to business. Reckless brother, what's the next match format? Siege assault, Zhang Hao said, switching to coach mode. Each side has a castle that spawns 10 soldiers every 10 minutes. We use them to break the enemy's walls. First to capture the other castle wins. Zhang Qiao raised a hand. What if a player dies? Does the match keep going? Each of us has 3 lives. Lose all 3 and you're out. So treat them like gold, Zhang Hao warned. They were deep in discussion when the other door creaked open. The bear woman strolled out, humming, and slapped her hands together in satisfaction. Come back any time, sweetheart. She blew a kiss toward the room where Gao Pengfei lay in a heap, then waddled off. Zhang Hao stepped inside, grinning. Old Gao feel good? Feel your head. Gao Pengfei rasped, struggling upright. One more round, and that beast would have finished me. I told you not to pinch pennies, Zhang Hao laughed. Come on, pull yourself together. The match is about to start. Gao Pengfei asked weakly, Howsy, what do we actually get for winning the Sky ranking brawl? Not sure. Zhang Hao shrugged. I've heard about 500 gold coins and a 6-star piece of gear nothing top tier. In his previous life had entered the 3rd Sky ranking brawl and had been knocked out in the 2nd round. That year's champion had indeed received 500 gold coins and 1 6-star item. 500 gold coins and a 6-star item. And you call that nothing special? Gao Pengfei's eyes flew open. 500 gold coins came to more than 500,000. 6-star gear only costs a little over 100 coins, and you're too loaded to care about 500? He whistled. In truth, he wasn't wrong. Grinding monsters, looting chests, and clearing quests kept Zhang Hao's gold flowing faster than he could spend it. If you don't want the coins, just give them to me. He'll never complain about being rich, Gao grumbled, envy dripping from every word. Just then Zhang Qiao's clear voice rang in from outside. Bro, look at the sky. Your name's on the leaderboard. Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window. A pillar of light as thick as a mountain dropped from the clouds, displaying 100 shimmering names as if they were etched in the heavens. At the very top glowed Zhang Hao's in-game ID Quang 2. Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Qiao didn't make the cut. They still lacked the power to break in. Gao wasn't surprised. You being number 1 is normal. If you weren't first, that'd be weird. His eyes drifted down the list. From 2nd to 50th place, every name carried the same crest. He sucked in a breath. All of them belonged to the first princess faction. She's monopolized the entire top half. He scanned the rest. The second prince isn't exactly weak either. 48 of the bottom 50 are his players. Counting the names, Zhang Qiao asked, why are they so desperate for first place? Zhang Hao rubbed his chin. Maybe the inaugural Sky Arena Championship is hiding some special reward. The idea alone pumped him up, and he started daydreaming about what the champion's prize might be. After another hour's rest, a booming mechanical voice echoed overhead. Round 3 will begin shortly. Announcing the match team number. Everyone listened. Team T985. A massive countdown appeared outside the window. 10-9. Zhang Hao pulled his teammates close. Hey, race the plan. First, they'll lead the soldiers in an all-out assault on their castle. Old Gao, you hold our gate with everything you have. Bai, Qiao, stay on the walls and provide ranged cover. Whatever you do, don't leave the castle. Zhang Qiao frowned. Why not? As long as you're inside, you can't be hurt, Zhang Hao said. Even if you take damage, the castle soaks it up. It's got 100,000 H plenty to shield you. Step outside, and those soldiers will one-shot you. Bai Lu caught the warning. They're that strong? Every last one's a level 60 elite, Zhang Hao confirmed. Their priority is the siege. They won't touch players unless provoked, but the second you hit them, they'll swarm you until you're dead. He raised a second finger. So rule to don't lay a hand on them. Leave the soldiers to me. Gao Pengfei frowned. How? Can you really tank something that nasty? Zhang Hao flashed a confident grin. I'm sitting on tens of millions of HP, nobody's dropping me. Just guard the gate, and let me handle the rest. The horn blared, and fully armed soldiers began materializing in the courtyard inside the castle. Each siege trooper had the word elite floating above his head level 60, 800,000 HP. They wielded swords, spears, halberds, bows, crossbows, and staves, covering nearly every class in the game, and Gao Pengfei recognized them at a glance. Once their formation was set, the elite soldiers heaved open the massive gate and poured down the straight corridor that led directly to the enemy stronghold. On the wall, Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu surveyed the field. The two castles were roughly a kilometer apart, connected by a road barely 10 meters wide. With no cover, every move on either side was in plain view. Hold this position, I'm taking the troops out, Zhang Hao shouted. He waved once. vaulted off the battlements, caught up with the 10 leading elites, and charged straight for the enemy fortress. At the same time, defenders from the opposing castle surged out with their own squad of elites. 4 players followed them. 2 heavily armored cavalrymen, a mage raising his staff, and an assassin who vanished into thin air. Bailu sent a private message to Zhang Hao at once. He replied with a curt "got it," and accelerated toward the enemy. Enemy spotted. The opposing mage cried, locking onto him and starting a chant. The 2 cavalrymen raised their shields, while the assassin slipped around to flank Zhang Hao. As long as he didn't dare touch their elites, they thought they had him boxed in. But a heartbeat later, everything flipped. Zhang Hao drew his bow to full draw, cold light glinting. The first arrow pierced the lead elite. The second landed immediately after, dropping another. 2 level 60 elites with 800,000 HP each were erased in an instant. Holy crap, those were elites. The enemy players gaped. Monsters tagged elite had absurd stats that ordinary players could barely scratch. Yet Zhang Hao had one-shot 2 of them. It made no sense at all. The remaining elites roared and surrounded him, blades and spears crashing down. Zhang Hao stayed perfectly calm after absorbing the HP of 2 elites. His life bar was thick enough to last for hours. Planting his feet, he let them hack away while repeatedly raising his bow to trigger EXP critical, harvesting the 8 elites one by one. The 4 players in the distance were stunned. He's getting hammered by 8 elites and hasn't lost a sliver of health. How much HP does that guy have? Seeing the fight was hopeless, they turned and ran. If the elites can't beat him, we sure can't fall back. Move, the archer's coming. The heavy cavalry, slowed by their armor, were the last to flee. Zhang Hao closed the gap in a few strides, loosed 2 arrows, and both riders crumpled. The mage and the assassin bolted for their gate, faces drained of color, and staggered inside drenched in cold sweat. Their captain, a player named Jinwan Qi Jita Zhanshi, strode up with a dark expression. What happened? Both heavies went down at the same time. Didn't I tell you not to attack their soldiers? Convinced his teammates had ignored orders and caused the disaster, he never suspected the true culprit was someone else entirely. The assassin caught his breath and said, "No, boss, we ran into a monster. He soloed 10 elite troops and even snatched our 2 heavy cavaliers." What? One guy? Jinwan Qiji frowned. You're telling me a single player wiped the elites and stole 2 heavies? Impossible. He couldn't imagine how anyone could put up numbers like that. It's real, Captain. The assassin blurted. He's already on his way. Come out and look. The mage, panting just as hard, pointed beyond the walls. Jinwan Qiji sprinted to the gate and spotted Zhang Hao 100 meters away. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "An archer?" A viral screenshot flashed through his mind, matching the silhouette ahead. His heart lurched. Damn, that's Kwangtu. Zhang Hao's candid pic had made the rounds across the gaming scene. Every player knew that face. What Kwangtu? The assassin and mage froze like statues. Just their luck running into the server's top war god in a tournament. No wonder he's a beast. What's the point of playing now? The assassin slumped. We've got no shot. Let's just surrender. The mage had 0 fight left. Surrender sounds fine. Staying here wastes time. Jinwan Qiji didn't answer. He stared hard at Zhang Hao, weighing the odds. Outside, Zhang Hao noticed Jinwan Qiji as well, but the system wouldn't let him shoot through the gate. He'll camp here. As long as the siege troops keep coming, the castle's toast sooner or later. He retreated to the edge of his max range, over 100 meters, and held position. The moment anyone stepped outside, head loose an arrow. The elite soldiers with him were already battering the walls. Iron blades slammed stone, damage numbers floated upward, and the castle's HP kept ticking down. Zhang Hao yawned. If I could just shoot the castle, 1 arrow would end this. So much simpler. Inside the castle. Captain, you really want surrender? The assassin was baffled. Why keep stalling? Yeah, boss, the mage said. Quantus camping the gate. We step out, we die? No way to fight back. Let's surrender. Jinwan Qiji shook his head. No, I've got the perfect plan. We can still win. How? They asked in unison. Do exactly what I say and victory's ours. Jinwan Qiji flashed a confident grin. 30 minutes passed. The gate remained deserted. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, lazily watching the walls. Another 20 system soldiers arrived, bringing the assault force to 30. The pounding grew faster. At this rate, the castle would fall in an hour. Then his brow knitted. Something's wrong. In 30 minutes, not a single system soldier had exited the castle totally abnormal. By the rules, 10 spawned every 10 minutes and march out automatically. He hadn't seen one. Don't tell me Zhang Hao leapt up and hurried to the gate, peering inside. What he saw confirmed his suspicion. The city was packed with soldiers, all trapped behind the gate by Jinwan Qiji and unable to get out. For these system-controlled troops, Jinwan Qiji counted as a friendly player, so the rules forbade them from attacking him. They could only wait in the narrow passage. Once the gate reopened, they would pour out like a tide. Zhang Hao stood a short distance away. With one glance, he grasped the plan store up soldiers to the limit, then unleashed them all at once to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. A trace of disdain curled his lips. Naive. With 60 million hit points, he was confident he could survive even 300 or 3,000 elites, never mind 30. He fell back to his original defensive point, drew his bow, and fired 7 or 8 magic arrows into the ground. Each arrow dissolved into a multicolored sigil, lying in wait for anyone who stepped into its blast radius. Jinwan Shiji noticed Zhang Hao's setup, but he remained calm. He had a backup plan. "Captain, I found a support item." A private message popped up from the assassin. On Jinwan Shiji's orders, he had gone stealth, slipped outside, and combed the area for buffs. After a painstaking search, he finally located the item Attribute Boost. Attribute Boost doubles all attributes for all allies for 10 minutes. Perfect. Get back here. Wait for my signal, and use it the second I give the word. Thrilled but steady, Jinwan Shiji checked his castle's durability. About 60% remained, enough for another half hour at the current rate. If he waited for an even thicker wave of troops, their odds would skyrocket. Another spawn cycle added 10 more soldiers, bringing the total to 40. Jinwan Shiji glanced at the clock. 10 more minutes. One more batch and success would be nearly certain. If Zhang Hao struck first, 40 elites with doubled stats would shred him. If he turtled, his castle would soon fall. Minutes ticked by. 10 minutes later, the assassin slipped into position. On cue, he activated Attribute Boost. Blue-white halos rose, and buff icons appeared over the heads of all 40 elites. Only then did Jinwan Shiji step aside, opening the gate he had blocked for 40 minutes. "Go, my soldiers," he growled to himself. "Destroy them." Iron boots slammed against stone as 40 figures flooded out. Jinwan Shiji, the mage, and the assassin followed close behind, eager to watch Zhang Hao's fortress crumble. But the leading soldiers had barely crossed the threshold when interlaced, multicolored arrays flared beneath their feet. The mage recognized the effect instantly. "Boss, those are the archer's magic arrows." Jinwan Shiji's face tightened, yet he still sneered. So the madman planned ahead. "He thinks he can stop all our elites alone? Let's see him die." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao had already drawn his bow to full. Standing squarely in the soldier's path, he loosed an icy blue arrow that sliced through the night. Whoosh. 800,000, 7 experience. Huh. Zhang Hao hesitated for a split second. He had already tuned his damage to match an elite soldier's 800,000 health, yet that first arrow failed to one-shot the target. A new status icon above the soldier's head caught his eye, and he realized the enemy had used a support item to stack extra stats. While he processed this, 40 enhanced elites swarmed forward, blades, spells, and arrows converging on him at once. Outside the melee, the 3 players of Chicken Dinner Tonight shared a knowing grin. If Zhang Hao went down, victory was theirs. Their smiles lasted half a heartbeat. Zhang Hao rocketed skyward, twisted at the waist, and snapped his bowstring again and again. Arrows exploded into blinding streaks of white, raining into the crowd below. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1,600,000. 7 EXP. 1,600,000. 7 EXP. The boosted elite's health bars collapsed in an instant, each soldier clutching a mortal wound and falling. Chicken Dinner Tonight stared in disbelief. 1 arrow per kill? Damage multiplied at will. That was impossible. The assassin and mage were equally stunned. The 40 elites they had painstakingly gathered were erased in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hao landed amid a carpet of bodies. "They'll give you this. You had a clever plan." He drew another arrow at a leisurely pace. The first shot pierced the assassin's brow, preventing any last-second stealth. Against anyone else, you probably would have won. Whip. The second arrow dropped the mage where he stood. Unfortunately for you, in the one you met. His final arrow locked onto the last member of Chicken Dinner Tonight. In the face of absolute power, tricks are useless. Thud. The screen flashed gray. System prompt. You have died. A global announcement followed. T985 squad has been wiped. The winner of this match is T135. Congratulations on advancing. Back in the castle, Gao Pengfei and the others saw the message and erupted in cheers. Zhang Xiao tugged Bai Lu into an excited dance. "My brother is unbeatable." Bai Lu smiled softly, even more eager to meet Zhang Hao in real life, though she had no idea when that day would come. When the battle countdown ended, everyone returned to the floating pavilion. Having learned his lesson, Gao Pengfei tossed a gold coin at the massage menu and finally enjoyed the pampering of an elf attendant, grinning from ear to ear. Bai Lu ordered a feast of pizza and roast meat for the team, and the 4 gathered around the table. "Madman, the next match is the grand final," Bai Lu said, taking a delicate bite of pizza. "You know the format, right?" Zhang Hao nodded. "Yeah, the final goes back to basics, no gimmicks, just a face-to-face duel." "Who are we up against this time?" Zhang Xiao asked, lifting a spoonful of creamy ice cream while gazing at the blue sky beyond the picture window. High overhead, the glowing heaven list flickered. Right after Zhang Hao's name appeared, Northeast Tiger Girl, class, warrior. Zhang Hao glanced at the rankings as well and said calmly, "Odds are it's her and her team." He searched his memory but found no information on an ID called Northeast Tiger Girl. Maybe his rebirth had drawn hidden experts out of the shadows. He suspected she might be one of them. At the same moment, in another floating pavilion, Northeast Tiger Girl stood before a broad observation pane, her eyes locked on Madman Zhang Hao. Madman, it really is him, she muttered, a trace of gravity in her voice. Behind her, her teammates stood in formation. Male assassin, one strike kill. Female priest, killing you gently. Male heavy knight, die if you block me. Male archer, piercing arrow. All 5 were level 60, clad in 5-star gear. Their auras steady and restrained, clear veterans of countless battles. Boss, winner tonight, says Madman can land a single arrow for 100,000 damage, the priest frowned. All 5 of us together don't even have that much health. How do we fight that? Northeast Tiger Girl thought for a moment, then spoke with resolve. We fight anyway. Even if we lose, we go down swinging. Piercing arrow nodded hard. Exactly. This is the server-wide live-streamed finale. No backing out now. The knight grinned. We grew up together in an orphanage. Since when have we ever folded to bullies? The assassin scratched his head. But if we lose, the Zhao clan will explode, and the princess won't be happy either. Northeast Tiger Girl waved him off. Doesn't matter. Priority 1 is grabbing intel from the Zhao clan. They want to find better players than us. As for the princess, second place still earns an expedition, slot just fewer of them. Relax, we won't let her down again. She clapped her hands, pulling everyone's focus back. Stay sharp. The match hasn't started, and nothing's set. Run the plan one more time. Outside the game, Lee family villa. The old butler knocked softly, entered when summoned, and approached the silver-haired matriarch. Madam, word from the game. Our team has been eliminated. The Zhao clan is in the finals. She set aside her book and reading glasses, voice steady. Is the Liu clan facing Zhao? No, we can't trace the other side yet. Understood. She replaced her glasses and returned to her reading. Watching her untroubled expression, the butler ventured. Madam, should we try to salvage the situation? As a trusted aide, he knew certain secrets about the divine realm and understood that this game concerned humanity's future along with the Li family's fate. Seeing the Li family matriarch Li Weining looking so unconcerned left him puzzled. Had Madam already decided to throw in the towel? Under the dim wall sconce, old butler Aiming stood stiffly in front of the desk, a sheet of business intelligence pinched between his fingers. Li Weining reclined in a grand armchair, tapping the armrest with one fingertip as though waiting for a verdict. She suddenly looked up and smiled. Aiming, everything's arranged. Stop worrying. Our real battlefield isn't here at home, it's in East Asia. East Asia? Aiming blinked, then lowered his voice as realization hit him. You mean the master's illegitimate son? Exactly, Li Yunha. A chilly light flashed in Li Weining's narrowed eyes. I don't like the boy, but he's the old man's only heir. He'll have to return and take over someday. Besides, he's thriving in East Asia. Rumor has it he's already the top player on that server. I have high hopes for him. Aiming frowned. Since you drove him out last time, he's held a grudge against you. If he inherits the business, won't that put you in danger? A soft laugh slipped from Li Weining, her voice calm, yet absolute. If I say he's the family head, then he is. If I say he isn't, he's nothing. From her 70-year-old frame erupted the fierce aura of her youth, seeming to freeze the very air. Aiming felt a chill under her gaze, but it only confirmed what he already suspected. Madam had long since laid out a flawless chessboard, and Li Yunha was just another piece she could replace at will. He couldn't help but sigh. Old ginger really is spicier. Inside the novice village of the game Xinjia, the avatar Debushenji controlled by Chun Liang stood at the center of the teleportation plaza, anxiously scanning the distance. Zhang Hao had ordered him to bring 100,000 elite soldiers into the game. Manpower wasn't the problem. Longwo's million-strong army could spare that in a heartbeat. The real headache was acquiring 100,000 VR headsets. Over the past 2 weeks, Chun Liang and his department had run themselves ragged, tapping every possible channel and braving enormous budget pressure. At last they'd scraped together the required headsets, costing the nation a small fortune. The gear was now being shipped to each military district, and selected personnel were logging in one after another. Chun Liang's task was to greet them in the virtual world. Xinjia had been live for half a month. The flood of new players had already ebbed, leaving the village almost deserted and even the shops forlorn. While he was lost in thought, the ground vibrated with synchronized footfalls. Figures marched into view in perfect step. Hut, 2, 3, 4. Their cadence boomed across the plaza. Chun Liang snapped to attention, military instincts surging back, his chest swelling with hot-blooded nostalgia. Minutes later, hundreds of formations had assembled at the village entrance, each commander stepping forward to report. Commander Li He of the 101st Corps, 5,000 troops, reporting to Commander Chun. Commander Niu Tai of the 334th Corps, 13,000 troops, reporting to Commander Chun. Commander Zhao Tianhe of the 205th Corps, 30,000 troops, reporting to Commander Chun. One ringing voice after another echoed across the square. Chun Liang returned a crisp salute and shouted, "Comrades, I am Chun Liang, overall commander of this operation. Reliable intelligence indicates our world will soon be invaded by extraterrestrial beings. To protect our nation and our people, I need everything you've got." His raised hand cut through the air like a blade. Within the next 24 hours, under your respective commanders, every soldier must reach level 10. The sky over the novice village thundered with a single, resounding reply. Yes, sir. The final match is about to begin. Teams T135 and T996, please stand by. 10-9. Zhang Hao glanced back at his squad, his voice steady in their headsets. This is the last round. Stick to the plan. Fall back to the rear. Lao Gao will shield you. Gao Pengfei tightened his grip on the shield, stepped forward, and flashed a thumbs up. Relax, Haozi. I won't let a single lady get hurt. 2-1 start. A blue-white pillar of light shot up beneath their feet. In an instant they vanished, reappearing at the center of a vast circular arena nearly 100 meters wide. White stone paved the floor, gold lines traced its seams, and a cloudless sky arched overhead. The same battleground, and the same airborne angel referee from round 1. Across the field, Team T996 materialized. The system hid player names, but Zhang Hao immediately recognized the woman with the greatsword slung over her shoulder and a high ponytail, the northeastern tigress. Through the visor's slit, the tigress watched him and whispered to her team, "That archer is the madman. The moment the match starts, scatter. Don't let his multi-shot arrows tag you. One hit, and you're done. Once we split up, execute the plan," she added. "Roger, sis." The other 4 answered in unison. They knew their chances were slim, but surrender wasn't an option. Nearly the entire server was tuned in. Early rounds had too many matches to track, so T135 had flown under the radar, but their winning streak drew swelling attention. Now, at the finals, more than 10 million viewers were watching. Everyone knew T135's captain was the legendary madman. High above, the angel referee raised her staff, her voice ringing clear. "Teams ready, begin." The pale blue barrier separating the sides shattered into sparks. Instantly, T996 scattered like startled sparrows. Zhang Hao's bow was already drawn, ready to carpet the field, but their synchronized dispersal ruined the angle. He paused, one brow lifting. "Not bad. Take out the leader first." The thought flashed through his mind. He locked onto the tigress, pivoted, and charged. She seemed to expect it. Her greatsword hummed on her back, yet she didn't look back. Instead she sprinted, the distance widening. Zhang Hao frowned in surprise. His 8.77 movement speed was elite, yet she kept a steady 20+ meters between them, just outside his optimal range. "She's no pushover," he muttered, bumping her threat level up a notch. Few opponents had ever earned that. After only a few seconds, a prickle of warning crawled up his spine. Drawing the tiger from the mountain? He spun around. Sure enough, the 4996 players who'd fanned out were converging on Gao Pengfei in a shallow arc. "Lao Gao, hold the line, I'm on my way." Zhang Hao barked in team chat, whipping around and sprinting back. His opponents were even craftier than Head thought. He had to admit Head underestimated them at the start. With a god-tier talent, attack speed multiplied 100-fold, and tens of millions of HP, he had every right to dominate the field. When Dongbei Hunyu saw Zhang Hao suddenly stop chasing, she realized her kiting plan had been exposed and hurriedly warned in guild chat, "The tiger's coming back, cast the net." The 4 players had been surrounding Gao Pengfei. 2 of them instantly disengaged and dashed to the corridor Zhang Hao had to pass through. Yidao Biming slipped into stealth, leaving only a faint ripple, while Yijian Chuanxin drew his bow and fired 7 or 8 enchanted arrows that screamed through the air, then quickly fell back to a safe distance. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Those guys dared shoot at him right in front of him? As long as he slipped past the arrows without triggering their effects, they were harmless. He wasn't some mindless beast that only knew how to charge forward. But just after he dodged a lightning arrow, a murderous aura flared on his left. A cold glint flashed as Yidao Biming lunged out of stealth. "Get over there." With a roar, a fierce kick slammed into Zhang Hao's chest. Even though he managed to block, the blow hurled him several meters straight into the floating lightning arrow. Assassin skill, savage kick. Zhang Hao's heart tightened. With a 5-to-10-meter knockback, there was no way to correct his course in time. Crack! Lightning exploded. Electric arcs crawled over his armor, sparks flying. A paralysis icon instantly appeared above his head. "Nice one. Finish him now." Dongbei Hunyu shouted excitedly. Yidao Biming emerged fully, blinked behind Zhang Hao, and drove a hard stab into his back. Yijian Chuanxin refused to be outdone. He drew a full-power critical arrow and loosed it at Zhang Hao's chest. 2 scarlet damage numbers popped up. 3,370 crit. 5,118 crit. Seeing the twin crits, the 2 attackers were ecstatic. Archers had low HP with full 5-star gear. They capped at roughly 5 Thisanso. They were sure victory was theirs. Dongbei Hunyu also broke into a grin. Ambushing and killing the top war god on the server, she had never dared to dream of such glory. The spectators in the live stream went wild. "Holy crap, Madman's going down." Over 8,000 damage from 2 crits for good archers. Even a heavy knight would drop. Madman got cocky and walked right into their trap. On the other side, Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Qiao saw the ambush as well, yet they remained calm. They knew exactly what cards Zhang Hao still held. 8,000 damage. That was nowhere near fatal. Sure enough, Zhang Hao tanked both crits, and the moment the paralysis wore off he raised his bow and locked onto Yijian Chuanxin. He's still alive? Yijian Chuanxin's pupils shrank. A quick glance at Zhang Hao's health bar showed almost no decrease at all. Full HP. Of course Zhang Hao had taken damage, but against a health pool in the tens of millions it barely caused a ripple. Whoosh. 100,000. Yijian Chuanxin was one-shot and collapsed on the spot. Zhang Hao's gaze shifted to Yidao Biming, who was flash-stepping away. Before the afterimage even faded, a flare landed on the path he had to cross. Boom. Daylight flooded the area, forcing him out of stealth. Before Yidao Biming could blink a second time, an arrow buried itself in his back. 100,000. Yidao Biming dead. The sudden twist left everyone reeling. Dongbei Hunyu stared at her fallen teammate for 2 full seconds before her thoughts caught up with her eyes. 8,000 damage, and you're still breathing? Berserker, just how thick is that health bar of yours? She didn't hesitate. Blade flashing, she lunged straight at Zhang Hao. Crescent slash. A huge silver arc ripped through the air, yet Zhang Hao didn't even try to dodge. He took it heated. 2,508. Figure sit still can't kill you. Dongbei Hunyu grunted and shot a tactical command into the team channel. He'll pin the Berserker. You have to drop at least one of his teammates, just one. She knew Zhang Hao was almost impossible to finish. Losing the match was acceptable, losing face was not. If they could take a single teammate from beneath the nose of the server's top war god, even defeat would look glorious. You got it, sis. Leave it to us. Wenru de Shaisai Ni and Dang Wajasi answered together, morale soaring. They had to honor both their captain and their fallen ally. Yet the problem was clear. One was a priest, and the other a heavy knight, hardly top-tier damage dealers. Their targets? Another heavy knight and priest, plus an extra mage. Landing a kill would be rough, but their setup was ready. A heartbeat later, Wenru de Shaisai Ni vaulted upward, scissoring her legs around Dang Wajasi's neck. The move hoisted her half a meter higher, letting her peer over the enemy knight's shield and lock onto Zhang Qiao, and Bai Lu cowering behind it. What the? You can do that? Gao Pengfei's shield hand trembled. What kind of stun is this? Zhang Qiao's jaw dropped. Bai Lu reacted first. Stop gawking, they're coming. She began casting Flame Impact, but the progress bar hit 60% and flash. Wenru de Shaisai Ni's mind disruption cleanly interrupted it. System alerts flared. Chaos icons blinked over Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao, who immediately began flailing like kids high on wild mushrooms. What's happening to my body? Zhang Qiao flapped at the air like a baby sparrow. I can't control it. Gao Pengfei pecked at the ground like a panicked chicken. Confusion status were both tagged. Bai Lu stood untouched. She scratched her head. What's wrong with you two? You're fine, Xiao Bai. Gao Pengfei blurted, then caught on. Your luck tray nice. It actually triggered. Wenru de Shaisai Ni stared at her staff, then at the unscathed Bai Lu, dumbfounded. A miss? How high is her evasion? Quit staring, keep swinging. Dang Wajasi roared, bull rushing with his shield. Gao Pengfei went tumbling, an axe of frostbright steel crashing down after him. Gao Pengfei rolled with the blow, shook off the confusion, and forced himself back into guard. Wenru de Shaisai Ni lifted her staff to lock Bai Lu down again, only to have a fat, pitch-black rat leap out and clamp onto her face, sending her into a shrieking panic. Bai Lu glanced at Zhang Qiao. Qiao, that rat yours? Yup. Wenru de Shaisai Ni's earlier hit had triggered Zhang Qiao's beast affinity talent, summoning a level 10 black rat that apparently liked her opponent's face. Yet Zhang Qiao didn't order her giant rat to attack right away. She waited patiently. A level 10 rodent could never win a heat-in fight against a level 60 player, so she had to pick the perfect moment. The instant Qiu gently lifted her staff to pummel Bai Lu, Zhang Qiao whispered a command. The rat burst from the shadows and clamped onto the opponent's face. Its fangs and claws barely nicked her HP, but Qiu gently, already terrified of mice, turned ashen and shrieked non-stop. Bai Lu's eyes flashed. She began the longest channel of death lightsaber, and a crimson blade tore the air, spearing through Qiu gently's chest. A bright number popped up overhead. 6,612. Critical. With high spell power, her best skill, and a talent boost stacked together, the strike was devastating. As a cloth-wearing priest with just over 2,000 HP, Qiu gently was one-shot instantly. Nice job, Xiao Bai. Zhang Qiao cheered. Someone cover me. On the other side, Gao Pengfei was pinned down. Even with good gear, his health was dropping fast. I'm on it, brother Gao. Zhang Qiao switched to healing and fired off a stream of restores, stabilizing his HP. Bai Lu joined in, and with 3 of them focusing fire, even the fierce Dang Wajasi couldn't survive. A heartbeat later, the last opponent crashed to the ground. Woohoo, victory! Zhang Qiao threw her arms skyward and let out a howl. Gao Pengfei wiped sweat from his brow, eyed the corpses, and nodded approvingly. Kid, you've got skills. Just then, Bai Lu glanced back. She had been too busy fighting to notice Zhang Hao, but now she saw him standing off to the side, smiling faintly, while his opponent, Dongbei Hunyu, already lay on the ground. Bro, how long have you been standing there? Zhang Xiao blurted. Since Kill Yu gently hit you with confusion, Zhang Hao replied calmly. What? That was ages ago. Gao Pengfei gaped. Man, that's cold. Why didn't you help? Bai Lu stepped in. Brother Kuang Tu just wanted to toughen us up, right? Zhang Hao nodded. Exactly. To him, Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu were still too weak. If demons really came, they wouldn't hold out. Meanwhile, the courage and tactics shown by Dongbei Hunia's squad had impressed him. He'll admit, they were solid, and we learned a lot, Gao Pengfei shrugged. But we're not that hopeless, are we? Zhang Hao chuckled. They had 2 people. You had 3 and better talents. If it were the other way around, could you win? Gao Pengfei opened his mouth, but had no reply. Zhang Hao patted his shoulder. Keep grinding, old Gao. He walked over to Dongbei Hunia's fallen body, his tone respectful. The 5 of you fought well. I'm impressed. If you're willing, join my guild. If not, no hard feelings. With the apocalypse looming, Zhang Hao wanted as many strong players as possible at his side to face the incoming demon horde. Dongbei Huniu studied Zhang Hao's black and white avatar in silence. Truth be told, she was tempted. The inaugural Combat Apex tournament has come to an end, and Team T-135 has claimed the ultimate victory. A golden tone rang out across the global channel, and every player heard the system solemnly recite 4 names: Zhang Hao, Gao Pengfei, Zhang Xiao, Bai Lu. 4 massive holographic portraits then appeared in midair, hanging above the capital like 4 dazzling stars. I knew it. That archer with the terrifying damage on the stream really was Kuang Tu. Spectators erupted in the chat. The title of #1 on the Dragon Nation server is well-deserved. What I want most right now is to know what the champion prize is. System, hurry up and announce it. After a brief pause, another chime echoed through the air. Champion rewards, 10,000 gold coins, 10 platinum chests, and 1 arena emblem. In addition, the top 100 players on the champion faction's power ranking earn the right to enter the secret realm. Runner-up rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 5 platinum chests, and 1 6-star class-specific piece of gear. In addition, the top 50 players on the Grand Princess faction's power ranking earn the right to enter the secret realm. Third place rewards, 1,000 gold coins and 1 platinum chest. In addition, the top 10 players on the Second Prince faction's power ranking earn the right to enter the secret realm. The system's mechanical voice faded, and 3 rainbow pillars of light descended upon the capital cities of the 3 main factions. The champion title went to Zhang Hao's Third Princess faction, the runner-up to the Grand Princess faction led by the Northeastern Tigress, and the 3rd place to the Second Prince faction. Zhang Hao's eyes blazed with excitement, focused on 2 items in particular. The first was the arena emblem, something he had only ever seen on top-tier players in his previous life, and now he could finally hold it in his own hands. Arena emblem. Star level 1. Requirement, level 1. Attribute, talent level 1 star. Durability, 100,100. Incredible. Zhang Hao's heart pounded. He knew how hard it was to raise a talent's star level. Pushing from 7 to 8 stars normally required reaching level 100 and burning through a mountain of luck scrolls to avoid failure. Yet by simply equipping this emblem, he could experience the crushing power of an 8-star talent instantly. The emblem itself could even be upgraded if he pushed it to 9 stars and stacked it with his own talent. The results would be unimaginable. Gao Pengfei nearly jumped for joy when he obtained his emblem. Holy crap, this thing is insane. With his average talent, any star increase was a quantum leap, so he shouted and leapt around in excitement. Zhang Xiao and Bai Lu were all smiles as well. Bai Lu's talent was already 6 stars, and her luck stat sat at an astonishing 105, leaving her eager to discover what surprises the emblem would bring. The second thing that riveted Zhang Hao's attention was the secret realm the system had mentioned. He had never heard of anything like it in his previous life, meaning his rebirth had triggered some brand new variable. What kind of opportunities were hidden inside? He could hardly wait to find out. Meanwhile, the chat buzzed with speculation. Secret realm? Is it a new map or a massive dungeon? The monsters inside will definitely be brutal, but the loot must be insane. I want in. Forget it. The system clearly said only those on the power rankings can enter. Hey, big bro with access, can you record a video and share it with those of us who didn't make the cut? Of course, this is the perfect moment to grab the spotlight. After leaving the arena, Zhang Hao and his friends joined the other competitors milling about Imperial Plaza. Excitement still crackled in the air as players rehashed every move of the finals. To avoid being swarmed, Zhang Hao hid his in-game name and led Gao Pengfei and the others out of the bustling crowd. A notification chimed. You have a new friend request. The sender, Dongbei Tiger Girl, had left a brief note. Kuang Tu, I was your opponent in the finals. Mind a chat? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow so the fierce female warrior had an equally fierce handle. He tapped accept. Her first message came through immediately. You invited me to join your guild earlier. I'm sorry I can't. Zhang Hao frowned. If she couldn't join, why add him at all? Her next line explained. Straight truth, we belong to the First Princess faction. Leaving would brand us traitors. The entire faction would place a bounty on us, and every player could hunt us down. Not worth it. Zhang Hao replied quickly. I get it. Even if you can't join, we can still be friends. In his eyes, her team was strong, just the kind of allies he'd want when the demon army appeared. She paused, then wrote, "If you want to be friends, let's meet offline. The game's virtual. Face-to-face shows whether someone's genuine. Another offline meet?" Zhang Hao shrugged. "Fine, pick the time and place. He'll be there." "Great. He'll let you know." Conversation over, she turned to her teammates. "Come on, time to see the first princess." They left the plaza and hurried toward the imperial palace. With identity tokens granted by the princess herself, the guards waved them through. They crossed meticulously trimmed gardens and stopped before a side hall. After a brief announcement, they were ushered inside. Soft light filled the chamber. The first princess sat perfectly still as a court painter captured her likeness. Without shifting her pose, she spoke coolly, "I've heard you lost the match." She was striking, born with an air of cold nobility. A necklace set with a blue gem the size of a child's palm gleamed against her snow-white neck, and her layered gown radiated authority. She glanced over her shoulder, eyes deep enough to pierce a person's thoughts, lips curved in a faintly dismissive smile. "My apologies, Your Highness," Dongbei Tiger Girl said, bowing slightly respectful but far from subservient. "We won't disappoint you in the upcoming secret realm." The princess withdrew her gaze, expression unchanged. "Very well. One last chance. Retrieve that item from the secret realm, or you're out of my faction." The moment she left the eldest prince's suite, the Northeast Tigress' face clouded over. She had no real confidence in the promise she'd just made. If Zhang Hao stayed out of the secret realm, she'd feel sure of victory, but the instant he joined, their odds plummeted. "Sis, can we really get what the princess wants?" Kill whispered. Kill you gently shook her head. "Not with Madman in the mix. That guy's a monster." The tigress thought for a moment, then voiced the worry on her mind. "If we fail the eldest princess, it's no big deal, we can just switch over to Madman's camp. With him around, the third princess actually has a better shot at the throne. But the Zhao family, that'll be tricky." She rubbed her temples. "Father and son in that clan aren't fools. You can't bluff them. They'll go see them myself once we're offline." They were minor celebrities in gaming circles, which was why the Zhao family had shelled out a fortune to hire them as ringers. At first they'd thought it was just a rich kid's hobby, an easy, high-paying side job. But the longer they played, the clearer it became that this game was different. The Zhaos treated it like a serious enterprise, and when the team dug deeper, they uncovered the reason. The game could alter a player's body in the real world. After they reached level 60, the transformation was undeniable. The Northeast Tigress, once unable to lift a bag of rice, could now sprint up flights of stairs with hundreds of pounds of gear in her arms, barely winded, something no ordinary workout could explain. From then on they knew. The game was reshaping them, and they finally understood why the Zhao family cared so much. Logging out, the pod's lid slid open. The tigress sat up and stretched, her joints popping faintly. She was in a spacious suite fitted out like a luxury gym. 5 padded gaming pods in a neat row, weight machines piled in one corner, a service bell on the wall that brought staff at once. The Zhaos had set up this lounge just for them, and Zhao Bin had sworn they would be well rewarded as long as they played hard. The others climbed out of their pods, exchanged a few words, and the tigress headed straight off to find Zhao Bin. "Mr. Zhao, we lost the combat leaderboard today. I'm sorry." She gave a slight bow. Great strength was no excuse for disrespecting a patron. "It's fine, really," Zhao Bin said, rising to greet her with a warm smile. "Tigress, I know you ran into a powerhouse and did your best. I don't blame you." He motioned for her to sit, and poured a cup of warm water for her himself. "Tell me exactly what happened out there." He had watched the live feed, but he still wanted the play-by-play from someone who'd been in the fight. "Of course," the tigress said. "Our opponent was Madman, the strongest player in the entire server. One arrow from him can hit for 100,000 damage." She described the encounter in detail, and Zhao Bin's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "Madman's that strong? 100,000 damage from a single shot? That's absurd." "Mr. Zhao, I don't think that was a normal attack." Dongbei Hunyu shook her head. "It must be a skill I've never heard of. I don't know where Quanta learned it." Zhao Bin nodded slightly, resting his chin in his palm as he studied her. "That Quang Tu is pretty interesting. I'm guessing he's someone from your gaming circle. Any idea who?" "Probably not," Dongbei Hunyu replied firmly. "I know every top player around. I wouldn't overlook one." Zhao Bin let the matter drop and shifted the conversation. "Forget the tournament. Focus on the secret realm. We have to get that item." "I understand, young Master Zhao. I'll do my best." Dongbei Hunyu rose and left. When the door closed, Zhao Bin was alone. He twirled an ornate gold pen between his fingers, calculating. Many factions were after that item, and he knew Dongbei Hunyu had her own agenda in the secret realm. After a moment, he pocketed the pen and went to find his father, Zhao Haoran. In the study, Zhao Haoran was replaying an ancient chess game, his expression calm. Zhao Bin stood at his side and spoke softly. "Father, Dongbei Hunyu failed. She didn't take first place." Placing a stone, Zhao Haoran said evenly, "The tournament doesn't matter. The secret realm does. I've already reminded her about the item. I'm worried they might still fail." "Why?" "A player called Quanta showed up. He's powerful. Dongbei Hunyu can't beat him. At the name Quang-Tu, Zhao Haoran's hand paused. Quang-Tu? That sounds like the man you tried to trace last time. The one Song Yuding was looking into Zhang Hao. Is his in-game handle Quang-Tu? Yes, Zhao Haoran confirmed. He's now under special state protection. It took a lot just to learn that much. For the rest, ask Song Yuding. Understood. Zhao Bin dialed Song Yuding at once. A girl's excited voice answered. Young Master Zhao, you finally called. I'm so excited. The excitement was genuine. Any news meant progress on Zhang Hao. Zhao Bin skipped the pleasantries. Zhang Hao is under government protection. He's cooperating with officials in a game called Xinjia. His ID is Quang-Tu. Now tell me everything you know, no holding back. Song Yuding paused, then asked slyly, Young Master Zhao, can I hear a few more details first? Humph. Zhao Bin snorted. She wanted to trade information. He tossed her a few perfunctory scraps and waited. Memorizing Quang-Tu in game. Song Yuding spun a vague story, feeding him little more than fluff. That's all I've got. After the call, Song Yuding pouted. So what if they're the Zhao family? I don't have to grovel. She dialed her brother, Song Yuba, but a foreign girl answered in clumsy English, saying Yuba was gaming and unavailable. Stifling her anger, Song Yuding said, Tell my brother to call me back right away. It's urgent. She hated him fooling around outside, afraid some filthy woman would infect him with something. But her brother was incorrigible. She waited anxiously for most of the day before he finally called that night. Sis, what's up? I'm busy. Xiaobo, is that game you're playing called Divine Realm? I've heard it's way more intense than it looks. Leaning back in the car seat, Song Yuba laughed. Sis, I told you ages ago this game is insane. Peak and I are level 60 now, and our real-world stats feel totally juiced. I can run 15 laps around a soccer field in 10 minutes, and Peak knocked out a pro boxer. On the other end, Song Yuding was stunned. Seriously? Absolutely, Yuba said, brimming with pride. Our team just won the heavenly rank combat tournament and earned the right to explore the new secret realm. He lowered his voice. And hey, race the bombshell, the secret realm is borderless. Everyone's dropped on the same map. I might even run into friends from Longhua. Yuding suddenly remembered Zhang Hao and quickly warned him. Xiaobo, remember the girl I mentioned, the one we wanted you to marry for good luck? Oh, Zhang Qiao? What about her? Yuba sounded uninterested. Didn't you say her brother Zhang Hao rescued her last time? Exactly. I tried to get the police brass to teach him a lesson, but he's under state protection. Yuding hissed through her teeth. I found out Zhang Hao's in Divine Realm 2 goes by Madman, and he's supposed to be strong. Watch your back. Yuba scoffed. Sis, you're underestimating me. I'm 7th on the US power rankings. Only 6 people in the whole country can beat me. The rest are fodder. If I run into that Zhang Hao madman, or whatever, it'll wipe him in seconds. He chuckled. Peak says deaths in the secret realm carry double penalties. Used to be you just lost XP. Now you can actually drop levels. Yuding was somewhat reassured, but still uneasy. Don't get cocky, or you'll trip over your own ego. Got it, sis. Relax. Just then, a group of blonde girls strolled past the car. Yuba's eyes lit up. Gotta go, sis, busy here. Talk later. He hung up, jumped out, and hurried after them to strike up a conversation. By family estate, by Lu's bedroom. Anyone walking in would never think it was a girl's room. White walls, metal bed rails, the steady beep of a ventilator, and machines pumping nutrients around the clock made it look like an ICU. On the bed lay a silver-haired girl wearing a gaming helmet. Her face was paper white, but the medical equipment kept her chest rising and falling. Her consciousness was off on another battlefield, fighting beside her friends. Creaked door eased open. Lulu, Aunt Zhao's here to see you. An elegant woman in a white dress glided to the bedside, gently brushed by Lu's icy hand, and a faint, chilling smile flickered across her lips. I know this life is nothing but pain for you, sweetheart. Don't worry, I'll help you end it soon. Her gaze shifted to the machines, eyes narrowing. One quiet disconnect, and Bai Lu would be gone within hours. She had everything arranged. The doctor, the nurses, and the servants who normally watched over Bai Lu had all been sent away. Now, she was the only one here. A harsh white light spilled from the overhead lamp, and the surveillance indicator was pitch black. She had already cut the circuit at the breaker box, so nothing would be recorded. As soon as you're dead, the Bai fortune belongs to me and the child I'm carrying, she said, standing at the bedside with a chilling smile. You'll be free of pain, and well be rich. Isn't that a perfect ending for everyone? The heart monitor beeped in slow, steady pulses. She walked to the machine, nudging its power cord with the tip of her shoe. One flick, just a gentle lift, and the plug would slip from the socket. Everything would end. Lulu, don't blame Aunt Zhao, she murmured, gazing down at the girl on the bed. Her voice was sweet, yet as cold as a serpent's hiss. If you died in that car crash years ago, you could have spared yourself all this suffering. Since you refused, Aunt Zhao will make the choice for you tonight. She kicked sharply. Snap, the plug popped free, and every indicator light went dark. The steady beeps vanished into silence. Go join your mother. I'm sure she's been missing you, she whispered with a soft laugh. Turning to leave, she suddenly heard measured footsteps in the corridor. Panic seized her. How could anyone be here? I sent everyone away. The steps drew closer, no time to run. In an instant, she dropped to her knees, jammed the plug back into the socket, and the machines thrummed to life. The monitor's waveform fluttered once more. Just then, the door swung open. Madame Zhao? Miao Yu stepped inside, eyes locking onto Zhao Yuru. Her brow tightened as she hurried to Bai Lu's side, checking each reading with practiced ease. Then her gaze sliced toward Zhao Yuru. Were these machines just restarted? The look was so sharp it made Zhao Yera's spine prickle. Forcing a smile, she stammered, yes. I tripped over the cord and it came loose. I just plugged it back and it was an accident. Miao Yu's expression said she wasn't buying it. Zhao Yuru felt a crawl of dread and kept her smile fixed. Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing, Miao Yu replied, calm but probing. Madame Zhao, may I ask you a few questions? What questions? 3 years ago, when Bai Lu's car accident happened, where were you? Why ask me that? Do you think I planned the crash? A flash of fear crossed Zhao Yera's eyes, but she quickly raised her voice in wounded protest. I'm just making conversation, you don't need to overreact, Miao Yu said with a faint smile. Unless you're hiding something. I'm not. I didn't harm Lulu. Sweat gathered in Zhao Yera's palms, but her tone stayed hard. Then tell me, where were you that day, what were you doing, and who was with you? Miao Yu pulled out a small notebook, questioning and jotting notes like an investigator. Why should I tell you anything? You're not the police, Zhao Yuru snapped. Miao Yu paused. True. She was no longer in uniform. She was merely the Bai family's chief bodyguard now, without authority to investigate. Very well. She closed the notebook with a decisive snap. Her face remained blank. Madame Zhao, for Bai Lu's safety, please don't come here again. If you genuinely care about her, contact me and I'll accompany you. Zhao Yera's face darkened. Miao Yu had made her suspicion clear. Biting her lip, Zhao Yuru flung one last, icy remark at the door. Miss Miao, do your job and stay out of matters that don't concern you. Miao Yu's attitude toward her today set off alarm bells in Zhao Yera's mind, and she feared her secret had been exposed. She walked to the most secluded corner of the garden. The wind rustled the grass, and when she was sure no one was around, she pulled out her phone and dialed. Hello, I need to speak with Master Zhao. A brief silence followed before a leisurely male voice replied, This is Master Zhao. Who is calling? Brother, it's Yaru, she whispered, biting her lip. I need to see you. It's urgent. Come to the temple tonight. Use the back entrance. Got it. Night fell, and a thin crescent moon hung high in the sky. Clutching her handbag, Zhao Yaru followed the gravel path up the back of the mountain. Ancient branches cast claw-like shadows on either side, and a chill slid down her collar, making her shiver. She circled to the rear door of Tongtian Temple, slipped inside, and navigated the dim corridor to Master Zhao's quarters with practiced ease. The moment she pushed the door open, the scent of incense washed over her. Master Zhao sat cross-legged on a couch, his brows slightly furrowed. Little sister, what's the matter? Brother, the Bai family incident might be exposed, she blurted, speaking rapidly. Bai Chiefing just hired a female bodyguard for his daughter. The woman asked me point blank where I was when Bai Lu's car crashed. She used to be a cop. What if she uncovers something? A muscle twitched between Master Zhao's brows. Impossible. Anyone under my 5 ghost technique can't reveal anything. They remember nothing afterward, and every lead is severed. They won't trace it to us. But she wouldn't question me without a reason. She must have sensed something. Could the Bai family have turned to another Taoist practitioner? Master Zhao's expression darkened. He knew he had tampered with the driver. If another expert spotted the traces, they were in serious trouble. Brother, can you read my fortune and see what's really going on? Zhao Yaru clutched his sleeve, refusing to let go. Master Zhao sighed, lit 3 sticks of incense, and arranged 8 coins with a red thread. Candlelight flickered, throwing twisted shadows on the wall. Half an hour later the coins stilled, and his face suddenly fell. Little sister, you're facing a blood calamity in the near future. What do you mean? Am I going to die? Zhao Yaru recoiled until her back hit the wooden door. Not necessarily, but a severe injury could prove fatal, Master Zhao said, his gaze fixed on her forehead, where a wisp of black haze curled. If you don't avoid the disaster, the outcome is unpredictable. Someone wants to kill me? Is it Miao Yu? She wiped away a cold sweat, her heart pounding. She hadn't yet tasted true luxury and had no intention of dying now. The hexagram doesn't show who it is. The safest move is to leave the Bai family at once. Zhao Yera's face shifted through a dozen emotions, her teeth grinding audibly. Leaving meant cutting off her future. Staying meant facing uncertain danger. She thought of the price she had paid for the Bai fortune, betraying the man she loved most, marrying Bai Chiefing, carrying his child, even killing Bai Lu with her own hands, and a look of grim resolve flashed in her eyes. Brother, I can't go. If I leave, they'll be even more suspicious, and they'll never get back into the Bai family. She raised her head. I have no way out now. I have to fight. Master Zhao pondered for a moment, then sighed and stood. He opened a drawer, took out a yellow talisman, cinnabar ink, and a wolf hair brush. All right, he'll write you a charm. Keep it with you, and it might ward off the danger. In the game world, Zhang Hao sought out the prophet Arthur and asked him about the hidden realm. Arthur stood before a towering bookcase, adjusted the silver-rimmed round glasses on his nose, and traced a line through the air. A tome half an arm thick coalesced at his fingertips and thudded onto the wooden desk. He opened its yellowed pages and explained calmly. The so-called hidden realm is actually the world where dragons live, the dragon realm. His tone remained steady, but he added a warning. The journey will be extremely dangerous. Dragons are powerful and quick-tempered, and they are especially hostile toward outsiders. Zhang Hao nodded in silence. The memory of that blood-soaked scene was still vivid, his last live's raid on a wounded black dragon. Dragon fire had turned the sky into an inferno, dragon breath had torn the earth apart, and his companions had fallen one by one. They had only managed to wear the beast down at the cost of nearly the entire party. Now he was about to step into the dragon's lair itself, and the risk was obvious. Oh, one more thing, brave one. Arthur flipped through the tome, pages rustling, and stopped at a hand-drawn illustration. He pushed the book toward Zhang Hao. The picture showed a tall, striking man whose burning eyes sat beneath a pair of horns and a gleaming crown. This is the Dragon King. The crown on his head grants command over the entire dragon race. Defeat him, and the crown will be yours. Command the dragons. Zhang Hao stared at the illustration, pupils tightening. He knew all too well how terrifying dragon power was. With that crown he could sweep across Lungting continent, help the third princess seize the throne, or even claim a crown of his own. Yet he also understood that this was merely a virtual world created for human training. When the demon army finally invaded reality, any glory earned here would turn to dust. Even so, the dragon crown was a bargaining chip he had to win during the coming Three Kings War. The dragon's strength would be decisive. What he didn't know was that the third princess, the second prince, the Zhao family, and several shadowy factions were already after the crown as well. Once they finished discussing the realm, Zhang Hao asked, "What about the third ancient beast?" Arthur flipped to another chapter. A colored illustration appeared, a massive creature stitched together from countless human corpses, its skin bubbling with pus. "The beast of poison Sata," Arthur read aloud. "The goddess sealed it in the plague lands. Look." In the picture, green fumes spewed from the corpses' mouths and noses, withering plants and felling birds wherever they drifted. Its poison is lethal. The Lungting Empire has quarantined the area to stop the plague from spreading. Your only way in is by airship. Arthur warned again. Poison fog blankets the plague lands. Without a gas mask you will die. Zhang Hao closed the tome. He'll be ready. The Goblin Kingdom can make custom masks, 1 gold coin per set. Leaving the tower, he sent Gao Pengfei a message. "Old Gao, how's it going on your end?" Gao Pengfei had just left the auction house, counting the new coins that would fund their guild. He replied, "All done. Where to next?" "Plague lands," Zhang Hao answered, then added a new task. "But first you need to visit the Goblin Kingdom and order gas masks." "Sure. How many?" 10,000. Although the price was steep, Gao Pengfei still went to the Goblin Kingdom and ordered a batch of gas masks. 10,000 gold coins meant little to Zhang Hao. Determined to strengthen his men as quickly as possible, he paid without hesitation. While the bulk order was being filled, he bought a single mask at auction, boarded an airship, and set off for the Plague Lands to check the latest situation. The airship skimmed jagged mountains and deep ravines before settling on the outer side of the plague wall. Beside the wall stood a solitary outpost cobbled together from planks and sandbags. Lungting Empire's early warning station. If the undead ever surged outward, this post would be the first to sound the alarm. Zhang Hao jumped to the dusty, rubble-strewn ground, where 2 veteran soldiers, Hank and Cram, came to meet him. Their faded uniforms were bleached by sweat and sun, the cuffs patched and fraying. Harsh conditions and the constant threat of infection kept replacements away. They had been stationed here for years. When Cram heard that Zhang Hao planned to enter the Plague Lands alone, his brow tightened in disbelief. "Kid, this isn't a friendly place. I don't know why you'd walk in there." Dropping his voice, he added, "Chasing treasure? Take it from me, no amount of gold is worth your life." He tilted his head toward Hank, who was chopping wood nearby, and spoke even softer. Hank's boy slipped inside, trying to strike it rich. Never came back. Don't repeat his mistake. Zhang Hao followed the glance and watched Hank for a moment. He remembered that this NPC offered a hidden quest. Completing it would earn enough gold to offset the 10,000 head just spent. He stepped over. Hank laid down his axe, sawdust and sweat streaking his thick arms, and eyed him. His voice was rough and low. "My fool son, Orn, would be about your age. Know if he's still alive. But if you meet him in the Plague Lands, could you do something for me?" A quest prompt instantly appeared above Hank's head. Quest, Hank's son. Objective, find Orn, end his suffering, and return his pocket watch. Required level, 60. Reward, 560,000 XP, 5,000 gold. Zhang Hao accepted without hesitation. Hank exhaled heavily. "I know Orn can't feel pain anymore, but please make it quick." "I will," Zhang Hao promised. Dusk settled. Cram glanced at the crimson-stained clouds and warned him again. "Young warrior, night is coming. Once darkness falls, the undead crawl out of every shadow and kill anything living. You'd be better off waiting until morning." "I don't have that kind of time," Zhang Hao answered, waving him off. Cram could only lead him to the wall. A thick hemp rope dangled there, a makeshift escape line left by earlier patrols. After saying goodbye, Zhang Hao grabbed the rope, braced his boots against the stones, and climbed to the top in a few heartbeats. Beyond the parapet, a pale green fog swallowed the land, blurring everything in sight. What he could see were withered grass, cracked earth, and scattered bones. He fitted the gas mask, vaulted over the wall, and strode straight into the toxic mist. Wearing a gas mask dulled his vision and hearing, but Zhang Hao couldn't risk taking it off. Even with tens of millions of hit points, one breath of this toxin could spell death. The poisonous mist clung to him like thin swamp water, making every inhale feel heavy. Step by step, he cleared the fog on the map, the electronic grid lighting up under his boots as the sun sank below the horizon, its last rays swallowed by the gray-green haze. By nightfall, he reached a deserted village and pushed open the nearest mud hut. Spiderwebs draped the rafters, and a puff of dust billowed like smoke when disturbed no one had entered for at least a decade. Zhang Hao backed into the yard. Fog and night blended until the world felt like a sack pulled over his head. A faint, sticky rustling arose on all sides, clearly unfriendly. Zombies. Without waiting to confirm, he fired a flare skyward. The blast of light split the mist like a searchlight and sketched hundreds of warped silhouettes. Some staggered upright, others slithered on the ground, all surging toward him. 1 second later, and he would have been no Zetanos with a rotting face. Zombie LV. 60 HP, 350,000. The stat panel flashed. Zhang Hao cranked up his output, drew his bow, and blew out a skull with one shot, the XP bar jumping. The corpse twitched, then lurched to its feet again. I hate mobs you have to kill 3 times, he muttered, loosing a second arrow. The ring tightened to breathing distance. Their base damage was low, but every swipe carried deadly poison. Getting grabbed was not an option. Zhang Hao slipped through a gap and bolted back into the hut. With only one doorway, it was perfect for a Wabbit season holdout. Crouching behind the frame, he drew to full tension. His piercing arrow could skewer 10 targets in a line, turning the entrance into a meat grinder when paired with his crit build. Whip. 350,000. 350,000. Shafts punched through rancid flesh, wood impacts overlapping. While piercing arrow cooled, he cycled lightning, petrifying, and frost arrows. Any zombie clogging the doorway was stunned, frozen, or blasted. Between skills, he spammed basic shots at 100-fold attack speed. His arrows blurred into white ribbons, emptying health bars nonstop. After 30 minutes of this rotation, the final corpse toppled and stayed down. A wall of bodies blocked the doorway. Gagging on the stench, he shoved the pile aside and squeezed out. During cleanup, he searched each carcass. A pocket watch was the only clue to identify Hank's son Owen, yet he found nothing but ragged clothes and a few scattered copper coins. Zhang Hao frowned. In this vast plague zone, singling out one specific zombie was like fishing a needle from the ocean. He lacked the time and stamina to clear every Shamborlock would have to decide. Arthur had said the entire miasma originated from the poisoned behemoth Sada. To find it, he just had to follow the thickest fog. Scanning the surroundings, he saw the haze densest to the east and set off that way. Zhang Hao had judged correctly. The farther he went, the thicker the poisonous fog became. Soon he traced it to its a massive pit. Standing on the rim, he could see nothing but swirling fumes, and there was no telling how deep the hole ran. Faint zombie howls echoed off the walls, hinting at a wide chamber below. Zhang Hao frowned and slapped a bright marker on his map. Come back with gas masks. Raid the world boss. With the decision made, he pulled out and hurried back the way he had come. When he returned to the outpost, Hank and Karam were both startled and relieved to see him in one piece. Truth be told, they had feared the young man wouldn't make it back. Zhang Hao stayed at the outpost for the moment, waiting for news from Gao Pengfei. Before long, a message popped up. I'm in the Goblin Kingdom waiting for the delivery, but they say the order's too big and they're short-handed. They need 3 days to fill it. Damn goblins are jacking up the price. Gao's complaint practically overflowed the chat window. They know we're desperate, and they're the only ones who can make the gear. They're basically shaking me down. Zhang Hao replied. Curious, how much extra do they want? 1 silver per mask, Gao grumbled. Do they think I'm made of money? Zhang Hao let out a helpless laugh. Bro, that's only 100 gold for 10,000 masks. We've already spent 10,000 gold. What's a little more? Time is worth far more right now. 100 gold is still money. That's tens of thousands in real cash. I used to work half a year for that, Gao protested. Zhang Hao transferred the funds on the spot. He'll cover it. Tell the goblins to work overtime. The sooner the better, time waits for no one. Fine, Gao conceded. You're loaded these days. Spending like a king. Money makes the world go round. By dusk, the goblins handed over all 10,000 gas masks. That night, Gao rode the metro back to the imperial capital and posted in the guild channel. All hands on deck tomorrow at 8. Major operation incoming. Another event. The players of the Righteous Valor Guild erupted with excitement. As if it were New Year's Eve, another big payday was on the horizon. The next morning, the airship touched down gently. Bro. Zhang Xiao hopped out of the hatch with a huge pack and waved to Zhang Hao. Behind her came Bai Lu and, unexpectedly, Miao Yu. Bai Lu murmured an explanation. Sister Miao said she has something important for you, so we came together. Zhang Hao pulled Miao Yu aside. Her expression was grave as she got straight to the point. It's happening. A stepmother has already made her move against Bai Lu. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, surprised. In his previous life, Zhao Yuru hadn't acted until level 100, when the divine realm opened, and he had uncovered her identity while visiting Bai Lu. Now the game was only at level 60, and she was already making her move. The butterfly effect was growing stronger by the day. You caught Zhao Yuru in the act? Zhang Hao glanced toward the ward nearby. Bai Lu lay quietly on the bed, the ventilator humming steadily. She was completely unharmed, proof that Zhao Yera's scheme had failed. I arrived just as she was about to pull the plug, Miao Yu said, her fists clenched and her voice low. 1 second later, and would be looking at a tragedy. Fury simmered beneath her icy expression. She drew a deep breath and made up her mind. From today on, I'm moving in with Bai Lu. I won't leave her side. If I have to step away, someone will cover me. Zhao Yuru won't get another chance. Zhang Hao nodded in approval, then asked, is that the only reason you came to see me? I want to know who's helping Zhao Yuru. Miao Yu met his eyes, hopeful. I've asked Captain Chun to reopen the investigation into that old car crash. The driver still swears he never knew Zhao Yuru, but we brought in a specialist from another department. He found evidence that someone used the 5 ghosts technique to control the driver from a distance and cause the accident. Oh, Zhang Hao raised a brow, half skeptical. That sounds pretty far-fetched. It's real, but we have no lead on the spellcaster. That's why I'm here. You can glimpse the future. Maybe you can point me in the right direction. Zhang Hao sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry. I only see fragments of what's to come. I'm not all-knowing. He, too, wanted the mastermind exposed. Yet when they'd gone after Zhao Yuru years ago, Shed leapt from the 7th floor rather than be caught, dying on the spot. The trail ended there, beyond even his reach. Hearing this, the light in Miao Yu's eyes faded. I understand. He'll keep digging. If you learn anything new, promise you'll tell me. She nodded to Zhang Hao and the still sleeping Bai Lu, then disconnected. Inside the gaming pod, Zhang Qiao removed her helmet and asked curiously, Bro, isn't Sister Miao playing with us tonight? She's got more important things to handle. Zhang Hao ruffled his sister's hair and stood up. Come on, everyone, let's head to the outpost. We'll spend the night there. Top floor of the Lu Group headquarters, President's office. Xiahong, your team placed 3rd in the Sky Rank Battle Tournament, so we've been granted 10 spots for the Secret Realm. Are your candidates ready? Lu Chenfeng leaned against his desk, eyes sharp. They're all selected. Yulan Xiahong handed over a list respectfully. They're strong and loyal to the Lu family. Please take a look. Lu Chenfeng scanned the names and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This expedition is vital for our family, especially the Dragon Crown. We can't let outsiders claim it. I understand. Yulan Xiahong's gaze hardened. Even if everyone falls, we'll finish the mission. Lu Chenfeng patted his daughter's shoulder, his tone softening. No need for such drama. The numbers are small, the competition fierce, and the dragons troublesome, but keep your confidence. He passed her a slip of paper. I found you a few helpers. They'll ease the pressure. Helpers? Yulan Xiahong blinked. Where did you recruit them? Overseas, Lu Chenfeng said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a thin stream of smoke, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. Top-tier players, the very best. Old hag, what do you want from me? On the wide, curved screen, Li Yunhe wore only dark swim trunks, his torso half submerged in a steaming hot spring. Ripples blurred the lines of his body, and a sultry mist clouded the lens, making the heat almost palpable even through the display. On the far end of the call, Li Weiniang sat upright in an antique study, her expression nearly motionless. The secret realm will open soon. How are your preparations coming along? I've been ready for ages. Li Yunhe spread his hands as water rolled down his arms, a relaxed smile lifting the corners of his mouth. You can count on me. We agreed that once I get the Dragon Crown, you'll hand over the position of family head. That's mine by right. Li Weiniang's answering smile was thin and cold. Naturally, you are the master's only child. Even if illegitimate, you still carry Li blood. Just be sure you keep your promise. The call cut off, and the spring room fell silent. Staring at the blank screen, Li Yunhe flung a handful of hot water aside and muttered, Old witch. Does she really think I'm some naive kid? Memory slammed into him. The year had gone to the Li estate hoping to be acknowledged. Li Weiniang had driven him out, her pinched face twisted with contempt as if she were chasing off a stray dog. Her words had lodged in his skull like nails. A bastard like you thinks you deserve the Li name? Li Yun's fists tightened, knuckles whitening, his gaze turning vicious. Li Weiniang, he'll show you who truly rules the Li clan. Clack, clack, clack. Wooden sandals tapped toward him. A maid in a pale pink kimono bowed. Young master, there's a call from America. The caller says he's a friend. A friend? Li Yunhe arched a brow, took the handset, and let droplets slide down the cord to the floor. Hello, who is this? Brotherly, it's me, Song Yuba. A familiar, slightly excited male voice came through. Song Yuba, a high school classmate he hadn't seen in years. Li Yunhe wondered how the man had found this number. What do you need? He asked coolly, keeping his distance. Haha, I know you're the top player on the East Asia server of Divine Realm, so I've got a proposition. Song Yuba laughed brightly. I guarantee you'll be interested. Oh. Li Yunhe lowered the ambient volume of the spring, curiosity flickering. Let's hear it. Song Yuba's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. It's about the secret realm. Li Yun's eyes sharpened. He didn't need details to guess the target song was after the Dragon Crown too. The biggest American guild, St. Mercy, wants to team up with you to grab the crown, Song Yuba went on. This time the realm is open to everyone. Hundreds of thousands of players will rush in. In the end, only a few major powers stand a real chance. The US, Japan, Russia, and China. If we join forces first and push the others out, things get a lot easier. You wouldn't want the crown falling into China's hands, would you? Li Yunhe wiped steam from his brow, one eyebrow lifting. Song Yuba, aren't you Chinese? You don't want your own country to win. Heh. Truth is, I took American citizenship long ago. I'm an American now, definitely not some guy from China. Song Yuba spoke with unmistakable pride, as though her American passport automatically placed her above everyone else. Li Yunhe studied her for a moment, then asked, all right, how exactly do you want to work with us? Easy, just like this. Bending over the table, Song Yuba sketched out a brief plan with quick gestures, shrouding the details in mystery. 8 a.m. the next morning, Imperial Square. Members of the Howren Justice Guild formed perfect ranks in the early light, their silver badges flashing in unison. The impressive display drew nearby players, plus a swarm of reporters and streamers. Divine Realm was absurdly popular now. News outlets, game analysts, and gossip bloggers all flocked to any hint of drama. A mobilization on this scale was a goldmine for clicks. Excuse me, player, does the Howren Justice Guild have another big event today? There are so many of you here. A petite influencer in an off-shoulder top raised her selfie stick toward a spirited male player. Thrilled by the attention, he squared his shoulders. Absolutely. Our guild master is leading us to fight a world boss again. Oh, care to share where you're headed and which boss it is? The streamer leaned in, her ample figure almost touching his chest. Well, the vice master told us to keep it secret. His eyes wandered despite himself. Come on, tell me. We're not going to steal your kill. She stretched the words in a playful whine. Okay, we're going to the Plague Lands, but I honestly don't know which boss. He scratched his head and swallowed. Thanks, cutie. She winked, uploaded the clip, and within minutes tens of thousands were watching. The Plague Lands? Far away, grinding mobs. Yulang Shohong stared at her display. There's a world boss out there? She muttered. Remembering how Zhang Hao had cost her dearly last time, she forced down the urge to follow. Fine, just wait. He'll settle that score in the next dungeon. Back at Imperial Square, the gathering complete, Gao Pengfei led everyone onto the guild's airships. Dozens lifted off, trailed by media craft, all of them racing toward the Plague Lands. Everyone wanted to know what kind of boss lurked in that desolate, blighted zone. Meanwhile, by a small lake on the Plague Land's edge, Zhang Hao, his sister Zhang Qiao, and Bai Lu were fishing leisurely. The water shimmered, small fish occasionally breaking the surface. Suddenly Zhang Qiao pointed skyward. Bro, look, our people are here. Zhang Hao set his rod aside and smiled. Dense formations of airships sliced through the clouds. Come on, let's greet them. In the watchtower of a nearby outpost, Hank and Clam also spotted the fleet, staring in disbelief. So many airships, are they from the Empire? Hank rubbed his eyes. No way. The Empire hasn't shown up here in 10 years, Clam said, still staring upward. Then who are they? Minutes later the ships landed outside the outpost, gangplanks thudding down as Howren Justice members streamed out. Gao Pengfei jogged up to Zhang Hao, snapped a stiff salute, and reported with earnest seriousness, Guildmaster, Howren Justice is assembled and awaiting orders. Zhang Hao chuckled at his formality and patted his shoulder. Good work, Vice Master. He'll bump your pay later. Both men laughed, the tension instantly easing. At the outpost gate, Zhang Hao gathered everyone and outlined the plan route, roles, precautions, even the supplies, confirming each point. Reporters and curious players hovered nearby, but he wasn't worried. No one but him could take down this world boss. With the briefing done, Zhang Hao signaled the march. The guild formed a column, crossed the grass, and halted before the gate. Looking up at the stunned Hank and Clam, he called, "Open up." Hank and Clam exchanged shocked glances. You mean all these people are under your command? Zhang Hao nodded, and the two veterans opposite him looked as if their jaws could each swallow an egg. Kid, who on earth are you? How did you gather such a force? Cram gaped at the endless column behind Zhang Hao, shock thick in his voice. Hank wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Years of combat had trained his eye. One glance told him this 10,000-strong host was superbly equipped and disciplined elite troops by any imperial standard. I'm just an ordinary man, Zhang Hao said modestly, though a hint of amusement colored his tone. Brothers, could you open the gate? It'll be far easier for my men to march straight into the Plague Lands than to haul everyone over the wall on a single rope. Hank hesitated. The gate had been sealed for more than a decade. Without an imperial order, it was forbidden to open it. If a tide of undead poured out, who would answer for it? Cram clapped him on the shoulder. Hank, stop wavering. The Empire will never reclaim this wasteland. This young man is our last hope. If he wipes out the zombies, we can finally retire in peace. Hank's face stayed rigid until Cram lowered his voice. Don't you want him to help you find your son? Fine. The word son broke his resistance. But hear me. The gate stays open for only 20 hours. If you're not back, we seal it again. Understood, brother. Zhang Hao agreed at once. The veterans led the crowd to a doorless stretch of ruined wall. Cram and Hank pressed their palms to a dark stone. Glowing runes spread across its surface. With a grinding roar, the wall shifted like massive gears, dust pouring down until a gap more than 10 meters wide appeared. Go. And remember you have 24 hours to return. Hank reminded them. Zhang Hao raised a hand. Nearly 10,000 players donned gas masks in unison and filed into the plague lands. Journalists stayed outside the breach, filming from a safe distance. Listen up. Zhang Hao relayed his orders. Undead here have to be killed 3 times before they stay down. Priests will lead holy light hits them the hardest. Fire mages provide backup. The fog is toxic. Stay together. The column advanced in perfect order. About an hour later, a scout raced back, breathing hard. Large pack of zombies ahead. Prepare for battle. Vice Chairman Gao Pengfei roared. Heavy cavalry on the flanks, warriors behind them, ranged classes in the center. Priests spearhead the assault mages use fire. Everyone else cover as needed. Cylindrical formation now. They had barely locked formation when growls and chaotic footsteps echoed through the poisonous mist. Seconds later, countless zombies burst out, mangled limbs flailing as they charged the line. Zombies incoming, hold the line. Don't get scratched, or the poison will get you. Don't be shy, brothers pour on the holy light. Streams of golden brilliance fell like meteors onto the zombies, and the dazzling radiance instantly ignited their rotting flesh. The undead howled and writhed as flames and acrid smoke intertwined, scarlet damage numbers bursting above their heads. Within moments, every zombie hit the ground and stopped moving. Zhang Hao still stood on Gao Pengfei's broad shoulders, one hand shielding his eyes from the windblown sand as he strained to see the distant battlefield. Good. The zombies are under control, he judged. Priests, keep it up and well wipe them out. Howsy, can the ones killed by priests come back? Gao Pengfei shouted up at him. They can, but it takes time. They won't get up right away. Zhang Hao paused, then added, as soon as we clear this wave, we pull out. By the time they revive, we'll be long gone. Gao Pengfei frowned. But zombies don't drop loot unless they're finished off. Wouldn't that be a waste of ammo and supplies? Chump change, Zhang Hao answered confidently. Once we take down the world boss, the rewards will be tenfold. Turning every zombie into mincemeat just isn't worth the bullets, potions, and scrolls. Gao Pengfei nodded. All right, your call. In less than 10 minutes, the tidal wave of undead collapsed. The players stepped over heaps of corpses and pushed deeper into the plague lands. Past that abandoned town up ahead is our rally point, Zhang Hao reminded the guild channel. But there's almost certainly an ambush inside. Stay sharp. He would have preferred a detour, but that would cost at least 2 extra hours. The veterans had given them a 24-hour window, and they still had to kill the world boss and retrace their steps. There was no time to spare. Want to send the rogues in first? Gao Pengfei suggested. If there's an ambush, they can spot it early and save the main force some pain. Zhang Hao shook his head. There'll be monsters for sure. Sending rogues alone is suicide. Better to push in together. If we do hit zombies, we can concentrate fire. The plan set, the force advanced. To protect the ranged classes, Zhang Hao switched them into squad link formation, 10 players per squad. 3 heavy cavaliers on point, 2 priests in the rear for heals, a warrior on each flank, a rogue roaming the gaps, with archers and mages anchoring the back. The squad stayed within 5 meters of one another so they could merge lines and form crossfire if swarmed. The layout paid off. The moment they turned into a narrow alley, zombies lunged, but the heavy cavaliers' shield wall held. Archers and mages answered with a volley of firestorms, while rogues finished stragglers from the shadows. Not a single casualty. Formation's rock solid. Gao Pengfei gave a thumbs up. Howsy, you strategize like you've actually served. Zhang Hao merely smiled. In his previous life, had been a senior commander in the human coalition. Battle formations were as natural as breathing. And zombies, lacking all coordination, only made his linked tactics more lethal. Within half an hour they cleared the decaying brick and stone maze. Armor and robes mingled with rotting limbs underfoot, footsteps echoing along empty streets. When they looked up, the lair of the world boss loomed straight ahead. Howsy, are you telling me the world boss is down there at the bottom of this crater? Poisonous fog, thick as ink, poured from the opening. Gao Pengfei leaned over the edge, his brow nodding. What if the place is crawling with zombies? If we get surrounded, we're done for. Heavy mist, narrow tunnels, there'd be nowhere to run. Zhang Hao clapped him on the shoulder. Relax. Only the 2 of us are going down. Everyone else stays on watch. Color drained from Gao Pengfei's face. Howsy, you go ahead. He'll stay up here and cheer. Cut it out, I need backup. Zhang Hao grabbed him and started forward. The commotion drew Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu. Brother, I'm a priest. I can handle the undead, Zhang Qiao said, raising her staff. I can cast fire spells, Bailu added in a small voice. Zhang Hao weighed the risks, then nodded. All right, we go as a team. The four of them descended the spiral ramp. It had once been a mine. Rust-streaked or cart sat on broken rails, and piles of discarded rock lined the walls. No bodies lay in sight. The miners were clearly farther below. The fog thickened. Distant snarls echoed up the shaft, making Gao Pengfei shiver. Howsy, you know I can't even watch zombie movies. Dragging me down here, you're a real pal. Visibility dropped to barely 2 meters, so they linked hands. Zhang Hao felt Baila's soft palm in his and hesitated for a heartbeat, but there was no time to dwell on it. Whoosh! A shadow lunged. Instinct kicked in. Gao Pengfei raised his battered shield, stopping the zombie's twisted fangs. Its rotting face pushed through the mist, foul saliva splattering across the metal. Chow chow, a little help. Gao Pengfei hammered at it with his mace. Bone and brains flew, but the creature kept coming. On it, Brother Gao. Zhang Qiao lifted her staff. A burst of holy light engulfed the zombie, and its screech faded into sparks. Holy, thought I was a goner. Gao Pengfei panted, only for 7 or 8 more zombies to burst from the fog. Come on, give us a break. He shouted. Zhang Hao and Bailu flanked the pack. Fireballs and steel flashed until the last corpse fell. They pushed on for another half hour. Several more waves of undead appeared, but still no bottom in sight. Exhausted, Gao Pengfei slumped onto a rusted cart, gasping. Howsy, how deep is this pit? Are we ever going to reach the end? Zhang Hao stepped to the edge. The fog below boiled like a sea, hiding everything. He picked up a fist-sized rock and let it fall. 1, 2, 3, he reached 10 before a faint thud drifted back up the shaft. We're still more than 300 meters from the surface. If we follow the tunnel all the way down, it might take longer, but we'll be topside in 20 minutes at most. They leaned against the rock wall, gulping air. After a quick round of potions, they pushed on, cutting down several fresh waves of charging zombies. Splintered bones and torn limbs skittered at their feet until they finally stepped onto the pit's floor. Oddly, the poison fog thinned here, and the shapes around them became clear. Bro, is that the orb sealing the world boss? Zhang Qiao lifted her short bow and pointed at the golden sphere atop the altar. That's the one. Zhang Hao nodded, but he didn't swing at it yet. Last time the shockwave had hit like a bomb, enough to cripple anyone in range. They had to find a way out first. His eyes fell on an abandoned mine cart near the ledge, and an idea flashed. Old Gao, Chow, you two and Xiaobai get in that cart and hold on tight. Gao Pengfei gave the cart a glance and caught on instantly. Howsy, you're planning to let the blast launch us straight out of the shaft when the boss appears, right? Exactly. Scary, but ITLL only cost a bit of HP, won't die. Zhang Hao grinned. Sounds awesome. Zhang Qiao squealed like she was about to ride a roller coaster, and Bailu's eyes sparkled. She hadn't been on one in ages. It's settled. Gao Pengfei helped the 2 girls into the cart, then yelled back, break the seal, and jump in after us. Got it. Zhang Hao strode to the altar, hefted his iron hammer, and swung with both hands. Crack. The golden orb fractured. Black vapor erupted in torrents, twisting into a snarling skull. The ground quaked. Ghostly wails rose from the depths, and jagged fissures opened as green poison jets shrieked skyward. Zhang Hao weaved between the jets and sprinted for the cart. Brother, hurry. Run, madman. Zhang Qiao and Bailu shouted, hearts in their throats. Zhang Hao vaulted over a pile of rubble and landed inside, and everyone finally breathed again. Hold tight, we're about to fly, he warned. The pit floor collapsed, and a brutal shockwave blasted upward like a rocket plume, hurling the cart into the air so fast their vision blurred. Haha, this is insane. Zhang Qiao hooped, arms flailing. Bailu was just as thrilled, while Gao Pengfei went chalk white. Eyes squeezed shut, his fear of heights in full control. At the rim, waiting players heard the roar and staggered back. A massive green column punched through the clouds like a volcanic blast, and inside, it was a minecart. The cart peaked hundreds of meters up, then began its free fall. We're gonna die? Gao Pengfei shrieked, voice cracking. We won't. Zhang Hao drew his bow, took aim, and fired. Quicksand arrow. The magic arrow struck below, solid stone liquefied into thick, swirling sand. The cart plunged into it, the soft grains absorbing the impact and trimming off only a few dozen HP. They exhaled as one, clambered out, and turned toward the yawning shaft. In the dense green haze, a colossal shadow was climbing to the surface. Poison Behemoth Sata, Elite Level 60, HP 65,990,000. Damn, what is that thing? It's revolting. The instant Gao Pengfei saw Sata, his stomach lurched. The creature was a writhing heap of human limbs, arms, legs, and mangled torsos coiled together like twisted vines. Dozens of heads jutted from the mass, teeth bared, eyeballs bulging as though ready to pop. From a few gaping throats came shrill, blood-curdling screams that prickled every nerve. He wasn't the only one fighting nausea. The players around him turned ghost white, and several women retched on the spot. How many people has that monster eaten? Zhang Xiao's knees buckled. She clung to Bailu, who looked just as horrified. Quit staring, get ready. Zhang Hao had already knocked an arrow, damage gauge maxed out. One critical hit could dish out more than 60 million damage, enough to leave Sada hanging by a thread for a quick follow-up shot. He drew the bow to its limit, but at that moment every contorted head on Sada's surface yawned open, spewing a thick green miasma. The cloud swallowed the beast and wiped out Zhang Hao's line of sight. No good, I can't see him. If this shot misses, all that EXP is wasted. He lowered the bow, forcing himself to stay calm. Gao Pingfei snapped out orders. Range classes, fire. Heavy knights formed a shield wall while archers and mages poured arrows and spells into the haze. Every streak of light disappeared into the fog without a single hit prompt. Where'd it go? This fog is too thick, can't we get a breeze in here? Grumbling spread through the ranks, but Gao tried to steady them. Hold formation. Crack, crack. The ground split beneath them, and rotting hands shot up, clamping onto players' ankles. Zombies from underground. It's chewing my leg. Help, impined. Chaos exploded. The sudden swarm shattered their formation. One corpse lashed onto Zhang Qiao's ankle, jaw snapping. Bai Lu stabbed her staff straight through its skull. A wet crunch sent gore splattering across Zhang Qiao's boots. Thanks, Bai Lu. Zhang Qiao's lips were purple, her body rigid with fear. Zhang Hao threw himself in front of his sister and Bai Lu. Elsewhere, Gao Pingfei kept barking orders, but inside the poison cloud the zombie numbers skyrocketed. Death notices flooded the team channel faster than he could read them. Gao, we can't stay here, fall back now. Zhang Hao shouted. Gao didn't hesitate. Everyone's still breathing. Break east, head for the forest. The players sprinted, finally bursting free of the toxic cloud. By the time the last survivor crossed the boundary, the system reported over 50% casualties. Stay calm, everyone. Zhang Hao addressed the guild channel personally, firing everyone up. Victory and defeat are part of the game. Even if you die, it's fine. Once I take down the world boss, the priests will resurrect you, and any lost gear or experience will be covered by the guild. With their leader's promise, the players who had been panicking over their deaths fell silent. Hauga, this place is choking with fog. How are we supposed to fight? Gao Pingfei peered around. Thick green poisonous mist coiled everywhere, so dense he couldn't see his own hand. The enemies could spot them, but they were effectively blind, and so far only normal zombies had shown up. The world boss was nowhere in sight. We have to clear the poison first, Zhang Hao said after a brief pause, issuing orders at once. Poison or not, it's still fog. Heat it up and the moisture will condense and disperse. Everyone, get into the forest and cut down the biggest logs you can find. All mages, gather and prep fire spells. Commands rippled outward. Warriors charged into the nearby woods, axes biting into trunks as trees toppled. Thick logs, each as wide as a bowl and over 10 feet long, were hoisted on his shoulders or rolled to the edge of the battlefield, then shoved into the toxic haze. The mages raised their staves. Fireballs and flame walls rained down. Boom, each log erupted in crimson fire. Zhang Hao didn't let up. Keep them coming. Turn this whole place into a sea of flames. The blaze spread, waves of heat surging outward. Forced by the high temperature, the poison mist condensed into large droplets that pattered to the ground, pooling into shallow puddles in seconds. The fog's gone, vision's back, Gao Pingfei exclaimed as the view snapped into focus. Hundreds of zombies staggered aimlessly across the clearing, many already ignited and turning to charred husks. Farther out, the world boss Sada materialized on scorched earth, still spewing poison, but the burning logs kept the vapors from reforming into a new shroud. At last you show yourself, you bastard. Zhang Hao stopped just outside Sada's attack range and drew his bow to full. Whip. Crit. 57,571,160. Before everyone's eyes, Sada's health plummeted by 90%, leaving only a sliver. Riding the momentum, Zhang Hao adjusted his damage output and knocked another arrow. The second shot streaked through the air, and the health bar hit 0. We did it. A tidal roar of cheers erupted from the rear. He two-shotted the world boss. 60+ million HP gone. Our guild master is a beast. Yet amid the jubilation, Zhang Hao's brow tightened. The system hadn't announced the kill. He stared at Sada's corpse as the outer shell of human remains sloughed off, peeling away like a shed skin to reveal the monster's true form. A gigantic human skull the height of a 10-story building. The interface updated at once. Venomous Colossus Sada Elite. Level, 65. Health, 82,264,800. Damn, it just shot back up to 82 million. Someone yelped over comms. How are we supposed to beat that? I can't believe it didn't die and got even stronger. Have faith in Madman Zhang. No matter how tough it is, he'll bring it down. Players tried to sound brave, even as doubt crept in. The clamor faded for Zhang Hao, head muted at all, eyes locked on the towering monster. He tweaked his damage settings again and prepared for the next round. The world boss Sada had finally revealed its true form, and Zhang Hao knew the creature's real power was only beginning. A massive ash-gray skull hovered overhead, emerald poison mist seeping from every bone seam, chilling the air until it nearly froze. Zhang Hao tightened his grip on his longbow. From experience, He knew the skeleton's defenses would be just as strong as the shell he had already cracked, but against his critical strikes, even the toughest armor was worthless. Whip. The bowstring sang. Critical strike. 48,744,112. The arrow pierced the toxic haze and buried itself in Sada's forehead. Half of the boss health evaporated in an instant. A roar burst from its jagged fangs, and twin green flames flared in its empty eye sockets. Its broken jaws opened as it began a soundless chant. A heartbeat later, hundreds of swirling green vortices appeared both in the sky and on the ground. They spun violently, sucking in loose stones and grinding them to dust. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed. His body moved before his mind. He sprang away just as a vortex opened beneath him, far too close for comfort. Good thing I dodged in time, he muttered, racing along each vortex's edge, never giving the poison a chance to touch him. Again, he planted his feet, drew the bow to a full crescent. Whip. Critical strike. 33,055,448. Sada's health plummeted again, and the distant onlookers erupted. One more shot, and it's done. Guildmaster, keep going. That damage is crazy. Yet Zhang Hao stayed calm. Dropping your guard a moment before victory was the worst mistake you could make against a world boss. Sada proved him right. Two barrel-thick beams of green light blasted from its eyes, shrieking toward Zhang Hao and gouging scorched black lines across the rock. The beams were terrifyingly fast, leaving nowhere to hide. Zhang Hao drew a slow breath, braced himself, and chose to take the hit heat in. He knocked his final arrow and aimed at the ghost fire between Sada's brows. Whip. Critical strike. 22,443,607. At the same instant, the green beams smashed into his chest. 41,331,441. 580,440 poison damage. 580,612 poison damage. 580,559 poison damage. Agony and numbness intertwined, but cracks spread across Sada's brow first. A series of snaps echoed, and the entire skull shattered, raining gray shards to the ground. The ghost fire winked out, and the poison mist dispersed. Ding. Congratulations. First kill of world boss toxic behemoth Sada. Rewards. 170,054,400 experience. 1,380 gold coins. 1 diamond chest. A server-wide announcement will follow. Hide your name. Reading the prompt, Zhang Hao finally exhaled. That last blast had erased 80% of his health, and the poison was still ticking for over 500,000 a second. Without his massive HP pool, he would have died on the spot. Still, the fight paid off. By draining more than 80 million health from Sada, Zhang Hao's own cap now stood at a staggering 200 million. Even so, he couldn't relax. Only a few million hit points remained, and if he didn't act fast, the poison would finish him. He dropped to the ground and gulped down antidote and healing potions, while Zhang Xiao arrived with a swarm of priests who surrounded him and poured every spell they had into his health bar. Hundreds of white-robed clerics formed a half circle, the gems on their staffs flashing as streams of holy light flowed into Zhang Hao. Even after 10 minutes, his HP had climbed a miserable 10%. How much health does the boss have? We're out of mana, and his bar hasn't even twitched. An army of healers can't top him off. This HP pool is insane. When his life finally crawled to 30%, Zhang Hao raised a hand. Xiao, let everyone take a break. They'll log off at the inn and sleep it back to full. Don't waste any more potions. Some priests clicked their tongues. A level 60 heal peaked at 1,000 HP, yet Zhang Hao carried 60+ million. Even draining the whole raid's mana barely moved the needle. With the healing paused, he walked over to Sada's corpse. Inside the massive, brittle skeleton, the only intact piece was a rotting heart, black, viscous, and the source of the plague cloud. Xiaobai, come loot. On my way. Bai Lu hurried over, pressed her hand to the heart, and a loot window scrolled for a full minute before stopping. My bag's full, she pouted. Zhang Hao shifted the overflow into his own pack, then noticed a rusty pocket watch among the gray icon's quest item, Orn's watch. So the world boss had it all along. Final haul. 1. Luck scroll 3. 2. Perfect gems, 2 blue defense, black dark magic. 3. Spirit rune 1. Zhang Hao handed the spirit rune to Xiao and Bai Lu, gave the blue gem to Old Gao for extra defense, and stored the black gem for Bai Lu's second class change. Fallen players were resurrected one by one, their losses reimbursed by Gao Pengfei. After an hour's rest, the party set out and reached the outpost within the 24-hour limit. Old Hank and Cram saw them return and finally relaxed. Brother Hank, do you recognize this? Zhang Hao passed him the rusty watch. Hank's hands shook. It was the birthday gift he had once given his son. Tears blurred his vision. Thank you for letting my boy rest in peace. Ding. Quest Old Hank's son completed 5,000 gold awarded. Zhang Hao immediately turned the money over to Gao Pengfei to patch the guild's budget. With the world boss event wrapped up, everyone split. Gao Pengfei logged off to visit his grandmother, while Zhang Hao headed for Grey Castle and a promised audience with the third princess. More rewards were waiting. Inside the castle's brightly lit reception hall, the princess greeted him with a radiant smile. Hero, Moore has already told me you won the tournament. Congratulations. Ding. Quest investigate the arena championship completed, rewards delivered. Zhang Hao got straight to the point. Your Highness, why did you need me to take first place? She raised a silver goblet and took a sip, her eyes gleaming. You've heard that the tournament unlocks a secret realm, the dragon's homeland. Their ruler, the Dragon Emperor, wears a crown that can command every dragon. Zhang Hao already knew this from the prophet Arthur, so he wasn't surprised. If you can claim that crown, she continued, and help me defeat the other heirs, I will marry you. One day you will be king of the Longting Empire. Her expression was solemn. She meant every word. To stop her brother and sister from taking the throne, she would pay any price. The third princess announced that she wanted to marry Zhang Hao, leaving him stunned, but he had no intention of accepting a political union. Your Highness, I appreciate the offer, but we can't marry, Zhang Hao said, shaking his head before the assembled guards. His voice was calm, yet resolute. A marriage without love won't last, and besides, my heart already belongs to someone else. The princess, convinced her offer was flawless, froze in disbelief. She knew she was beautiful, admired by countless suitors, and she was offering the throne as well. What man could refuse both power and a bride so fair? Are you wary of me, hero? Afraid I might harm you later? She asked after some thought, finding no other explanation. Softening her tone, she sounded as if she were drafting a solemn pact. I only want a better country and happier people. I won't compete with you for the throne, and you can still stay with the one you love. All I ask is that you govern this land well. Such concessions would have felt like an enormous sacrifice to anyone else, yet Zhang Hao remained unchanged. Princess, I understand how you feel. Even without these terms, I'd still help you, but am not interested in marriage or a crown. With that, he turned and left the hall. Watching his figure recede, the third princess remained dazed. Was there truly a man on earth who cared for neither beauty nor power? Her curiosity now ablaze, she summoned her maid, Moer. Find out who the hero's beloved is and report back immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Inside the inn at Grey Castle, Zhang Hao logged out of the game. As the screen went dark, a system prompt informed him that his health would be fully restored when he logged in tomorrow. He removed his VR helmet and heard his younger sister, Zhang Xiao, calling from the dining table. Finally done, bro. Come eat some buns. The girl waved 2 plump pork and scallion buns, the aroma filling the room. They smell amazing, she declared, taking a big bite. Gao Pengfei, grease on the corner of his mouth, boasted between mouthfuls. Dad says grandma's cooking used to be even better back in the day. We're lucky she's in the kitchen tonight. Though slightly hard of hearing, Grandma Gao beamed when she saw the kids devouring her food. After the buns, they'll take you to see the house I just bought and check the construction progress, she said. Zhang Hao bit into his bun, savory pork and scallions exploding with flavor. Smiling, he nodded. Delicious. After the meal, the three headed downstairs. A red second-hand sedan waited at the curb, its faded paint polished to a shine. Just bought it, what do you think? Gao Pengfei asked proudly. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Pengfei, you've made at least $1 million teaming up with me in game. Why not buy a new car? New ones cost a fortune. Gao Pengfei opened the back door for the siblings. I just got my license, and I need practice. A used car is safer for learning and a lot cheaper. Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Pengfei really knew how to stretch a yuan. Following Zhang Hao's directions, the red sedan wound up the mountain road. When Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao stepped onto the summit for the first time, the sight stopped them cold. Scaffolding filled the skyline. Piles of building materials formed small hills, and a massive concrete skeleton rose from the ground, its footprint more like a factory than a house. Zhang Xiao gaped. Howsy, did you buy a house or an entire factory? Bro, why is the wall so tall outside this place? And barbed wire too? It feels like a prison. Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao craned their necks at the 3-meter-high barrier, its circle of razor wire glinting coldly in the sun. Puzzled, they turned to Zhang Hao, who stood by the scaffold, studying the 1/3 finished shell of the house. After a long silence, he made up his mind. It was time to tell them everything. Better now than later. He set his tools aside and poured out the truth of his second Lithian army of demons would soon invade, and humanity would be wiped out to the last soul. Gao Pengfei froze, then managed a weak smile, certain Zhang Hao was joking. But the look on Zhang Hao's face harder than rebarkled the jest before it left his lips. Gao Pengfei's face went pale, his voice rasped. Howsy, is our future really that grim? Zhang Hao nodded, his tone heavy. Worse than you can imagine. When the Demon Legion arrives, they'll slaughter every human. Zhang Xiao bit her lip till it bled. What about the country? The army? We have nukes. Useless every last one, Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. Against magic, technology means nothing. Only magic can fight magic. He drew a long breath and added that the game they were playing was the Blue Star Goddess' final lifeline for humanity. Gao Pengfei wiped a sheen of sweat from his brow. Howsy, I'm worried. Can people really survive this? We're talking about demons. We can. Zhang Hao answered without hesitation. I came back for a reason, and I won't let the tragedy repeat. He gripped his sister's hand, slapped his brother's shoulder, and declared, "I'll protect you both, protect the Dragon Kingdom, protect all of humanity. We will win." His resolve lit a fire in their chests. Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao straightened up and nodded hard. Right. Humanity won't lose. Come on, back to work, Zhang Hao said, waving them forward. Time's running out. Once in the game, Zhang Hao immediately received a private message from Lonely Godwalker. The Dragon Kingdom's 100,000 troops had all reached level 10 and were marching toward Twilight Song City, awaiting orders. Wait for me in the city square. I'm on my way. He teleported from the imperial capital to Twilight Song City and landed in the middle of a massive formation. A black sea of players filled the plaza. 100,000 fresh soldiers in perfect ranks, motionless as a parade ground. Casual players crowded around, whispering, "Where'd these newbies come from? Why do they all look like real soldiers?" Even stranger, their name tags weren't flashy handles, but identical strings of letters and numbers. A few onlookers tried chatting them up, got stonewalled, and backed away, even more intrigued. Zhang Hao spotted Lonely Godwalker, shook his hand, and heard the low-voiced concern. "Everyone's here, but going from level 10 to 60 will take forever. Got a shortcut? Bring them all with me," Zhang Hao replied, leading the column straight to the gate captain inside the walls. The captain, clad in silver mail, pounded a fist to his chest as Zhang Hao approached. "Brave one, what is your command?" Zhang Hao smiled, remembering their last talk. "Captain, you said you were short-handed." The captain's armor flashed white in the sun. "Indeed. The western line is under null assault. Heavy casualties, no reinforcements." Zhang Hao stepped aside and pointed to the steel-like tide of 100,000 soldiers behind him. In a ringing voice he announced, "Captain, your reinforcements have arrived." "Who are these people?" The guard captain was stunned. Years of battlefield instinct told him that the dark, surging crowd before him numbered at least 50,000, perhaps more. After a brief daze, he snapped back to his senses, face flushed with excitement, and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, honored hero. The reinforcements you've brought have pulled me from the fire." For days, the veteran general on the Western Front, Sai Shi, had been sending messengers begging for troops, but you can't cook without rice. Even the city's reserves were running dry. Now Zhang Hao had delivered nearly 100,000 men. They might lack formal training, yet at least he finally had soldiers to send. While the captain was still overcome with gratitude, a system prompt flashed above his head. Zhang Hao tapped it and accepted without hesitation. Quest: defend the homeland. Objective: help Imperial soldiers hold the western line for 24 hours and repel the invading Null army. Requirement: level 10. Reward: 10,000 EXP, 10 gold coins, 1 3-star Imperial soldier armor set. Dubu Shinji edged up to Zhang Hao and muttered, "Mr. Zhang, our troops are only level 10. Can they really hold out?" Zhang Hao's gaze was unwavering. "I believe in you. If you can't handle low-level monsters, how will you face far fiercer demons later? The nation and its people need you. Your soldiers move forward without fear." Dubu Shinji's doubts vanished. He straightened, a soldier through and through. "Understood." Zhang Hao continued, "The quest is tough, but the experience is huge. Each time you kill a Null, have the brothers take its head. A single head earns 1,000 EXP and 10 silver coins from the quartermaster. And here save this double XP scroll for the final wave. The payoff will be greater." He paused, then added, "The quest can be repeated. Perform well the first round, and General Sai she will keep you on the line. My rough math says 5 runs at most, and you'll reach level 60. That fast?" Dubu Shinji's eyes widened. Zhang Hao simply smiled. "You'll see once the fighting starts. There are more Nulls than you can imagine. I learned this power leveling trick in a past life from a studio player. The catch is you have to stay on the western line the whole time. Regular players find it dull, but it's perfect for you." Dubu Shinji accepted the scroll and clenched his fist. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." With the order given, he led 100,000 troops thundering toward the western front. The crash of armor and the snap of banners made the capital's west gate hum. Watching the column disappear, Zhang Hao turned and headed back to the capital. A secret realm was about to open, and he needed to prepare. Dubu Shinji led a force of 100,000 to the western front, only to find a shattered landscape. Corpses, human and Null alike, were stacked on carts, and the air reeked of rot and blood. The sector commander, Sai Shi, pushed through the gritty wind to greet them, a genuine smile showing beneath his stubble. "Reinforcements at last. Which Imperial Legion are you with?" "We're not Imperial troops. We're ordinary people," Dubu Shinji answered, steady and firm. "What?" Sai's smile froze. He slapped his thigh in fury. "Ridiculous. Civilians can't fight Nulls. Is that fool of a guard captain trying to get you killed?" Dubu Shinji stood tall under the veteran's glare. "General, let us prove ourselves on the field." "Humph. I doubt you'll come back alive." He pointed to the armory. "Grab some gear. The Nulls could hit us any minute. Try not to wet your pants." Several old soldiers chuckled, their scorn like gravel against steel creating no spark. Dubu Shinji was not offended. In their place, he would have doubted ordinary people too. Yet watching these veterans still manning the wall, he felt sincere respect. Those who fight for their country deserve honor. The newcomers stripped off their starter gear and donned mail and forged steel blades. Plates clanged, and their fighting power rose at once. Dubu Shinji vaulted onto a wagon roof, his voice rolling through the camp like thunder. Warriors. The general and his veterans look down on us. But who are we? The Dragon Kingdom's finest. Can you swallow that insult? No. 100,000 voices roared. Then show the Empire's soldiers our spirit. Today we hold this linie no matter what. Can we do it? We can. We can. We can. The ground shook with their cry. Off to the side, Sai Shi and the veterans exchanged nods. Good morale, one said. But slogans don't stop steel. No sooner had he spoken than the watchtower bell clanged. Knowles incoming. Sai's eyes face hardened. Damn beasts. They're back already. All units, prepare for battle. Dubu Shinji rushed over. General, which sector is ours? Right here. The veteran pointed to a battered cheval de frise. Just hold until I bring reinforcements. He grabbed Dubu Shinji's collar, eyes sharp as nails. Don't waste your men. They're good kids. Understood, General. Dubu Shinji nodded and sprinted back to his ranks. First 01, upper trench. 334, center. 205, lower. 667, mobile reserve. The 100,000 moved like a drumline. Crossbows, blades, and shields snapped into place. No machine guns or artillery waited here. Only cold steel and hot blood. Yet for youths raised on stories of heroes defending their homeland, this was the battlefield they had dreamed of. Howls rose on the horizon. A black line of gnolls sprinted toward them, numbers uncountable, a dark wave crashing against the human defenders. Gnoll warriors, level 12, health 1,170. These creatures stand half a head taller than the average human, their trunks like sheer cliffs, muscles knotted into slabs of rock. Coarse brown or gray fur lies flat against the skin, every bristling tip hooked like a barb. When their elongated muzzles open and close, a row of jagged fangs glints with a cold sheen. Yellow-green eyes flicker with untamed ferocity. Razor-sharp claws tip their hands and feet, natural tools for hunting and rending. Against those claws, a common soldier's mail is little better than paper. A casual swipe tears it apart. Only a knight's heavy plate can survive a few extra blows. Archers, clerics, or mages in leather or cloth fare far worse once a gnoll closes the distance. They are ripped to shreds in the blink of an eye. Dubu Shinji's pupils narrowed. He trusted his warrior's courage, but he would not allow pointless deaths. Everyone, use the defenses. Don't try to trade blows with gnolls like idiots. At his shout, the entire line came alive. Some manned twin-row ballistae, their long bolts humming on the drawstrings. Others shoved spiked chevaux de frise forward, forcing the front line outward. Still more scrambled to the rear, climbing catapults and loading buckets with stones and oil casks. Figures darted along the fortifications while wood creaked and metal clanged. Each legion commander adjusted formation on the fly. Knowing the gnolls could leap extraordinary distances, they pulled the whole line back, creating a buffer zone. A low stone wall would never hold these beasts. Better to free the infantry from a frontal crush, than bleed the enemy with traps and squares. Heavy cavalry formed 3 ranks of living steel. Infantry guarded the flanks. Archers and mages poured fire ahead. Clerics kept eyes glued to health bars, and assassins lurked in the shadows, ready to strike once the gnolls were stalled. Dubu Shinji's horse pounded along the defenses while his voice boomed like thunder. Hold the line. Stick to the plan. Execute. He could have used the team channel, but he preferred roaring facito-face. Experience proved it worked. Soldiers lifted their heads and howled, vowing to fight the gnolls to the death. The enemy closed in. Shrill howls swept over the wall. Crimson tongues licked the air, carrying a rank, bloody wind. Stand ready. Dubu Shinji's shout cut through the noise. Fire. A storm of arrows, spell orbs, spears, stones, and ballista bolts crashed over the gnoll vanguard. Many were smashed flat. Those behind trampled the fallen without hesitation, turning flesh to slurry. Damage numbers filled the sky, and experience bars surged. Some players earned tens of thousands of points in seconds. Dubu Shinji's party and several legion commanders watched from a rise. An unending tide of gnolls stretched to the horizon, and concern tightened their faces. How many are left? One commander asked, swallowing hard. Commander Chen, how many of these things are there? We've repelled 7 waves already. If this keeps up, I'm afraid our people won't last much longer. The other commanders had the same worries. These soldiers were elite, but it was their first time fighting monsters in an unfamiliar world with nothing but cold steel. Hold the line, even if it feels impossible. Dubu Shinji barked, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Remember, the creatures ahead are deadlier than gnolls. Machine guns and artillery are useless here. All we can rely on are our weapons and our magic. Get the troops acclimated, or we won't be able to defend our homeland or our people. His words crushed every complaint and trace of discouragement. Commander, the gnolls are charging for the 8th time. Tell the troops to hold their ground. At Imperial City Square, Zhang Hao hurried in to find Gao Pengfei already waiting amid the bustling crowd. There's a new NPC Rift guide, Gao Pengfei said, pointing to the center of the square. Players were packed several rows deep, each desperate to secure a spot in the first wave into the rift. After a brief chat with the guide, Zhang Hao learned the rift would open in a little over an hour, just enough time to hit the auction house for supplies. The auction house blazed with light. Numbers and item glows flickered wildly across the shelves. Scrolling through listings, Gao Pengfei kept shaking his head. Ridiculous. A 5-star item for 120 gold? Daylight robbery. Brother Gao, how much do I list this 5-star dagger for? Zhang Xiao asked while uploading her inventory. 130, Gao replied offhandedly. Flipping to the next page, he cursed again. 200 gold for a common gem? Insane. Bai Lu held up a shimmering sapphire. So listing a regular blue gem at 200 is fine? Too low, make it 250. An hour later, their bags stuffed, the four headed back to the square. The place was crammed. The noise felt like it could split the air. Only 160 slots were available, and the rest were just there to watch the scramble. When the countdown hit 0, the players surged toward the guide like a tidal wave. The front row could barely breathe, while the back couldn't get anywhere near. Zhang Hao's eyes flashed. He ran to the edge of the crowd and shouted, "Free money! Free money!" With a flick of his wrist, countless gold coins arced through the air, glittering in a golden parabola. The clinking rain of coins rattled like a drumroll, setting players' nerves on fire. They dove for the money, and the rift guide was suddenly left exposed. Move. Zhang Hao grabbed Zhang Xiao and Bai Lu, forcing a path through the chaos. Haozi, you wasteful maniac. Gao Pengfei winced at the sea of gold on the ground. That was tens of thousands of coins gone. Run, old Gao. That's pocket change. Zhang Hao called over his shoulder. He'll earn it back 100 times. They finally reached the guide and tapped the enter button. A flash of white, and they were standing on a vast plain. Waves of grass rolled in the distance beneath slow-moving clouds. A fresh breeze carried the scent of green. Zhang Hao scanned the Arano sign of dragons, but he did spot a cluster of players with distinctly foreign names and avatars. The foreign players were just as bewildered. Once they noticed Zhang Hao's group, they began to drift toward them. Look, foreign friends. Should we go say hi? Zhang Xiao raised a hand, smiling, but Zhang Hao yanked her back. His eyes darkened, and he lowered his voice. Don't. They're not friends. Because players are spread across separate national servers, they rarely meet foreigners in-game. So everything felt fresh and exciting to the Dragon Kingdom crowd. During their first encounter with overseas gamers, a few unsuspecting Dragon Kingdom players, Zhang Xiao among them, hurried over, eager to say hello. Brutal reality shattered the momentary daydream. A Sakura Kingdom player suddenly raised a katana and brought it down hard on a smiling Dragon Kingdom player. The steel flashed, the blade bit into his shoulder, and a spray of blood erupted as more than 1,000 hit points vanished. His smile froze. They're killing us, he cried, but attacks poured in from every direction and swallowed him whole. Hey guys, send the dragon folk back home. Haha. A burly Western player charged, a colossal axe taller than himself resting on his shoulder. One sweeping strike caught a Dragon Kingdom priest who failed to dodge. The priest was cleaved in two and died on the spot. Players from Germany, France, Australia, and a dozen other countries piled in, their formation tightening. Damn it, these foreigners don't play fair, get them. The Dragon Kingdom side roared, scrambling to mount a defense. They soon realized the enemy's numbers were still swelling. Gao Pengfei raised his shield, protecting Zhang Xiao and Bai Lu as they fell back. Haozi, what's happening? Why are they attacking us? We didn't provoke them. Zhang Hao answered coldly, isn't it obvious? From the start their goal has been to wipe us out. I'm betting they want the dragon crown, and we're the main competition. Zhang Xiao seethed, ganging up on us hameless. Bai Lu snorted. If they knew shame, the 8-nation alliance never would have happened. She turned to Zhang Hao. Brother maniac, what do we do? Zhang Hao scanned the battlefield. Dragon Kingdom players were tangled in a chaotic melee with foreigners. Rallying everyone for a breakout was nearly impossible. Each nation could field 160 players, and more than 20 nations were present over 3,000 enemies. Worse, these were real players who knew teamwork, used items and potions, and retreated when needed. They weren't mindless mobs. He couldn't mow them all down alone, and Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Qiao wouldn't last in a drawn-out fight. The only realistic option was to slip past the brawl, break through quickly, and hunt for the Dragon Emperor to seize the crown. We're punching out, Zhang Hao ordered. They'll clear the path, stay tight. He dialed down his own damage output, fixed on a thinly defended gap, and charged. You're not getting away, dragon scum. A Bangzi Kingdom heavy cavalryman leveled his lance across Zhang Hao's path, already calling teammates to pin the group in place. Zhang Hao simply raised his bow and loosed an arrow. It screamed through the air and struck instantly. 100,000 damage points floated above the cavalryman's head, and his screen faded to black and white. Bangzi Kingdom player? I just got one shot? How is that possible? In the toughest heavy cavalry tank in the game, and an archer one-shotted me? Is there no justice? The Korean player's wail still echoed as Zhang Hao stepped over the corpse. Gao Pengfei and the others followed close behind, while Zhang Xiao even hopped across the body a few extra times, as if keeping rhythm. Cut it out. The Korean roared, face dark with fury, but his voice was swallowed by the battlefield's din. In the distance, another Korean warrior triggered charge, boots pounding, dust flying as he lunged at them with murderous intent. Bai Lu twirled her staff. A freeze spell landed perfectly, ice blooming in an instant and locking the warrior in place. Zhang Hao advanced, knocked an arrow, and loosed. Cold light flashed. The frozen warrior became a silent statue, then shattered. Before Zhang Hao could sling his bow, a dozen heavy cavalry formed a shield wall to trap them in the narrow pass. Pointless. He took aim at the center rider. One arrow punched through the helmet. The man crashed from the saddle, and the rider behind stepped up only to have his throat pierced by the next shot. Replace, kill, replace, kill. Within seconds, 6 riders lay in the same bloody mire. The rest lost their nerve and watched Zhang Hao's squad vault the barrier. Anyone in our way dies, gods included. They tore through the encirclement like a dagger tip, bursting out of a ring of several thousand foreign players. That Dragon Country archer actually broke through? Were the people blocking him trash? Stop him. How does an archer pierce a wall of heavy cavalry? What kind of DPS is that? Relax, the butcher's already on his way. The butcher? The top warrior on the German leaderboards? Exactly. Watch the show. Just as Zhang Hao was about to disengage, the air at his flank turned icy. A black-armored warrior exploded toward him, plate etched with dark runes, a demon-faced helm gleaming with cold light. The warrior leapt high and drove his long sword into the ground's rack. Blue-white arcs burst along the blade, lightning webbing outward. Scatter now. Zhang Hao barked. Gao Pengfei, Bai Lu, and Zhang Xiao split at once, barely dodging the electric field. The black-armored fighter landed, lightning fading, then pivoted straight for Zhang Xiao. Not on my watch. Zhang Hao spun and fired. The warrior rolled aside, seemingly prepared, but Zhang Hao had already predicted the move. A paralysis arrow waited at the end of the roll and thudded into his shoulder. Ugh! Limbs locked, the warrior froze. A heartbeat later, Zhang Hao drew to full and loosed again. The arrow punched through the chest plate. The butcher hit the ground and dissolved into light without ever swinging back. The outer players erupted. What? The butcher's down too? Who the hell is that Dragon Country archer? I don't understand Chinese. Someone tell me his ID. I need to remember this guy. He's terrifying. I checked the stats. Dragon Country's top player is Kwang Tu, an archer. Could that be him? Unbelievable. Where did Dragon Country find a monster like that? How does he even do it? On the far side of the field, the Longwa players saw Zhang Hao burst through the encirclement. A few quick-thinking teammates sprinted after him. Dong Baihunyou led the charge. Right behind her were Dang Wuzhisi and Yi Jianchuan Xian. When more than 100 foreign players came barreling toward them, Dang Wuzhisi skidded to a halt, raised his tower shield, and rasped, "Sis, they're right on us. They'll hold them. Get everyone out." Before his words had faded, he planted his shield, braced himself, and roared at the oncoming tide. "Come on, you bastards. He can't last alone. I'm going back." Yi Jianchuan Xian wheeled around, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and drew his bow to full draw, arrowhead gleaming coldly. Dong Baihunyou's eye twitched. She wanted to call them back, but the killing intent rolling toward her said otherwise. If no one stayed behind, they were all dead. She bit her lip and turned away. Move. Don't waste their sacrifice. Her eyes brimmed with tears. A death in this dungeon wasn't permanent, but the penalty was brutal. Without a teammate to resurrect you, you respawned at a shrine, losing a huge chunk of experience and gear. Dang Wuzhisi and Yi Jianchuan Xian were soon swallowed by the wave of foreign players, yet their stand bought precious seconds. Using the gap Zhang Hao had opened, Dong Baihunyou and her group broke through and escaped. The fighting slowly died down. Except for Zhang Hao, Dong Baihunyou, and a dozen survivors, the Longwa players were all but wiped out. Hold on, someone's still alive. A player pointed across the battlefield. Yulan Xiahong, with 7 or 8 subordinates, was picking her way out through a wall of foreign players. Leading them was a blonde, blue-eyed sorceress, Celine the Witch. Celine was a high-priced mercenary hired by Yulan Xiahong's father. Alongside her were the heavy knight Boulder and the assassin Shadow Ghost. The trio was speaking quietly with the American guild master Mechanical Warwolf. Mechanical Warwolf eyed Yulan Xiahong's group and chuckled. "So, how much are these Longwa folks paying you?" "I'm guessing no less than $100 million. Trade secret, friend," Boulder said with a hearty laugh. "Relax, Warwolf, you'll get every penny of your share. Wire transfer the minute we're done." Mechanical Warwolf nodded but warned. "Just so we're clear, the Dragon Crown isn't up for grabs. I have to deliver it to the White House." "Understood," Boulder replied, resting his great sword on his shoulder. "We'll take turns on the Dragon Emperor. Whoever lands the killing blow gets the crown. Simple as that." "Works for me." Mechanical Warwolf bumped fists with him. "See you in Dragon City, pal." After the dull thud of knuckles, Boulder and Shadow Ghost returned to Celine's side. Shadow Ghost murmured, "Boss, can we really trust that guy?" He glanced back, doubt in his eyes. "Should be fine, brother," Boulder said, clapping him on the shoulder. "We fought side by side in the Middle East. Our squad got surrounded. Only the two of us made it out bonded by blood, you could say. He paused, gaze turning thoughtful. Sure, money strains any bond, but he won't push it too far. Jusher waved in Shilin the witch's direction and went on. The Lu family from the Dragon Kingdom is paying us 300 million. Best case scenario, we pocket it all. Worst case, we keep the 100 million down payment. Easy money. Guiying caught the implication at once and frowned. Boss, you mean we're not actually handing the crown over? That's a breach of contract, our reputation. Reputation or cold, hard cash, which matters more? Jusher snorted, tracing an invisible dollar sign in the air with a thick finger. Besides, the only people we'd be cheating are from the Dragon Kingdom. Hardly a big deal. Guiying hesitated, then nodded. For their international mercenary outfit, just about every client in the world was untouchable except the Dragon Kingdoms. Do we still have to kill the Dragon Emperor for them? Guiying pressed. We keep up appearances, Jusher said, a greedy light in his eyes. That dragon crown is 1 vacant. If we can snag it, the resale price will be astronomical. Come on, let's soothe the client's nerves before they suspect anything. He strode toward Yulan Xiahong, pasted on what he thought was a friendly grin, and shouted in halting Chinese, "Hello, beautiful." Across the field, a group of players bearing American and Japanese flags over their avatars were also sizing up Yulan Xiahong. Song Yuba, why did your guild leader let those Dragon Kingdom players walk? Muttered the male mage whose screen name was Madly, addressing the Dark Prince beside him. Dark Prince shrugged. Brotherly, no idea. The order came from the top, we don't question it. Madly was Li Yunhe himself, now leading the combined squad from Japan, Korea, and several smaller East Asian countries. He ranked just below the US team and stayed perpetually wary of the Americans. Stay out of my way, or I won't be gentle, Li Yunhe snapped. Song Yuba forced a smile. Relax. We've already wiped out most of the Dragon Kingdom, players only a dozen remain, no threat. Once we reach Dragon City, we'll draw lots for attack order as agreed. Perfectly fair. It had better be, Li Yunhe warned under his breath, reminding himself yet again that Americans could never be trusted. Zhang Hao and his 3 companions broke through the encirclement and only stopped to catch their breath when they were sure no one was chasing them. Damn foreigners one day, they'll make them pay. Gao Pengfei shouted, punching the air behind him. Zhang Xiao and Bai Lu were just as furious, but Zhang Hao stayed calm. Self-interest is human nature. For many outsiders, profit trumps honor. In my last life, when the Demon Legion invaded, some people even betrayed their country and their new masters flayed them alive for it. He raised a hand to quiet the group. Forget them. Heaven will see to their punishment. Our target is the Dragon Emperor and the crown. They looked around. On their digital map, this unfamiliar world was still a black void. Charging straight in is suicide. Hugging the edge is safer, Zhang Hao decided, pointing west. The 4 of them set off at once. Not far behind, Northeast Tigress and her 2 teammates shadowed their trail. Big sister, why don't we just go on our own? Wenra de Shasini asked, puzzled. Dongbei Hunio kept moving, her gaze sharp as a blade. Quanta fought his way out of the foreigner's trap. He's strong and smart, so following him is our best bet. Yidao Bimming frowned. Quanta may be amazing, but there are still a lot of foreign players. Can we really get the crown this time? Dongbei Hunio drew a deep breath and looked at the gray-violet sky. We'll worry about that later. There's no turning back now. At the same time, the other Longwell players scattered to explore the unfamiliar map as planned. They had gone only a few kilometers when a deep wing beat echoed through the trees. The dragons had arrived. When standing upright, these beasts rose more than 10 meters tall, their bodies stretching beyond 20. Talons gleamed like blades, and a sweeping tail could smash rock to rubble. Beyond their brutal melee power, they could breathe fire, frost, or lightning. Worse still, once airborne they ruled the sky, diving and strafing ground targets that had no real way to fight back. The scattered Longwell players were quickly shredded and burned by successive waves of claws and breath, falling on scorched earth mixed with shards of ice. The foreign players, by contrast, had formed a large, well-drilled party led by several experts. Shield walls absorbed the initial charge, while archers and mages counterattacked, pushing back flight after flight of dragons and keeping casualties low. Yulan Xiahong, Dongbei Hunio, and the others hid at the rear of that expeditionary force, using its firepower as cover and remaining safe for the moment. Which Shilin? Are we going to stay behind them the whole way? Yulan Xiahong whispered to the elegant mage beside her. Which Shilin lifted her hood, revealing pale golden curls, and answered in fluent Mandarin, yes. With them up front taking the dragon's hits, we're safer. But once we reach Longcheng, we may miss our shot at the Longwang. Don't worry, which Shilin said firmly. Captain Jusher has everything arranged. Just follow his orders. We took your money, so I'll finish the job. We're a world-renowned mercenary company. Our reputation is our life. All right then. Yulan Xiahong forced a smile, though doubt not at her. She recalled what her father, Lu Qinfeng, had told her. When she learned the hired experts were mercenaries, shock had flashed across her face. Mercenaries were fearless in real battle, but this was still a game. Could they handle it? Lu Qinfeng had patted her shoulder. Xinjia has drawn global attention. People have realized it can alter the human body, so even non-gamers are pouring in. These mercenaries are the same. They're in top shape, quick-witted, and once they started, their levels soared. Add their real combat experience, and they move through the game like fish in water. He added meaningfully, don't underestimate them. When they get serious, they're every bit as good as the so-called gaming legends. And I paid them $300 million. They pinch pennies, so to earn that fee they'll fight their hearts out for you. Snapping back to reality, Yulan Xiaohong glanced at the disciplined foreign squad ahead and silently shook her head. Father is far too optimistic about mercenaries who care only about money. I still don't trust them, so I'd better prepare for the worst. Everyone, stay sharp. Keep an eye on the team channel and follow my lead. Yes, Captain. Messages flooded back in unison. Zhang Hao led Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, and Bai Lu toward the edge of the map. The exposed rock beneath their feet ended abruptly. Beyond it stretched an endless sea of clouds, white mist surging like tides under the cliff, an entire continent floating in midair. Whoa, so the dragon's homeland is actually in the sky. That's wild. Gao Pengfei blurted. Zhang Qiao leaned out, palms sweating. If you fell, would you die on impact? No, Zhang Hao smirked. You'd die of fright before you hit anything. Bai Lu suddenly pointed ahead. Luxemething's coming. They watched the fog tear open as a gray silhouette ballooned toward Thema, massive slate-colored dragon. Cloud Sea Dragon. Level, 70. HP, 680,000. Knowing how lethal it was, Zhang Hao barked, Pengfei, keep everyone covered. While the others pulled back, he drew his bow, tightened the string, and took aim. The dragon, however, shot upward, skimming over their heads. Zhang Hao's arrow couldn't even touch a scale. Its true target was the trio behind him. Not on my watch. Zhang Hao spun to intercept, but the beast dove like a falling mountain. At that moment, a second dragon thundered in from behind him. He was ready to tank. One hit, his HP was high, but the first dragon unleashed a beam of frost that locked him in place. Damn, a tricky mistake. Icebound every muscle. He needed 5 full seconds to break free. All he could do was pray the others could hold. The dragon's bolt blotted out the sky above Gao Pengfei. Bring it on. Pengfei raised his shield, protecting Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu. Claws smashed into the shield with a deafening clang, sparks and splinters flying. 3 deep gashes nearly split it in two. His durability bar evaporated, and his own HP dropped 15%. Hell, this thing hits like a truck. One more swipe, and he'd be back at the respawn screen. Zhang Qiao hurried to heal him and instantly drew the dragon's aggro. The creature's roar shook the air, its throat glowed, then a torrent of flames erupted. Gao Pengfei threw himself in front of her. Under the dragon fire, the shield reddened, cracked, and with a hiss melted into slag. Seriously? My shield? He stared at the charred scraps, stunned. At the last second, Bai Lu lifted her staff and traced a sigil. A translucent barrier snapped around them, holding back the fire. It drained her mana fast. In seconds, her MP dropped below 40%. When the dragon first swiped Zhang Qiao, her talent beast affinity had triggered, summoning a pink piglet at her feet. She almost laughed. What are you good for? The piglet waddled to Bai Lu. Its plump body, glowing soft blue, and Bailu's mana began to refill, slow but steady. Oh, you can restore MP? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with surprise. She crouched, patted the pink piglet, and whispered, sorry, I underestimated you. Yet the dragon's furious assault was draining her mental points like sand through an hourglass, and the piglet couldn't keep up. Sweat slid down her handsome face as she shouted, I can't hold on. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, prepare to retreat. Retreat? And leave you here? Gao Pengfei shook his head, eyes resolute. How's he would kill us? Zhang Qiao gritted her teeth and nodded. That's right, Bai, we stick together. Bai Lu's nose stung as she glanced at her panel. MP 432, just before it hit one, an arrow screamed through the air, punching straight through the dragon's chest. 100,000. The dragon bellowed and crashed down, its massive body thundering against the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. Bai Lu instantly recognized the shooter. Her eyes lit up. It's Madman. Not far away, Zhang Hao drew again. A flash of cold light, and the second dragon charging him was one shot as well. 2 dragons fell in quick succession, raising a wall of smoke that blotted out the sky. Zhang Hao slowly lowered his bow. After confirming the trio was safe, he finally exhaled. If ordinary dragons are this terrifying, how strong must the Dragon King be? The thought furrowed Zhang Qiao's brow. She trusted Zhang Hao's strength, but worry still gnawed at her. Zhang Hao told Bai Lu to loot the corpses, then turned toward the 3 players led by Northeastern Tigress. Moments earlier, their teammate Kill You gently had freed him from an ice debuff, allowing him to save his friends. He hurried over and nodded solemnly. Thanks for the assist. No need, Northeastern Tigress replied calmly. You could have handled those dragons without us. Maybe, but I might not have reached my friends in time, so I still owe you. Zhang Hao's gaze was earnest. I repay my debts. Since you helped me, just ask if you need anything I can do. She thought for a moment. In that case, will you take us with you to find the Dragon King? You're after the crown too? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. She made no effort to hide it. Yes. His voice hardened. Let me be clear, the dragon crown is mine. Everything else is negotiable. I won't force the issue, she said with a nod. Then we moved together. Northeastern Tigress and her two companions officially joined the party, and the group continued along the map's edge. On the way, she asked, Madman, do you know where the Dragon King is? Zhang Hao spread his hands. First time on this map for me too. We'll have to feel our way. My guess is he's near the center. We'll hug the boundary, then cut through. We'll find him. Meanwhile, the coalition of foreign players was also pushing toward the map's heart. Mecha Warwolf had deduced that the Dragon King's city must sit dead center. He was right. A few hours later, an imposing ancient fortress loomed before them. Standing on a hillside, Mecha Warwolf squinted at the distant fortress, where more than 100 dragons wheeled in the sky as if guarding their king. Fiery breath streaked through the storm clouds, filling the air with the acrid tang of sulfur, and even from halfway up the slope the oppressive aura was palpable. Mr. Warwolf, there are too many dragons. If we charge straight in, we'll be swarmed. The chairman of the England Players Guild, Sun Never Sets, murmured the warning, his voice quivering despite himself. We should lure the dragons away first, then slip into Dragon City to deal with the Dragon Emperor. Mecha Warwolf cast him a sideways look and let a thin smile curl his lips. Good idea. You and your countrymen can handle the distraction. What? Sun Never Sets went white. He knew it was a suicide order, but when Warwolf's knife-cold stare settled on him, he clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and obeyed. England had always played little brother to America, and the two governments had reached an understanding long before the operation began. As guild chairman, Sun Never Sets had only one order from the Prime Minister: cooperate fully with the American plan. Swallowing his resentment toward Mecha Warwolf, he rallied the English players and sprinted toward Dragon City. The commotion enraged the dragons. They wheeled and dived, and the hillside seemed to cave in. Their wings whipped up hurricanes, their breath became scarlet fire, and a dozen English players were reduced to ash in the blaze. Far from the chaos, Mecha Warwolf watched with a faint, contemptuous smile. All right, folks, our turn. He waved his hand, and the American squad surged through the gap left by the departing dragons, racing straight for the fortress gate. Elsewhere, Yulan Xiahong stood behind Boulder, her gaze flicking between the fortress and the sky. Boulder stood with arms folded, eyes narrowed, making no move to follow. She kept her questions to herself and watched in silence. When Mecha Warwolf set off, the assassin Ghost Shadow had already slipped into stealth and tailed him into the Fortressa contingency Boulder had arranged. If the interior was safe, Ghost Shadow would report back. If Warwolf ran into trouble, he would sound the alarm so their team could pull back immediately. Minutes ticked by. At last Ghost Shadow emerged from the darkness and nodded to Boulder. Relieved, Boulder gestured forward. Our turn. Only then did Yulan Xiahong realize that Ghost Shadow had been reconnoitering all along. Inside the ancient fortress, their footsteps echoed off damp stone walls. Light leaked through shattered stained glass, casting mottled dragon shapes on the floor. They followed the corridor until it opened onto a vast plaza. At its center rose an obsidian tower, and hundreds of players clustered at its base, all craning their necks toward the summit. There, a red-haired man sat upon a throne. His golden armor threw off icy gleams in the torchlight, and a dragon-gilded crown framed his proud profile. With eyes half-lidded, he gazed down on the masses below, contempt and disdain etched on his impassive face like a god surveying insects. Above his head a system tag slowly materialized. Supreme Dragon Emperor level, 100 HP, 5,210,000. So that's the Dragon Emperor? Yulan Xiahong whispered, equal parts awe and curiosity in her eyes. Boulder, which Celine, and the others wore expressions of unprecedented gravity. They could feel the heart-stopping pressure radiating from him. Even the normally arrogant Mecha Warwolf clenched his jaw and furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he had no confidence at all that they could bring down the Dragon Emperor. 5 million HP, that's insane. Sorceress Celine's eyes widened. She almost suspected the interface was bugged. On the French server, the toughest monster she had ever seen had barely topped 1 million, and the Dragon Emperor made that look trivial. Ghost Shadow lowered his voice beside her. Even if we all pile on him, we'd be fighting for a full day and night, wouldn't we? A day and a night? Boulder growled. We won't bring him down in less than 3 days, and that's assuming we can even stay alive that long. He drew a deep breath. The pressure radiating from the Dragon Emperor felt like the gap between a mortal and a god. Steeling himself, he strode over to Mecha Wolf, his expression grave. Brother, this boss is way too tough. My suggestion is we team up. Mecha Wolf was rarely so decisive, but he nodded at once. I was about to come to you. This enemy is unfathomable. Any nation or squad that tries to solo him is signing its own death warrant. We have to join forces. The two shook hands on the spot, formally sealing an alliance. Mecha Wolf immediately summoned his lieutenants and ordered them to reach out to the other national teams. The US squad still carried enormous clout, and most server representatives quickly agreed to the alliance. However, when Song Yuba approached Li Yunhe of Huaxia, he ran into a wall. I don't object to working together, but what happens to the crown after the Dragon Emperor falls? Li Yunhe crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. Do you have a concrete plan? I'm not spending all day just to hand the loot to someone else. Song Yuba smiled. Our captain suggests we kill the Dragon Emperor first. Then each nation or team sends one champion for a duel. The winner gets the crown. Fair enough? Li Yunhe narrowed his eyes, waited for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but you'd better keep your word, otherwise I won't be so polite. Relax, brotherly. Song Yuba laughed heartily. With that, every team on the field was in agreement. They had a single objective: hunt the Dragon Emperor. After receiving the report, Mecha Wolf nodded to himself. At the same time, he slipped his lieutenant a second, covert order. Any team that refused was to be eliminated on the spot. Fortunately, everyone saw reason, so the secret directive never had to be executed. What's the plan of attack? Boulder stood shoulder to shoulder with Mecha Wolf, both eyes fixed on the distant platform. Same old playbook. Mecha Wolf gestured across the terrain. First we lace the ground with traps, kite him off the platform, and make him step into them. The heavy cavalry and frontline fighters charge as soon as he's snared. Everyone else pours on the damage slow and steady. Boulder nodded in approval. That works, let's do it. Orders spread across the field in an instant. Every archer capable of laying traps got to work at once, while a handful of mages set up spell circles alongside them. The magical arrays were less discreet than the archers' snares, but their area of effect was much larger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen archers planted enchanted arrows, their fletching glowing in a spectrum of colors. They landed 10+ meters ahead, blanketing almost the entire plaza. The moment the Dragon Emperor stepped off the platform, every trap would spring. The heavy cavalry and frontline fighters stepped forward, tightening their shields with grim faces, while the mages and priests in the rear began weaving spells, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing everyone in position, Jixia Zhanlong raised his warblade and barked, "Attack!" In an instant, fireballs, ice lances, and shimmering arcane bolts mingled with the archers' arrows, forming a dense barrage that hurtled toward the Dragon Emperor on the high platform. Damage numbers popped up one after another, yet every hit was a pitiful 2-digit figure, not even shaving off 1% of the Dragon Emperor's health. The Dragon Emperor's lips curled in contempt. So these are the heroes the Blue Star Goddess says will save the world? Pathetic. He stepped down from the dais and flicked a clawed hand. A spiraling whirlwind burst from the ground, swallowing every arcane arrow without a trace. What? He can actually see the magic arrows. Jixia Zhanlang's heart pounded. Under normal circumstances, the arrows were invisible unless the enemy's spirit stat dwarfed the casters. The archers here had spirit scores above 100, which meant the Dragon Emperors must be approaching, even exceeding, 200. If that was true, he could not only see the arrows but also possess terrifying magic resistance. Jixia Zhanlong clenched his teeth. If they could not even deal triple-digit damage, how were they supposed to win? But the battle had begun. There was no turning back. With the traps torn apart by the whirlwind, the heavy cavalry and warriors charged. Jixia Zhanlong issued a second command. Once the heavies draw aggro, everyone else go all out. The heavy cavalry advanced in iron-shod boots, forming a semicircular wall of steel that boxed the Dragon Emperor in. The warriors followed close behind, axes, swords, and spears glowing with skill auras, waiting for the signal to unleash. Feeble humans, begone from my sight. The Dragon Emperor snarled. He raised a hand, and a brutal shockwave erupted. The heavy cavalry staggered back 7 or 8 steps, yet they gritted their teeth and held the line, faces pale from the impact. A low growl rumbled from the Dragon Emperor. These insects had actually withstood his shockwave unforgivable. Pressing his palms together, he summoned azure arcs of lightning that coiled between them like elegant, lethal ribbons. The foremost riders felt every hair stand on end. A blue flash, and the Dragon Emperor blurred forward, slamming both palms onto their shields. Crackling lightning punched straight through the metal, ignoring every layer of defense. Scarlet numbers 98, 100, 97,620, 99, 118 exploded above their heads. Their bodies convulsed under the current, health bars emptied in an instant. Within heartbeats, more than half of the 24 heavy cavalry lay dead, the survivors left with slivers of HP and paralyzed on the ground. The warriors behind them felt their blood run cold. High armor, high HP heavies had been one shot. Was this even a boss they could defeat? You're next, the Dragon Emperor said, clenching a fist as wisps of reddish smoke leaked from his nostrils. The next moment, he flung his jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire at the warriors in front of him. In a flash, the 7 or 8 warriors were engulfed by the flames. Their health bars emptied at once, and they were reduced to charred corpses. The survivors finally snapped out of their daze, roaring as they swung their weapons, sword lights, axe shadows, shield bashes, charges. Every combat skill detonated in the same split second, the deafening booms and blinding effects drowning out the Dragon Emperor's silhouette. Yet the damage numbers remained pathetic, stuck in the low hundreds, and only the occasional critical hit barely broke 1,000. For the first time, Players who could usually one-shot monsters felt utterly powerless, as if they and the Dragon Emperor existed on different planes. The Dragon Emperor tilted his head, cold golden slit pupils sweeping over the desperate DPSers, indifference filling his gaze. Boring, he muttered. He could hardly be bothered to move, letting the mage's fireballs and the archer's arrows rain onto his scales. The triple-digit damage prompts repeated incessantly, echoing like mockery. The next instant, shadowy figures flickered behind him, backstabs, ambushes, flurries of thrusts as the assassins unleashed their full burst, but their daggers met only the screech of metal on metal. The Dragon Emperor turned into a flash of blue-white lightning, sweeping through them with a blink-like dash. With several dull thuds, the assassins toppled, their blood vaporized by the scorching heat before it could spill, corpses piling layer upon layer at his feet. Every tactic had failed, casualties mounted, and Mechanical Warwolf's face shifted between pale and ashen. He had known the fight would be brutal, but he had never imagined there would be no window for victory at all. Boulder's mind raced and reached a quick conclusion. The Dragon Emperor was unbeatable. Rather than die alongside Mechanical Warwolf in a wipe, it was better to pull out now and preserve their experience and gear. Even if they lost the remaining 200 million prize money, 100 million was still enough for them to live large for years. With that in mind, he immediately whispered to Shadow Ghost, and which Selen in the rear, instructing them to escort Yulan Xiahong out of Dragon City as fast as possible. The UN Guild under Mechanical Warwolf was on the verge of total annihilation. After a moment's hesitation, Boulder dashed to Mechanical Warwolf's side and urged, "Buddy, this is getting ugly. I suggest you retreat while you still can." Mechanical Warwolf pondered for a long time, then shook his head. "Boulder, I can't run this time." "Why?" "You saw it yourself, the Dragon Emperor can't be beaten." Boulder pressed. "How much did they pay you to take this risk?" "It's not about the money." Mechanical Warwolf forced a wry smile, his voice low. "It's about my family." "What?" Boulder was stunned. "They kidnapped your family?" "No, they didn't kidnap anyone," Mechanical Warwolf replied, shaking his head. "But if I help them get the crown, my family can live a far better life." He patted Boulder's shoulder. "So I can't leave. Even if I die here, I have to stay. If I fail, at least I tried. If I run, they'll have no excuse at all." Boulder sighed inwardly but said no more. Death in a game wasn't real death, and if the man had made up his mind, he had to respect it, though the cost would be a massive loss of experience and gear. "In that case, I'm out of here. Good luck." Boulder turned away, strode back to Witch Selen and Shadow Ghost, and ordered in a low voice, "We're pulling out now." "Got it, boss." The two nodded, immediately rallying Yulan Xiahong and the others before making their retreat from Dragon City. "Why are you leaving?" Yulan Xiahong drew her brows together and raised her voice. "My father paid you to get me that crown. You can't just run away." Lin the witch lowered her tone. "Miss Liu, the situation has changed, and you saw it yourself. Long Huang is far stronger than we expected. Even the UN strike team was wiped out. The three of us have no chance. Rather than die for nothing, we should retreat and come up with another plan." Hearing Lin's surrender, Yulan's face went pale with anger. "I want retreat. You gave your word, get me the crown." Lin tried to reason, but Jushir stepped forward, muscles tight, and cut her off in a cold voice. "Miss Liu, our contract never guaranteed success. Stop making a scene and leave with us. Stay if you want, but it's on you." With that, he dragged Lin and Gui Ying toward the city gate. Yulan bit her lip in fury, already planning to tell her father and dock their pay. A thunderous boom shook the ground. She spun around. In the center of the plaza, only two figures remained: Long Huang and the Mechanical Warwolf. "Human, aren't you going to run?" Long Huang folded his arms, looking perfectly relaxed. More than 1,000 players had fallen to him. The rest had scattered. Even Song Yuba and Li Yunhe had slipped away. No one was foolish enough to stay. The Warwolf stood alone. Gripping his steel blade with both hands, he gathered every ounce of strength, determined to fight Long Huang to the death. To Long Huang, he was merely a sturdier ant. The Warwolf roared, his sword flashing white as he swung. Yulan watched Long Huang catch the blade with one hand, then smash the Warwolf's skull with a single punch. Blood and metal fragments sprayed everywhere. The Warwolf collapsed. Yulan trembled, Ju Shir's warning echoing in her head. Maybe he was right. The nearby players were just as terrified. One sweep of Long Huang's gaze sent them fleeing. Yulan wanted to run too, but her legs wouldn't move. Whoosh! A gust of wind hit her, and Long Huang appeared in front of her, towering overhead. "Woman, did you come to kill me like the others?" Yulan stammered. Under his pressure, her knees buckled, and she wet herself. "It's only a game," she thought, yet I actually lost control. Long Huang glanced at the yellow puddle, disgust deepening in his eyes. Instead of killing her, he seized her hair and dragged her across the stone. "You live for now. When that person arrives, you'll die together." He flung her off the steps. 10 dragon soldiers formed a circle around her. Long Huang climbed the dais, sat on the dragon throne, and swept a cold gaze over the corpses. Anyone who tried to respawn on the spot was cut down instantly. With no hope of reviving, Bodies vanished as their owners returned to the respawn point. Dozens hesitated, curious to see whom Long Huang awaited and who would survive to the end. Yulan wondered the same thing. Who was this person Long Huang was waiting for? Far from Dragon City, a lone figure stood on a high ridge, eyes narrowed at the crimson light above the city. He murmured, "Found you at last. How's he? Are you saying the Dragon Emperor is holed up in that crumbling castle?" Gao Pengfei stood outside the broken stone wall, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. The old fortress rose amid waist-high weeds, its facade peeling away to reveal dark brown stones, hardly the residence of a king. But Zhang Hao sounded certain. "I'm not mistaken. Even from here the aura he's putting out hits you in the chest like a sledgehammer. I can feel it clearly." The northeastern tigress nodded. "Yeah, I feel it too." Zhang Xiao looked blank. "What aura? I don't feel anything at all." The others were just as puzzled. What they didn't know was that this kind of sense wasn't innate. It was honed in countless battles, just as ancient swordsmen could smell killing intent in an opponent's breathing. Zhang Hao had survived more battles than he could count in his previous life, so the instinct was second nature to him. The northeastern tigress, raised on the streets, had picked up a measure of it as well. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Xiao, and the rest had lived sheltered lives. Without that hard experience, the pressure was lost on them. One strike kill grasped the hilt of his blade. "Want me to scout ahead?" he asked. The tigress didn't answer. She looked to Zhang Hao instead. "No need. We go in together," Zhang Hao said, heading for the gaping doorway. The rest fell in behind him. They had barely cleared the weeds when several players under Yulan Xiahong's command came stumbling out. Faces paper white. They didn't even bother to wipe the blood trailing from the corners of their mouths. Gao Pengfei grabbed one by the arm. "Hey man, what's the rush? The Dragon Emperor, he's terrifying." The player rasped, voice shaking. "Everyone's dead. If we don't run, we're next." With that he tore free and sprinted off with his companions, as though the Dragon Emperor might strike them in the back at any second. Watching them go, an invisible weight settled over the group. Gentle Killer swallowed hard. He said the Dragon Emperor wiped out everyone? Are we going to? "Don't spook yourself," the tigress said, shaking her head and glancing at Zhang Hao. Seeing his calm expression, she sent a private message to reassure her teammates. "With the madman here, we'll be fine. Keep it together or we'll look like fools." One strike kill and Gentle Killer drew a deep breath and tightened their grip on their weapons. They passed through the gate and entered a wide courtyard. Blood seeped through the cracks of shattered flagstones, and the air reeked of iron and char. Bodies of foreign players lay sprawled everywhere, their gear strewn across the ground. Thousands of elite players had once stood shoulder to shoulder here. Now they were all but annihilated. Gao Pengfei had never liked these foreigners, yet the sight still sent a chill down his spine. These people were not only individually strong, but also well coordinated, and they'd still been butchered to the point of extinction. Just how powerful was the Dragon Emperor? At that moment, before the throne in the center of the square, the Dragon Emperor slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on them. "So you finally arrived," he said, voice a deep rumble, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. An even more ferocious aura burst outward, whipping past their skin like a gale. Everyone except Zhang Hao went Shi Wai Tuivan Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu, who hadn't sensed a thing earlier, turned pale. A primal terror welled up inside them, a wordless warning of death. Yulan Xiahong was closest to the Dragon Emperor. The pressure was like a mountain overhead. Her knees buckled and she lost control of her bladder, the faint scent of blood and urine spreading through the air. Zhang Hao lifted a hand to halt the others. "Stay here. Don't come any closer. The Dragon Emperor is mine." His voice was low but brooked no argument. Everyone understood that, right now, only Zhang Hao could stand toe-to-toe with this monster. Tap tap tap. His steady footsteps echoed across the empty hall as his boots struck the flagstones. 10 dragon warriors fanned out in a line, slit pupils blazing with murderous heat, ready to pounce at any moment. Yulan Xiahong cast a desperate glance at Zhang Hao, her fingers trembling in silent plea. He spared her only a calm look. This woman had nothing to do with him. Her life or death was her own affair. High on the platform, the Dragon Emperor lounged with one leg crossed, chin propped on his palm, as though watching a dull street show. "So you've come at last, savior of Blue Star, chosen by the goddess. I don't see what makes you any different from the trash lying on the floor." Zhang Hao stopped at the foot of the dais, met the reptilian eyes, and smiled faintly. "I don't see anything special about you, either." "Ha ha ha." The Dragon Emperor rose, an invisible pressure surging toward Zhang Hao like a breached dam. Zhang Hao didn't budge, a reef against the tide. Now I can tell you are a little different from the rest of the vermin." The Emperor nodded, still dripping disdain. "Humans are blades of grass in the wind, weak and helpless. The goddess should never have pinned her hopes on you." Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Twice now this creature had mentioned the goddess. Was there some special connection? "Come, human. Prove yourself and prove the goddess wrong while you're at it." With a sweeping gesture, the 10 dragon warriors lunged for him. Zhang Hao was ready. He slid into 8-step yin-yang footwork, his figure flickering through the narrow gaps between claws and fangs. His longbow was already drawn. The arrow's cold gleam flashed like a meteor. Thud, thud, thud. 1 million. 1 million. System message. Critical hit. Thunderclap. Scrolled in his ears. In less than 5 seconds, 10 massive dragon bodies hit the floor, blood filling the cracks between stones. The Dragon Emperor's pupils contracted in shock. Each of those elite warriors was 1 in 10,000, capable of wiping out 100 men alone. Yet Zhang Hao had felled them in an eye blink, 1 arrow apiece. Zhang Hao glanced at his status panel. The 10 elites had yielded a total of just over 8.5 million each, not much compared with his own cap of 80 plus million, but better than nothing. Your minions are gone. You're next. He crooked a finger, casual as ever. Let's finish this. I'd like to get home and sleep. Humph. Kill a few underlings and you think you're invincible? You have no idea how high the heavens are. The Dragon Emperor descended the steps, violet lightning crackling in his palm. Blinding arcs raced up his arm, bathing the castle in a ghostly purple glow, beautiful, but the color of death. In the distance, Gao Pengfei, the Northeast Tigress, and the others watched with sweaty palms, unable to tear their eyes from the duel. Meanwhile, several figures lurked in a shadowed corner. Boss, that Dragon Nation player's crazy strong, Ghost whispered to Boulder. He wiped out 10 dragon elites by himself. He could kill 100, and it wouldn't matter, Boulder snorted. Until the Dragon Emperor falls, it's the same death sentence. Which Celine frowned. Boss, what about Miss Lu? Should we pull her out? She made her own bed. Leave her, Boulder said with a wave, disgust twisting his face. I can't stand stupid women like that. Could this man be the madman? The mechanical war wolf, already lying lifeless on the ground, propped itself up with a half-severed metal arm and stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief. U.S. intelligence had long since supplied him with files on every top player in the world, but because he couldn't read Chinese, he never linked the archer before him to the codename Madman. It wasn't until Zhang Hao drew his bow and, within seconds, killed 10 elite dragon race players that understanding struck. The first player from Dragon Country was this powerful. Forget the Dragon Emperor, it wouldn't bet on any one of those 10 elites wiping out the rest, yet he cleared them in seconds? Mecha Wolf's mind spun. With a monster like this guarding Dragon Country, what chance did the United States-led coalition have? His steel-hard conviction cracked, though he clung to one last hope. The Dragon Emperor might still defeat Zhang Hao. If he couldn't have something, no one else should. Classic American logic. The Dragon Emperor roared, thrust both palms forward, and hurled a torrent of lightning at Zhang Hao. Tens of thousands of volts, enough to incinerate a man, came crashing down. Zhang Hao didn't budge. He raised his bow, knocked an arrow, and locked his obsidian eyes on the Dragon Emperor. Damage set to 6 million, he murmured. An instant later, the lightning struck. Purple arcs erupted, a blinding sphere swallowing the battlefield. Gao Pengfei, the Northern Tiger Girl, and the others held their breath, praying Zhang Hao would live. Mecha Wolf and the coalition soldiers clenched their fists, hoping the blast would turn him to ash. Die, worthless human, the Dragon Emperor shouted, laughing. Before the words faded, a feathered arrow whistled out of the violet glare and punched through his chest. 6 million. He looked down at the trembling shaft, stunned. How are you still alive? How did that arrow one-shot me? The thick health bar above his head emptied at once, his life force collapsing before their eyes. When the light cleared, Zhang Hao was kneeling on one knee, still frozen in mid-shot. The strike had cost him a little over 1 million HP, hardly a scratch against his 80 million total. Seeing this, Zhang Qiao and Bai Lu pumped their fists in triumph, and Gao Pengfei and the Northern Tiger Girl broke into grins. Mecha Wolf, Boulder, and the other foreign players were stupefied. Godlike Dragon Emperor, felled by a single arrow? Impossible. They even wondered if someone had swapped in a fake. Zhang Hao glanced back and beckoned to Bai Lu. She nodded, jogged over, and began looting the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Before she could lay a finger on the Dragon Emperor, his hand shot out and clamped around her wrist. Ah, he's not dead. Bai Lu's face turned ghost white as she screamed. Zhang Hao's heart sank. Head never fought the Dragon Emperor Hedon and had no idea the boss could revive, so Head sent Bai Lu in to loot the corpse. Drawing his bow to the limit, he was just about to loose the arrow when the Dragon Emperor jerked Bai Lu forward, using her as a living shield. Oomph, human, the Dragon Emperor sneered. You're stronger than I expected, but don't celebrate yet, he haven't unleashed my full power. With a crunch, the chain across his chest shattered in his grip. A heartbeat later, golden energy erupted, whirling into a storm that made his presence several times more oppressive than before. Beiji's been grabbed. Zhang Qiao cried, her face drained of color. Gao Pengfei stared. That bastard's still alive. Is he immortal? Tiger Girl shook her head, analyzing quickly. No, it's a second phase. High-level bosses always transform each form stronger and nastier. Mechanical War Wolf chuckled in delight. Told you the Dragon Emperor wasn't that weak. He's got one more card to play, Madman. You're finished. The trio beside Boulder also relaxed. They didn't care who got the dragon crown, as long as Zhang Hao didn't. Let her go? Zhang Hao roared. From inside the golden haze, the Dragon Emperor smirked. He'll release her once my evolution is complete. But he glanced at the girl in his grip. I doubt she'll live that long. Haha. Bai Lu's health bar visibly melted away as the golden aura corroded her. Zhang Hao's jaw tightened. If he fired, the arrow would hit Bai Lu first. If he didn't, she would still die. Zhang Qiao could revive her, but death meant lost experience and gear, and he wouldn't let her pay that price. Cornered, he heard Bai Lu shout, "Madman, shoot. I don't care about EXP or items. Remember my talent." Realization flared. The bowstring sank. Whip. The arrow punched through Bai Lu's chest and vanished into the golden light. "You wretch. You'd even kill your own teammate." The Dragon Emperor shrieked, flinging Bai Lu aside as he leapt for the dais, only to crash beneath the dragon throne, his fate uncertain. "Bai?" Zhang Hao ignored the Dragon Emperor and caught her. She looked up. Her health bar had stopped at a single pixel. 1 point. Her supreme luck talent had spared her at death's door. Zhang Hao let out a long breath and grinned. "Bai, I'm starting to think your talent is the strongest divine gift of all." He helped her out of the danger zone, then locked his gaze on the high platform. Bai Lu asked softly, "Madman, the Dragon Emperor's still alive?" "Yep," Zhang Hao replied, eyes narrowing. "He's entered phase 2. Round 2 starts now." On the high platform, the golden light enveloping the Dragon Emperor slowly faded. He straightened, his appearance utterly transformed. The dazzling golden armor shattered like fragments, revealing a bodybuilder's physique. Every muscle stood out, and dark golden, sinister patterns flickered on his skin as if they were breathing. He raised his arms and twisted his waist. Bones cracked audibly before he flashed a triumphant grin. "With the goddess seal broken and my power restored, this feels magnificent." Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes as the system panel flashed new data. True Supreme Dragon Emperor, level 120 HP, 15,370,000. "Xiao Bai, go now?" he urged in a low voice. Baila's heart clenched. She spun and sprinted away. She knew an earth-shattering fight was imminent, and staying would only hinder Zhang Hao. Across the square, Yulan Xiahong saw the dragon elite guarding her cut down by Zhang Hao and seized the chance to dash for the city gate alongside Bai Lu. At the threshold she turned, staring at the lone figure in the plaza, emotions swirling. Zhang Hao had ignored her plea for help, yet without him she would already be dead. Hatred wouldn't take hold, replaced instead by a tangled gratitude. "I hope you win," she whispered to herself. The soul of the mech war wolf hovered above its mangled steel remains. Azure soul flames pulsed violently as it fixed on the evolved Dragon Emperor, its voice hoarse yet elated. "Ha ha ha, what staggering power. Now that's a Dragon Emperor. Rip the madman to shreds. Your crown must never fall into Longhua hands." Far along the wall, the Jushur trio were equally stunned. Guo Ying muttered, "Over 15 million hit points, that's insane." Jushur nodded slightly. On their foreign server, no one dared touch a world boss, and numbers like this were beyond belief. Had they known Zhang Hao had already slain 3 bosses with 8-figure health, their jaws would have dropped. Which Shilin had been watching Yulan Xiahong in secret. Seeing her escape danger, she exhaled quietly. "The client's still alive. At least our reputation's intact. Now we'll see whether Kuang Tu or the Dragon Emperor is the real king." Jushur pursed his lips. "I hate to admit it, but I've got a hunch Kuang Tu will win, and that really ticks me off." At the gate, Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, and the northeastern tigress stared without blinking. Even from several kilometers away, they felt the pressure of the Dragon Emperor's second form, as though a boulder were wedged in their chests. What must it be like for Zhang Hao inside 100 meters? Probably like Mount Tai crashing down. Yet Zhang Hao remained calm. He fixed his damage output at 16 million, enough to end the fight with a single arrow. If he truly unleashed himself, even 4 Dragon Emperors in their second form would vaporize at once. Still, he dared not relax. No matter how high the critical multiplier, an arrow had to land to count. Last time's bitter lesson convinced him the Dragon Emperor would be twice as cautious now and would never let an arrow slip through easily again. Sure enough, as Zhang Hao predicted, the Dragon Emperor began by conjuring 9 layers of defensive shields around himself. Golden shields shimmered into view around him, each one able to absorb more than 10 million points of damage. That meant Zhang Hao would have to unleash at least 25 million damage in an instant to have any chance of killing the Dragon King. While the radiance still lingered, the Dragon King's hands blurred as he stacked buff speed, attack, evasion, critical rate until the brilliant effects turned him into a moving fortress. To guarantee victory, he summoned reinforcements. The 100+ dragons that Setting Sun had lured away wheeled back at his call, roaring as they sliced through the clouds. Setting Sun and his team were already dead in some remote wilderness, their corpses still unfound. In addition to the airborne dragons, the Dragon King ordered several hundred elite draconians to gather before the throne. For him, this final battle had to be won. Losing would leave him unable to face the Blue Star Goddess or any of his comrades. Zhang Hao glanced at the circling dragons, then at the ranks on the ground, and curled his lip. "Call 10,000 of these small fry if you like," he sneered. "It still won't matter." "Arrogant wretch," the Dragon King roared, his tail slamming against the throne. "He'll tear you to pieces. My kin, rip him apart." A deafening roar split the sky. dragons, dove, and elites charged, turning the clearing into hell on earth and giving Zhang Hao no room to escape. Their power was frightening. A single blow could inflict 4, even 5, digits of damage, and one concerted assault easily piled up more than 1,000,000. The Dragon King watched smugly as Zhang Hao was swallowed by the onslaught. Even he mused, couldn't survive more than a few such barrages, let alone a mere human player. On a distant tower, the Mech Wolf garrison and the foreign coalition clenched their fists in excitement. Nothing could live through that, they said. Even a 1,000-strong elite raid would be wiped. To them, Zhang Hao was already dead. Among the spectators, reactions were far more complex. Yulan Xiahong stared wide-eyed. Why isn't he running? She whispered. Tigress of the Northeast tugged on Gao Pengfei's sleeve. Why isn't Maniac retreating? He can't beat that many mobs. Gao waved her off with confidence. Relax, Tigress. Haozia, Maniac isn't just anyone. Watch. He'll win in the end. Zhang Qiao chimed in. That's right. My brother's going to win. Gentle enough to kill you looked baffled. He's buried under monsters. Where's this confidence coming from? No matter how hard he hits, he can't tank that many, can he? One strike execution shook his head. I just don't see how he wins. Sheer willpower? On the city wall, Boulder's trio wavered too. Ghost spread his hands. No one can live surrounded by that many monsters. Boulder frowned. But he doesn't look panicked at all. It's like he was ready for this. How's he planning to survive? Sorceress Celine sighed. He knows he can't win, yet he still shows off. When a character dies, they lose levels, and Gear Y put himself through that. In a corner, Song Yuba scoffed to himself. Maniac. Just a brute. My sister got worked up over nothing. Li Yunhe, however, was anxious. Without the crown, the old hag Li Weining would never let him inherit the clan. He looked toward the Dragon King, calculating. Can't beat him directly. He'll need another way. Just when everyone was certain the fight was over, everything changed. A dragon shrieked in midair and plummeted like a kite with its string cut. Then a second, a third. In seconds, dozens of dragons crashed to the ground, their hides bristling with feathered arrows. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong. He barked, get back. The dragons and draconian elites sprang away, revealing the lone human at the center, Zhang Hao. He stood unmoving, bowstring quivering as arrows screamed through the air in a silver blur. Each shot flash froze its target, locking it in place before crimson damage numbers rose in a relentless stream. System messages scrolled across his vision. You have killed a dragon, gaining 18,000 experience. You have killed a draconian elite, gaining 53,000 experience. You have killed a dragon, gaining 18,000 experience. 7 XP, 7 XP, 7 XP. You're still alive? Impossible. The Dragon Emperor reeled. His gaze snapped to Zhang Hao's health bar down by less than 2%. How can a human have more HP than the Dragon Emperor? Horror, rage, and bitterness surged through him. Only one answer made sense. The Blue Star Goddess had favored this mortal. But why? They were both her creations. Why choose Zhang Hao? Jealousy flared in his eyes. While he hesitated, Zhang Hao had already turned half the dragons and draconian elites into corpses. Bodies piled at his feet, blood running like a river. Perfect. That wave topped off my XP, and my HP finally broke the 100 million mark. Zhang Hao kept firing, casually flipping open his character panel. Each dragon held 6 or 700,000 HP, the elites at least 1,000,000. Zhang Hao, already near 9 digits, had now passed it with ease. Farther off, foreign spectators stood dumbstruck. Mecha Warwolf gaped. One player was soloing hundreds of high-level foes and winning. No normal person could do that. Zhang Hao had to be hacking. He wasn't alone. Forums and chat channels erupted. Those dirty Longwell players are cheating. I'm reporting him. Yeah, he's breaking the game's balance. Where are the GMs? His HP barely drops. Bet he set it to 6 nines. They were still underestimating him. If they knew Zhang Hao's HP had already passed 8 nines, solidly into the 100 million bracket, they'd have melted down on the spot. Within the crowd, Boulder watched in silence. He knew hacking was impossible here, which meant this was Zhang Hao's true strength. What a terrifying Longwell player. He muttered, the entire balance of this world might change because of that man's arrival. Ghost Shadow and Celine the Witch looked at each other in confusion, both frowning. What are you talking about, boss? Celine couldn't help but ask. Boulder thought for a moment, then spoke gravely. Witch, go find Miss Lu right now and explain everything that happened today. Tell her the failure is entirely on us, and we'll refund the deposit in full. Ask for her and the Lu family's understanding. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened. Boss, didn't you say we could ignore the Longwell people? Why the sudden change of heart? We have to, Boulder sighed, his gaze deep. I've got a feeling Longwell is about to rise. We'd better build goodwill early. He patted Ghost Shadow on the shoulder, his tone certain. Trust me, instincts rarely fail. Elsewhere, Song Yuba and Li Yunhe crouched behind a pile of rubble, staring at the distant battlefield in shock. Brotherly, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. That guy they call Maniac, he's not dead? Song Yuba's voice trembled. No, he's not. Li Yunhe managed, swallowing hard. He's ridiculously strong. Zhang Hao sat atop Longwo's power rankings, and they'd heard the name, but until now they'd never felt the gap. This moment made the chasm clear. Still, clearing the small fry doesn't mean he can finish off the final boss, Liuna thought. The Dragon Emperor's no pushover. Who wins depends on who's stronger. At the city gate, the shattered walls swayed in the night wind. Tigress, see? I told you my brother would be fine. Zhang Xiao lifted her chin and winked at the northeast tigress. Bai Lu let out a long breath of relief. The northeast tigress nodded, her worry easing a little. Maybe Zhang Hao really could win. But the Dragon Emperor still had more than 10 million hit points, and no one knew his hidden skills. Whether Zhang Hao could withstand those attacks was still uncertain. She drew a deep breath and prayed silently. Everything comes down to the final fight. On the main square, scorched earth and dragon blood blended into a pungent stench. Zhang Hao flicked the blood from his arrowhead, then shouted toward the platform, "Hey, your people are almost wiped out. Aren't you going to step in?" The Dragon Emperor snapped out of his daze, golden eyes blazing with fury. "Human, don't get arrogant." He clenched his fists and growled. "You may have the goddess' favor, but that means nothing. I'll defeat you myself, and show her who truly deserves her attention." Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Favor? Please. I'm no ancient concubine. If you want to fight, do it. Stop wasting my time." Humph. The Dragon Emperor's aura surged. His scales ignited, forming a blazing dragon silhouette. In the blink of an eye he flashed to Zhang Hao's front, fist wrapped in scorching currents. The air ripped apart, trailing a line of fire that burst with a sonic boom. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted. He felt the punch's weight taking at Hedon would cripple him. Yet he didn't dodge. He simply drew his bow, icy arrow aimed at the Dragon Emperor's heart. Damage set to 30 million. That should do it, he decided. Both struck at once. Fist and arrowhead collided, sparks flaring, shockwaves surging like a tidal wave. Boom. Whoosh. Zhang Hao was blasted backward like a cannonball. He tumbled through the air and slammed into a stone wall. With a thunderous crash, the entire section collapsed, burying him under debris and dust. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened. "Bro," she cried. Before the crowd could react, the battlefield seemed to freeze. Dragon Emperor held his punch mid-swing, as if time had stopped. A flash of cold light still quivered in the air. An arrow was buried dead center in the Dragon Emperor's brow. Golden blood oozed down the shaft, and his health bar instantly dropped to 0. "I actually lost," he rasped. The giant body toppled backward, the golden glow in his slit pupils fading until only a lifeless corpse remained. Rubble slid away with a clatter as Zhang Hao brushed the dust from his clothes and stepped out. Glancing at his panel, he muttered, "One punch shaved off 20% of my H-ties. Dragon Emperor really was no joke." System messages flooded the screen. "Congratulations on the first kill of the Secret Realm boss Dragon Emperor. You gained 5 million experience points and 100,000 gold coins. A server-wide announcement will follow. Hide your name? No." 2 golden lines broadcast across the server. "Congratulations to player Quantu for the first kill of the Secret Realm boss Dragon Emperor. Keep up the good work, everyone." The sight of Zhang Hao still alive and kicking left the foreign players stunned. That second form Dragon Emperor, with tens of millions of HP, had been one-shot by a single arrow. In an instant, Zhang Hao had rewritten the limits of human players. In soul form, Mech Wolf turned ashen. The Dragon Emperor had frustrated him, but Zhang Hao made him despair. No matter what he did, he could never catch up. With Zhang Hao around, Dragon Nation's strength would only crush the other countries harder, shattering his belief that the beautiful country must always be first. Zhang Hao strode to the Dragon Emperor's corpse, knelt, and lifted the iridescent crown. He set it casually on his head and swept his gaze around. The new Dragon Emperor had arrived. Boulder narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Let's go. We'll never get that crown." He knew that even if everyone there attacked together, they couldn't budge Zhang Hao. Mech Wolf and the other foreign players silently withdrew, slinking back to their camps to report and plan their next move. Haha, how's he did it? Gao Pengfei pumped his fist. So much for the Dragon Emperor. All those flashy moves, and one arrow still dropped him. Zhang Xiao and Bai Lu exchanged smiles. The northeastern tigress let out the breath she'd been holding when Zhang Hao was blasted away. Her heart had nearly leaped from her throat. Yulan Xiehong curved her lips in satisfaction. The ending she'd wished for had come true. She was about to leave when she spotted her subordinate Swad chickened out during the fight approaching with Selin the Witch. "Miss, are you all right? We're so sorry, we were terrified back there. Please don't be angry." "I know you're angry. Mississippi, hit me if you like. I promise I won't fight back, as long as it helps you cool off." The Liu clan's dust-covered retainers crowded around Yulan Xiehong with obsequious grins, stammering their apologies. She spared them only a glance, eyes cold as frost from some hidden realm, then strode ahead and left them far behind. This battle had taught her a lesson she'd never forget. A sliver of her former willfulness and pride had been ground away, leaving her markedly calmer. The retainers exchanged uneasy looks. In the past, she'd have laid into them with her whip and a torrent of curses. Her silence now made them even more nervous. "Miss Liu," which Celine hurried after her, sincerity filling her gaze. "We're truly sorry. We failed to protect you and put you in danger. Because we didn't complete the commission, we won't take a single coin. If the Liu clan ever needs us again, we'll work for free. Yulan Xiahong halted and fixed her with an icy stare. Which, he'll report everything to my father exactly as it happened. How he handles it is his business, not mine. Goodbye. With that, she exited the secret realm without a backward glance. Celine watched her disappear and sighed. The Liu clan would never let this drop. She'd better hurry back and brief Captain Boulder. Elsewhere, Zhang Hao turned and waved to Bai Lu. Hey, little Bai, come loot the corpse. It's perfectly safe, trust me. The system says the Dragon Emperor is dead for goods not getting back up. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Xiao, and a few others jogged over. The once majestic plaza now held only 7 people. Bai Lu crouched beside the Dragon Emperor's massive body and touched it. An item list poured across her vision like a waterfall. Zhang Hao whistled at the ludicrous length of it. No wonder he's the Dragon Emperor's richer than a kingdom. The haul was outrageous. 1. 1,000 gold ingots that sparkled under the moonlight. 2. More than 100 flawless gems, dazzling in every color. 3. A dozen evolution scrolls. 4. 5 luck scrolls, exactly what had been missing, which made him burst out laughing. 5. And the rest was even crazier. 16 6-star items, 211 5-star items, 3,300 4-star items, and over 10,000 pieces of gear rated 3 stars or below. It was a staggering windfall. Tenderly kill you and 1/kill hovered nearby, eyes glued to the loot, but they didn't dare reach out. They hadn't fought alongside Zhang Hao's team, so they knew they had no claim to a share. After everyone kept whatever they could actually use, the rest went to Gao Pengfei. Zhang Hao instructed, Old Gao, hand out the gear to the guild when we get back, and distribute the gems and gold ingots as perks based on contribution. Leave it to me. Gao Pengfei clapped a hand to his chest. Zhang Xiao lifted a crown with both hands, curiosity shining in her eyes. Hey, what's the story with this? Let me see. Knock yourself out. Zhang Hao passed it over. The moment it touched her hands, a stat panel lit up, and her eyes went wide. Dragon Crown. Stars, 9. Requirements, none. Attributes, 1,000 strength, 1,000 constitution, 1,000 spirit, 1,000 agility. Skill, summon an army of 1,000 dragons, 60-minute channel, 30-day cooldown. Durability, 13501-350. It summons 1,000 dragons? Bro, if that isn't unbeatable, what is? Zhang Xiao's eye sparkled. Zhang Hao laughed. Am unbeatable even without the crown. After studying the stats of the Dragon Crown, Zhang Hao finally understood why every faction was desperate to get its hands on it. This thing was a bona fide divine artifact. With a single thought, he could summon an entire legion of dragon scales gleaming like molten gold, wings stirring up hurricanes with every beat. Against that kind of brute force, a human army would crumble. If demon hordes ever poured out of the abyss, the dragons could meet them heated. The only downside was a 30-day cooldown. Even so, Zhang Hao could hardly contain his excitement. A god-given talent, attack speed multiplied 100-fold, HP in the hundreds of millions, and a dragon legion at his beck and call. In this game world, he was untouchable, unmatched in the past, and likely unrivaled in the future. Secret Realm exploration complete. You will be returned to the main world in 60 minutes. Please prepare to exit. A translucent system message filled everyone's view. Gao Pengfei darted over to Zhang Hao and lowered his voice. How? Let's loot the castle while we still can. There might be more treasure. Bai Lu laughed softly. Brother Gao, you're insatiable. Gao Pengfei shook his head, suddenly serious. You don't get it, Bai? I grew up poor. I can't pass up a chance to make money. Zhang Hao shrugged. Anything valuable is probably already gone. Search if you want, but I'm wiped out after that fight. Xiao Qiao, go with him. Sure thing, Brother Gao. Xiao Qiao answered, then sprinted off with Gao Pengfei. One strike kill and Gentle Slayer followed close behind. They were from humble backgrounds too and wouldn't miss a payday. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Bai Lu sat on the stone steps, letting the cool breeze wash away the heat of battle. After a moment's hesitation, the Northeast Tiger Girl joined them, brushed dirt from her shoulder armor, and took a seat beside Zhang Hao. Madman, mind if I ask a few questions? Fire away. Zhang Hao closed his eyes to steady his breathing. How are you this strong? Is it your talent? Can I take a look? She immediately opened her personal panel. Talent, Death Sprint. Rank, 1 star. Effect, when facing an enemy stronger than yourself, movement speed 100. Zhang Hao glanced at it and smiled. No wonder I couldn't catch you earlier. She nodded. The moment my speed doubled, I knew you were stronger than me. Then Zhang Hao revealed his own talent. With the cards he held now, he wasn't worried about showing it, and the Tiger Girl had already proven her worth. He wanted her on the team. The data shimmered into view. When she finished reading, her eyes went wide, and she was momentarily speechless. Finally, she exhaled in a long breath. Your talent is insane. I get it now. This has to be the strongest ability in the entire divine realm, bar none. Zhang Hao gave a faint smile. So, will you and your friends join my team? This time she didn't hesitate. She nodded firmly. From now on, my companions and I are at your command. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile and messaged Gao Pengfei, asking him to free up a few guild slots so the 5 members of Northeast Tigers could join. On it, Gao Pengfei replied while rummaging through chests in the castle. Some freeloaders have been slacking off for ages, perfect time to kick them out. 60 minutes flew by. Just before the secret realm gate closed, Gao Pengfei and Xiao Qiao returned, faces streaked with dust. We searched everywhere and didn't find so much as a dragon whisker, he grumbled. They say dragons hoard shiny treasure, what a joke. Total trash. Zhang Hao chuckled. We already scored a pile of loot from the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Be satisfied. When time ran out, the system forced everyone back to the Imperial capital's Grand Plaza. It was packed, and every eye locked onto Zhang Hao's party. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, hemming them in. Madman, we watched you punch foreigners and kick a dragon legendary stuff. That fight showed the world dragon nation's pride. You're a national hero now. Check the foreign form Severion's bowing to you. Long live Madman. Madman, have my babies. Voices rose and fell. Buffeted from all sides, Zhang Hao could only manage a wry smile as a few female players' hands wandered. This was why he preferred to keep a low profile, too much fame was a headache. Unable to break free, he logged off. Zhang Xiao and Gao Pengfei followed. Egret, bound by her official status, had to stay online, surrounded by players and fielding endless questions with a forced smile. Across the plaza, one arrow through the heart watched the frenzy and sighed. Madman really is popular. 1/kill, clapped his shoulder. Get achievements like his, and you'll be just as famous. Block my path and die, murmured to Northeast Tigress. Boss, we failed the mission. The eldest princess and the Zhao family won't let this slide. Northeast Tigress waved a hand, smiling. Doesn't matter. We found a better patron. I have a feeling following Madman is the right move. At the same moment, in Dragon City, a burst of golden light flared across the plaza. When it faded, a woman with black hair and a white dress stood there, her features gentle, her presence ethereal. She was the guardian of Blue Star, known in the West as Eve, and in Dragon Nation as Nuwa. Dragon Emperor, awaken, she said softly. The Dragon Emperor, once slain, opened his eyes. After a dazed scan of his surroundings, he fixed on Nuwa and dropped to one knee. My lady. Rise, Nuwa replied, her tone warm. You fought Madman. What do you think of him? The Dragon Emperor curled his lip, still resentful. If you hadn't favored him, I wouldn't have lost. Nuwa gave a light laugh. He carries the mission of saving Blue Star. He is my hope, so of course I favor him. I still refuse to accept it, he muttered, the once lofty ruler now pouting like a petulant child. Nuwa stroked his golden hair, soothing him. Don't compete for my attention. You are all my beloved children. But remember, the burden on his shoulders is heavier than yours. She sighed. All our hopes rest on him. If he fails, everything we cherish will be destroyed. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the window and wrapped Zhang Hao in a warm glow. He slowly opened his eyes and rubbed the sore corners, although, since his rebirth, he barely needed sleep. A deep rest now, and then still left him refreshed and upbeat. After getting up, dressing, and heading downstairs, he stepped onto the open space beside the community flower bed and launched into the combat routine head mastered in his previous life. His fists sliced the air with a fierce whistle, leaving a nearby elderly man out for a stroll staring in shock. He pulled out his phone and checked his account balance. Gao Pengfei had been responsible for selling items from the Divine Realm and splitting the proceeds. Zhang Hao usually ignored the numbers, but one glance now made him suck in a bray than 8-figure deposit. Old Gao's been busy, he muttered, a grin tugging at his lips as he quickly calculated how to use the money. Doomsday was looming. Order would collapse, and supplies would vanish overnight. Even if humanity strengthened its bodies with in-game energy, 3 years of darkness would break them without food or water. He nodded to himself. They had to stockpile food, water, and daily necessities now. If the underground bunker was finished, they could start buying today. Decision made, he headed back home. Granny Gao had already laid out a steaming breakfast. Gao Pengfei and Zhang Qiao shuffled out of their rooms, rubbing their eyes and yawning as they sat down to eat. After the meal, the three of them went straight to Zhang Hao's new house. The construction machines roared, but the underground warehouse still lacked a roof, and Zhang Hao pushed the foreman on the spot to speed up the work. An hour later, they returned home and logged into the game. With the secret realm cleared, the next target was the world boss. Zhang Hao couldn't afford to waste even a single day needed to gather magic beast cores as quickly as possible. He didn't know whether salvation or demons would arrive first. The trio soon found the prophet Arthur. Arthur caught sight of the dragon crown atop Zhang Hao's head and blurted in amazement, "My lord hero, you've obtained the dragon's treasure. You never cease to astonish me." Zhang Hao came straight to the point. "Prophet, I need information on the next ancient beast." Arthur's palm glowed, and a thick tome materialized. The pages fluttered until it stopped in the middle. "Here it is," he said, pointing at the dense text. "The next ancient beast is named Tiamu, sealed within the Temple of Fire. It commands pure flame, and its power is terrifying everything before it turns to ash. My lord hero, proceed with caution. I understand, Zhang Hao said. Where's the Temple of Fire? Inside Red Cloud Volcano, Arthur replied, sketching a rough map in the air. Reach the crater, look straight down, and you'll see the temple at the bottom. Thank you, Prophet, Zhang Hao said. Zhang Hao said goodbye to Arthur and set off for Crimson Cloud Volcano with Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao. No sooner had he stepped off the plaza than a wave of hurried footsteps rushed toward him. Players swarmed in, their eyes fixed on the dragon crown atop his head, its built-in flash effect glittering like a spotlight. Prismatic flares ricocheted through the crowd, drawing even distant vendors to gawk. Sighing at the hassle, Zhang Hao yanked off the crown and stuffed it into his pack, then raced to the auction house and bought a black hood that hid his nickname. The instant he pulled it on, the nameplate above his head disappeared, curious stares scattered, and the trio finally shed their celebrity aura. They reached the airship terminal, produced the overpriced tickets, and boarded the dirigible bound for Stonesword Plains, home of Crimson Cloud Volcano. On deck, howling winds whipped their cloaks while a sea of clouds churned below. The plains were named for the petrified great swords that littered the landscape. No one knew who forged them, only that they had stood rooted in the earth for centuries, perhaps millennia. Now the region's most striking landmark. A time-worn legend surrounds the plains. Among the countless stone blades lies a true divine sword, waiting for a worthy hand to draw it. It sounds like the European sword in the stone, but Zhang Hao knew it was more than folklorite, was a hidden questline. In his previous life, a player had managed to pull the weapon free, only to fall to the spirit guarding it and leave empty-handed. This time, he might have a shot. Even though he specialized in archery, he could always pass the sword on to Gao Pengfei or the northeastern Tiger Girl. 3 hours later, the airship settled onto the Stone Sword platform. A small town tucked into the edge of the sword forest looked like a pocket in the landscape, and they decided to stay there. Gao Pengfei took Zhang Xiao to the town center for supplies, while Zhang Hao and Bai Lu headed straight for the inn to book rooms and ask around about the divine sword. So, you're here for that legendary blade too? The innkeeper said, polishing a glass with a forced smile. Take my advice, don't believe the gossip, it's utter nonsense. Nonsense? Then who started it? Zhang Hao pressed. Who else but that drunk Abiao? The owner scowled. He spreads tall tales to cadge drinking money and still owes me half a month's rent. Someone beat him half to death last time. You'd think he'd learn. Where is he now? The tavern. Practically lives there. With directions in hand, Zhang Hao and Bai Lu left the innkeeper, crossed the cobblestone street, and headed for the town's only tavern. Before they could push the door open, it flew witty. A scruffy man was hauled out by the collar and tossed into the road. The bouncer shook a fist. Abiao, you're not welcome here. Another added, settle your tab first. The door slammed shut. Abiao rolled to his feet, wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted, who says I'm broke? Once I find that divine sword and sell it, they'll buy this dump and drink every day. Bleary-eyed, he brushed dust from his clothes and noticed a man and woman staring at him. What are you staring at? Never seen a drunk before? He snarled. Unfazed, Zhang Hao offered a faint smile, leaned forward, and said, Abiao, I want to work with you to find that divine sword. Abiao froze, wondering if he'd drunk so much that he was hearing things. He squinted and asked again, what did you say? You want me to take you to the divine sword? Exactly. Zhang Hao nodded without hesitation. I heard you can find it, so I'd like to team up. As he spoke, he flicked a gleaming gold coin into the air. If you can locate it, money's no object. The coin traced a bright arc and clinked onto the floor. Abiao pounced like a starving wolf, snatched it up, and bit down. When he confirmed it was real, his face split into a grin. Huh, real gold. He hurried toward the tavern door, clearly craving a drink. Zhang Hao grabbed him by the collar. Abiao, what about our deal? Abiao scratched his head and chuckled nervously. It'll help, but you're paying too little. How much do you want? Zhang Hao raised a brow. After a long pause, Abiao held up one finger. 10 gold coins. He'll give you 100. Zhang Hao named a figure far beyond expectation, then lowered his voice. But if you try to cheat me, you'll regret it. The cold glint in Zhang Hao's eyes made Abiao shiver and shrink back. Relax, I wouldn't dare. Still, whether you can actually get the sword depends on your own skills. A system prompt flashed above Zhang Hao's head. Quest, find the divine sword. Objective, with Abiao as your guide, locate the sword and bring it back. Keep Abiao safe. Requirement, level 60. Reward, 740,000 XP, 300 gold coins. Bai Lu couldn't hold back her curiosity. What's so special about this sword? Plenty. It's guarded by a sword spirit, Abiao snorted. Otherwise, anybody could have grabbed it. Zhang Hao was about to ask for details, but Abiao's thirst took over. He bellowed, let's get a drink first, and talk later, I'm dying of thirst. He burst into the tavern, shouldered past 2 burly men, and slapped the coin on the bar. Boss, 1 hard heart. The barkeep blinked. Since when did this drunk have money? He pocketed the coin, but didn't pour a drink. Instead, he pulled out his ledger and held out his hand. 1 coin isn't enough. You still owe me for past tabs, this just covers them. What? Abiao's grin froze. While he stared, Zhang Hao placed another coin on the counter. 3 drinks, 1 for Abiao. Right away, the barkeep snatched up the coin and poured, still eyeing Zhang Hao suspiciously. When did a Biao land such a wealthy friend? A Biao finally got his wish. He downed a huge gulp, exhaled a hot breath, and gave a dreamy smile. Thanks, but to be the way, what's your name? Zhang Hao gave his in-game handle. Madman. That's a first, a Biao muttered, rolling the word on his tongue. Zhang Hao cut him off. Enough small talk. When do we leave for the sword? A Biao wiped his mouth. Buy me one more drink, and we'll go. Bai Lu frowned. If you have another, you'll be drunk. How are we supposed to travel? No, I can hold my liquor. A Biao slurred, reaching for the mug and missing several times. Zhang Hao shook his head. Forget it. If you want your money, we leave now. You can drink when we're back. Left with no choice, a Biao agreed, though he was already dead drunk. He lurched toward the door, nearly tripping over the tavern's threshold, and the onlookers burst into laughter. The moment he stepped outside, he toppled face first and began to snore. Xiaobai, sober him up, Zhang Hao said darkly. Bai Lu raised a hand, summoned water magic, and dumped a barrel of icy water over the drunk. The shock made a Biao jerk upright. Brother Madman, you really are impatient. He chattered, wiping his face, and obediently took the lead. At the city gate, Gao Pengfei and Zhang Xiao were already waiting. Gao Pengfei looked at Biao up and down. How's he? Can this guy really find that divine sword? Can we trust him? Zhang Xiao wrinkled her nose. Brother, he's a walking brewery. The stench hits you from meters away. Don't worry, I've accepted the quest, Zhang Hao said, sharing the mission with them. Just stick to him and keep him safe. Gao, that's on you. Sure thing. Gao Pengfei yanked a Biao closer and warned. Drunkard, don't cause trouble. Stay right behind me. Ya eyes, sir, intimidated by the big man. A Biao swallowed his regret, but thoughts of 100 gold coins kept him going. They left the town and headed deep into the plain. After 10 minutes, the dirt road was flanked by stone swords. Some plunged upright, others scattered like discarded spears. Many were shattered, broken blades in the soil, hilts jutting from the earth, a desolate sight. Those swords lost their spirits when the sword souls vanished, so the wind and rain snapped them, a Biao explained offhand. Zhang Xiao asked, you keep bringing up sword spirits, but I haven't seen one. What do they look like? They stay hidden in their swords until you get close, a Biao said. Then they appear and attack. They look almost human, with male and female forms, strong or weak. The darker the color, the stronger they are. White is the weakest, then blue, purple, and gold is the strongest. The divine sword we want is guarded by a gold spirit, absolutely deadly. His voice dropped. The year my father and I led a search party, that gold spirit killed everyone. My father was gravely wounded and died on the way back. He fell silent, and the others let the matter rest. After another hour, the path disappeared entirely, replaced by a forest of stone swords packed so tightly that no light seeped through. Looks like most people give up here, Zhang Hao said. From now on, we make our own trail. The gaps between blades were razor thin. One careless brush could summon a sword spirit. Zhang Hao reminded Gao Pengfei yet again to protect a Biao. Whether we find the divine sword depends on him. They tightened their gear and stepped into the stone forest, keeping as far from the blades as possible. But the swords were so dense that, on their very first step, they nicked one, instantly summoning a white sword spirit. A translucent figure of a man in ancient robes glared at Zhang Hao and the others, as if demanding to know why they had disturbed his rest. Zhang Hao pulled up the status panel. Guardian Sword Spirit, level 63, HP 190,000. It's out. The sword spirit's out. A Biao shrieked, his face bloodless. Shut it, Gao Pengfei snapped, lifting a hand. It's only a minor sword spirit. Quit acting scared. Zhang Hao maxed his damage, drew the bowstring, and loosed an arrow that gleamed like cold light. Critical hit. 200,000. The shaft pierced the spirit's chest. The pale form gave a silent scream, clutched at itself, and burst into drifting motes, leaving only a few crafting items and scattered coins on the ground. A Biao was dumbfounded. 3 or 4 warriors usually struggled with that monster, yet this young man had one shot at it. Terrifying. Zhang Hao raised a hand. Stay sharp. Avoid aggro if you can. If not, pull them one at a time, never the whole pack. Everyone nodded, held their breath, and pressed deeper into the stone sword forest. During the next 2 hours they lured out dozens of sword spirits, their auras stretching from white to violet. The white ones were hardly dangerous, but blue and above could turn into spectral blades that moved faster than the eye could follow. One hit drew blood. Even so, every spirit was a one-arrow problem for Zhang Hao, instantly converted into EXP and loot. Countless stone swords still jutted from the dense woods. Zhang Xiao finally complained of aching legs, and the group paused to rest. Too bad, there's no wine. A Biao licked his lips and eyed the water offered to him with distaste. Drink or don't. I'm not spoiling you, Gao Pengfei growled, pulling the canteen back. After a short breather, Zhang Hao asked, a Biao, how far to the divine sword? Let me see. A Biao glanced around, checked the light through the canopy, then pointed southeast. A little farther. Zhang Xiao frowned. You sure? You still look half drunk. I'm positive. A Biao flushed and pointed to a faint notch on a broken sword. I carved that mark years ago. No mistake. Zhang Hao nodded. We're counting on you to not disappoint us. Biao was right. As they advanced, more broken swords bore the same symbol. 2 more marks, he told Zhang Hao, and well be at the divine sword's resting place. When the final mark appeared at their feet, they halted to recover and make their last preparations. Only then did Biao edge up to Zhang Hao and whisper, brother Berserker, the sword's just a dozen meters ahead. Could you pay me now? He'll stop here. Before Zhang Hao could speak, Gao Pengfei's face darkened. What? Grab the money and run. No way. No destination, no payment. Biao panicked. Why not? We agreed you pay me for the route. I'm not staying for a suicide mission. No one who's seen a golden sword spirit has ever lived. Zhang Hao rose to his feet and looked calmly at Biao. Unable to meet his gaze, Biao lowered his head. I don't doubt your strength, but the golden sword spirit is terrifying. I understand, Zhang Hao replied. I won't make things hard for you. If you want to leave, go. After speaking, he pressed several heavy gold coins into Biao's hand. Biao clenched the coins, torn between staying and the fear gnawing at him. In the end, he turned around and trudged back the way they had come. Zhang Hao led the others onward. Before long, they reached a wide clearing. In the center stood a massive sword unlike any of the surrounding stone blades. Its shaft was thicker, a faint gold light pulsing across the surface as though it had a heartbeat. Is that the divine sword? Someone whispered, and the group halted instinctively. Zhang Xiao circled halfway around it and muttered, aside from the size, it doesn't look special. And how would we even carry something that big? Bailu guessed, maybe it can shrink? Gao Pengfei scanned the area. So where's the golden sword spirit? Drawing his bow, Zhang Hao pointed at the giant blade. She's inside. The moment we get close, she'll show herself. Stay here and watch your backs. He stepped alone into the clearing. 5 meters from the sword, a streak of gold leapt from the blade. A phantom woman with short hair and icy eyes. Mortal, stay away from me, and keep your filthy hands off. System message, Guardian Sword Spirit Elite, level 77, HP 6,810,000. Zhang Hao's voice remained steady. Sorry, but I'm coming closer and I'm taking you with me. Then die. She spat. 2 golden swords materialized in her hands and shot toward him. Arrows and golden light crisscrossed. Zhang Hao dodged aside and fired, but the spirit vanished and his arrow hit nothing. A chill ran through him. He hurled himself backward just as a sword pierced the ground where Head stood. He drew the bow tight, scanning, yet sensed no trace of her presence. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Xiao, and Bailu spread out to search, but still found nothing. The invisible assault only grew fiercer. First 1 or 2 spirit blades, then 3 or 4, then a dozen at once, forcing Zhang Hao to dodge harder and harder. Damn it, he muttered. I can't fight what I can't see. At that desperate moment, a familiar voice cut through the air. Brother Quangtu, she's hiding in your shadow. Everyone turned to see Biao running back. Gao Pengfei frowned. How do you know? Years ago she used the same trick, Biao choked out. She slaughtered an adventuring party. My father saw her in the shadows, stabbed her, and pushed me away. He died for it. That's how I know. Gao scratched his head, then shouted, how's he try it? Memorizing his own position, Zhang Hao sidestepped a flurry of 20 swords, sprang into the air, flipped, and loosed an arrow straight into his shadow. Thwip. Critical hit. 7 million HP. A piercing scream erupted as the golden sword spirit materialized and shattered into motes of light. System message. First kill of elite monster golden sword spirit. Reward. 335,000 XP, 170 gold. Broadcast your name to the server? He landed, exhaled, and selected no. Without Biao's warning, the fight could have ended very differently. Turning to Biao, he offered a grateful smile. Thank you, Biao. Don't mention it. Biao walked ahead of Zhang Hao, his expression more serious than ever. Brother Maniac, I really did doubt you. I even thought you might die on the way, but you proved me wrong. Since you succeeded, I'll tell you everything about this divine sword. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. So you were holding something back? Biao scratched his head with an awkward smile. I barely knew you then. Anyway, even though we have the sword, it can't be used. Without its spirit, it's like a body without a soul. A swordsmith has to forge a new spirit into it before it's sharp again. There's such a thing? Zhang Hao was surprised. Do you know any swordsmith who can do that? Biao's face darkened. My father, Master Smith Mao, was one of the best, but he passed away years ago. And you? Zhang Hao stared at him. You must have learned most of his craft. Biao clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, but his hands trembled. I know how to forge, but you've seen me drink too much. Years of alcohol ruin my body. A smith needs strength and precision. These hands are useless. I can't even swing a hammer. You need someone else. Zhang Hao thought for a moment. Let's take the sword back to town and figure it out there. They turned to the massive blade. Zhang Hao planted his feet, gripped the hilt with both hands, and with a low hum the sword rose from the ground, its cold light flashing in the sun. Spiritless greatsword. Stars. Required level, 60. Stats, none. Durability, 750,750. Note, must be reforged before use. Just as he said, Zhang Hao murmured, satisfied that a Biao had told the truth. With the sword secured, they retraced their steps. The sword spirits had been cleared, so they reached the town without trouble. A Biao led them to the only forge still open. Charcoal crackled in the hearth, and the air reeked of iron. The smith examined the blade and shook his head. This sword is dead. Reforging it is pointless. A Biao flushed. The spirit is gone, yes, but a smith's duty is to breathe life into a weapon. If my father, Master Shermao, were here, he'd fix it. The smith glanced over a Biao's ragged clothes and stubble, then snorted. So you're Shermao's son? Since you're so confident, you fix it. He shoved them outside and slammed the iron door. Dust swirled in the empty street. Gao Pengfei spread his hands. Now what? We fixed the sword, Zhang Hao said, turning to a Biao. Otherwise all that effort was for nothing. A Biao, you'll do it. Me? No way. A Biao waved his hands. He'll ruin it. Zhang Hao shrugged. If no one tries, it's scrap metal anyway. At least you have a chance. A Biao still hesitated. Bai Lu stepped forward, her voice gentle yet firm. I think your father would want you to carry on his legacy and become a master smith in your own right. There's a perfect chance to honor your father's wish. Don't you want to take it? Bai Lu's voice cut through the dim tavern. A Biao kept his head down, his rough hands trembling. Zhang Hao placed a sword half a head taller than any man in front of him. After a moment's hesitation, A Biao wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The heavy metal felt cold and solid. As he brushed the spine of the blade, his fingertips cleared a thin layer of dust, as though he were touching his father's last memory. At length he looked up. The liquor in his eyes clouded his gaze, yet a rekindled resolve still shone through. If you believe in me, he'll try. He nodded hard. Now that's more like it. Zhang Hao slapped him on the shoulder. So, where will you forge the sword? Gao Pengfei leaned in, concern softening his tone. A Biao's face tightened. My father had a forge, but he trailed off. Zhang Hao nodded, understanding. Take me there. They followed a crumbling stone path to a secluded corner of town. The wooden door of aiming forge hung crooked, a rust-coated copper lock dangling from the latch. Dry leaves and cobwebs clogged the gaps. No one had set foot inside for ages. Fury flared in A Biao's eyes. The buyer swore he'd look after the place. How could he let it rot like this? I'm finding him right now. He turned to go. Zhang Hao stopped him. How much to buy it back? 50 gold coins, A Biao muttered. Before he finished, Zhang Hao pressed a heavy pouch into his hand. Coins clinking incident, least 100 gold pieces. No, you already paid me. A Biao tried to push it back. That was for guiding us. This is for repairing the sword. Keep it. Zhang Hao's tone brooked no argument. After a long pause, A Biao accepted the pouch, clutching it to his chest. He bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, brothers. I won't let you down. I'll restore the sword with everything I have. I know you will, Zhang Hao said. And I'd like you to quit drinking and live well. I'm sure that's what your father wanted too. I understand. Tears welled in A Biao's eyes as he bowed again. To save time, Zhang Hao left the great sword at the forge, promising to return in 24 hours. When they finished tidying up, A Biao called after them. You're heading to Red Cloud Volcano. What for? It's dangerous. We need to reach the Temple of Fire, Zhang Hao replied. Dangerous? How so? A Biao set down his hammer, his expression grave. Fire elementals roam the area. They attack on sight. Without firestones, you'll burn alive. Firestones? Zhang Hao asked. What do they do, and where do we get them? With a firestone, their flames can't harm you. Try the general store. But be warned, the Stone Spear Guild controls the supply. They charge a fortune. Gao Pengfei waved dismissively. How expensive can it be? Money's no problem for us. Zhang Xiao nodded. We can handle it. A Biao still shook his head. You'll see soon enough. Puzzled, they hurried to the town's general store. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper laid out a fist-sized, dark red mineral. 1 firestone, 10,000 gold, he announced. 10,000 for 1 stone. Gao Pengfei's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Are you out of your mind? Sir, that's the price for firestone. If you think it's too steep, don't buy it. Arms folded and chin lifted, the clerk spoke with undisguised arrogance. They'll spell it out for you. No one sells firestone except us. Zhang Hao's brows tightened. 10,000 gold coins meant nothing to him, but charging that much for a single rock was blatant extortion. Worse, the clerk clearly thought they were easy marks, something he refused to tolerate. He snorted, turned on his heel, and left. The others trailed after him. Glancing back, Zhang Hao saw a stone spear emblem carved in the shop's sign, the mark of the Shermao Trading Guild. Abayo had been right. Ever since Shermao monopolized Firestone, prices had skyrocketed. Let's ask Abayo where Firestone is mined, Zhang Hao said, clenching his fist. Well, skip the guild and buy at the source. They hurried to the smithy. After listening, Abayo hesitated, then said, the lode is in the hills northwest of Hanyun Volcano, but I advise against going. Why? Zhang Xiao pressed. Shermao controls the mines. Outsiders are barred, Abayo sighed. Even if you sneak in, the miners won't dare sell. Shermao would retaliate. Zhang Hao nodded, voice low but firm. Got it. He'll handle it. Head faced world bosses without blinking. A merchant's guild wouldn't stop him. Firestone was urgent. The demon legions could strike any day, and collecting beast cores couldn't wait. They mounted up and galloped down the highway toward the mines. Towering Hongyun volcano loomed nearby, waves of heat rolling from its belly. Zhang Hao thought grimly that if the giant ever erupted, it would spell doomsday. Skirting the mountain, they reached the mine entrance. A man-high wooden board barred the path. No entry to the mines. No private trade. Violators will be punished. A yellowed human skull dangled beneath the warning. After reading it aloud, Gao Pengfei scoffed. Mao is out of control. Who gave them the right to lock everyone out? Bailu suddenly remembered something. Doesn't the Grand Princess bankroll a few guilds? I'd wager Mao is one of hers. Almost certainly, Zhang Hao replied, eyes cold. Ignore them. Keep moving. I want to see Hull try to stop us. The 4 warhorses thundered past the sign, kicking up dust. Inside the mining grounds, the cliff face was pocked with tunnels. Torches flickered at every opening, lighting miners who swung their pickaxes. The crisp clang of metal on stone echoed non-stop through the air. The arrival of Zhang Hao and his companions drew the miners' attention, yet their picks never stopped swinging. If they failed to unearth or today, they would have no income and would go hungry. The tunnel echoed with the clang of metal on stone and the rasp of strained breathing. Sweat mixed with dust on every face, while pairs of eyes kept stealing glances at the newcomers' horses. Gao Pengfei looked around, scratched the back of his head, and muttered, "This place is full of shafts, but which one produces firestones?" Zhang Hao swung down from his horse and approached an elderly man in tattered clothes whose spirit remained unbroken. Bowing slightly, he asked, "Sir, where can we buy firestones?" Firestones? The old man's clouded eyes flew open as he stared at Zhang Hao, his voice a rasp. "Young man, don't you know the rules here? No one sells to outsiders except through the guild. I can pay more." Zhang Hao produced a bulging purse and shook it. Coins clinked brightly. The glitter made the old man pause, yet he still shook his head. "It's useless. No matter what you offer, no one will dare sell. If they do, the guild will kill them. Damn it. Lawless scum." Gao Pengfei cursed, punching the air. "They're just a guild, and they think they can murder people? Who do they think they are?" The old man sighed. "You're strangers, you don't understand. Guildmaster Luo N claims he bought this entire field, so every stone that comes out belongs to him. If we miners want to earn a living, we have to follow his rules or be driven out. Our families have lived here for generations. Mining is all we know. Without it, we wouldn't survive. So we have no choice." He lifted a trembling hand and pointed at a stone hut nearby. "Luo N's men stay in that building. You'd better leave before they see you, or you won't get out of here." Zhang Hao glanced at the soot-gray hut, then turned back with a grin. "If I can persuade the Stone Spear Guild to allow free trade, will you sell your, or to me?" Well, the old man's expression wavered for a long moment. "Of course we want free trade, but can you really persuade Guildmaster Luoan? He's a frightening man." Zhang Hao slapped the purse onto his belt and laughed. "Men like him don't scare me. Just watch, I'll have a word with his thugs first." Seeing him stride away, the old man's face went pale. He grabbed Zhang Qiao and Bailu. "Stop him throwing his life away." Zhang Qiao shrugged, unfazed. "My brother? Die? Not a chance. The ones who'll die are those bastards." The miners around them began whispering. "What's that fool doing? Trying to die? Crazy. Luo N's men are all fighters. An ordinary guy can't beat them. The graveyard outside the pit's about to get a few more bodies. Maybe he's a fighter too. Maybe he can take those bullies down. Forget it. One man can't beat a whole squad. Even if he did, it might not help us. He could squeeze us harder than the Stonespear Guild." Low murmurs rose and fell. Some watched for sport, some worried. Most stared with numb eyes. Zhang Hao stopped in front of the hut and cupped his hands around his mouth. His voice boomed like distant thunder. "Hey, you bastards inside, every last one of you get out here." Snores and chatter inside the hut cut off instantly. The wooden door banged open, and more than 20 burly men shuffled out, bleary-eyed, forming a rough circle with irritation and confusion in their looks. Finally, a towering brute with a vicious scar slashed across his face shoved his comrades aside and took the lead. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he growled, "Who are you, punk?" Zhang Hao wore a serene smile and spoke politely. "I've heard that buying anything from the miners here requires permission from the Stone Spear Merchants Guild, so I was wondering if you gentlemen could make an exception for me." Scarface threw back his head and laughed, and the thugs around him jeered. "Is this guy an idiot? Doesn't he know the rules? One look at his clothes, and you can tell he's an outsider. Why don't we toy with him a bit?" He narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. "Kid, leave every coin you've got, and we'll let you walk away. Otherwise, we'll keep your head instead." Before the words had faded, several roughnecks closed in, boxing Zhang Hao into the center of a ring. Zhang Hao curled his lip. "So there's no room for discussion. Looks like I'll have to resort to force." The casual remark drew another round of laughter. Miners watching from a distance shook their heads. She knew he was doomed, yet he still insisted on provoking them. Scarface folded his arms and snorted. "Boys, loosen up his joints. Check how much cash he's got. If it's enough for drinks, leave the corpse in one piece. If not, chop him up and feed him to the wolves." "Got it, boss." The burly thugs grinned, clearly seasoned in robbery and murder. Zhang Hao slowly drew his bow. The onlookers roared with laughter. "Turns out he's an archer. Let's see if his arrows are faster than our. An arrow flashed. Before the sentence finished, it pierced the speaker's throat. He staggered, clutching the wound, and in the next heartbeat more shafts thudded into his body, pinning him to the ground like a grotesque porcupine. The laughter died instantly. Zhang Hao knocked another arrow, aimed at the next man, and smiled faintly. Looks like my arrows are just a bit quicker. Damn it. Kill him. Scarface roared. Blades flashed as the men charged. Zhang Hao never moved his feet. The bowstring twanged again and again. Arrows sliced through the air. Before anyone could reach him, bright red sprays of blood marked each impact. Shafts punched through flesh, and runes of ice detonated, freezing blood and tissue so that bodies toppled as brittle statues. In mere moments, every one of Scarface's henchmen lay dead, and Zhang Hao's clothing hadn't been ruffled. Scarface's face went ashen, the knife in his hand trembling. All his bravado had evaporated. Who are you? I'm only doing a job for money. If you want to buy something, take it. I'm out, all right. He whirled to run, but a man carrying a massive shield blocked his path. Sorry, you're not getting away today, Gao Pengfei said with a grin. Driven to desperation, Scarface roared and swung his blade. Gao Pengfei lifted the shield, caught the blow, and slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. Scarface tumbled across the ground. He had barely started to rise when a razor-sharp wind blade hissed past by. Lu lowered her hands and stood calmly as Scarface's legs exploded in a spray of blood. He screamed, clawing at the dirt in agony. Without so much as a glance at the scar-faced man, Zhang Hao turned to the old man and smiled. Sir, will you sell me the goods now? The old man stood rooted to the spot, shock still written across his face. His throat felt choked with grit, and no words would come. Just then, a grimy boy of 8 or 9 burst from the crowd. Clutching a walnut-sized stone, eyes red and wet, he hurled it at the scarred man's forehead. Die, you monster! Give me back my father! The boy sobbed and screamed. Xiao Chun, come back! The old man shouted, stomping in panic, but the child was already within reach. The rocks smashed into the scarred man's temple, splitting the skin and sending blood down his cheek. Rage erupted. You little bastard! How dare you hit me? They'll chop you in half! He roared, swinging his gleaming blade at the child. A bowstring twanged. An arrow flashed through the air and punched straight through his wrist. The sword clanged to the ground as he clutched the spurting wound and howled in pain. From a distance, Zhang Hao lowered his bow and called to the miners. I know how much you've suffered, now it's time to settle the score. His words were a spark in dry grass. Years of smothered fury ignited, and dozens of miners charged, eyes bloodshot, wielding hammers, picks, and iron spikes. At first, the scar-faced man screamed threats until his voice broke, but under the rain of blows he soon begged for his life. The miners had seen too many friends and relatives die at his hands. Mercy was not an option. Hammers splintered bone, picks tore flesh, and iron spikes rained down with all their old and new hatred. His screams faded, then stopped. What remained was an unrecognizable mass of blood and pulp. Gao Pengfei, Zhang Qiao, and Bai Lu turned their heads, unwilling to watch, but the carnage spoke volumes about the cruelty he had shown these miners. Well, we've crossed the Stone Spear Guild for good now, the old man sighed over the corpse. As warden of the mine and pillar of the workers, he knew all too well how ruthless and greedy that guild and its hired thugs could be. Gao Pengfei asked, Sir, there are plenty of miners here, why fear a single guild? Zhang Qiao chimed in, Exactly. This is your turf. You outnumber them and know every inch of it. Unite, and you can beat the Stone Spear Guild. The old man hesitated, then forced a wry smile, and shook his head. We're just miners. We know nothing but digging. How can we face professional mercenaries? You make it sound too easy. Then learn, Zhang Hao said, stepping forward. Work together, and you don't need fancy moves to win. If you're willing, they'll teach you. In a previous life, he had trained in military hand-to-hand combat under a resistance commander. It hadn't helped much against demon legions, but it was more than enough for ordinary men. The old man wrestled with himself. After today's chaos, he had hoped to pay blood money and calm the guild down. Drilling the miners would only deepen the feud. Yet all around him the miners shouted, eager to learn. They'd had enough oppression. They wanted to fight. They wanted freedom. Staring at the surging crowd, he knew the tide could not be stemmed. He gave a silent nod and sighed to himself, I'm old anyway. It's time to hand the warden's post to younger shoulders. Zhang Hao was more than willing to help the miners. He had always sided with the weak, so spending extra time did not bother him at all. Gao Pengfei and Bai Lu pitched in too. They were no professional instructors, so their combat tips were limited, but they kept the camp running smoothly, building fires, boiling water, and handling every little chore with impressive efficiency. For a whole day, Zhang Hao poured out everything he had learned on the battlefield, from fighting techniques to simple formations, correcting every miner's posture with meticulous care so they could still fight back when facing a swarm of enemies. At sunset, the newly appointed foreman arrived with a large sack of crimson or 10,000 pieces of fire-resistant stone. Each stone cost 10 gold coins even in this mining camp, making the haul worth a full 100,000. Gao Pengfei's eyes lit up as he cradled the stones. We lost a bit of time, but saved 100,000 gold. That's a steal. Zhang Hao shook his head in mock disapproval. Time is worth more than gold. Are you sure it's a steal? Wrong. Gao Pengfei puffed out his chest. Rich people value their time. We poor folks only have time, so trading it for 100,000 gold is definitely worth it. After bidding the miners farewell, the four of them headed for Hongyun volcano. Waves of heat greeted them on the road, and the scorched earth around the distant crater was already visible, with clusters of fire elementals drifting about. Name: Fire Elemental. Level: 64. HP: 3,800,000. Socket the fire-resistant stones, Zhang Hao ordered softly. A faint red glow rippled across their gear. Zhang Hao embedded a stone in his breastplate, Gao Pengfei in his shield, Zhang Qiao in her bracers, and Bai Lu in her staff. Fine flame-colored lines spread like spiderwebs, signaling that their fire resistance was now active. The four edged closer to the crater. Searing heat mixed with the stench of sulfur slammed into them. The moment they stepped into the zone, a fire elemental screeched and lunged. Zhang Hao throttled back his power output and fired an arrow through its core, killing it instantly. To his surprise, the creature burst apart and split into two smaller versions, each with half the level and health. Seriously? It can split? They shouted in unison. The two newborn elementals hurled scalding fireballs that cracked loudly against the rock. The group dodged, but Zhang Xiao was a beat too slow. A fireball hit her square in the chest, engulfing her in flames like a human torch. Sis! Zhang Hao loosed another arrow to finish the elemental and rushed over. The fire on Zhang Xiao's body hissed out, leaving only a charred ring on her bracer. She patted the still warm stone, dazed, and then relieved. Big brother, the fire-resistant stone saved me. Nearby, a fireball had splashed across Gao Pengfei's shield, flames licking wildly before dying out. He patted his chest, still shaken. Those fireballs stick to you and won't go out. Without these stones would be roasted alive. Zhang Hao glanced at the pulsing red filaments on his breastplate and felt a surge of gratitude. These stones really are the key, he muttered. They refocused their attacks and quickly wiped out the split elementals, relieved that the creatures did not divide again. Otherwise, the fight would have turned into an endless slog. Sorting through the loot, they found plenty of crafting materials, but no gear and no gold. A bit of a disappointment. After cutting down more than a dozen fire elementals, the party finally reached the rim of the volcano. Peering over the edge, they saw an immense impact crater, a dark brown bowl where millions of years of wind and rain had sculpted lakes and forests. Green and sapphire intertwined like a hidden sanctuary on scorched earth. At the center of the basin rose a towering palace, wrapped in vines and ancient trees as though submerged in a sea of green. From ground level, it would have been almost invisible. Weather-stained stone walls, gray and white, were mottled with age, and dark rust streaked the massive doors, whose fractured crest no longer revealed its meaning. They followed a narrow path of loose rock and dead branches. Zhang Hao and Gao Pengfei pushed the heavy doors, which groaned open and released a wave of musty air. Inside, however, life had reclaimed the ruins. Moss, vines, and small creatures filled the halls. Along the dim corridor, faded murals could still be made outrobed figures bearing flames, gazing in reverence at a god enthroned on a high dais. Zhang Hao was sure it was the fire god, their world boss, Tam. Yet the golden crystal orb that bound the boss was nowhere to be seen. Bai Lu swept the room with her eyes. Only swaying vines and broken stone met her gaze. The location is right, it has to be here, Zhang Hao muttered. They spread out, and soon he looked up to find the orb hanging beneath the dome, its glow dulled by dust. All right, puzzles cleared, only the boss is left. Zhang Hao clapped Gao Pengfei on the shoulder. Old Gao, head back and gather the team. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we start. Roger that. Gao Pengfei returned a crisp salute. Bai Lu opened a portal in the hall, marking the coordinates so they could jump straight back after resupplying. On the way out, they passed a lake beside the palace. Gao Pengfei's eyes lit up. Howsy, think there are fish in there? Definitely. This game's practically another world. Everything you'd expect is here, Zhang Hao laughed. After we drop the boss, I'm catching a few big ones for your dinner, Gao Pengfei said with enthusiasm. Back in town, everything fell into a routine. Zhang Hao waited at a Biao's forge for his legendary sword to be repaired, with Bai Lu quietly keeping him company. Zhang Xiao went with Gao Pengfei to the imperial capital to sell their spoils and buy supplies for the next run. Inside the forge, the blazing furnace cast a red glow over a Biao's sweat-soaked face. His arms were still a little uncertain, but driven by conviction and their encouragement, his old skill returned. The ring of hammer on steel echoed day and night. A job slated for 24 hours stretched to 34, yet at last the work was flawless. Brother Quang Tu, I didn't let you down, take a look. A Biao laid a massive sword on the table before Zhang Hao. Its blade glimmered with a soft crimson light. Its name was Hongyun. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.